Welcome to this course. There will be 3 modules that will be covered in this course. First, we'll start off with the Kali Linux, then we'll go to the Python lectures and then JavaScript. So, first of all, we'll start off with the Linux. We'll see how to install it, how to interact with the Linux commands. Then after, we'll see how we can install the Kali Linux. We'll see how we can use the applications that is provided with the Kali Linux. We'll see how to hack and crack the password with the edureka. We'll see man-in-the-middle framework. We'll learn how to use the plugins that is provided by the man-in-the-middle framework with the application that is Wireshark. We'll make our complete backdoor. We'll just hack our client, file system, and entire system with the help of Whale framework and Beef framework. So after we complete Kali Linux section, we'll see how to remain anonymous in the hacking process. We'll see how to use Tor browser, we'll see its interface, the commands, and we'll completely host a website with the help of Tor network. And after that, we'll make an application that will change the MAC addresses. We'll also learn how to remain anonymous with the proxy chains and VPN servers. After we just complete it, we'll see the timeline that will be covered all the entire Kali Linux section. We'll also learn about the commands and how to remain anonymous with the help of VPN and proxy chains. After that, we'll just jump to the Python lectures. We'll see how to install Python, the basics of Python, and we'll make a complete port scanner with the help of Python. We'll see how we can make the malware and the keylogger with the help of Python language. We'll see the socket programming, which will give us entire backdoor. We'll just communicate with the client. We'll just get every information that the client has with the help of socket programming. We'll just make use of Python in order to code so that we can have entire access to the client. After that, we'll just move to the web hacking, where we'll just make use of a JavaScript. So we'll not entirely go directly to the burp suite, but first we'll see commands and the basics of a JavaScript. Then only we'll install the burp suite. We'll see live hacking on the websites. We'll just get informations. We'll just get the attacks like cross-site scripting, URL redirection, HTML injection in a live website. We'll also make complete keylogger with the help of JavaScript. So these are some highlights that will be covered in this course. So first we'll start with the Kali Linux hacking. You can see we'll see man-in-the-middle framework, Wireshark, Beef, and a Whale framework. After that, we'll see how to remain anonymous in the hacking process. Then we'll see complete Python package where we'll learn how to make backdoor, keylogger, malware, port scanner, and the web crawler. So these are basically highlights. We'll go deep down under this Python lecture. We'll just make a bunch of keyloggers and bunch of backdoors that will give entire access to the client. Then we'll go to the JavaScript where we'll uncover XSS, URL redirection, HTML injection, and a keylogger. Let's take a look on the teaser before actually going into the hacking or a coding section. We'll cover almost all of the attacks that is needed in order to be a proficient ethical hacker. But for now, let's take a look on the small teaser. It will be only a part that will be covering for the entire course. So first of all, you can see this is my Kali Linux, which is the hacker machine, and the machine that I want to attack is the window machine, which have this IP configuration. So if you want to get the configuration, you can simply type ipconfig, and this is the IP address and the MAC address of the window machine that I am going to target. And I'm going to use this Beef framework for the browser exploitation, and we are just targeting this browser, which is Firefox, which is installed on our window machine. So I'm just using some framework over here, and this should be something that is unknown to you, so it's completely fine. We'll cover everything about this man-in-the-middle framework in the upcoming lecture. And I'm just saying that I just want the ARP spoofing, and after that I'll just say the gateway. So gateway is the first subnet of the entire network, and I'll just say 192.168.1.1, and after that I'm just going to give the target as our window machine, and we have seen the IP addresses of window machine is 192.168.1.14. So you can also get using this command ipconfig on your window machine. And after that, I'll just add the interface, and in this case I have this WLAN0, which is our interface, and you can also get that interface using ifconfig command on your Kali machine, and you could see WLAN0 is my wireless adapter interface. After that, I want to use this JRL argument, and it should be something that is new for you. It's completely fine. I just want to give you a small teaser, that's it. So I'll just use the IP addresses of our Kali machine over here, and now I want to inject that is the hook.js over here, which is the hook file in order to connect with that Windows web browser. So what we just did over here is use this man-in-the-middle framework to do this ARP spoofing, and we just inject this hook.js, which contains this JavaScript file, which will connect our browser of this Kali Linux to the browser of Windows, which is our Firefox. So let's hit enter. So before that, make sure that the IP addresses is completely correct and everything is fine over here. So let me just hit enter, and now our man-in-the-middle framework is up and running. You can see it is online over here. And next thing what I need to do is I need to go to the places where our web server is hosted. So it is hosted in computer var www html, and it is inside this index.html file. And let me just open in the terminal, and I'll just say nano index.html. It is a way to just click or basically open that file with the editor, which is nano editor. And you could see we have injected this script file which contain the IP addresses of Kali machine, and the hook.js is hosted on this port. So let's save this first. Just press Ctrl O to save, just press enter, and Ctrl X to exit. Now our index file is ready. Now what you need to do is simply open your browser on the Windows machine and go to the machine IP address of Kali. So this is the IP address of Kali. So let me just hit enter, and now welcome to Hacker World has been displayed, which was the content of our index.html file. And you can see we have connected to the Firefox of Windows. So let's open the browser over here, and now you could clearly see that we have here new online browser, which is this Firefox. So now you can run every command that is available over here. So let me just make some changes in this machine, and let's get this Firefox right here. So anything that I just type or just pass command, that is going to be executed on our machine. And let me say, first of all, I just want to get this alert box, and I'll just give some random information. You have been hacked, and let's execute it, and let's see if this gives alert message over here. And you can see we have this alert message printed in this client machine, which is our window machine. So next I want to give is, let's say, pretty theft. So this pretty theft is a type of attack which will just be specific to particular social media. So I'll just stick with the Facebook. Let's execute it. Then it is going to give us the information that the Facebook session has timeout. Please re-enter your username and a password. And if I say @gmail.com, and if I say the password is 123456, and let's log in over here. And now we have this command, and let's go to this command, and you could see we have captured this Gmail, and you can also see the password right here. So next you can also command or execute all of this command like a social engineering, phone gap, and every command is there to be executed on this browser. So I will just want the last command, and I'll just see redirect. We'll just execute so much of command in the upcoming lecture, but I'll just now execute the last here, and I'll just say twitter.com. and now if I execute it, then it is going to give us a redirection to twitter.com. and you can clearly see our client browser has been redirected to twitter.com. That means we have complete access to this client browser. Now you can just inject some of the payload and some of the reverse engineering toolkit or social engineering toolkit to completely get access to that of client machine. So now we have seen how we can just execute the B framework, and this is just complete teaser. We'll just completely execute all of these commands, and we'll see how we can make our payload much more stronger, how to connect with them, how to just create the backdoor so that we can get complete access to the client machine using the Kali Linux in the next section. But for now you can see the complete teaser how B framework works. Now let's see how Python will use to make the backdoor or a reverse shell and connect to the client. Let's say stop and rerun. We don't have any error over here. Let's go back to this machine, which is our client. Let's open this CMD over here. Let me just rerun again. I'll say I want to go to the desktop where we have this Python file, and that is backdoor.py. So I think we should have get the connection, obviously. So instead of just listing out, we know there is a connection. We'll just interact with this connection. So now if you just remember, the command was --yux and 1. So this was the command in order to lock the system. So I'll just put that is the window machine right here. So let me just make this smaller over here, and let's see if we can lock this system or not. So okay, it should be. I have to press click on that, and I'll just get back you. So I'll also make this smaller so is to see. So you could see in both of this picture I have here the server side and in this right hand side we have the Kali machine, and here this is the window machine. So let's see if we can lock this system or not. So if I just hit enter now, you could see it has been directly locked. So this system has been locked. So in the same way you can just execute the shutdown command and it will just execute that shutdown. So you could see that this is the way to lock the system. So in the next lecture we'll just make complete CMD hijacker. So that will be interesting lecture. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. So from next lecture onward we'll start our hacking course, but before that we need to install two machines, and first one here will be Kali Linux and the next one will be our testing machine, which will be Windows 10. So Kali Linux is a one type of Linux software, or basically a Linux operating system where you will have all the modules and application pre-installed so that we did not have to configure it manually. So it is very important machine where you can just run your code directly, you can just make the payload, you can run your handler in order to listen for that communication, and you can do a lot of stuff with the Kali Linux. We'll test each of these applications that is available in the Kali Linux. Obviously not all, but the main important part which will be essential for the hackers. So we'll just learn every bit of detail in the upcoming lecture with the help of Kali Linux, which will be our running server, running processes, or basically the machine where we'll run our code, and basically we'll test that in the testing machine, and the testing machine will be our Windows 10. So before that we have this machine which is obviously my main machine. So I have here that is Windows 10, but I don't want to just run every malware or basically every backdoor in my Windows 10 because I don't want to affect my original machine. So this is your machine. So basically it can be your original machine. You can have it Mac as a Mac machine, or you can have the Linux or Windows. So first of all what you need to do is make sure that this machine is safe, because we don't want to do anything with this machine. So in order to make that another computer installed on the same computer, and if you install any machines or basically any application, this won't get affected, we have this virtual box. So what this virtual box is, basically you have the computer installed inside the computer. So we have this main machine, and inside this main machine you can see a lot of operating system is downloaded and run. So in this case I have this Kali Linux running and MS Windows 10 running, and you can see right here inside this we have running this Kali Linux, and you can run this Kali Linux over here, and the next one I have here is MS 10. So we have this Windows 10 and the Kali Linux inside this my main computer. So in order to make sure that our main machine is not affected with any installation or running any program, you will use this virtual box. So first of all download that virtual box and install it properly. So it is a simple process, and I'm not going to do it because it is a very simple. You can just download according to your operating system. If it is for Mac, just download for Mac, and if it is in the Windows, just download for the Windows and just unzip it and do everything that is required to install any program. So it is pretty much a simple process. So next thing what you need to do is install the machines. So first machine that we want to install is Kali Linux. So I'll just go to the browser, and this is the Kali original documentation page, and you can see here is a download section. You can simply go to the download Kali machine, and you'll just go here in the download section. You'll just click on this download Kali Linux, and you'll just get these images over here. And I highly suggest you not to download this light version, because this does not give all the application that we are using in this course. So you have to give extra time if you just download this one, because you have to download every packages manually. So that will just cost you a more time and more effort than before. So I'll just highly suggest you download this version, which is Kali Linux 64-bit. You can go with the torrent, or you can go with this HTTP link and install it. Basically what this give is a ISO image. So you'll just have the ISO image, and after that you will just see that there will be some ISO image right here. So let me just show you one here. So you will have something like this. So this is the ISO image. So if I just open the properties, you will see this is the ISO image right here, disk image file. So you'll just get this file while you download this from the Kali Linux, and make sure you just go with this Kali Linux 64-bit or Kali Linux 32-bit, but don't go with this light version. So we have downloaded now the Kali Linux image, which will be our server machine, or where we'll just write some code or use the application, and the testing machine will be our Windows 10. So just go to this website, that is developer.microsoft.com. You'll just get this website where you can download the virtual machine. So you could wonder that we can also download directly the Windows 10. So why not to download that? So it is also a good idea to download Windows 10, but that requires the installation process. So you have to go through entire installation process if you download that file. But if you download this virtual machine, you don't need to go through that installation process. So it will just directly open you the machine on your virtual box. So next thing what you need to do is just go over here, that is saying MS Edge on Windows 10, and select the platform, and our platform is VirtualBox. So let's select download zip, unzip that file. You'll just get this file saying open virtual, and it is file over here, and you could see this is OVA file. So this will be your open virtualization form, or basically it will be archive, and we have to now just install that in the VirtualBox. So first thing, or basically what you need to do first is install the Kali Linux. So open your virtual machine. This should be empty for you because you will be at the first step of installation, but I have already installed so much of machine over here. So let me create new over here, and if I go to here and I'll just say Kali new, you can also give the name as Kali, and the Linux is the version or type basically, and the version I want to here is Debian 64-bit, and click next, and just allocate the memory, or basically it is for the RAM, and let me say I want to give 4 GB RAM would be enough, even 2 GB would be enough. So let's click next and create, and I want VirtualBox disk image, click next, and dynamically allocated, next, and this is the file size that we want to give. So just make sure it is greater than 20 GB because we have to install so much of applications and new packages. So make sure it is around maybe 30, so that would be fine. If you just make sure it is around 30, let's create now. And now we have this Kali Linux, or basically Kali new. So next thing what you need to go do is go to the setting, and on the system go to the processor, and make sure we have this processor. Let me say I want the 4th processor to make sure that it does not lag, and go to the storage now, and here we have this empty that is showing the disks. Let's click on that, and now let's boot that. So I'll just say choose virtual, and we'll just go to here, that is unzip, and we have this Kali Linux right here. So let's click that, and you will just see that we have now Kali Linux. Let's press OK, and now we'll just have this Kali new. So next thing what you need to do is simply press on this start and let it give some time. So after you just grab that, it will just open this VirtualBox, and now it's time to install this Kali. So go to the install over here. Let's please press enter and let it give a time to load and everything, and let's wait for some time. So before that, I want also to install. Okay, it has already come up. So let me press English and United States, American English, and this will just load some of the additional components. Let's wait for some time. So in the meantime, you can also do something, that is install this MSX. So this has not the same process as to install the Kali Linux. You don't need to create anything new. You can simply go over here and just double click. So if I just double click, then okay, this is basically I have already installed this version, so it has given me error, but in your case it will give something like this information. So you could see the information right here that is saying that you have the name over there, you have the guest OS type, CPU you want to allocate, the RAM you want to allocate, and DVD sound card and everything. That is information over here. And let's press only on the import. Now if I press import, it is going to take some time to import that, and you will just get over here. So before that, let's go to our Kali version, and let's see, we have right here. So in the Kali version, you can clearly see now it has asked to write the host name. So why I just did this, because we are just installing 2 machines at the same time. So it is very easy to install this Windows 10 because you can simply click, that is just press over here, and it is going to import the setting. But in the case of Kali, it is not possible. You have to do everything manually. So I have shown you over here. So only the process in the Windows 10 is basically only importing, so there is nothing to worry about. But in the Kali, let's go over here and click the host name. So this will be host name, and I'm just sticking with the Kali. And domain name, let me say empty, and now password. So it is very important because whenever you want to log in for the first time, it is also going to ask your root password. So make sure you just remember that password every time you just enter to the Kali machine. So let me hit my password. Let's hit enter. It is going to give us the new prompt to re-enter the password, the same password, and let's hit enter one more time, and now it is going to set up us clock. So let me say Eastern, and now let's wait for some time again, and it is going to load an additional configuration for us. So and now it has set up the disk partition, and we have also already partitioned the disk. That should be around 34 GB, or make sure that it is greater than 30 GB, because we need to install so much of application manually also in the upcoming lecture. So I'll just stick with this guided version, and let's enter here, and I'll just say all file, and now I'll just finish the partitioning and write changes to disk, and I'll just say yes, I want to change, or basically write changes to disk. And now it has a partition the formatting or do something like that, and now it is installing the system. So now it will install, and you could see we are just over here that is importing for our MS10. So it will just import. It is nothing over here. It will just take some time, maybe around 15 minutes, and it will just do something that will install everything over here. So next thing what you need to do after you install that, because I have already done it, so I am not doing here because you could see it has blocked everything for us. So after you just install maybe for the Windows 10, so I'm just going to show you for the Kali Linux. But after you install that version, you will get something like this. It will show something that is MS Edge Windows 10. Just make sure you don't cancel that process. It will just take around 15 minutes, and you'll just get over here saying MS Edge Windows 10 and something like this. And after that, what you need to do is go to the settings, and you will see in the storage, or basically not in storage, it will be in the system. You'll just get this as base memory, and you can just change it and make sure that processor is around 2, because we want nearly some faster processing while in the Linux and obviously in the Windows 2. So make sure it is around 2, and let's press OK. And after now, what you need to do is simply press on this message and just press here. So in your case it will be start, in my case it is so if I press over here, it is going to give us this Windows 10. So you could see this is same Windows 10, and you can do all of this stuff over here. So you can test every bit of code, your payload or your hacking skill in this Windows 10 without affecting our main window. So in your case it can be your Mac or your main Linux machine, but my case it is Windows, and inside Windows we have this Windows, which will just be our testing machine, and we'll just test all of the code that we learn in the upcoming lecture in this Windows machine. So make sure that you install this Windows machine first. And you could see now we have installing this Kali Linux over here. So I'll just pause here and I'll just take you to the good stuff. So now after you just install or complete with the installation, it will just reboot, and just press now Kali Linux, because we want the Kali Linux, and just press so. It will first ask you for the password. So make sure you just remember the password, the same password that we use while installing the system. So you had set that password, and just remember that password and just press here, and you'll just get this Kali Linux. So you could see we have this complete Kali Linux. You can see the interfaces over here. It is showing us an application. A bunch of application is over here. You can see the favorites and everything. We'll just learn about this in detail in the upcoming lecture. In the first section, we'll just learn about the Linux and how this Kali Linux can be used in the hacking. And you can see the bunch of application. If I just go to this show application tab, it is going to give us this information saying if you want to search something. If I say yes, I want to search Nmap, which is the application over here, and if I just press over here, it is going to give us this application, and so you can just navigate through it. We'll see every bit of detail in the upcoming lecture about the directories, about the command of this Kali Linux. But for now, you can just tour around this interface. You can see you have these settings over here, and here is the Bluetooth, Wi-Fi connections, and if you just have the external USB, make sure you connect that. It will just give access to your Wi-Fi. And now you can see in this network or everything, so make sure you have now, that is, let me just open here and let me just press ifconfig. So in this case, you could see that it is WLAN 0 mode, so that means it is in monitor mode. So I'll just talk about the monitor and manage mode in the upcoming lecture, where we'll just attack some machines, Wi-Fi network. So basically we'll just talk that in the upcoming lecture, but for now you can see the two interfaces, Ethio 0 and WLAN 0 mode. So make sure first, I'll just do something over here, that is to stop this WLAN 0 mode, so that we'll just get this Wi-Fi connection. So now if I just say ifconfig, then you'll see now, okay, I'll just do something more now, and that is WLAN 0 and up. Now if I say ifconfig, it is going to give us this WLAN 0, and it is obviously not connected to internet because this has no IP address. But make sure you have either this Ethio 0 or WLAN 0 in order to get internet access on this Firefox. So we'll just learn about that. So first of all, if I just go to the Kali, it is going to give us some information. That means it is connected to internet. So you can just update the package and do everything in the Kali Linux. We'll just learn that in the upcoming lecture. But for now, you can clearly see we have set up this machine where you can just run your code and basically see if that code works or not. And next machine we have is obviously our Windows 10, and we have shown in the Windows 10 you have this Microsoft Edge is the browser. And if I just go over here and let's see if we can run any of these basically on internet or not. So you can see obviously we can run because all of the news has been rendered out over here. That means we can just get the internet connection. So I'll say what is my IP, then you will see that the IP address will be just rendered over here. So this is my public IP addresses, and you could see this machine has the internet access too. So now if you want to just give the file, basically if you want to get the internet access, what we can do is the next one is to have the external USB. So you can just get one USB, so you can buy online and just get that external USB card. You enter that USB card and get access to that USB by these devices and go to the USB. In my case, I have this USB over here, and just press that and you will just get that wireless adapter, which will be, you can clearly see if I say ifconfig, it is going to be over here WLAN 0. But if you do not enter that USB adapter, it's fine, because you will have anyway the internet connection with this wired connection, which is Ethio 0, and the wireless connection will be WLAN 0. So what you need to do is, if you want to see the Wi-Fi hacking technique, you can have that USB adapter and you can install that manually. So next thing what you need to do is, basically we have now set up the two machines, so that's not worry for us. So you have this MS Edge over here which is running. So now if I want to maybe saw that something, let's go over here and let's see what we can do. So this is all the file and directory that we'll learn in the upcoming lecture. So no need to tell over here in this lecture, because in this lecture I want to only show you how this virtual box work and to install some of the machines over here. So we just did something, that is install the Kali Linux, which will be our server, or basically where we'll just run the application. We'll just see how code works, or basically making a payload will be with this Kali Linux. And there is MS Edge, which is our Windows 10, where we'll just run our machine. And basically you can see the new Windows, or basically the next Windows I have done here or installed over here. And now if I just start, this is my original Windows. So this is same as now with this Windows. So what I'm telling is, basically we have installed this MS Edge from the virtual box. So if I just go over here, it was downloaded for the virtual machines, so you do not need to install it manually. In the case of MS Edge, you can simply import it and install it, and basically you can run directly. But if you just download maybe the version that is of Windows 10, so actual Windows 10, then it is going to give us the installation procedure. It will take some time to install it, but that's fine. You can also use this Windows. So if I just run this, it is a normal Windows that is similar to my original window, but that is not same as MS Edge, because MS Edge does not require the installation process. You can simply import it and run it, which is perfect for our virtual machines. So that will be wrap for this lecture. We just installed two machines, and that is one the server and the client. We'll just start hacking processes using the Kali machine and Windows machine in the upcoming lecture. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture we'll see some of the important Linux terminal command, and we are going to use the Kali Linux for this section. So you can see the interface of the Kali Linux over here. You can see the calendar, the time displayed at the center, and at the left hand side you can see the application section. And in the application you can see the favorites, where we have the Firefox terminal and every files, and the important application over here, which is Maltigo and the VXS framework, which you can also navigate from this left hand side menu bar. So in the application you can see bunch of application, which is going to have the wireless attack, reverse engineering toolkits, social engineering toolkits, and the useful user applications, which will be your accessories and graphics. So these are the bunch of application. You can simply go over here and navigate this. Another thing you can also do is, in the menu bar, or basically in this navigation bar, you can simply press that icon and you can search your application in this search bar. If you want the terminal, you can simply search for the terminal. You can enter that application and here it opens. So this is the way to just navigate your application in the Kali Linux. So next thing over here is the places. So when I just go to the places, you can see all of these folder that is similar to that of Windows machine. So you can see the downloads, documents, music, pictures, and the videos. If I go to the computer, this is going to be your parent directory. So everything over here is basically the root directory, and you can see the subdirectories over here: binary directories, dev directories, etc directories, and your optional directories. All of these directories are very important. So all you have to remember is, Linux have the main directory named as a root directory, which is denoted by the /, and next all of these directories are the subdirectories of that main root directories. So you can see that we have a bunch of directories over here, which is first the bin directory, which stands for the binary, and it contains all the command that is to be executed in the Linux machine. When I just open here, you can see all of these commands. So you can see right here we have the, let me say, clear command. So you can see the clear command. So this can be executed in the terminal. So when I just go to the terminal, and let me write some gibberish first, and if you want to clear this terminal, you can simply press this clear command and press enter. It is going to be cleared. So this binary folder of this root directory contains all of the command that is to be executed in this Linux machine. So next one here is optional. So you can see that opt directory right over here, which means optional, and in this directory all the program available will be installed. Like if you want to just install Chrome, which is third-party library that doesn't come as a pre-packed in this Linux machine, then you can simply download that Chrome or basically any application, third-party application, and that will be installed in this optional folder. So next one here is a home. So home directory has the personal data which made you to create an account. Like we have here the root. So root is basically the sudo, or basically what is the default root or basically default username. If you make any other username instead or beyond the root, then it will be inside this home. We don't have any username which is beyond that of, or basically except of root. That means we don't have anything inside this home. So this home contains all the personal data which made when you just create the account. Like maybe if you just create your own account or account with your name, then that will be inside this home. So next is the temp folder. So it contains all the directories which has the temporary data. So if you want to track that temporary data, you can simply go on this temp folder. Next one is very important, which is basically the var. So if you just open this var, you will get the bunch of directories. So this var folder contains the variable data that changes over the time. So you can see the www folder. If I just go to the www, you will see the HTML. So the page that is going to be rendered when you just run the Apache server is going to be this page. So when I just open this page, it will open in the leaf pad, basically in this Mozilla, and this is the basically page that is going to be executed in the browser if you just run this Apache server. So let me just go back and go to this var folder again, and you can see the library folder over here, which is the important folder, and this is all the services that comes as pre-packed in this Kali machine. So you can say we have a beef XSS over here, which is the beef framework. You can see autopsy here. You can see apt folder, which is going to install the third package library for us, or basically any package that is installed from this var directory. So you can see this is very important directory. You can see the Apache 2 server right over here. So this is the all the packages that comes as pre-packed, or basically when you install the Kali Linux, this is the installed in your Kali Linux. So you can see the PHP server over here. You can see the MySQL server right over here. So you can make use of all of these services that comes as pre-packed in the Kali Linux from the terminal. So we have now seen some of the important variables, or basically important directories of this root directory. So let's see how we can just manipulate, how we can just navigate from one directory to another directory from the Linux command, and we'll make use of a terminal to do that. So let me first open our terminal. So let's go back, and this is our terminal. So let me zoom in and let me just clear one more time. So first of all, we'll see the file and directory manipulation. So if I say pwd, this is basically print working directory. So if I just say pwd and hit enter, it is going to show us a root. So basically we are in the root directory. If I just change directory to desktop, and if I say again pwd, which is basically print working directory, it will change from root to desktop. Now our directory is desktop. So next thing is to change the directory. So in order to change the directory, you have to make use of cd. So cd stands for change directory. We have just done here, that is change directory from the root to the desktop, and desktop has been added to over here. So if I want to change from the desktop to root, then we have to just go back from desktop to the root. So that should be done with this double dot. If I enter, then we are back to the root. If I say ls now, which is basically list, and this is going to list everything that is inside this root. So we have desktop, documents, music, everything. If you want to go to the directly, let me say something like ham, which is not inside this root, then it is going to give us a error because that is not inside this root. It should be only this folder you can just navigate into. So if you say something like I want to go to the music, you'll say cd music, and this is going to the music. So if I want to go back, cd double dot, you are going back, ls, and again inside this root you have this folder where you can just navigate. If you want to go to the desktop, it should be cd and desktop. So it is case sensitive, so you can't do something like cd desktop. You should do that is with a capital D. So name should be exactly what we have just here. So this is case sensitive. So if I just say enter, you are inside this desktop. To say what is the content of this desktop, you'll simply press ls or type ls. You'll see we have the demo folder and this virtual edition run inside this desktop. If you want to go back, cd dot dot, and you are inside the root now. So this ls is to list all the files and folder in the current directory. If you want to go to the document, you'll say cd, which is for the change directory, and I'll say document, it should be documents, and if I say ls, it has only this file over here, so it is just showing the folder inside that current directory. So if you want to list all the detail of the files and folder, all you need to do is, let me just go back and let me say desktop. And now if you want to list everything inside that desktop, then you have to ELA. So ELA is an attribute to this list command. So if I just hit enter, it is going to give us everything including hidden ones. So these are the hidden ones. So if you just open that desktop, you will find only this demo and this run file. You won't find this two folder, that is, these are the hidden one. So this is going to show us everything including the hidden ones. It has also the detailed information about these permissions, and we will just know about these permissions using the chmod command in the upcoming lecture. But for now, you can see the detailed information of this folder with this ELA attribute inside this ls command. So you can see we have now a detailed list of the files and folder including the hidden ones with this ls command. So now next thing all you need to do is, basically we have seen now cd, ls and the pwd, which are the basic command in order to just change directory, to see the working directories, and basically to just navigate from one directory to another. So next thing all you need to do is to create the files. Let's see how we can just create the files in this desktop. So we are inside this desktop. If you want to just go to another directory, you can simply change the directory. If you want to just create the folder in the downloads, you can simply change the directory from the current directory to the downloads. I want to make inside this desktop, so I'll just say desktop. So let me clear first this console. Now in order to create the file, you can make use of this touch command and give the file name. So after the touch, I'll say, let me say this is a hack file, so I'll say hack.txt. If I hit enter, now if I say ls, then we have created hack.txt inside this desktop. So you can also edit or create the new file using this nano command. If you say nano, and if I say hack1.txt, and you can see we have now hack1.txt, which is the file. You can edit this file, or you can create if it doesn't exist using that nano. So we have the alternative to this nano, which is vim and emacs. But for now, if I want to just exit out of it, I'll simply press Ctrl X, and now if I list, we have hack.txt, because in order to just create that file, you have to save it and then exit. I haven't saved that because I don't want to just create new file, so I have just closed instead of creating it, so it won't be created. Only we have hack.txt, which was created with this touch command. So next thing we have to know is to copy, move and rename the files and directories. So in order to copy the file, I'll make use of this cp command. So let me just make a real bigger than this. So cp command is to create a copy of the file. So if I want to just create the copy of the hack.txt into, let me say, hack1.txt, you can do simply like that. And if you list, we have hack1.txt, and every content of the hack.txt will be copied to the hack1.txt using this command. So you can also create a copy of a directory and just everything in it using this cp and r attribute, and you can simply now copy the directory. So if I say demo, which is the directory inside this desktop, let me say demo1, so everything will be copied now inside this demo1 with this r attribute. So if you simply say cp only, then that is for the file name. If you want to have the directories copied, it should be with the r attribute. So next one is to move the files. So you can simply do that using this mv, which is the move command, and you can simply give the file name now. So I want to just copy, let me say hack.txt, and I'll just copy. Okay, let me just clear this first, and now I'll simply say mv, which is for move, and the file name, so I forgot the file name, it should be hack.1. okay, mv for the moving, and now I'll say hack.txt file should be moved, and inside the home, let me say inside the desktop, or you can also go to the downloads, and I want to just move here. So we have now moved this file inside this desktop, or you can simply go to the download, and this is going to overwrite any existing file with the same name. So if you have same name, that is hack.txt, inside this desktop, that is going to be overwritten. So when I just hit enter, now if I say ls, here we have the hack.txt has been overridden. So next one is to move a directory to the another location. So if you want to move the directory, not a file name, so directory can be moved with let me say demo should be moved, and let me say that should be moved in home and downloads. If I hit enter, if I go to, let me see really quick, go to downloads, list it. Okay, there is nothing over there. So we have just moved, let me say lsl. Okay, we haven't moved, so basically there was error over here. So let me first delete this. That is using the rm command, and in order to delete the file, let me just go real quick over here. That is with the desktop part. We'll see what has happened over there. So rm is to remove, and if you want to remove any file, let me say hack1.txt, it should be rm and hack1.txt. so if I list now, it has gone because of this rm command. And if you want to force delete a file, everything from the file, I'll the rm and file c, it should be the file and the file name, everything will be deleted. So just careful about this rm command. Is very dangerous command, so you have to be very careful while using that command. So next we'll see about the system and the user information. So let me show you the system and the user information. It is not related to any file system, so it will be independent to the file system. It can be executed in any of the directories and you will get the same output. So this is basically the system and user information. CL, if you say CL command, this is going to give us a monthly calendar. If you say date, which is the date command, then this is going to give us a date and a time. If you see uptime, then this is going to give us uptime in a currently logged in user, which is this user. One user has been logged in. If you want to say the system user information, that is going to be uname a, this is going to give us a system information. So this is our system information. If you want to display the kernel ring buffer, or basically buffer, and if you want to display the kernel ring buffer, it should be this command. So you can see everything the system has logged and every information about this system. So this is very important, kernel ring buffer. If you want to shut off this system, you'll simply type power off, which is going to shut down the system. If you want to reboot, it should be reboot command. If you hit enter, it will be reboot. So this is the simple user information and system information. So you can also do something like to see the command or to display disk space usage. You can see dfh. This is going to give us a disk space usage. If you want to see partition table, you can simply say fdisk, and it should be, let me see, L or A. It should be L. Okay, with the L you can see the disk partition table. If you want to display the memory usage, you can simply press a free, which is going to simply show us a memory usage. So these are system information and basic information that is going to be important. Now let's see the user information. So now in order to see the user information, first command would be who am I. So it is very important information. So if I hit enter, then it is going to say root. So this is your username. If you want to check who is online, simply press W and you'll see who is online over here. If you want to see the history of the executed command, you'll say history. Every command will be seen over here, every command that is executed in this machine. If you want to display the last login info of the user, it should be last command, and you'll see when the user has been just basically executed that command or logged in as a user. And you can simply display the user information with the finger root, and you can see this displays the user information. So next one, you can see the networking utilities command. So let's see the networking utilities command now. If you want to ping the host, you'll simply type ping, and if you want to ping any host, let me say google.com, you will just ping that, and you can see the IP information right over here. Make sure you have internet connection, and you will say that you are just pinging a host over here. You'll get every information of that host using this ping command. If you want to just stop that execution, you can press Ctrl and C to stop that running of that command. And now next thing what you can do is with this who is command and give the domain name. So if you want to see who is the host, you can say who is and give the domain name, which is alternative of this ping command. If you know the domain name, then you can simply type ping and the domain name. It will just give us IP. If you have a IP and want to get the domain name, then you can simply type this who is command, and if you just pass this IP here, Control C. Okay, Control C is not going to work in a Kali. You have to simply copy from here and with this whois command, paste it. After this whois is printed, and you can see now it will give all the information about that organization, which is obviously the Google. Let me clear one more time. Next one is to dig. So if you want to just get the DNS information, you can use this dig command and give the domain. If you want this, then you can simply dig and you can get the DNS information of the google.com. If you want to get the name server information, it is with the ns lookup command, and you can simply pass here a name server. If you want to display the network interfaces, so this is important. If config, this command is very important command. We'll see a lot of references to this if config, how to just configure your network adapter, everything in the upcoming lecture with this if config and ip config, iw config command. So I'll say if you want to display wireless network adapter, it should be iw config. So if I say iw config, there is no wireless extension over here. And if you just want to display the kernel IP routing table, all you need to do is, let me clear this first. So if you want to display the IP routing tables, it is the command which is netstat command, and if I just say r, it is going to give us the networking interfaces or our IP routing table. So for now it is just the default over here, which is the IP, and gateway is not over there. We'll just configure all of these in the upcoming lecture. So if you want to check for the established and listening port connections, which can be done with this netstat. So if you just made a payload and if you inject that payload in the victim, and if you want to just check for the connections or the ports, you can simply use this netstat command and antp command, and it is going to give us the information about the connections and the port. If you want to just display the ARP cache table for all the interface, you can do with ARP-A. This is going to give us the information about the cache tables for all the interface. So these are some of the networking utilities that we have in the Kali Linux and in the Linux basically. So these are the tools we'll be learning, and in the upcoming lecture we'll see how the information can be gathered, how the backdoor can be just created and that can be injected in the victim machine, and how to remain the anonymous. So before that, you can simply go to your Firefox and any browser. So all you need to do is, I want to go to this Media College website and type Linux. After that, type commands, and if I just hit command, not commands, it should be only command. And if I just go over here and if I list all of this Linux command, you'll see the list of a Linux command over here. So all you need to do is simply see what this command does with this reference, and you can see the examples tutorial over here of this Linux command. I have tried my best to just get everything that is important. So we'll see about this apt command and chmod command in the upcoming lecture, and except that everything is been covered. So you can see, if you want the manual, you can simply type man and give the information about the command you want to get basically, and everything here is being covered. Also basically some of these commands are unnecessary for the hacking purpose, so I have just made some of the importance command list, and I have just gone through each of them in this lecture. In the upcoming lecture we'll see about the apt command and how to remain anonymous, and basically we'll see about the chmod command, which is going to change the SS permission of the files and directories, which is the important lecture. So see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to this lecture. In this lecture we'll see how to install any other packages in this Kali Linux machine with the apt-get command. So if you have ever installed any software in the Kali Linux or any Linux distros, you should have get familiar with this apt-get command. So it can be any distros like Ubuntu or any Kali Linux, and this is the machine that is dependent on the Debian Linux or the DPKG packaging system, which stands for Debian packaging. So packaging system simply provides the programs and applications for the installation. So if you want to just install any third parties libraries or packages or application, you have to just go through DPKG packaging system, which is the advanced package tool, which is your apt command. So apt command is a command line tool that is used for the easy interaction with the DPKG packaging system, and it is the most efficient and preferred way of managing softwares from the command line for Debian and Debian based Linux distros like Ubuntu or a Kali Linux. So if you want to install any package, you have to first open your terminal and install it from the apt-get command. So apt-get here is the advanced packaging tool. So if you want to use the apt-get command, apt-get command should be used with the administrative privilege. So it should be with the root privilege in the Kali Linux and with the sudo privilege in the Ubuntu. So if you want to use apt-get like this apt-get, it should be with the sudo command, or basically it should be with the administrative privilege. So if you are familiar with the Windows system, you normally open your command prompt or basically the shell with the administrative purpose, or basically if you just open, okay, we don't have over here, so let me say cmd, and if I say run as administrator, and if I just press OK over here, it is going to be executed into the administrator privilege. So same should be done in the case of this terminal. So it is done with the sudo command. But in the case of Kali Linux, you don't have to do this because we are initially with this root privilege. So we are basically using this root. That means we don't have to do sudo. We are basically executing every command with this root privilege, which is administrative or super user privilege. So it will just deal with all the aspect of the system, either in the Ubuntu or the Kali Linux. And basically in the case of Ubuntu, you have to make use of sudo command to install any application on your system. So if you want to just update the package database, we have the command here, apt-get command. So you have to do something like apt-get and update. So every time you are going to install any new application, let me say now we have to install VLC player in this machine, you have to first update all the package list before installing that new application. So you have to first update this package database with this command. So when I just say apt-get update and press enter, it will just work with all of this library. So all you need to do is simply have the internet connection and wait for a moment. So package database has been updated successfully with this command. So now next thing you have to do is install your application. So installing application is basically with this apt-get command, and now instead of update you have to type install and your package name, or basically your name, or you can also say the command that is going to install the package. So in my case I think it is VLC. Let's hit enter and I'll say yes, I want to install it. So it is going to check for the headers, and now it should be downloading all of our package in order to install that application, and let it give a time to download everything. So now I think it is installing some new package. So I'll just give it a time to work. Let's see if this. So finally everything has been set up. So we have downloaded it successfully. So let's go to our application section and let's search for the VLC, and let's see if this has been installed or not. So I'll just go over here and type VLC, and we have here the VLC media player. So we have successfully installed our VLC. So next thing what you need to do is install the Terminator. So Terminator is an advanced terminal. So we have this terminal. We want to just install the advanced terminal with this apt-get. To install any package, it should be with the install command and Terminator. If I just hit enter, it will ask if you want to just install that, and it will do the same task that was done for the VLC player. And let it give a time. It is saying the 1 minute. So I'll just pause right here, and I'll just go back and see what we have the next thing to do. So let me just open new window for now, a new terminal basically, and it is downloading over here. I'm saying new window, but so we have successfully downloaded the Terminator. Let's go back again here and search for the Terminator. There has been lag in the processor, so let me search for Terminator, and it is right here. When I say press the Terminator, it is going to give us the same screen, same like screen of the Terminator, but it has more functionality than the terminal, or basically the normal terminal which comes pre-packed installed in this Kali machine. So features like splitting the horizontally, because we can do now multiple operation in the single terminator. You can simply split the same terminal either vertically, horizontally, the multiple times. So you can see the features. You can do multiple operations now in the same terminal over here instead of just opening new terminal again and again. So this is the one features of the terminator. We'll see now, or we do many tasks from now in that terminator. So before that, we'll see another command, that is the apt-get install, the same command that is going to install the package. So if you want to install more than one package with the same line, you can do simply like this. So it is going to install VLC and terminator at the same time. So you can do this command too. So next thing is, if you know the version num of the package name, then you can do something like apt-get install. It should be install and give the package name, so VLC. And if you name the version name, if you want the version name, then you can simply do something like this. If you want the version name of the VLC to be installed, should be only the 11.1. If you want to do something like Python, if you want the Python version, that should be 2.7. If you don't give the version name, it will simply download you the latest version. If you want the specific version, you can simply give equal sign and the version number to this package name. So next one is to remove the installed package. So I'll simply say apt-get remove, which is the command to remove the package name. If I say VLC should be removed, it is going to search for that. If it's going to be yes, I want to just remove that VLC, it will take some time and VLC will be removed from your system. So you can also do multiple tasks with this apt-get. You can simply, okay, now it has been removed. So let's see if this VLC exists or not. So this applications is not working properly for me. It is taking some time. So now if I just search VLC, it won't be there because we have now removed that package from the system. So the thing that you have to just take here is, before just actually installing the package, you have to first update that package with this apt-get update command. Update the database dictionaries and database libraries, everything, and you can simply use this install command and the package name, and that will be installed in your system. So if you want to update or upgrade, which is the same task, and if you want to just combine those commands, let me just do first and show you what am I talking about. So if I say apt-get update and y, which is the attribute, and if I say double and, which is going to combine our command. So if I say sudo now, or sudo is, or apt-get, basically I'll say simply apt-get, and if I say upgrade and y, so this is going to do the same tasks, which is the updating your all of this command list or the package database. So this command which we have just here, which is apt-get upgrade, is also going to perform an upgrade, and that is similar to this update. So you can do something like this too. So it can be something like apt-get dist upgrade, which is the packages that is going to be upgrade. So this is the way to update or upgrade all of your packages, and this should be done before you install any of the applications on your system. So first of all, you have to update and install, and that is the way to just install any application to your system. So in the next lecture, we'll see something about chmod and everything about the hacking. So see you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to learn about interesting command, which is chmod command. So this is the syntax. So we'll see about the syntax, how to execute it. So first of all, let me just open my terminal, navigate to, let me say, desktop. And if I say ls, this is going to give us the information that is inside this desktop. So the next thing is, I want to list everything about this. So all you need to do is simply ls and la, which will give every information including these privileges. So here you can see these are the syntax over here, and now we have the file group. This is basically, the first one is for the owner and the second one is for the file group. So every file has this type of permission over here. So you can see we have this D, which stands, or basically which refer to the directory. That means this demo1 is directory, and if it is dash, that means it is a file. So any of the privilege that starts with D is for directory, and if it is single dash, that means it is the file. So next one from that is the 3 character, which basically is for the owner, and the next one 3 is for the file group, and the next one 3 is any other user, that is except for the file group and for the owner, because we have already specified for the owner. So let me just grab one of these. So let me say I want to grab this demo one. So let me just grab this characters. So let me just copy this, and let's go back to our editor, that is text editor, and let's paste down here. So I've already said you that if you see here, this D is for the directory. If it was single dash, it means it was the file, but if it is with D, that means it is a directory. And the next 3 letters or the character is for the owner. And if you see here, it is RWX. So what this RWX means is it is the mode. So you can see here it is read, write, execute. That means owner can read this directory, write to this directory, and execute this directory or manipulate this directory. So owner can do anything inside this directory. If I say something like dash, because if I start with the dash, that means it is a file. And if I say R and dash and X or dash dash, that means it starts with dash, that means it is a file. And this first three character is for the owner. That means owner can only read the file. He cannot write to the file, or he cannot execute that file. So this is the mode. And after these 3, the next 3 is for the file group. So file group can read that file, and they cannot write to that directory basically, and they can execute that directory. So next 3 is for the group, that is other than that of the owner and the file group, which only can read and execute, not can write to that directory. If it was something like let me say write and execute and read dash dash, so that means it is a file where owner can only read the file, file group can read, write, execute to the file, and the other user can only read that file. They cannot write to the file, they cannot execute that file, which is basically the mode of operations over here. So if you want to change this basically the syntax or basically the privilege to that file, so let me just open again the terminal, and if you see in this test.txt, you can see that it is a file because it starts with the dash. RW is basically the privilege for the owner, so they can only read and write, they cannot execute that file. And for the file group, they can only read, and for the other user, they can also only read. If you want to change this privilege of this test.txt to something that everyone can do anything to that file, you have to make use of this chmod command, which will make changes to this privilege of this file system. So let's go back over here and see the syntax first. So we have chmod command, which is going to change that privilege. It will just basically make the changes to the file permission. So next one is the option. So option here is the recursive or a force or a verbose. We have a couple of, we have for the basically which will just suppress most error messages. It will be done forcefully. We have something like the other option like C, which is for the changes. It can be -c, which is for the changes. It can be the version or anything. So first of all, here is the recursive. So this is important. So recursive is going to change the files and directory recursively. And next option here is a force. So this F option will suppress most of the error messages. And the next one is verbose over here, which is the V, which will just output a diagnostic for every file that is being processed, because this is going to give any information that is being processed. So we'll just do this R mode, and we can just assess the permission using this octal mode. So we can also do a symbolic way, but that is very much harder than this. So we'll just see the octal now. So here is the for the owner, which is basically this first 3 character refers to the owner, and the next 3 is for the group, which is your file group. From here to here, it is for the file group, and the next is for the others. So let me just go to the terminal again. I want to grab this permission, so let me just grab copy this permission, and let's go back to here. Now I want to change this permission. So this is file, so we cannot do anything for this file. So next one is for this RWX. So I want to change this RWX to the letter. So if you see here, if you just pass 4 2 1, this is basically for read, write, and execute. So if you add everything over here, if I add 4 5 6 7, so everything is for 7. So let me just give you a real quick example. So if I say chmod, let me make a space first. If I say chmod and I want to give the letter, I want the file to be read by everyone, executed by everyone, and write by everyone. So first 7 refers to the owner. So if you just give 7, that owner is going to read, write, and execute. But if you give something like only 2, if you just give only 2, the owner cannot read. So this is not possible. But if you just give 2, the owner cannot read, he can only write, and he cannot do executions to that file. If you do something like only 4 over here, the owner only can read that file, he cannot write, he cannot execute. So all you have to do is you have to add all of these letters or all of these characters in order to give the permission. If I say 7, then this first 7 is for the owner, and he can read, he can write, he can execute, because 4 plus 2 is 6 and plus 1 is 7. For the second character, it is for the group. So if you want to assign the permission for the group, if you assign something that is character 7, this 7 refers to the group, which indicates that that file group can read that file, write that file, and execute that file. If you do something like only 4, then that group can only read the file, they cannot execute the file, because 2 is for the execution. If you say something like 6, then they can read that file, write that file, but they cannot execute. If you do 7, then they can do everything. So next one is, if you just pass again 7, that is for the other user, which is not belongs to owner and the file group, and they can also read that file, write that file, and execute that file. After that, you can simply pass here text.txt or any file name over here or any directory name. So this is the way. So if you want to change the file name, which is for this test.txt, all you need to do is use this command. So let me just copy this, which refers that we are doing these changes to the file recursive mode, in the recursive mode, and 7 means this file can be read and write and execute by the owner. Another 7 means this can be read and write and execute by the file group, and only 4 means it can be only read by other user, they cannot write and execute. So let me just copy this and go to the terminal, and you'll simply see here that is in the recursive mode 774 was for that permission, and give the test.txt. It is test.txt, which is your file name which you want to give the permission. So if I just hit enter, now if I say lsl, it should be lsela, then you can see now permission has been changed. So you can see it was something that is with the white over here, now it has turned to the green, and you can see the permission now has been changed like here. So it can be read, write, execute by the owner, it can be read, write, execute by the, let me just make bigger. So it can be read, write, execute by the owner, it can also be read, write, execute by the file group, but it can only be read by other person, that is not owner and the file group, which was assigned the number, which was basically assigned by this number, which is 774 over here. So first character is for the owner, second is for the group, and the third one is for the other people or other user that is going to just access this file. So this is the way in order to assign the permission to the file with this mode, read, write, and execute mode. And this is the simple options, like we can use the recursive mode, and mostly we'll use this recursive enforce mode, and use this mode, and that is basically your read, write, execute, which should be assigned with this character way, in this octal way, which is basically assigning by this character. 7 refers that they can read, write, execute, and basically we'll just assign this character to that file name to assign the permission to each of these file names. So this is the way to just use chmod command. In the upcoming lecture, we'll see now the further aspect of the Kali Linux and how to just make use of this command in the hacking. So see you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. Let's learn about some basics of networking in this lecture. So first of all, you can see we have these 4 modules that is available in this network, and basically we have this client and server, so they communicate with each other so that we get the services like email and a web page. So there is this browser, which is the client, it make requests to the server which is connected to the network, and it will just get the response as a page to the client web addresses, or basically to the client web browser. So this is the first module, and the next one is very important, and it is IP addresses and the MAC addresses. It is how the device on the network can be found. So if you want to send any information, it is done with these 2 modules, and it is IP addresses and MAC addresses. And particularly MAC address is the logical address in which the device can be found on the network. So based on these MAC addresses, we'll just find the particular machine. So what we can see is the MAC addresses is only the particle, or basically it is only the way so that anyone who is doing illegal work network can be traced out. So if you want the anonymity, you have to try hard not to just get a leak of these MAC addresses and even the IP addresses. We'll see that in the lecture where we cover how to remain the anonymous in Kali Linux. And you can see the third building block, and it is about the network hubs, switches and the cable. And you know that is we have these connections in order to support the networking, and it is a hardware building block of any network. And the next one is a router and a firewall, and it is about to organize and control the flow of a traffic on the network. So this router will just get the information, and based on that information it will just control the flow of a traffic on the network. So now let's see how we can get the IP addresses and MAC addresses with the Windows. So first of all, let me open this command prompt, and if I just type ipconfig and if I hit enter, you are getting these connections of Wi-Fi, and it is with the LAN adapter. And you can see the two addresses over here. One is IP addresses, which is the IP addresses of this machine, and the next one is your MAC address. So this MAC address is different on different computer. So you will have different MAC addresses and IP addresses, and based on these MAC addresses, the information will be given to the particular computer correctly. And you can see the gateway right here. So the first subnet of any IP addresses will be the gateway. So you can see that we have the same network, and the first subnet is your gateway, which is default gateway. So you can get this information with the help of ipconfig in the window. Let's see on the Linux. So I have here the Kali Linux, and I'll just say ifconfig, and if I hit enter, then you could see right here we have the ether as in MAC addresses, and the IP addresses is not here because we have not activated any device over here. So we'll see that in the upcoming lecture, but it is the way to see the IP addresses and the MAC addresses in the Linux machine. So back to here, so you can see that we have this data frame containing the header and the data. So data is basically the actual information in the bits, and header is what we contain of these MAC addresses. So we can clearly see that this header is composed of these MAC addresses, which means it has source MAC address and destination MAC address. That means with the header information, you will deliver the information correctly to the particular machine. That means this MAC addresses is a logical addresses which determines where this data should be sent. So you could see that we have this simplified ether data frame. So data frame is composition of the header which contains of this MAC addresses and other information with this data that need to be sent. So you can see our modules are made up of these four informations, and that is client and server, which are the two physical machine that are going to do the connection or the communication, and one will just do the request, another will just give the response. The next one is the IP addresses and MAC addresses. This will determine where the data or information should be sent within the network, and you can see the switch and cables, which is going to build us a network. And next one is a router and firewall. They will organize and control the flow of traffic within the network. So let's go down and let's see this page over here which shows this diagram, and this diagram is very important diagram. So let's assume that we have this public network and the private network. So in the private network, the first gateway will be your gateway, default gateway, or first subnet of your network will be the default gateway. So over here we have this machine that is connected to Wi-Fi network, and each of these have these IP addresses. So this .1 refers to these IP addresses and last subnet over here, and you could see that this is going to deliver the information to the computer. So to send an IP packet to the network device, the sender or this router needs to know the IP address of the destination device. So if they don't know the destination device IP address, it is not going to send any information. So the IP address will be used to get the data packet to the final network segment. So in order to deliver the packet to the final destination, the MAC addresses of a destination computer must be also known. So the protocol should be used, and that protocol is ARP protocol, which stands for Address Resolution Protocol. So it is used as an Ethernet broadcast to query the nodes on the network. So query will be something like which node or which of these devices has the IP addresses or a destination IP addresses, and they will say send me that MAC addresses. So that will be the information that is done with the ARP request. So ARP request is done so as to get the MAC addresses, so that information will be sent correctly to that machine. So in order to see that all the node will see that query, that is the query that is done with the ARP request, but only the node or only the computer with that destination IP addresses replies. Other all will ignore that message, and only the machine that has the particular MAC addresses will reply, and in that way there will be the communication. One will send that ARP response, and there will be complete communication with this ARP protocol. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we're going to talk about the way in order to gather the information before beginning to attack or before beginning to pen test any applications or any client. So first of all, what is information gathering? So information gathering is a technique that will help you to explore about the clients. So we'll get the MAC addresses, we'll get the IP addresses, we'll get the ports that is opened in the client side, we'll get the information of the operating system, we'll get all the information that is about the open port and basically the attacks that can be valid on the client. Because if you even know the operating system that the client is using, you can just get rid of all of these payload that is not available on that operating system. Because if you just see that if I made the attacks on the computer that is not discovered yet, that means I have to make the whole lot of payload. I have to make for the Mac, I have to make for the Linux, and I have to make for the Windows, and I have to try one by one. But if I know directly that the OS is Windows, I can just get rid of all of these payload that is not required in the case of Windows. So that can be important information. And second information is about the IP addresses. So if you are in the same network, you can get easily the IP addresses that is connected to the network, so you can just get the information directly. You can work with the man in the middle attack, you can just DNS spoof, you can just inject some of the keylogger, you can just make a B framework that is to exploit the browser on the client, that is to gain access of Firefox on the client side or any browser on the client side from the DNS or ARP spoofing. So these are the techniques, and this is a very important topic because information gathering is not about only the IP addresses and MAC addresses. It will also give the information about the ports that is open. So in this lecture, we are not going to code or do anything. The coding section will be in the later part of this course, where we'll just learn how to make this Nmap scanner, port scanner with the help of Python programming language, and that will be very interesting because we are going to make whole Nmap scanner with the help of Python. But in this lecture, we are going to learn about this tool that is given with the Kali Linux. So there are a couple of tools. You can also see the Net Discover, you can see the Auto Scan. Auto Scan is a third-party library. It doesn't come pre-installed with the Kali Linux. You have to download first Auto Scan and you have to use it. And the third one is Nmap, which is very popular. So let's see these of this tool, and this will be all about this lecture. So before that, just make sure you know about the information gathering and what we can get from the client is very important before hacking to the client, because we have to gain information about not only the user, we have to get information about the machine that user is using. So that will be very important in the first step you should take while hacking any computer. So first of all, what you need to do is, I'll just go to the terminal, and we are going to use the first and very easy method to discover the IP addresses and the MAC addresses that is connected to this network. So that is the critical information that you can gather by the Net Discover. So if you just see, if I only get the information about the clients that are connected to my network, I can inject the keylogger, I can do multiple tasks using the man in the middle framework and plugin that is given by the man in the middle. So it is also important to know about the clients that is connected on the same network. So that is done by this Net Discover. So it is the way to use it. If you want the help, you'll just type help over here and you will get all the information about this Net Discover. You can see we can just put this I to just show that which network interface it is, and after that you can see over here, and basically we have here that is R for the range, and this is to scan on the entire network. So if I want to scan on this particular network, I have to get the IP config, and basically we'll just give the range so that entire range will be covered, and any client that is connected to the particular network will be discovered by this Net Discover. So let's see now. We have seen the help and the two parameter, and the important parameter over here is I and another is R. So I is for your network interface, R is for your range. So let's use this. Okay, what I'm doing, it is Net Discover, and after that I'll just put I to specify the interface. In my case it is 000. You can also check over here. If I just create the new window, if config, and you can see we have this interface 000. You can also use this Ethio0 interface, which is the connectivity that is given by the actual network on your computer. So after that you can see that we have this Net Discover. So next thing is for the range. So I want to discover that is the client connected to this network. That means I have to first give this a subnet, which is 192.168.1.1, and after that if you want to cover that is from this port to maybe 254 more subnet, you have to give this range, which is /24. So this will cover everything that is connected to your network. So if I just hit enter, it is going to give us IP information, it is going to give us the MAC address and the length and the MAC vendor, or basically this is the MAC address vendor. So this is the company which is showing that this product is of Racecom and something like that. So we can clearly see over here, we have just discovered some of the networks which is giving us the IP addresses, MAC addresses, and this is very useful information. If you just gather this, even the IP addresses, it is going to be one of the information and a critical information for your man in the middle attack. So after you just grab that IP addresses, you will inject some code, or you can also inject some payload directly to that IP address, and you will execute that payload and make the complete access to the client computer through the reverse shell. You can also put some update information or fake update information to the client by the man in the middle attack, and you can also get the access to the client from that reverse shell. So we'll just cover this reverse shell, or basically the way to connect to the client, in the upcoming lecture. But for now, you can see that we have gathered some information about the IP addresses and the MAC addresses. So we'll see how to use them in the next lecture. But for now, you can see that this is the one tool which is NetDiscover, and we're going to code this whole NetDiscover, or basically Nmap, whole Nmap scanner, port scanner application through our Python code, and we'll just do that from scratch. So we'll see how this work and how we can make use of the Python modules and packages to make this complete application that is available in the Kali Linux. So you could wonder that if there is already application, why we are making it. So here the important part is, if you make by yourself, then it has more chances that it is not detected by the antiviruses. So it doesn't count in the case of the scanner, but it counts in the case of the payload. So if you make your own payload, if you make your own viruses, if you make your own backdoor, if you make your own maybe the malware, then it has less chance to be detected by the antiviruses. Instead of making the payload from this Kali tool, maybe using some frameworks like the Whale framework or Eagle framework and something like that. So instead of using that, you can just make use of your own Python code, your own auto-hit code, your own scripting code, so that you can bypass as much as antiviruses you can and make your code and payload much more effective. So you can clearly see that we have this application which is showing us the IP addresses and the MAC addresses. So the next and important application that we are going to do here is the Nmap. So it is very powerful application, and it has so much range to scan. And basically what happens is, we have the varieties of scanning process that is inside the Nmap, and we are going to code that each of the features of the Nmap with our Python code in the later section, and I have already studied with that. So let's search for Nmap, and you can see there is a GenMap. So first of all, let's search for this GenMap. So this is the application that is going to scan us every information of the client that is connected to the computer, same as NetDiscover, but this GenMap is much more advanced than NetDiscover. So you can clearly see the GUI interface. So what you need to do is simply pass here the target. So I want to discover again, that is the same client that is connected to my network, and in order to check for every client, you just give this /24 to cover every subnets of this network. And after that, you can see the command right here. So it has created this command automatically. If you just put the target over here, and here is a profile. So it has so much of profile. You can clearly see over here, you have a ping scan which is similar to that of NetDiscover. It only gives the information about the MAC addresses and the vendor. It would give information about the IP. And here is intense scan, which is much more powerful. You can also see this quick scan, which is also powerful scan. So first of all, let's see for this ping scan. You can see this scan button right next to it. So let me press here, and you can clearly see that we just got our result within a second, and it is because ping scan doesn't take any much time, and it is faster than NetDiscover. You can see we have the 3 clients that is connected. One is our network interface, or basically our router. And after that, you can see here information. One is desktop and everything over here. And the next scan is, I want to check, is a quick scan, and let me just scan it. And it will take obviously the more time than the ping scan, because it is going to discover more information than that of ping scan. And this is very powerful scan. So here you can clearly see we got whole lot of information. So it is giving what vendor it is, MAC addresses in more detail, and it is giving us this port that is opened in this machine. That means we can now search for the vulnerabilities on these services online, and we can just make that is the connection with an expose type application, or you can also use the metasploit to just crack that vulnerabilities and get passed to this network. So you can clearly see we just gather so much information from here. You can see in here that is the open ports that is available on this machine. So this is a quick scan. So let's go for this intense scan and let's see what this will discover. And it is going for now nmap scan first, and it has been discovering open port, and you'll see it has shown for every host that it has tried. So for the host that is not available, it is showing host down, and the host that is available, it is showing host up. So after that, you can clearly see we are scanning the 3 hosts. It is still trying, so it is initializing the OS detection. That means it will search which OS these clients are using, and you can clearly see this information are very critical. It can be or basically it has discovered some open port on our gateway, and you can see here some information. It is running, so it is still scanning for the 2 hosts, and basically it is trying to gather some information about the operating system. So let's wait for some moment. So it is taking more time than we expected, but it is going deep in order to get every information that it can uncover from the clients that is connected to our network. So you could wonder that why this information are so useful. So these clients are basically the computer that is connected to your network. So first thing, what you can do with the IP is you can just be man in the middle. That means you can work as a router for the client, and you just say that I'm a router to that client or to your window machine or to the machine that you want to hack. So that means every packet that is sent from the client is passed through you or through Kali machine, and every responses that the router give to the client is also from us. That means we can just get every information that is passed to the client. So if the client sends some information related to Facebook account, if they pass the credentials of the Facebook, that is passed through us. So you can get the HTML information, you can just parse that information, you can take information from the get and a post method, and it can be also done by the Wireshark, and we'll learn about the Wireshark and why it is so useful for the hacker in the next upcoming lecture. But you can see now it is still just doing the processes, and now we have got finally the information. And this is very important information. You can write, or you can see right here, it is giving enough information that what version or what engine it is working on the web server. So it has cracked every information that it can done, and you can clearly see some of these desktop information can be critical information to get more about the ports and the vulnerabilities that is on the client, and we'll see how to just crack that in the upcoming lecture. So this will be wrap for this lecture. So before wrapping, this is the nmap or a genmap, and this is the whole lot of application. This is very broad application, and we are going to code this. We are going to code the ping scan, we are going to scan for the intense scan and for the quick scan, and this will be covered while we just make the Python code, and this will be very interesting lecture there. So this will be wrap for now, and I think you have got the information about the information gathering. Which information will be important is based on the client. So if you want to hack through social engineering toolkit, then this information won't be too critical. But if you want to hack, or if you want to get the vulnerabilities on the machine directly, then this information is must. So this will be wrap for this lecture. See you in the next one. So until this moment, we have covered all the basics that is important for us in the case of networking. But you could wonder why we need this type of information to gather in order to work with the client or in order to hack the client. So basically what happens is the most of the attacks that is available in the Kali Linux is when you enter into the network. So if the client and your machine, which in this case it is obviously the Kali Linux, so if these two machines are in the same network, then the hacking would be so much easier, because there is so many interface, so many applications that is available to attack the client if you are in the same network. So first of all, you have to gather the information about the network that the client is connected to, and after that you can just sniff the packet and you can just track that packet, you can analyze that packet and get all the information, and basically you can also hack the client from the backdoor if you get enough information. So we have already seen how to gather the information and all this stuff in the previous lecture, but now in this lecture we are going to talk about the interfaces that is available, and the first one is the manage mode and another is the monitor mode. So we have talked about the MAC addresses, isn't it? So we learned how this MAC addresses is so much powerful tool to get the packet delivered to the right position. So the packet usually have these two headers in the form of source MAC addresses and destination MAC addresses, which determines that the source is basically the machine, or the basically it is the source which generates that information, and the destination is who receives that packet. So there is these addresses which is basically the MAC addresses, and these are dedicated so that the packet determines or packet is reached to the actual position and the packet is not lost. So that is the importance of MAC addresses we saw in the previous lecture. But if you want to track the packets and if you want to get all the packet information that is inside that network, it is not possible by the default mode, because we have learned that in the default mode of wireless configuration, only the packet that has the destination MAC is only getting that access to that packet. But in this Kali Linux, we want that access to the packet that is not only reaching to the Kali Linux, but we want the packet that is also going to another client, or basically we want to get the packet that is also sent to maybe the client machine or hacker machine, or basically hacker machine is this Kali Linux. So obviously we are getting the packet that is reached to the Kali Linux, but not only that, we want to get the packet that is reaching to the client side, or that is reaching to Windows machine, or the machine that is going to be victim. So we want to get every information of the packet that is reaching to the client machine. So let's see how we can do that. So first of all, what you need to do is open the terminal, and here if I say iwconfig, you are going to get the information about the interfaces you have connected. So I have this WLAN 0, which is wireless network adapter I have connected, and you could see here that the mode is manage mode. So there is a two type of mode. So one mode is a manage mode and another is a monitor mode. So this manage mode is a default configuration. That means the packet that is sent only to the Kali Linux is only can be, or it is only responsible to send the packet only to the Kali Linux. So we cannot monitor, basically we cannot get SS, or basically we cannot get any information regarding to the packet that is sent to the another machine. We are only getting the packet that is sent to this machine or to the Kali Linux. But if I want to snip the packet that is sent in this window machine, then it is not possible, because we are in this manage mode, and the manage mode is a default mode. It is not going to do anything about the information that is sent to the another machine. So first of all, if you want the information that is sent to this machine, which is this window machine, you have to first connect to the same network, because in this case we are going to snip the packet, and that is the main reason that we want to get the information about the network. So in order to get information, or in order to hack the network, we'll just talk about some of the ways in the later lectures, but for now let's talk about these two modes. So first of all, you could see we have the manage mode, and it is a default mode. We are not getting any information of the packet that is sent to another machine on the same network. We are getting only the information that is sent to this Kali machine. So that is the manage mode. So another mode is a very important mode, and that is a monitor mode. So what happens in a monitor mode is we are now able to get any information that is of the packet which is sent to other client, or basically to other computer that is connected to the same network. So that is a monitor mode. So you have to change this mode to the monitor mode if you want to get the information of a packet that is sent across the Wi-Fi range, or basically not only this window machine, not only this window, if any other devices, maybe the mobile devices is connected to the network that is to the same network, it will also capture that information that is sent from that mobile network, or that is received by that mobile. So in order to change, we have this application here, it's earmode.ng. So this is going to change our manage mode to the monitor mode. So this is the application. So first of all, let me just enter earmode.ng, and let me just hit enter. And you are going to get the information about the interface over here and the chipset. So this is my USB connection, and you could see the driver over here. Interface is WLAN 0, and it is manage mode. It has not been changed to the monitor mode. So you can see the information right here. So if you want to change now from this manage mode to our monitor mode, which is able to capture all the information, and I have told already the importance of the monitor mode. So now if you want to change it, you first type ermon-ng, it is the application, and after that we'll just say start WLAN 0. So this is our interface WLAN 0, and if I hit enter, it is going to kill the network manager, DHCP client, and everything. So these are the application or a process that is going to give us the internet connection. So now you could see clearly we are now in the manage mode, or basically we have changed from the manage mode to the monitor mode over here, and it is normal to get cut off from the network access. So if I just run the Firefox, then let me say I want to go to maybe YouTube, then you could see I'm getting this internet access, but it is not from this WLAN 0, it is from the another interface. And in this case, if I say I have config, then you'll see we don't have any connection from this WLAN 0 mode, which is my monitor mode. We are getting this internet connection from this Ethio 0. So you will have the internet connection, but it is not from now network interfaces, because our network interfaces is down. So that is importance of this part. So next thing what you need to know is, if you want to get any information that is sent over this Wi-Fi range, you have to be in this monitor mode, and after you get into the monitor mode, you will get cut off from the internet connection. But if you have any other interface that is active, you will obviously get that internet connection like we see in our lecture. So next thing what you need to do is, if I now say that is IW config, and this is going to give information about these interfaces, and I'll just say WLAN 0 mon. So in your case, this monitor mode can have the different name. In your case, it can be something like mon 0. So this can be also the next monitor mode. So what you need to do is simply type ifconfig and see what this WLAN 0 is changed to. So in my case, it is WLAN 0 mon. It can be mon 0 for your case, like this. And if it is also the WLAN 0 mon, then you will see that if I hit enter, now you could clearly see our mode has been changed from the manage mode to the monitor mode. Now we can get information of all the packet that is not only sent to us, but it is also sent, or basically the packet that is sent to this machine or any machine that is connected to this network or to this IP host or IP range or Wi-Fi range, whatever you call. So the mode to change from the manage mode is by using this ermon-ng application. We'll see also the next technique in the upcoming lecture, but it is the simple and most effective way to change from the default mode of manage mode to the monitor mode. And this will be wrap for this lecture. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. So in the previous lecture, we saw how we can just get from the manage mode to this monitor mode using this old method of ermon-ng. So what you need to do now is, after you start that ermon-ng, you can also stop it using ermon-ng stop. And in this case, we don't have WLAN 0 as interface, because you could clearly see we have WLAN 0 mon. So if I hit enter, and now our interface is back to normal, you can simply say IW config or IW config WLAN 0, and you could see now we are back to our manage mode. Now you can get access to your internet connection, but we are again to the manage mode. So manage mode is the default mode, and it is not going to sniff any packet that is across the Wi-Fi range. It is only going to trace the packet that is only sent to this machine. So now let's talk about another effective method to convert from this manage mode to our monitor mode. So let's talk about that, and it is the very effective way to do that. So I have already shown you. Now we are in this manage mode, which is the default mode. Now let's convert it. So first of all, as always, in order to just convert from the manage mode to the mode, which is the monitor mode, you have to first make your WLAN 0 down. That means we have to just make cutoff of that network interface. So if you want to convert maybe the MAC addresses, or if you want to convert from this mode to another mode, you have to first get away from your internet connection. That is by cut-offing your, or basically we'll just remove that network interface first. So if I hit enter, now if I just wait for a moment, if I just say ifconfig, you'll see that we don't have now interface, which is WLAN 0, because we can clearly see we use this method to remove our interface. Now we have to change to the monitor mode. So if you want to change to the monitor mode, you can do with this command, and I want WLAN 0 and the mode will be monitor mode. So we'll just change this to the monitor mode. So this is the command. So if I hit enter, and now it is saying I have config unknown host, because this is not the command. So command is IW config. IW config is required to change to the monitor mode. So this is the command. So mode is monitor, and let's hit enter. Now our mode will be changed. So we have to make back, that is our network interface or network card, back to up. So I'll just say ifconfig wlan 0 up is the command, and if I hit enter, now our wlan 0 is up and running. So if you want to see if we have changed our interface to the monitor mode, or basically if I change to the monitor mode, what you need to do is iwconfig wlan 0. This is going to give the information now that the mode has been changed from that manage mode to the monitor mode using this. So first of all, we made use of this command which will just remove our wlan 0 interface. Next is using this iwconfig command to change the mode to the monitor mode. We make back that is network interface by this command, and after that we can see that now wlan 0 is in monitor mode. So if you want to change, or basically if you want to get the information of the network that is connected to that network range, or basically if you want the information of the client that is connected to that network, you will do that with this edureka png application, and this is the application that will show you all the information of the client. Now in the previous case, in this case which was done in the previous lecture, we just used this earmon-ng, and this earmon-ng was the application that is going to give us the monitor mode, but the name, you could clearly see the name was changed from wlan 0 to this is wlan 0 mon. But in this case we didn't change the name, so name is wlan 0 only. We didn't change something like wlan 0 mon, we just kept that same name which is wlan 0. So if you just change that is the name, or basically if you change the mode from the manage mode to the monitor mode using this method which is earmon-ng method, you have to first type here wlan 0 mon, because that will be the interface. But in this case we didn't change the name, that is the name, while changing from manage to monitor. We just kept that is same name. That means if you want to use the edureka by this example, then you have to put only wlan 0, not mon. But if you use the method that we did in the previous lecture using the earmon-ng, you have to pass here wlan 0 mon. So now we'll just use edureka and wlan 0 because we want to see all the client that is connected to the network. If I hit enter, then you will now get the information of the packets, or basically it will see. So it is just connecting, so it hasn't shown any till now. So let's wait for a moment. Maybe my connection is out of here. So let me pause for a moment and get back to my connection again one more time and show you what is the BSS ID, that is the MAC addresses and the stations and everything information. So so now let's test all the network that is connected. So I'm back with my interfaces, that is wlan 0. Again it is in the manage mode. You can do either of the process, that is by doing down and up and again configuring. So that is long method. I'll just use earmon-ng, and either of these will work. So first of all, what you need to do is earmon-ng start wlan 0. We have seen in the previous lecture. Now our card will be down, and now the interface is wlan 0 mon. So in your case it can be mon 0. And now what you need to do next is we have to use edureka, because now if I see the configuration, then you'll see it is in the monitor mode. So we can just crack or trace every packet that is going from this from basically the gateway. So edureka png, and the interface name here is wlan 0 mon. So if I hit enter, now you could see every information of the client basically that is connected to this network, or basically you will get this is not the client, but it is getting us the information about the network. So what did I tell? So it is only getting the information about the network that is available, because this edureka png is going to get every Wi-Fi range that is near your devices, and it is going to give us about the information of this gateway, or basically about the information of the network. So these are all the network that is available in my area. So in your area it can be more or less, but we have this network that is to be hacked. In the next lecture we'll see how we can just get access to this network using the method to hack, and basically we'll see how we can trace, or how we can just get the information of the key, that is this WPA key, and how we can get into that system in the next lecture. So see you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. Now we'll see how to crack WPA key of any network. So first of all, I have already told you, in order to get all the packet that is sent across the Wi-Fi range, you have to first get your Wi-Fi card into the managed, or basically from the managed to the monitor mode. So let's check our configuration, and in my case it is on the monitor mode, and if you are in the manage mode, first convert into the monitor mode, and we saw how to do that with the two processes in the previous lecture, and hope you have just got through that lecture. And first of all, let's convert that manage mode to the monitor mode, otherwise this is not going to work. So now let's see what are the connections, that is what are the range of Wi-Fi we have over here. So I'll just say arrow dump png, and I want every Wi-Fi that is near my devices, and in that case it is WLAN 0 mode, the interface which is in the manage mode or monitor mode. So let's see. Okay, these are all the connections that we have here, and now let's see, we want to attack this network which is my network, and don't attack any other network which you don't have any permissions. So after giving that disclaimer, let's go and see how we can just crack this password of this network. So first of all, let me just close this one, and you could see that instead of this network, you have this network that is sending so much of data. That means there is so much of active clients that is connected to this network. So let's see how we can first, let me just close this connection. And if you have any connection that is having the WEP or WPS enabled, you have so many of applications in the Kali Linux. You can just open the application list, hover to this number 6 saying wireless attack, and you have this bunch of applications. So my personal favorite over here is the Fun Wi-Fi Cracker and the River. So if you want the GUI interface, open this Fun Wi-Fi Cracker. If you want the terminal, then you can go with another Wi-Fi or a River. So you could see that this is the application, and it has shown that there is a new version available. So I don't want. So let's click the interface. So the interface is WLAN 0, and wait for a moment, and it is giving some tips that we don't want. Scan for the SS point, that is scan for the Wi-Fi range, and let's wait for some moment. And it has shown that it has been active, and it has cracked that there is 7 WPA based Wi-Fi network, or 10. So it had got the 11 or maybe the 11. So if I go to my network, you could see that it supports WS. It is encryption with the WPA, and basically what happens is with this Fun Wi-Fi Cracker, it will just inject its own word list and try to crack that network. So if I say Wi-Fi attack, then it is selecting, it is just saying select a word list. So next thing what you can do is make your own word list with the Crunch application. We'll see that in the next minute, but you can just make your own word list and use this GUI interface to crack any WPA. But we are not going to do with this because this is an easier process and anyone can do this. So what our aim is to make use of arrow dump png, and the way that network layer works is basically we have to deauth some of the clients so as to get the handshake. So basically we are using that is a handshake protocol to send the packet, and basically we'll just acknowledge that packet, and we'll just use the word list to crack this WPA. So you can do with this Fun Wi-Fi Cracker too. So this is also one process. I have shown how to do it. Just browse here, get your dictionary file that can be made with the Crunch application, and just attack that Wi-Fi. So this is the first process. Let's go to the another application. So over here we have this river. So let's open that again, and we have this river. So this river has this example right here. So this is very important module, and I'll just say river, and the interface should be the monitor mode. So I have already shown you the monitor mode is WLAN 0 mode in our case, and B is for BSSID, which is the MAC address of this machine or of your gateway. So I want to attack this, so I'll just use this BSSID. I'll just paste it right here, and we have this argument that is dash dash v. So this double V is for verbose attack. That means it will just get everything that is available. So you can see this V stands for verbose and displays non-critical warning. So we are just forcing to just crack this key of this network. So if you just hit enter now, then it is going to do its tasks. It is going to just receive the beacon, and it is doing everything that is needed to crack the network. So you could see the vendor information, and it will just start its cracking with every key that it has. So let me just close this. I don't want to do with this process also. So let's go to the last application that we have here, and it is this Wi-Fi. So it is right here. So this is the similar to that of river. It will also open in the terminal. You can see all the application. It is also saying the verbose. You have to give the client only check, and you can use this WPS in order to show the WPS enabled network only. So you can just crack WPS enabled network with this Wi-Fi. So it is very easier process. You can do similar with this Wi-Fi too. So now let's use our arrow dump png in order to crack that WPA network. So first of all, as always, we'll just get this network information, and you will see that all the information having this channel and which is active or something like that, and you could see the name right here. So make sure which network you want to attack. So after that, I'll just make use of this arrow dump png now, which is the application, and after that we have this BSSID. So this is to just input that BSSID. So just use that BSSID which you want to attack. So in my case it is right here. I'll just copy it and I'll just paste it down here. So this is the BSS ID, and next one is channel. So if you want to just put C, it should be done with this single dash, but if you want to include whole of this channel name, then you will just include with this double dash dash. So if the argument is only one character, go with single dash. If you want to include whole name, go with the double dash. Now let's see the channel. So you could see channel right here, it is 6th. So let's put 6 here. So after that, you have to capture the handshake and pass to some file. So I'll just say write, and write is basically to write that handshake. And I'll just say I want to write and give the name to that as a demo handshake. So this is our demo handshake file, and the interface here is wlan0 mon. So you could see we're using this arrow.png as a tool, and BSS ID is basically the argument which refers to this network. Channel is 6, and write is basically to write the handshake that we get from here. So what happens is basically this command will send the handshake packet. So just remember, handshake is something like you are connecting to the network. So you are sending some packet from this arrow.png to the network, and every time that the client that is connected to the network, so there will be some client, otherwise if there is no client on that network connected to that network, then this is not going to work. So at least there should be one client that is connected to network, because in that case, if the network is basically if the network is empty, that means we don't have any handshake. So if this process has to work, there should be at least one client that should be connected to that network. And after that it's connected, or basically after maybe a time comes that there will be disconnection of that client from that network, and we'll just send this handshake packet so as to give that is a connection. So what happens is every time the client needs to connect to the network, we'll just send this handshake packet, and there will be handshake communication between that network and our network, or with this arrow.png, and we'll just capture that handshake and we'll use the word list to see what the password is. So basically with this command, what we are saying is just give the handshake to the client, or basically to the network, and every time that client to connect to that network will just get handshake acknowledge packet, and you'll use that in the form of this demo handshake, which we just give here as a name, and we'll crack with another application. So let's see, if I hit enter, then it is going to do its tasks. But if you see, we didn't have any that handshake package over here. So if there was handshake between the client and this machine, it should have give information like something that is WPA handshake information right here, but there is nothing information right here. And you could see the BSS ID, which is the network, and the client. So that means there is two client that is connected to this network. So you could clearly see we have these two client that is connected. That means this is possible, we can crack, because there is at least one client. But now we have to wait until this client try to reconnect to that network, which is nearly, it will just take so much time if you need to do with this process, because we don't even think when we need to reconnect, because if maybe due to some conditions the client may reconnect, but we have to wait till that moment. We have to wait till that moment when we just get the reconnection from the client to that network. So we have to wait if you want to handshake with this process. But we have the next process, which is basically what we'll do is we'll use some time to de-auth that client from that network. So we'll just make a complete disconnection of that network to the client, and after some second maybe, and they will just try to reconnect, and we'll just get that handshake, and we'll see that now. So first of all, we have to de-auth. So let me just open the new terminal, because we can't do over here. This is going to do its tasks, and now we have to de-auth. So de-auth is basically same as that we have to disconnect the device for some time from the network. So we'll use any of these devices that is here, the client or a station, and we'll just de-auth for some time, and basically we'll just get the handshake. So let's use that, and we have some command to do that, and let's see how we can do this. So there is airplay ng, and this is very powerful tool, and with this it is airplay. And now we have to use this de-auth command. So this de-auth is going to disconnect your network, or basically disconnect any station right here for some time. So let me see, I want this to be disconnected from some time. So let's copy this, because this is the station. And now before that you have to, okay, let me open it. So in this de-auth, you have to first give some time. So in this case, I want 4 seconds, maybe 5 seconds. So it's up to you. So I want to de-auth for 4 seconds, and A is for this BSS ID, and let me just copy this first. So if I just copy this and paste it right here, and after the BSS ID, I want the client. So client is with this C argument, and let's use any of these clients. So I want this client. So let's copy this, Okay, any of the client, you can just capture any of the client, it's up to you. So we are just basically saying that the auth from this network, so you can just take any of these client. So after that you have to give the interface which is in this monitor mode. So this is the command to the auth any of the client from this network. So you first use this airplay ng, and this is very powerful tool because we have to crack the handshake from the word list using this same application which is airplay ng. And this airplay ng has this argument which is the auth, which is with the some time, that is the 4 second. We have just given a 4 second, and after 4 second the client will try to reconnect, and in that case we'll just capture that handshake. So let me just hit enter, and it is sending everything that it says, and let's wait for some time. You could now clearly see right away we have this handshake. It is saying that we have this WPA handshake right here. That means we are able to capture the WPA handshake. We just deauth this client from the network, and we just get that handshake. Now what you need to do is create a word list. So first process is sending a packet, which is handshake packet from the airplay ng, or basically aerodom. It is aerodom what we just did here. So first we use aerodom to send that handshake. Second is we just deauth some of the client, or basically we disconnected for the client for some time, which we did in this case. So next, third case is to create the word list and use this handshake against that word list to crack the number, or to crack the key or the password of that WPA based network. So let's see how we can do that. So I'll just open the new terminal one more time. Now you can also use with this. So I'll just use new one, and over here what you need to do is use the cronch application. So cronch application is the application that is going to give us the word list. So word list is basically the collection of a digits or a number that this WPA, or basically the network, use. So you could see the application, or basically this network, will have the password. So password can be collection of a digits, collection of special characters, it can be the collection of a number, or everything. It can be the collection of alphabets. So we have to create that using this crunch. So I'll just say crunch, and after that you have to give the minimum number of the word. So I'll just say I want from 4 to 6 characters, because it is a usually standard case. You will have the application having these 6, or maybe the 6 to maybe 10. So this can be the standard, but I'll just make a simple word list because it can be, if you use that, it can be the size of 1 GB. So I don't want that because we are just using this as a sample case. You can also download this crunch application, or basically instead of just making use of crunch application, you can download the word list from the online. So you can go to some browser and search for crunch word list. It will just give you the bunch of a word list that can have the variety of sizes. It can be from 1 GB to 10 GB. So you can download that and work against this handshake. And after that, I'm just giving you the sample over here how to use the crunch to just create the word list. So you use the crunch, and 4 is the minimum, 6 is the maximum. After that you have to give the variety you want be included basically in your password. So maybe I want the password from ABCDE. So I want the password from ABCDE. It can be the collection of any digits, and I want that. So next thing what you need to do is where you want to store, that is your output. So we are giving this O to say that it is the output, and I'll just say word list is my output, and if I hit enter, it is going to do its tasks, and it has shown that it has generated, that is the number of line there. You could clearly see the number of line. So if you want to see the information of that file, you'll use the cat and a word list, and if I hit enter, it is the list of a password that it has generated using ABCDE. So you could see we have this bunch of line. So next thing what you need to do is use this against this handshake, and we'll just cover that in the next lecture. But before wrapping that, we have this crunch application, and there is another argument that is available in this crunch application, and that is to just make some patterns. So we'll use that in order to create some patterns that we need. So what I want is I want to use the crunch application, that is the same application, and you could also see over here that it has given some commands. So let me just grab it. So instead of writing by myself, I'll just grab it and I'll just show you what this means. So let me just paste, but I'm not going to run this because you could see it is let me just close this. We don't want because this will be so bunch of application that I'll just have to run for an entire day if you want this crunch of the word list. So let's go over here, let's go. Okay, it was right here. Okay, where is the command? Let's go down. It has already started, so it should be okay. Where is the, okay, it is, where was the command? So I'll just copy one more time, new window, and I want to copy right here, paste right here, and this does not contain, that is, let me just go over here and show you. So what this means is use the crunch. 8 is basically the minimum and 8 is maximum. That means we just want to create the word list that contains only 8 characters, and after that this is the range we want to cover. So we want everything that is included from this A to Z, that means any alphabet, and after that we have this, that is T. So this is very important. So this is the T, that is argument, and you know this O pattern is to just determine where this word list should be. So let me just grab this one and I'll just show you what this means. So let's go right down over here and let me just paste this, and you could see now that this is the T argument, and T argument refers to the pattern. So pattern is basically this, you can see the @ sign over here and 1980s. That means it should end with 1980, the password should end with 1980, and there can be any digit or any number over here. And you could see we have given the 8 characters to be the final password. That means 4 should be always the character, that is always the number 1980s, and after that the 4 can be anything, because we want the 8 digit. You can clearly see we have the 8 digit. And for the pattern, that if you want to do anything over here, then it should be with the @ So @ defines the each character. So it can be A to Z, and this @ also defined, it can be from A to Z, and for this 4 there can be from A to Z, and after that it should end with 1980s. So this is the pattern you can include to your crunch list with this T argument. And the next one is to output, and output is basically to show where this file should be saved. So this will be wrapped in this lecture. We'll just create this word list and work against the WPA handshake to crack the password of this network in the next lecture. See you in the next one. Hello and welcome to this lecture. So let's start revising some of these terms before actually cracking our WPA. And first of all, what we did was we just first of all converted from this manage mode, which was the default mode of this wireless extension, to this monitor mode, because we want every bit of packets that is sent over the Wi-Fi range to be captured, because we want to see all of these basically all of this information of the Wi-Fi range or Wi-Fi. And after that we saw how we can just get the information about this Wi-Fi, and after that we use this arrow dumping ng in order to just capture the handshake, and we just wrote that handshake in this file, which is handshake file. And next thing what we did over here was we just use that dauth of airplay ng in order to just disconnect your client from that network for a certain time, and after they try to reconnect after that 4 seconds, or you can just specify any seconds over there, they will just capture that handshake right over here. And I had shown you before that how we just got this handshake, which is WPA handshake, and we use now this crunch to create the word list, and you use this to create the word list and save over here, which is the word list. So let's start using this word list against that WPA handshake. So first of all, let me just remove everything over here, and let's go over here and let me say ls. You could see that I have, let me zoom in. So this is the handshake that we captured. We had given this name demo handshake, and you could see we have so much of these packets over here. The information, you can also see that we have the CSV, we have all of these, that is the file, but the handshake which we are going to use is this cap file. So now next thing what you need to see is the word list. So we have created this word list. So in order to see the word list, I'll just say cat word list, and you will see that this is the simple word list that we have created. And now I want to just change this word list using this nano and word list, because we don't have the actual password of this word list right here. So I'll just say nano word list, and if I hit enter, then it is going to just open that file. So over here I don't have the actual password, so let's go down over here and let me just include my actual password. So let's go down, and it doesn't matter how much down you are, it is matter of either or not the actual password is inside here. So I'm just using this actual key or a password over here, and let me save this using Ctrl O to save and Ctrl X to exit. Now if I see again this word list, this contains so much of line, and in one line we have the actual password that we just edited. So you could see this is the file, and it contains this information. And where is our actual keyword? That should be right here somewhere. So let's see if we just edited and saved properly or not. That should be somewhere over here. So let's go over here. It was maybe right at the top. Okay, Okay, I didn't see, but there should be somewhere. So let's go down and use this in order to see our password. So the application that you are using is earcrack-ng now to crack against that word list. So I'll just say earcrack-ng, and we have to now use the handshake. So in our case, the handshake is stored in that cap file. So you can also list that. So let me just open the new terminal. And if I say ls, this is going to be our handshake, which is demo1. So let's see demo handshake, and that is o1.cap. So this is our handshake file, and after that you have to just use the word list. So I'll just say word list, and that is word list, because you can see the word list is also in this home directory where we have this demo, which is for the demo handshake. So now you could see this is only the bunch of keyword that we just write here, saying that earcrack-ng is the application, it is the handshake that we want to use, and the word list is w. And w specify that this is a word list. So now if I hit enter, then it is going to give us the information about the keywords, or basically the password. So if I hit enter, now it had tested, and you could see how quick it was, because obviously the word list was small. In the real scenario or on the real world, the word list will be very much heavier than this, so it can be 1 GB or something like that. But here we just made some MB of word list, and it has found this keyword, and this is my actual, that is password. So let me just copy this, go over here, let me first disconnect it, and let me okay, we have to forget this first of all. So I have here, that is a forget option. So I'll just say I want to forget this, and let's go back and make sure we have copied this, or you can simply write over here if this is actual key or not. So it is Sachin101955, and let's see if this connects or not, and it will just say yes, and I'll say, and it has been connected. So that means we have successfully found the key of that WPA against this word list. Obviously the word list contain the actual password. I have inserted it manually, but in real scenario it will be very large, and it will contain some of the word list or word that is not your password. That means it will just process every, and it will just take some time, which is obviously more than this, because it has taken only the 0 second in my case. So this will be wrap for this lecture. I just wanted to show you how we can just crack the WPA instead of the making the word list or cracking the actual password. So I want to show you how we can just deauth some of the client from the network to get the handshake, and basically we can just capture the handshake and work that handshake against the word list to crack our password. So this will be wrap for this lecture. See you in the next one. Let's talk about man in the middle attack. So you can see this picture represents your network, and this private represents that is the within the some area or within some network. So the first gateway or the first subnet will be your default gateway, and this .20 and .21 are the clients that is connected to this network. So to send an IP packet to any network device, the sender needs to know the IP addresses of the destination device. The addresses will be assigned to get the data packet to the final network segment. So in order to deliver the packet to the final destination, the MAC addresses of that destination computer must be known. And there is a protocol known as ARP protocol, which stands for Address Resolution Protocol, which uses an Ethernet broadcast to query the nodes on the network. So basically it will ask something like which node or which computer has the IP addresses, and that will just say send me your IP addresses or send me your MAC addresses if anyone has these IP addresses. And the node that has these certain IP addresses will just respond to that request, and other will simply ignore that. So the connection is between that network client and a server only by the ARP protocol, which is Address Resolution Protocol. So you can see how important it is, the MAC address, to determine the correctness of your information. So basically the information will be delivered back to that client on the basis of that MAC addresses. So the data, the final data frame will look like something this. It will just contain the header and the data. So data is your portion of a data, and there is a header which contains your destination MAC addresses, so as to confirm that this data frame is delivered to that particular computer or to particular node that is connected to network. So let's now see the man in the middle. So we just get the basics about the ARP protocol. Now let's see this man in the middle flow. So this is the normal flow. So client will just request some page and server will just render that. So this is your normal flow, and there is a man in the middle, and this man in the middle is basically a hacker. And basically what happens is, instead of just sending data or sending requests to directly to the server, it will be sent from this hacker machine. So we have already told, in order to send the correct information to the client, or in order to send correct request to the server, it will just see the MAC addresses. So what we'll do is, we'll just change this client MAC addresses to the MAC addresses of this machine. So our machine will be Kali Linux, and we'll just change the Kali Linux MAC addresses to be the client MAC addresses. And so what happens is, now the server will not send directly to client, instead it will send to this. The packet will be sent based on that MAC addresses, so that we have changed the MAC addresses now to of this client to be the MAC addresses of this person. So instead of sending the responses directly to the client, it will send from here, and will also connect now to this client from here. That means the request and responses are from this man in the middle. That means we are now hacker will just trace every packet that is sent and received from the server to the client, and we'll analyze that using the Wireshark. We'll do so much of stuff like using the screenshot or using to inject the keylogger. So that will be done in the upcoming lecture. We'll see all the framework, all the argument that is given with this man in the middle framework. So you can see the clear example of this man in the middle with this picture. So the hacker in here is impersonating both sides of the conversation to gain the access to the funds. So this example holds true for a conversation with the client and a server, as well as person-to-person conversation. In this example, we saw that the attacker intercepts a public key, and with that public key, that can transpose his own credentials to trick the people on either into believing that they are talking to the another securely. So you can clearly see it has sent over your key. That means the man in the middle will send its key, and they will assume that this victim will assume that they are just communicating with each other, but instead they are just going through this man. So at last it will just crack every information of this victim, so that the fund will be into his account and not into his, or basically not into either of these account. It will be only on this man in the middle. So basically it is the interceptor. It will get every information through it. That means it will just get every access to the information that is sent over the network. So this is the man in the middle. We'll see now that how this man in the middle framework works in live action. So that will be covered in the next lecture, and that will be done with the help of Kali Linux. So see you in the next one. We have seen the theory behind the man in the middle in the previous lecture. Now let's see the man in the middle attack in the action. So first of all, you'll just open the terminal, and let me just resize it. Now this man in the middle framework does not come pre-installed on the Kali Linux. That means you have to install it manually. But before that, we have so much of package. We can also do this ARP spoofing. So basically what happens is, we're just spoofing the MAC addresses of the client to our MAC addresses, and we have seen that in the basic section or a theory section how man in the middle work. But you can see this technique is called the ARP spoofing. So you can also do this technique using the ARP spoofing, which is normal technique, and next is using the man in the middle framework. So ARP spoofing can be done without installing any package, but if you want to use man in the middle framework, which contains so much of payload, you can run after you just perform the ARP spoofing. So we'll just see that framework over here, which is the man in the middle framework. So before that, you have to install that. So first of all, let's update all of our sources. So let me say apt-get update. Now this is going to take some time, and obviously I had not updated my sources, so let's give some time. So let me just pause for a moment. Let me just wait for some moment. So let me just pause it over here, and I'll just get back to you after we just update it. So I have already updated. So next thing is to install that package. So it is done with apt-get install. Okay, I just left yen over there. So apt-get install, and the framework is man in the middle framework. So if I hit enter, so make sure that before it you have to just update your package, and it is showing me that man in the middle framework is already the newest version. I have already installed man in the middle framework, but in your case it will just install, it will just upgrade some of the packages, and you will do something that is saying that man in the middle framework has installed on your machine, and you are good to go. So we have already seen how this man in the middle framework works on the theory. Let's see how this works on this Kali machine. So the basic theory over here is we'll just make changes on the client machine MAC addresses. So we're just doing is ARP spoofing. We are just changing the MAC addresses of client to that MAC addresses of Kali machine, so that every packages that is sent or request from that client to the router is done from us, which is from the Kali machine. So let's go over here. So we are just here, and let me just clear here. Now let's use that man in the middle framework, which is this man in the middle framework. And first of all, it is the ARP spoofing. So I'm just saying it is ARP spoof, and the next is gateway. So gateway is first subnet of your network. So let me just open the new terminal, and if I say ifconfig, this is going to give us the information of IP address. So first subnet in this network is gateway, so that means 192.168.1. So I have told you that first subnet, so first subnet is 1. So this is your gateway. So next thing what you need to add is your targets. So I'll just say target. So if you don't add this target, it is going to just ARP spoof on every machine that is connected to the network. So we want that the target should be specific. That means we are only targeting to one machine, and in my case it will be this machine, which is this window machine. So in this window machine I am just doing that is ifconfig, ipconfig, not if, it is ipconfig, and you see this is the IP address of this window machine, which is 192.168.1.14 to 168.1.14. So it is IP address, which is the target. So next thing is the interface, and the interface here is WLAN 0, which is my network card. So now it is the command that we are going to run, which is the IARP spoof command with this man in the middle framework, and we just passed here gateway, which is the first subnet of this network. Next is the target. We want to just target this window machine over here, and the interface is WLAN 0. So let me just hit enter now, and now our man in the middle framework is up and running. Now let's go over here and let me show you that this ether is the MAC addresses of our Kali machine. So you could see right here, if I just press ifconfig, it is going to give us the MAC addresses of this Kali machine. Let's go to our window machine now. So this is my window machine. So what am I going to do in the here is I want to list that is ARP table. So in order to list that, we have this ARPA command, which is for all, and if I hit enter, now it was something before that the MAC addresses was something different, but now if you clearly see in this internet SS, which is our interface, this is showing that the MAC address is right here. So you could see the interface had changed the IP addresses, and it had changed this MAC addresses right here. If you see with this ARP table that the MAC addresses, this MAC addresses is not the original MAC addresses of this Windows, but this MAC address is the MAC address of Kali. So let's go over here and let's see right here, and let me just open the command prompt. Then you could compare, this is the MAC addresses which is right here. So we are successfully changing the MAC addresses which is of this window machine to the MAC addresses of this Kali machine. That means anything that is passed or packet, basically we have already told in the from the previous lecture that packet is sent from the source MAC address to the destination MAC address. So we are now saying that send that packet to us, not directly to the client. We're saying that send that packet to us first. We'll just analyze that packet and we'll just send to the client, because now we're just doing is ARP spoofing. We're changing our MAC addresses of this window to our window, that basically to our Kali machine. That means packet will be sent through us so that we can analyze every packet. So now anything you serve on that window machine will have the information printed right here. Let's see if this works or not. So I'm just using Firefox in my window machine. So first of all, I'll just use the some website. So let's open this, and this is my website. So let's go back to this machine, which is our Kali machine. You could see the information that is printed right here. So it is surfing Trans Nepal, which is obviously correct because I have just searched over here, and this is the information that we just printed. If I say the username, maybe Sachin, and the password is also Sachin, then let's log in, and let's go back to our Kali machine, and let's see if this captures anything. So it has not captured anything, and that is because we are not going anywhere from this site. So if we just redirect to any site, that means it has some problem with this link. So let's test for our next website. So let's test for this website, which is the test website. So if I just search here something like arts, and if I just press go, let's go back to our Kali machine, and you could see now we have this post data right here, and the post data is for this website, and we have searched for the arts, which is perfectly correct because we were searching, we were writing something over there. So let's search for another site. Let's go, or basically we'll just go to the sign up, and let's see here the username. Let me say, okay, Sachin is my username, and I want to give the password also Sachin. And now let's log in this. Then let's go back to our Kali machine, and let's see over here that it has again the post data with this website, and the username is Sachin and the password is also Sachin. So we are successfully capturing the data, but if you see, it is not the website for the HTTPS. It is only for this HTTP. So there is no encryption whatsoever in this website. So let's test this for maybe Google, and let's search for something. Maybe let's say I want to search for cricket or something like that, and go over here, and you could see nothing right here. You won't get anything that is with this HTTPS connection, or basically you can see that is locked icon over here. It is showing us it is a secured connection, and obviously this is the secured connection, and we didn't get any information that is with this HTTPS over here. But we'll see how to just crack this, and we'll just use the SSL strip command and something like that in the upcoming lecture, and we'll just see how man in the middle framework gives us a tool that can be inject on the client and do multiple stuff. So that will be covered in the upcoming lecture. See you in the next one. Hello and welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we'll see how to use the tools that are provided with the man in the middle framework. So first of all, if I just open my terminal and type man in the middle framework and help, then we'll see all of the tools that are available with this man in the middle. You can see we can inject the keylogger, we can just take the screenshot, we can just do something that is screenshot over here, and you can see we can inject the JS URL. So let's see how we can inject the JS URL. We're not going to talk about the beef framework over here, but if I just open the beef, you will see this terminal will be opened, and the beef framework, about the beef framework will be covered in the upcoming lecture where we'll have the complete section. But in this lecture I am going to only show you about how to inject this URL with the help of man in the middle. So it is beef, and the password over here will be also beef. So our beef framework is up and running. So you could see we have this URL over here, which is the script URL. So that means you can use, which is, let me just make this a bit bigger. Then you could see over here we can use this inject method. So we'll inject the URL with the help of this man in the middle. So let's start there. So first of all, as always, we'll start with the man in the middle framework, and let me just clear this first, and I'll just say man in the middle framework, and we are doing ARP spoofing. So it is ARP spoof, and after that I'll just add the gateway as before. So it will be gateway, and here it will be 192.168.1.1, and after that we'll just add the targets. So I want to inject this JS URL to this machine. That means I have to get the machine's that is IP address. So let's get that. So 192.168.1. So the IP address is right here, which is 14. So its IP address, let's make sure that it is 14 IP config, and it is surely a 14. So after that you have to now give the interface, and in this case it is WLAN 0. So after that what I want to do is inject that JS URL. So it is the payload, or basically this is the argument that is going to inject. So I'll just say HTTP, and you could see the URL is right here. So when I just open that beef framework, it is giving us this URL. So this is the URL HTTP, and now it will be IP address of this Kali machine, and after that we'll have this 3000 port, which you can directly see over here, and here we have this hook.js file stored. So what we are doing is we are just injecting this JS code in this target or in this machine, which is our window machine. So instead of IP here, it should be IP address of Kali machine. So let's source, or basically let's get that IP address. I have config, and you could see this is IP address of Kali machine. Let's go over here and let's change this. So it is 192.168.1.12. So if I now run this, then it is going to inject our this. Okay, we have here that is interface, and interface is showing us error because we just missed out here one dash. So let's go and let's add one more dash in this spoof, and let's hit enter. Our man in the middle will be running, and now it is running. So you could see clearly our man in the middle framework is up and running. And if I just go to the browser, then you could see the beef framework is also running. So now let's go to this machine, which is our window machine, and let's solve that IP addresses, or let's go to that IP addresses of Kali machine, which is this 192.168.1.12. let's hit enter, and it is going to give us this welcome to hacker world, and this is basically where we have inject our payload. So now our server is up and running, but before that we have to also inject this URL, which is right here in our script. So let's go the place where our server is up and running. So it should be in this root and in this var www, it is inside this HTML, so you could see the index.html page. So now what I need to do is just give this, basically I want to edit this file. So let's open the terminal here, nano and index.html, and if I hit enter, this is the file, and you could see that we have now injected this source as 192.168.1.11. but now what I want is I'll just remove everything from here. Let's go over here. So instead of, you could see that what you need to do is you'll just capture this URL which is rightly given over here. So let's go back, and where is that terminal? So it is right here. So while opening this beep, you'll just get this terminal and it has this script. So all you need to do is simply copy that and get back to here, and you can just open that terminal where we have this opened here. So we'll just write the IP address now of Kali machine. So the IP address of Kali machine is 192.168.1.12, where we have this port where our hook.js file is stored. So after you put this script in our index.html, you have to save it. Just press Ctrl O to save, just press enter, and Ctrl X to exit. Now our index.html is ready. That means we have now injected this into the file. Now whoever opens that web server, or basically whoever opens that website which is index.html, it is going to inject this hook.js to that URL using this man in the middle framework. So you could clearly see we have now injected this URL to that website, or basically to the website. Index.html is our web server, and in that website we have seen how to inject with the help of man in the middle framework. We have this that is just URL, which is the argument that is responsible to do that. So let's go to our message, and if you see that first of all you have to run the web server, and after you run the web server you will just have to just go to this link, or basically the IP address of the Kali machine, which is 192.168.1.12. in my case you can confirm it by using ifconfig. So let's confirm that ifconfig. So after that what you need to do is go back to our server, or basically to go back to our client, just press that IP addresses. You can confirm the IP addresses. So the IP addresses is right here, 192.168.1.12, which is the IP addresses of this Kali machine. And if I just hit enter, it is going to render the page which is welcome to hacker world, which was the content of index.html. and let's go back to our Kali machine and let's open this Firefox. Then you could see we have now online browser. So this is the same browser which is the Firefox, which is over here. So now you can inject all of the command. We'll see all in detail in the upcoming lecture, but for now let me just say that I want the redirection, and if I just redirect, I'll just say redirect the browser, and I'll just redirect it to maybe, okay, I want to redirect it to twitter.com. So let's execute this command. Let's go back to Firefox. Then it will have now the redirection that is to the twitter.com. So you could clearly see we have now injected that payload which was done. And okay, why I just try to close it. So let's close this down and let's get what we have done here. So we use man in the middle framework to inject that hook.js using the JS URL into this target. Now we can run any command that is provided by the hook. In order to just perform that operation, you have to use this man in the middle framework. So this is importance of the man in the middle framework. You can use so much of tools over here. Let's do some more. So let me just close this one because we don't need any more. And now next is I want maybe the screenshot. So if I want the screenshot, it is man in the middle framework, and if I just go to the help, you will just get everything that is needed. Now we have seen how we can just inject the JS URL with the help of man in the middle framework. Let's see what else we can do. So I'm just saying that man in the middle framework and help, and you could see we have so many options. We have these options to spoof obviously, and the next is to take the screenshot. So let's see for the screenshot. So it is the same command. So man in the middle framework ARP spoof. After that you have to just pass the gateway first, and the gateway will be 192.168.1. it is 1, and after the targets, and in my case it is targets, and target is 192.168.1.14. after that we have to specify the interface, which is $0, and after that you have to pass the screen. So you could see it is the screen command, and there should be the seconds you want to just capture the screen. So if you don't pass anything over here, it is default as a 10 second. So if you hit enter, you will just grab the screen logs of the client. But there is another, that is the keylogger, which is very interesting. So let's see first that. So after you just get that that is same command till here, because we didn't have to do anything till now, because it is the same command for the man in the middle framework. Only difference will be your argument that you passed after this interface. So in this case I want a JS keylogger, and okay, it is all in lowercase, JS keylogger. And let's see if this is the actual argument. I am confused over here. Yes, it is JS keylogger, and it will just load that keylogger to our website. So let's hit enter, and our man in the middle framework is running. So let's go over here and let's search for these websites, and let's go back to the Kali machine. So the error was because of the different client machines. So I just mistakenly tested on the real VMS Windows. We have to test on the virtual box, and in here if you see, if I just pass test vsv.vln, then it is showing that it is MS Edge, and basically it is window machine over here. And let's go here, and let me just put here something else. So if I say maybe, okay, what if I just do something like, if I say hey, if I just press go, then you will see that there will be the post, and let's go here. So where is the post? So it has not been the post, here is nothing to show. Let's go and change the setting first. So what I'm going to do is go to the network, connect network adapter, or let's go over here, and in the settings I'll just go to the network, and I'll just say NAT network. Let's press OK. Let's go back here, and now what I need to do is launch again this. Let's see if this has, okay, we are just back to the Firefox or original over here. And now if I say hey, it should capture that keylogger, and now okay, it has not captured. So there might be something. Let's go to your profile, and it has not captured anything yet, because we have not written anything. So I'll just say username, and something like username, and let's press login. But this is the keylogger, that means it has to capture something, but it is just giving us this attribute error because of the network connection. It is only showing us this client operation. So this might be error because of the network adapter that we are connecting from the virtual box and on the original hooking function. So that might be one error. We'll just rectify it and show you in the next lecture. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. So in the previous lecture we saw we were successful to inject the JS URL to the website, or basically to the website of a client, but we were unsuccessful to get this screenshot, or basically even the keylogger. So you could see we get this exception saying that it is the exception in the hooked function, and something gibberish like here, we don't want to read it. But it was because we didn't install one package. So it was because the one package installation error, and I want to cover that in this lecture, because we will have to do that two things in this lecture, that is taking the screenshot and injecting the keylogger. And the previous lecture was already a longer lecture, so I wanted to cover in the next part. So here we are. So first of all, what you need to do is you have to see the Python. So Python is already installed. In my case it is 2.7.15. so you'll also get same information over here, because Python is pre-installed in the case of Kali Linux. So after that, what you need to do is you have to install Python package, and it should be done with this pip install, and it is the twisted package. And I'll see the version over here is 15.5.5. so let me just copy here, because I have just let me paste basically. So this is our installed version 15.5.0. so you need to just install this. So if I just hit enter, in my case it has already been installed. You can also install it with this command. If pip is not installed, it can be done with this python yum pip install, and it is twisted, and you can hit enter. It will just download that twisted package. So now we are ready to inject that payload or a screenshot basically to our client machine. So let me just clear this. So now what we need to do is man in the middle framework, obviously, and ARP spoofing, ARP spoof, and the gateway, you have to specify the gateway. Here I want to say that it is 192.168.1.1. this is my gateway. Let's specify these targets, and here it is 192.168.1.14. this is my IP address of window machine. After that, what you need to do is specify your interface. In my case it is wireless adapter WLAN 0. Now if I say screen, this is going to just get the screenshot of the client machine in every 10 seconds. You can also manually specify something like 5 and seconds, something like this, but I'll just stick with the 10 second and I'll just enter now. And if I hit enter, now man in the middle framework is running. And let's go over here and this is my window machine. So in the Firefox, let me just run this, and you could see now here it has shown that in the Kali Linux it has injected this JS payload. You can clearly see it has also given us this saved screenshot option. You can also see it has already saved 2 screenshots for us. It has saved this screenshot over here with this name and everything. So let's see if this is the screenshot. So in order to see screenshots, you have to first go to the places, computer, it is inside this var, and you have to go to the log, and after that let's search for man in the middle framework, and you will see all of the screenshot over here. So this is the same screenshot that we are talking. So you could see this is one screenshot, and it has just taken the bunch of screenshot over here. So this is all about this screenshot. You could see it has saved this screenshot, and it has also injected JS payload. So this is the way to use man in the middle framework arguments. So next thing also you can do is, let me say man in the middle framework and help. You could see we have this keylogger right here, and it should be okay where it is. Maybe it is down here. So you could see that we will have now JS keylogger. So I didn't find it. Maybe it is right here, inject JS keylogger. So it will just load that plugin JS keylogger, and let's use this now. So it is same way. So man in the middle framework. So instead of writing again, I'll just use this, and instead of screen I'm just saying JS keylogger is the option. Now you could see the same, that is command over here till this interface, and after that we'll just inject JS keylogger instead of screen command. So let me hit enter, and let's see if we have any error or not. So let's go back here, and let me say I want to say username, and let's go, and you can clearly see it has got so many information. So it was okay, so it got so many of information. This is basically regarding to the web page. So you could see that we had passed username, so it is very hard to find here. So let's go back and let's say hey or something like this. So if I go back, it has injected the JS file. Obviously it has shown here that it has the JS keylogger. Let's wait for some time, and again it has given us so bunch of information over here, so gibberish information, and now it's very hard to search for that JS keylogger operation that we just got from here. So you can see that we are successfully injecting some of the command that is given by this man in the middle framework, but you need to have this package that is installed, otherwise this is not going to work. So this will be wrap for this lecture. We saw how to use the man in the middle framework, how to do this ARP spoofing with the help of man in the middle framework. So this will be wrap for this lecture. See you in the next one. Hello and welcome to this lecture. In this lecture we are going to talk about new tool which is Wireshark. It is very important tool in order to analyze the packet that is sent or received from certain machine. So in this case you could see, let me just open that Wireshark and let's get what is Wireshark into the detail. So let's see Wireshark. So this is the application. You can simply search it and you can open that application. It is some random message, just ignore it. And after that you could see the welcome message, and below that you can see the interfaces is here. So you could see WLAN0 is my interfaces. There is Ethio0 which doesn't have any traffic, but in WLAN0 it is showing some traffic. Let's go over here. In here let's open the Firefox, and I'll just say YouTube, and let's see if there is some packets. So okay, let's go back to the Wireshark, and you will see there will be some spikes. So there will be more generated spikes when you just serve that is internet in this Kali Linux machine. So next thing what you need to do in order to analyze that packet is simply press on this capture button, and it will show you some of this information related to the packet that is sent or received on this Kali machine. So you could clearly see there was a request for the YouTube, and you could see all the packages are TCP and some are the ARP packets, and these are the way to just grab that packet information and save it, and you can also reference it for the later purpose. So this is the one way. and you could clearly see we got so much of information with the help of Wireshark. But you could see this is going to give us nothing information about the client. So if you see clearly over here, it is only the information about the Kali Linux machine. We are not surfing this youtube.com in the window machine. We are just surfing that in this Kali Linux. So that is not a hacking tool, obviously, because it is not going to give us any information until you use man in the middle framework. Because if you just remember what the man in the middle does is basically it helps to just intercept between the packets that is sent from the router to the client. Basically will be as an interceptor, or will be in the middle of the packet that is sent from the client to the router and from router to the client. So we'll just get that packet responses and a request, and we'll just capture that with the Wireshark. So Wireshark alone is not a hacking tool. Just remember that with the help of man in the middle and a Wireshark, it is a very powerful tool for a hacking purposes. And we'll see the action in a minute now. And before that, you could see how to just capture the packet. You can also filter this packet. If you want to see HTTP packet, you can do from here, which is just type here the packet you want to surf, and you just hit enter. It is going to give us the packet that you want to see. So this is the way to use Wireshark. Now let's see how Wireshark and man in the middle work together. So first of all, what you need to do is, let me just close this Wireshark for now, and let's open our terminal. So now, until now, you should know that how to use this man in the middle framework, and the command is very much easy. So all you need to do is just put a gateway. It is gateway, and the gateway is 192.168.1.1. It is for my WLAN 0 interface. You can also use Ethio 0, but make sure the gateway and the target is written properly. So the target here will be this machine, which is window machine, and the IP addresses is right here. If you want to grab the IP address, it is ipconfig, and you'll just get this IP addresses of this machine. So it is 192.168.1.14, and after that you will simply write the interface, which is WLAN 0, which is our interface. So now we have again the problem because I just passed something here. So let's go and let's remove this one. Let me hit enter. Now our man in the middle framework is online. So let's go over here and surf for something. So I'll just say testphp.vlnweb.com, and let's surf this one and go back here. Then you could clearly see we are been capturing these websites, and this is done by the man in the middle. And now what we did was we are in the man in the middle. Basically we are inside the Kali client machine, and basically now every packet that is sent from the router to the client, which is window, is sent from us. So now we can just open the Wireshark and see every packet that is sent from this client to the router, or from router to the client. So I'll just say Wireshark. Let's open this Wireshark. Now you will see that although I'm not using any internet in here, you could clearly see I have not opened the Firefox in this Kali machine. There will be spikes because this is because of this machine, which is of this machine. So let me just press enter one more time. It is showing the bad gateway. So let's press one more time, and you could see again we have this test PHP VLN again that is running, and you could see the spikes over here. So this is the traffic generated by this machine, but not by Kali Linux. So let's run it one more time because it is not working properly. Maybe the website is down, so that can be the case. Let me run the Firefox one more time. Let's see if this works or not, and we'll just capture the packet from here. So now all I want to open is testphp.vlnweb.com. So after a couple of try, I just found that the website was down for some time, and you could see it is still not running. So what I just decided is to with this same website, but in this case it is to test for a couple of things over here. It is the same website that is made by test.php, but in this case it is made for the vulnerability scanner for the Python and JavaScript. So let's try in this website, which is same website over here. So let's close this. And now if you want to try this, first of all you have to make the man in the middle. So this is the same command that we are using from previous lecture, is basically the man in the middle framework. And let's run this first, and let's see if we can get again, that is the SS. And let's refresh this page. Let's go back here, and you could clearly see again we have this so much of information that is just giving us about this traffic. So let's close this website, and over here in the windows we have this field, and you can also see about the contact, about page, and you can go to the contact, and if I say something like Sachin, and if I just say send, then it is going to give us the information, thank you very much, and something like that. And you could see now I have sent here the first name is Sachin. So you could see this is a post method, which means we are just sending data to the server and you will just get traffic. But if you just go in the Wireshark, this is important because now we are man in the middle. That means we'll get the information of the traffic right here. Even if we are not using internet on the Kali Linux, it is going to give us the traffic right here because now we are man in the middle. That means you will see there will be some traffic generated right here. But if I don't use this machine, and let's go back here, and if I want to use this machine, and if I just close this, this is not going to give any traffic because either of this machine, either Kali Linux or Windows, should serve in order to track that packet. So if we are not the man in the middle, that means the packet which is sent from the Kali Linux or which is received by the Kali Linux will be only analyzed by Wireshark. But now we are man in the middle. That means we can now analyze the packet that is sent and received by the client, which is our window machine over here. So let's see how this works. So first of all, we are now man in the middle. So first of all, you have to be man in the middle, and after that we'll just now capture the packet, start capturing the packet, and we'll just start here. You could see all the information about the packet. So next thing is I'll just go to the window, and let's go to this contact page, and here I want to give some information. Let's say I want to give the same, so instead of Sachin, I'll just give another name. I'll just say Udemy, and last name is also Udemy, and email address is udemy@udemy.com, and let's choose some subject. It is suggestion, and let's send this. And now it will just give us some message. Let's see if we just grab that information. So here you could see so much of packets, and if you want to filter that packet, you have here a small field, and if I say HTTP packet should be filter, let me hit enter. And first of all, you have to stop now because we have already got maybe the traffic that is going to show us the information about these responses. And let's stop now capturing the packet, and I have now HTTP over here, all the information, and you could see right to this HTTP we have this length and we have this info. So in the info you have this get method, and you have also this post method. So get method is basically getting the page to render, and post is basically the information that is very critical because this is where you have the password or email that is sent by the user to the server. So you could see clearly we have also the get method, we have also the post method. So first of all, let me see this get method, and let's go over here. And inside this HTTP protocol, you will see the request that is made by the user, and you could see all the information. So this information is not that critical information. You could see this information over here. This is the HTTP information, and you could see there is line-based text file and every information. And this is also not the critical information because the critical information will be about the client. So if I just go maybe this post method, now inside this post method, you will have this form. And let's make this bigger, and let's see what we can have here. So you will see clearly that we have this field which is saying hypertext transfer protocol, which refers for HTTP. Now let's go inside and we'll have this post, and let's see what we have next. So let's open this post, and you will see that information about the length and everything. So this is also not the critical information, but if I just go down here, and you will see HTML form URL encoded. Let's open this, and you are going to get all the information over here. So you could see the first name Udemy, and the last name is also Udemy. The address was sent as udemy@udemy.com, and the subject was suggestion, and the message was empty, which was what we just sent from our this website. So we just cracked what was sent by the client to the server. So you can also crack something that is saved password with the help of this Wireshark. All you need to do is add some plugin, and you will just get to go with that technique. So you could see how easy it is to analyze the packet with the help of man in the middle and the Wireshark. So basically we have to be first of all man in the middle, otherwise it is going to just give us the information about the packet that is sent and received by only the Kali Linux. So after being man in the middle, you'll just capture that packet, you'll just see the responses, you'll just filter it, and you'll see these forms. So in this case we have these forms right here. So we get all the information that was sent by this window machine, which is from this Firefox to this website, and we saw what was the field that was entered by the client. So you could do multiple stuff with the Wireshark, and this will be wrap for this lecture. See you in the next. Hello and welcome to this lecture. So this lecture and couple of lectures from now will be about the Whale framework. So Whale framework is the type of framework which will give us a payload or a backdoor in which this client machine can communicate with the client, which will be our window machine. So what we do is normally we use that payload which is untraceable by any antiviruses. We'll just make that changes on that payload so that no antiviruses will just track our payload, and we'll just inject that to the client machine, and the client machine will just came back to us on the certain port, and basically we'll just listen on that port from this Kali machine, and client will communicate through that port on the server, which will be our Kali machine. So first of all, let's see how to just install that Whale framework, and in the next lecture we'll just make that payload from the Whale framework. We'll also listen on the some port, and we'll just get complete reverse TCP connection or reverse HTTP connection from the client to the Kali machine. So that will be covered in the next lecture, but for now let's see how we can just install that Whale framework on our Kali machine. So steps are very simple. So first of all, what you need to do is open your browser, and here make sure that you have internet connection, and I'll just say Whale framework. So this is the Whale framework. Let's open that GitHub link which is right here. So I'll just open that link, and you'll just get this Whale evasion link. So let me just go to this Whale, and you'll just get this link now, and you could see here that is saying clone or a download. So you can just grab it, and let me just copy that link. And now what you need to do is go to the places over here, and if you just remember from the Linux lecture, what I have told you about this directory is basically if you install any of the optional third parties program, you can just install that on this out folder, but this is not compulsory, but it is always a good practice to install over here. And you could see we have this bunch of applications right here, and I have already installed the Whale, but I'll just show you how to install it here. So first of all, in the optional directory, let me just open over here, that is a terminal, and in order to just clone that, you can simply say something like git clone and paste the link over there. So you have to paste and hit enter. It is going to download all of the folders, all of the file that is available for this Whale framework. So after that, you can just have this folder that is saying Whale, and open that folder now, and you will see all of these folder that will be inside there. So this is automatically downloaded by this git, and now you can go to this config, and this contains all the libraries, all the set of files, and basically we can do every configuration from this config folder. But you can see that we have this whale.py. So if you simply open that terminal, and in order to run that Python file, this is executable. So if I just list over here, you could see that it is basically the green color. So the application is showing that it is executables. So in order to just execute that file, all you need to do is simply put this command and whale.py. But in this case, this is not going to execute for us because Whale requires a bunch of libraries, bunch of third-party library. So that library will be not installed now for you, but in my case it is installed. So in your case, it will just show you a problem. So first of all, what you need to do is go to this config folder, and here let me list, and you could see here saying setup.sh. So make sure that you have internet connection. So in order to run this file again, you have to put this command first, or basically you can also type sh and setup.sh. So you can do in any way. You can also do with this command and setup.sh in order to run this executables. So if you hit enter, you have to maybe wait for a couple of minutes. So it will take more time than any application because this is going to download a lot of libraries for us. So that is very much important libraries, and without that library, this Whale framework is not going to work. So you have to just sit back and relax because this is going to take a lot of time. If you have that is low internet connection, then you have to just maybe wait for maybe a 30 minutes. So let's just relax and just wait until it will just execute this command and get all of these library fetched, unpacked, and installed on your Kali machine. So after you install everything, it will now just go back because we have to run this whale.py. So if you list now, you will have this whale.py, and I've already shown you this is the way to run this file. So now if I hit enter, then it is going to show us something like this. So you could see this is our Whale framework, and now you have successfully installed Whale framework. So the simple step is basically going into this config folder and just running that is the command which is going to just give us this installation for the setup, and just wait for some moment. It will just download every packages, and you can now run this Whale framework with this command, and you will get this terminal showing that is the version and the wave and everything over here. And you could see we have these two tools loaded. One is evasion, and another is ordinance. And basically evasion is what we are going to use, because the val evasion is going to give us a lot of a payload, but this ordinance is basically something that supports that payload. So it is an auxiliary payload. Ordinance is something like a payload, but it is going to work with the payload, and we are going to make a complete reversal with the help of evasion. And we are going to use the MSF console, which is the interpreter generator, or basically the application that is going to listen on the some port, so that we'll just get connection of the client and server. We can also just implement this backdoor on the Python, and we'll just learn that in the next couple of section, because we have to first cover the basic of the Python, and after we cover that, we'll just make how to create that backdoor that we just saw in this val with our complete Python code. We'll saw that in the next lecture, or basically not next lecture, in the next couple of section after. And now in the next lecture, we are going to make the payload with the help of val framework, and we'll see how to just execute that payload, how to deliver that payload to the client, and how to execute over there, and how to get that reversal and communication back from the client to the Kali Linux, so that no firewall will catch us and our payload will be very much advanced payload. So this will be wrap for this lecture. See you in the next one. Now we have successfully downloaded the val packages on our machine. That means we can just run this val framework, and you will see that we just get this tool running in our Kali machine. So let me just close everything over here. We don't need this. So now you have to use this machine, or basically use this framework. So let's see how we can just do that. So here, first of all, you can see the available commands over here, and each of these commands have the information that is just given right to the next of it. And you can see the available tools, and the evasion is the payload generator, ordinance is a sub auxiliary, or basically auxiliary payload. So let's use this val evasion to make the payload. So first of all, you can see that this update method is a very important method, because what happens is now and time again that the antiviruses will just update everything in order to catch our code, or in order to catch our malicious code. So in order to just get that, basically bypass every antivirus that is possible, you have to update this val framework time and again. If you don't do this, your val framework will be outdated, and there is a high chance of your payload being caught by any of these antiviruses that is available in the market. So make sure that you update time and again if you are working with the val framework, because this makes your payload stronger than before, because it is going to update every database that is available in the antivirus. So this is basically some changes that val makes in every time and again, because we want the viruses, or we want the backdoor to be uncaught by any of the antiviruses. So make sure you update with this command, which is simply you can type update, and you will just have the new version of the val framework. But now we are going to use the command. That means we have here that is the available tool, and in this case I have already told you before that we are going to use the evasion because we want to make the backdoor. So I'm just saying that use and 1, because 1 is for the evasion. So if I hit enter, it is going to just give us some information now, and you can see we are inside now the val evasion. So we are inside the val evasion, and you could clearly see we have this 41 payloads loaded, and this will be also same information in your case. And you can see the available commands over here. So you can clearly see there is a back command and check vt command, which is basically check virustotal.com against the generated hashes. We'll see in the next lecture. You can see all of these command, info command, list command, use command, and everything. So let me say, if I say list, if I hit enter, you can see all of the payload, which is obviously the 41 payload, which is shown over here, 41 payload loaded, and we'll have all these available payload right here. So you can clearly see we have now this bunch of payload. You can just get any of this payload to communicate from the client to the Kali Linux. But you can see the naming convention over here. So the first one, you can clearly see that it is with the name flat.py, which obviously is a Python file, and it is written in this AutoIt. AutoIt is a programming language that is also a scripting language, same as a Python, but this is going to package your application. So this is AutoIt, and basically it works same as a PowerShell. So we write some code in the PowerShell, so that is similar to the AutoIt too. So you can see the interpreter, or basically the payload that is written in these C languages, which is C programming languages, Go languages, which is also the powerful languages. You can see some of the payload are written in the PowerShell. You can see this bunch of payload are written in a Python. So we are going to cover what the payload we can just do, or basically we are going to cover reverse HTTPS using the socket programming, and we'll just make complete backdoor after we just cover that Python lecture. But for now, we're just sticking to the Linux. That means means we are going to do in the Linux way, that is in the Kali Linux way, not the Python way. So let's go and make use of maybe this 14th number, which is saying, or 15th number. So let's go with the 15th number because this has the reverse HTTPS. So this is important. So let me first copy this because this information is very critical information. So let's copy this, and we can now let's open some leafpad and let me just paste it over here. So this is important information. So let's go down, and you can see now that we have this bunch of payload right here. So you have to now use any of this payload in order to make that is your backdoor. So in my case, I'm going to use that is the 15 number. Let's check that is in the 15 number. So I'm just saying use 15. So now it is going to give us again the information that is showing so much of required options, and these are the options that is very critical. So you can see we have this YL host, we have this YL port. So this is basically the host and a port that the client machine want to communicate to this Kali machine. So you have to give exact information over here because this is critical information, and if you want the client to communicate to the Kali machine, this information should be correct. Otherwise it is not going to just connect to the Kali machine. So first of all, what I'm going to do is we have to see the IP addresses because that is the YL host over here. So in order to see the IP address of Kali, because we want the machine that is our window machine to be communicate with this Kali machine, that means we have to get the information that is IP address of this Kali machine. So if I hit enter, so you could clearly see this is the information which is the IP address of this machine. But we have to now we basically can't simply put here and we can just write, so that is not possible. So there is this available commands in order to change these options. So what we can do is we'll just use this set option over here, and I'll just say set, and now we want this YL host. So it is case sensitive, you can't do something like this YL host, so it should be all in uppercase. And if I say YL host and the IP address 192.168, and that is 1, and it is 12 or 11, okay, it may be 12, yes, 12. So this is your YL host. So if I hit enter, then we have now changed, and if I say info again, it is only the options, not show options. So we can see now we have changed this YL host. So we have now the YL host with the IP of the Metasploit handler. That means we haven't seen this Metasploit. This is also a framework that is going to give us a connection, but we are just saying that we want this handler, which is basically the communication. So this is the parameter which is going to give us the communication between the client and the server. So next thing you can see the YL port. So I'll just change this YL port to 2. So I'll just say set YL port, and I want maybe 4444. So let's see options again. And you can see now it has been changed to 4444, and you can also see the YL host. Now you can see some of these information which may not be critical, but I have just figured out that if you want to just get all of these bypassed, or basically if you want to get bypass from the antiviruses that is available, then you can change, or you can also make some modified on this name field. You can do something like you can just add the username. Maybe I'll just say set username, and username maybe hacker. So hacker is the keyword that is going to be traced, so I'll just say test. So you can do something like this because we want this payload to be different from another, because if you make a unique payload, that is not going to be traced or tracked by any antiviruses. So our main aim will be that is to make a unique from others, because they have the list, or basically they have the signatures of database. They have so many payloads that is in the file as a signature in the antiviruses, so that if our file or if our payload matches with any of that signature, then they are going to say us that this payload is a virus. So that is the way antiviruses work. So make sure that you make this payload as unique as possible, because if you make unique this, then it is not going to be traced. So let me change again the some of these arguments. Let's say I want to change this processors, which is right here. So let's give this processor maybe 1, and the options, now you can also see now options. And now you can see we have changed this processor. So now if you want to now generate, you can see the option right here saying generate. So let's hit this generate, and it is giving us information what this payload will be. So I'll just say payload. Payload is my payload name. So if you also hit it, that is enter, then it is also going to give us the payload as a default. So let's hit enter, and this is going to do some information that is going to package us as a backdoor. So we have seen now that we have now, so it is saying unable to create the file because I have already created over there with the same code. So let's go over here. I think I have created with the name, so let's go over there. And in your case, if you have done this first time, it is going to create in, maybe that is in the whale. So first of all, you have to check where that is stored. So it will be stored, in my case, that is var. Let's go to the computer. Var, it will be in the library. Whale is the framework, because whale is a framework that is going to be inside this library. And now it is going to be in output and source. And you can see we have this reverse https.go and payload.go. So you can see we have created this output file, and this is the payload. And basically now next thing what you can do is you'll just transfer this to the client machine. So we'll see about the listeners in the next lecture, and we'll just pass this reverse https with some basic delivery method in the upcoming lecture, and we'll just make a complete connection from the client to this server. So let's see that in the next lecture. See you in the next one. Hello and welcome to this lecture. So in the previous lecture we saw how we can just use that command to make the payload, but the payload was completely not right, because if you just see in this compiled version, there was not the payload that we want to create. So if you go over here in the source, it was over here, but while we go to this compiled version, it was not converted to .exe, and there is no payload.exe. So what has happened is basically in this module, or basically while making the payload, these were some of these payload options, like there was username, processes. So that also matters while making the payload. So if you just make any mistake, or if you just customize that is beyond its capability, then it is not going to execute, or basically our compiler is not going to make us that payload. So what you have to do is you have to be inside certain boundary in order to make that payload. So let's make that correctly in this lecture now. So first of all, what I want to do is, let me just make this a little bit bigger. So after that, this is the whale. So I have just opened this whale. You know how to open. Go to the optionals, because we have here the optional. So first of all, let me show you. Let's go back to our computer, and here we have this opt. So let me show you that inside this computer we have this opt folder. Inside this opt folder you can see the whale. So in order to open that, simply open this whale.py. you'll just get this console, or you'll just get this framework here. So in order to make this, so first of all you have to use, that is, now in this case I have to list first. So I'll just say list, and there is all the payload. I want to use this 15 number payload. So let's see options one more time. So I have just changed this YEL host, that is the IP address of this Kali machine, YEL port to this 8080, and I haven't changed the username. Let me just change the processors, because let's say that if we want to make a unique, let's say I want to change these processors, and I want one processor. So let's check again the options. So it should be all in lowercase, because it is the case sensitive. You can see we have now set the processor as a 1. And now what you want to do is simply type generate, and this is the command that is going to generate us a payload. So now let's give some name. So in this case I want to give the name as a payload again, and let's wait for a certain time, and let's see if this works or not. So it has completely made us this payload, and it has shown that this payload is inside over here, which is this executables. So in order to just go to this location, first of all, let's navigate over there from this GUI interface, and this is inside this var. Library whale is right here, and it is in output. And now you can see in this compiled and source you will have this payload. So let's go for this compile, and you can see this is our payload that is going to listen on that port, and it is going to have that connection on that host. So next thing what you need to do is you have to set a listener, because while sending this payload to the client will get the connection to the server. So there should be some port that the server is going to listen, so that the client will just get connection from that port. So let's make that, and in order to make that connection, you have to just first of all use this console, and this is the interface that is given by the meterpreter. So you can clearly see over here it is saying meterpreter. So this is given, or basically this is the framework, or you can also say the enterprise that is going to have us some handler in order to communicate with these Kali machines. So let's make that console, or basically that handler over here. So let's create the new window, and the interface that we are going to use is MSF console. So first of all just type MSF console, let's hit enter, and it is going to give us the application inside this terminal. So let's wait for some moment. It is going to take some time. So now it is showing that it is starting the Metasploit framework console, and this is the framework that is giving us this veil evasion. So let's go over here, and first handler you have to use is the exploit multi handler. So this is the, okay, it should be exploit. So this is the handler that we are going to use to have the connections. So it is done using the socket in the case of Python programming. So we'll see about that in the next upcoming sections. But in the Kali, it is so easier to do with this MScript console. So let's hit enter now, and you can see now we are inside this multi-handler. So the next thing what you can do is I'll just say show options. And let's see, this is the options, but we don't have anything over here. That is the name of the payload or the EL host or EL port. So let's set that first. So in order to set, that is the same method that we just did in this veil evasion. So what you need to do is first of all set this payload the name. So if you just see that we had written something that is in our leaf pad over here, that is go meterpreter and the reverse HTTPS. So we have to now use this name of a payload right here. So it is in this Windows, because first of all we have to see where this is going to be executed. It is in the Windows and the meterpreter, and after that you have to just give the name as reverse, and okay, it's reverse HTTPS. If you use the payload that is made by the veil, that can be the reverse TCP, then you have to type here reverse TCP. If it is reverse HTTP, you can just type reverse HTTP. So make sure that this is the name of your payload, or basically it is what we have over here, right here. So you can see if you use this name, that is reverse TCP service, you have to just type right over here. And now if I hit enter, then let's show the options one more time. And you should see now that is we have this payload now. So it was hidden in the previous case. Now we have just got this payload option right here. So now you could clearly see we have these payload options, and it is showing that it is Windows meterpreter reverse HTTP. Yes. So you can see here we have these two attribute, that is name, which is EL host and EL port, and this should be exactly the same which we use while making that payload. So the EL host should be the IP address of Kali. So I'll just say EL host, and it is 192.168.1. and it is 12. So this is my Kali machine, EL host. Set EL port now, and that should be 8080. Now if you see one more time, that is options, you'll see we have now set inside this payload option, that is the EL host and the EL port, and this is the port that client is going to communicate with the server, which is our Kali machine. So let's now type this exploit to exploit to initiate this handler. So now if I just hit enter, then it is going to now listen on that port. You can clearly see it has started this reverse handler, because this is reverse. We are using this reverse TCP or reverse HTTPS payload. That is the meaning of this reverse handler. So what happens is this Kali machine is not going to interact with our client. Instead, client machine or Windows machine come to communicate with us in this Kali machine, so that the firewall will get the permission, or basically will just get the permission to run the payload in the client machine, because it is the case that Kali machine is not going to just interact. If Kali machine had to interact with the client, then it is not possible, because there is antiviruses that will just block our connection. But in this case, client machine is going to communicate us in the Kali machine. That means you can clearly see that it is a reverse shell, or you can also see this is a backdoor. We'll also see the implementation in the next lecture, and in the Python lecture we'll see how we can just use this backdoor to capture the keylogs. We'll see how to capture every information, and we can also see how to capture the screenshots. We'll make all of those in the Python lecture, but for now you can see we have just handler here which is going to listen on that port. So in the next lecture we'll just make a simple delivery technique which will just get that payload delivered to the client, and client will just download that and it will just execute. And basically this is not the proper delivery method, but you can assume, or you can use some social engineering technique, like you can just email it with something else, or you can package it and making something like, you can say use the auto-it language in order to convert it to the PDF file, so that it will be just a genuine file for the client, so that they will just download it, they will just install it. So it's up to you, up to your imagination, how you can just trick, or you can just entice your client client computer. So this will be wrap for this lecture. In next lecture we'll see the simple delivery technique, and we'll just implement this well framework patterns, or basically we have here that is a metasploit that is going to now communicate with this client machine, and we'll just execute some of the commands in the client machine in the next lecture. See you in the next one. Hello and welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture we'll see how to just make that payload run in the client computer and get complete connection to the Kali machine, and we'll just execute some of the commands. So before doing that, let me just open the Firefox and let's see how powerful our payload is to bypass all of that antiviruses. So let's open this. Let me just close this Veil framework over here. So the website that I'm going to use is VirusTotal. You can also use the next website, which is very popular website, NoDistribute, but I personally like this VirusTotal. So I'll just choose the file and let's go over here, and you can see we have this output and the source, and over here instead of a source I want to go to the output and I want this compiled, and the payload name is payload.exe file. So let's open that and let's test this file. So first of all you have to upload that file and wait for some time because it is going to scan all of these antiviruses, and you can see clearly we're just getting some of these antiviruses tracking. Okay, so many of antiviruses are tracking us, so it is not good payload. That means you can see so many of antiviruses. So this is not effective now because 36 out of 70 antiviruses like this Avast, Evira, these are the common antiviruses, and they are just tracking us. You can see the Bitdefender is tracking us, so many websites are tracking us. So that means this is not the effective file or the payload that we are doing. So let's make something that is more powerful than this, and let's try to bypass some of these antiviruses. So let's go over here. Our payload is listening obviously in this, or basically our handler is listening on this port, so we don't need to do anything over here. Instead we have to just use this Veil framework in order to make another payload. So let me use again, that is the 15, which is going to be, if you just list all of this payload, the 15 payload is your reverse shell or reverse HTTPS. So I'll just use 15, and you can see clearly now we have these already, the command that is right here. So what I'm gonna do here is let's make some changes. So first of all I'll just say this method, maybe I'll just go over here. You can just give this user prompt it's true or something like that, you can see, and you can also change the sleep. So let's try for this sleep. If I say sleep, maybe 2 seconds or something like this. So I'll just say show options, and one more time, so it is only the options, and you can see now we have here 2. So let's generate and let's see if this can just bypass our payload. So now I'll just name this new payload and let's hit enter. This is going to encode everything and it will now create that payload, and you can see it is this new payload.exe. Let's open that Firefox again. Let me say I want to go to or navigate this VirusTotal. Let's choose the file over here. So it is new payload, and now let me just upload this first, and let's see if now this can just bypass or not. So we haven't changed anything, we have just made something like only change in here. So you can see this doesn't work again, so it is not working at all. So you can see clearly we didn't get anything better than before. So it was same as before, it is also tracking by Avast, and I think it is tracking more than before. It is now 40 out of 67. That must be bad than before or more. And now let's do something else. Let's try to just make some changes now. Let's see, just make changes by let's set these processors. I'll just say let's set these processors B2 now, and let's set this sleep. Let's say set this sleep maybe 1. Let's generate now one more time. Let's hit enter, and now I'll just say this is extended payload, and again it will just do some of these tasks, the encoding tasks. And now let's go back to our Firefox, and let's go back. So okay, it is already uploading. So I'll just open VirusTotal over here, And now let me just choose the file. It is extended payload, and let's upload this file, and let's see if this can bypass some of the antiviruses or not. Okay, it has been tracked one more time. Okay, it is the same as before. So many applications is tracking our payload. That means it is not better than before. It is same as before. So we just tried some of the ways to modify, but it hasn't worked yet. So let's see what the options we can just do over here. So there is not more option over here. You can see, we'll just say that minimum processes that they can run, or the RAM check, or the maybe we'll just set the username. That is completely optional. That doesn't do anything maybe. So same as before, you have to try everything over here in order to make that payload undetectable by any antiviruses. Use 15 same as before. Let's set now. Let me just go maybe to the processors. I don't want so much processor. I'll just set 1. And let's say if I want to set maybe sleep to, let me say 8. Let's see if this works or not. So let's check options one more time, and it is completely fine. I'll just say I want to generate, and I'll just say now this is payload revision or something like this. So let's see if this works or not. So let's go back one more time to the virus total, and I'm just going to navigate over here, and let's upload that file as usual, and this time it is payload revision. Let's upload this file first, and maybe this is going to work. It is going to upload, and let's wait for some time. Maybe this file is bigger than before, or let's see if this works or not. So we are waiting. It is again detectable. Okay, we are just waiting. Okay, clearly it is also quite failure, because out of 20 the 14 has detected, and again this McAfee and the Kaspersky and everything has detected. So you can clearly see this is also not the proper. So we just manage to put it under maybe 40, or it will just touch the 40. So there has been quite improvement, but we want that is no backdoors, or basically no antivirus catch our backdoor. But in this case again, we're getting the result that is 39 caught out of 65. That is also the average payload. It is not going to work in all of this machine. That means it is also a complete failure. So you have to just do this couple of times in order to check, or basically in order to see which will work for you. So let's set sleep maybe 6, and let's see, I want to generate, and the payload will be final. So I'm just doing this one last time. Final maybe reverse. So let's hit enter. Now it is again, that is final reverse. Let's go back. Let's check one more time. Hope this will work, because it is just a random. I'm just assuming something that is completely out of logical. We are just trying random value over there. We don't have any patterns to just denote that this will won't be tracked by antiviruses, because we don't have any access to the antiviruses database or the signatures. So we can just put random value and just try our luck. So it was reverse. So it was final reverse. So let's see if this works. So let's press OK. So it is uploading. Let's see how this works. It is also maybe not a good way, because out of 6, or out of maybe 15, 16, 9 has been captured. So it was also a failure. So we didn't get any idea or any pattern till now how to just get bypass to all of these antiviruses. So let's go back, and now instead of going for this here, with this HTTPS, but I want to show you a way to create your payload from here. But you can see that we have this bunch of payload. You can now try for this Python interpreter reverse HTTPS instead of Go. So you can just use this, and you can also try. So let's use that now. So I'll just say that first of all I want to list, and the Python reverse HTTPS is in 27. So I'll just use that 27, and you can see you have to set again the YAL host, and in my case it is the IP address of Kali. Let me set YAL port, which will be 8080. And now there is so much of advanced options over here, so I'll just use this set processes maybe, and I'll just say 1, and after that I'll just set sleep a random value maybe 4. After that I'll just set options again, and it has said what we have just written over here. Let's generate this payload now, and let's say Python reverse. So let's hit enter, and now it is showing that what you want to use. So if you just hit enter, it is going to be PyInstaller, or if you just press 2, it is going to be py2exe. It doesn't really matter because this both is going to convert your files, Python file, into the exe file. So I'll just stick with this PyInstaller, and it is going to do its work here. You can see the payload is building. Now the payload is the build payload over here, and you can see the executable on the same file, which is the compile file. Let's go over here and let's check if this works or not. Let's try this one more time. So I'm just choosing file as usual, and now it is Python reverse. So let's hope that this work. Let's press OK. Let's wait for some time. It will just do its tasks, and Python is basically what we just see. In the next upcoming lecture, we'll learn about the Python, how to make this complete reverse shell with the help of Python. So instead of making use of this Veil framework, we are going to use our backdoor from the Python that we learn in the next lecture. So we'll just make our own payload, and in this case you can see so much of antivirus has detected, but our payload or our backdoor won't be detected by any of the antiviruses. So we'll just make that strong payload or the backdoor that won't be tracked by any of the antiviruses, that will be run in any of the operating system, either that can be Linux or the Mac OS X or Windows, because you know the Python is cross-platform. Only the command that we run on the machine will be Python, or basically they will be specific to operating system. So instead of using those command that is specific to any operating system, we're going to use the command that is particularly based on the Python, because Python works on the Linux and it also works on the Windows and the Mac OS X. That means we'll use the command of only Python that will make our backdoor much more available, or basically it can be used to attack all of these operating systems. Instead of making just based on the particular or specific operating system, we'll make a complete reverse shell that will be cross-platform. That means it will be available, it will be just working on any of the operating system that is available. So this will be wrap for this lecture. So you can clearly see even making this payload with the Python did not work for us. We changed some of these options over here, so it didn't work again. So this will be wrap for this lecture. We'll just try something else in the next lecture and see you on the next one. Now let's just start all from the beginning. So what we're going to do in this lecture is we'll just make a payload, and we'll just listen on the port on this server or on the Kali Linux. And on the client side, you can see we have this MS Edge, which is the virtual box of Windows 10 ready, and we'll just inject that payload from the web server, and we'll just run this backdoor and see if it can be detected by this antivirus or not. So first of all, as always, let's go to the Kali Linux, and this is the machine where you have this Veil framework. So it is installed in this opt folder. If you remember from the previous lecture, if I list, there is Veil. So if I just go to the Veil, let me list one more time. In order to run this framework, you will just do something like this, veil.py. Let's hit enter. Then you will have this Veil framework up and running. So next thing what you need to do over here is to make a payload. You have to first use, that is 1, because we want this evasion. So I'll just use 1. Now let me list all the payload that is available. You could see the 41 payload. We want maybe this payload, which is reverse HTTPS. So I have told you before that this is the naming convention where the payload starts with the programming language that it is made of, and this is a interpreter for the reverse shell, or basically for the connection between the client and the server. And here is the name, so it is basically a reverse HTTPS. That means our client will try to connect to the server, or not that the Kali Linux is going to connect. So basically what happens is, if any server, or basically in my case it is a Kali Linux, so if Kali Linux try to connect directly to the client, then it is not possible, because there is a firewall that is not going to give us any connection. So if there is any malicious content you want to transport directly, it is not possible. So if client connects to the server, that is possible, because in that case firewall does not care about, basically it trusts each and every connection that is done by the client. So that is one of the main disadvantages, or basically we can use this payload on any type of machine. So in that case the firewall trusts each and every connection that is done by the client. So in our case the client is window. So enough of that, let's make our payload. So I'll just say I want to use the 15 number. Let's see, you can directly see over here some of the options, and we are familiar with this, all of these options. So the menu over here is L host and the L port. So let's set this L host to the IP address of this Kali machine. So I'll just say L host is, I have to confirm first with this ifconfig. So let's go over here and I'll just say ifconfig, and this will give us the IP address. Let's type here 192.168. So I have host, or basically I have set the L host. Now let's give the port. So I want this 8080, which is used by the web server. So let's enter here, and if you want to see the options, you'll simply type options, and you will see that now we have this L host and L port right here. So next thing what I want to do is set some processors for it. So I'll just say processors, and I'll just set to 1. And now if you see the options, and this is our last option. So we have been doing this from the beginning of this Veil framework, so this should not be any confusion for you. So next thing what you need to do is we'll simply say generate, which is going to give us the payload. So it will see what is the name. So I'll just give main reverse shell or main reverse. So this will be our name, or I can also add this is HTTPS. So I'll just say this is the main reverse HTTPS payload, and we are going to inject this to the client. So let's hit enter. Now it will just do all of this encoding technique, and it will just give us now, that is the executable is right over here in this var library veil output compiled and the name of the reverse shell. So let's go to that place. So I'll just navigate from here, and in this case we have to go to the var library and veil, and it is on the output and it is on the compiled. So here there are so many payloads that we have been doing in the previous lectures, but now in this case it is main reverse HTTPS. So it is right here. So let me copy this first, which is main reverse HTTPS. Now let's put this into our web server. So let's go back to the var, and our web server is inside this www HTML, and I want to just include into this file. So let's paste it down here, and this is our payload in the web server. So next thing what you need to do is run your Apache server. So I have already running Apache server. If you want to run here, then this is the terminal, and basically if you want to run, you have to first type service apache 2 and start. So this is the way to start your Apache server, and after you just hit enter, Apache server is going to run. If you want to stop the server, you can also do, that is restart the server with this restart command. So in my case I'll just restart. So our Apache server is restarted, and we have this framework, or basically this payload inside our web server. So let's go now. So before going over there and just downloading that payload, let's listen that, or basically let's listen to the port in here. So let's open the new window or new terminal, and let me just make this real big, and we are going to use MSF console, which will just have this handler, and this handler is responsible for communicating between this Kali Linux and the machine, which in this case is a window. So let it give a time to load, and it is showing that it is the Metasploit framework. So first of all you have to use that exploit multi-handler, which is the module over here, and let me hit enter. then now we are inside this multi-handler. So if you want to see the options, you can see directly with this show options, and you can see here that we don't have any payload options, we don't have local host and local port. So what you need to do first is we have to set the payload. So in our case, the payload is going to be executed on the Windows, and it is based on this meterpreter framework. And after that, you have to pass the name here. So in our case, it is reverse HTTPS. If you have used reverse HTTP, just type reverse HTTP. If you made the payload which is based on reverse TCP, just type reverse TCP over here. But in our case, it is reverse HTTPS. Let me hit enter. So before that, I want to show you something. What if we just remove this and just pass a window and hit enter? Then it is going to show us error that this payload is not valid. So you have to just give here the proper name, and after that I'll just hit enter. Now if you see options again, then this is going to give us the payload option now, and you can see the payload right here. We have this YL host and YL port now, so we have to now assign here. So I'll just say set and YL host, which is the Kali machine IP address, and I'll just type it over here. And the next thing is your port, and in this case it will be 8080. Let's make sure that everything is perfect, and you could see now we have this payload option, lhost, which is this IP address of Kali machine, and you will see that here is 8080. This is the port that Kali machine will listen to for all the incoming connection. So incoming connection can be multiple client, and multiple client can communicate to this Kali machine. So now what you need to do is just type exploit in order to get, or basically in order to execute the handler which will just listen to the incoming connection. So let me just press exploit. Now you could see we have started this reverse handler on this IP address, which is this machine Kali address, and 8080 is the port that this machine is listening to. So now let's go to our window machine here, and let's open, that is this web page of our Kali machine. So in this case it is 192.168.1.12. so this is the Kali IP address. So let me hit enter and wait for a moment. So this is our web page, and we have to navigate inside the file because the file is inside this directory. So I'll just hit enter now. Then you could see all the file over here. So we want this main reverse HTTPS. Let me download it and make sure it is the same, and I'll just say run now. So now it will just give the information. It is nothing, that is, it is also saying that this is not the virus, because if it was the virus then it has been already deleted. But this is a simple message, and this message is given every time you install anything on the Windows. So we'll go to the more info, we'll say run anyway. Now we think we have run this. Let's go back to the Kali machine. You'll see we are now inside this meterpreter session. That means we can now execute the command of this meterpreter module. So if I hit enter, you'll see now we are inside this msh window 10. You could see that is Windows 10, and it is 64 gigabyte, or basically 64 bit, not the gigabyte. So it is saying that it is a 64 bit machine, and you can see the meterpreter version over here, and we have now complete connection between these two machines. So we have got the reverse shell, and now client machine is communicating with the Kali machine, and it is done through this machine. So there is no firewall inside here acting to just block the communication, because the firewall is just accepting that communication, or they are just trusting the communication, because that is the loophole over there, and we just made use of that in order to get the reverse shell and client communicate to the server, or in this case in the Kali machine, and we get whole access to this computer now. So you can now put any command like ls command, or you can also see that is multiple command. We'll see in the next upcoming lecture. So see you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture we are going to talk about interesting exploitation tool, and it is BEEF framework. It is also known as the browser exploitation framework. So you can see that we have this little icon over here, and this is saying that it is a BEEF XSS framework, and you should have guessed that it has something to do with the JavaScript. So basically what we do is we have this JavaScript hook JavaScript file that will hook the client browser to our browser, which is Kali Linux browser. So So this is a very important and exciting tool. So let's start. So first of all, let me just press here, that is the icon, and it will give you the terminal. And after you load that terminal, it is going to just bring us one basically interface in the browser. So in my case, it is showing the authentication over here, and I have to give the username and password. So the username is beef and the password is also beef. So type that first, which is username and a password. So when I just log in, it is going to give us this interface. In your case, there won't be any online browser and there won't be any offline browser too. But in my case, I have this online browser that is hooked to this Kali Linux. I'll show you in this and the next lecture how to just hook the browsers from the different method to our Kali Linux. So there is mainly 3 ways, but we are going to talk about one way in this lecture. So first way is to just hook from the web browser. So basically what happens is, if you just go back to the terminal, and here is a hook script. So what we are going to do is, basically we'll just inject this hook script in our terminal, or basically in our web page, so that anyone who will just visit that web page will be hooked to our this web browser. So this is the one way, and the second way is through the ARP poisoning, which is obviously the man in the middle attack. We'll just cover that in the next lecture, but for now you can see the one method is to just grab this script, and we'll just make changes because this is the local IP. So we have to just add our Kali Linux IP over here, and just we have to inject this code on our server so that anyone who visits that web page will be hooked to our browser. So this is the one way to do. So let's see how we can just perform this. So first of all, what you need to do is you have to go to your web server. So in my case, it is in var www and html. So go to this location, and after that I'll just open the terminal. Over here I want to just open this index.html, which is our HTML file, and this is my HTML file, you can see over here. And if you see, it has only the one heading, which is saying welcome to Hacker Worlds. So here what I want to do is, I want to just copy this script, which is responsible to inject the hook to our browser web page, and let's copy this first. So in order to copy, you can simply copy from here, and after this center I'll just paste it down here. So you could see this is our IP, or basically this is the local host. So we have to change from this local host to this Kali machine IP. So let's go over here, and let me type ifconfig to get this WLAN 0 interface, and here I want to just copy this, which is basically the IP address of this Kali machine. So go over here, and you have to change the IP now. So I'll just say that now IP is 192.168.1.11. So this is the IP address of the Kali machine. You can clearly see over here. You can also use this interface of the Ethio0, which is this IP address. And now our web page is ready. So in order to save, just press Ctrl O and just hit enter, and Ctrl X to exit. So now we have saved our index file with the hook script. So anyone who visits this page will get hooked to this web browser now. So let's see how we can just hook now. So let me go to the client machine first of all, and make sure that web server is running in the Kali Linux. So in order to do that, you have to first type service and Apache to start. So this is the command to start your Apache server, and in my case I have already started, so I won't do this. So let's go in the Windows machine, and let's type the IP address of that Kali machine, which has the hook script. So this is the IP address, which is 192.168.1.11, and you could see this has only this heading saying welcome to Hacker World. But if you go back to this Kali machine, then you will see that in this browser, you could see now there will be one online browser, which is the same machine having the IP. So if I just go back to this window machine, and let me just search here, that is ipconfig, then you could see the IP address is not showing here because this has this Ethernet adapter connected to this machine. So let me show you the IP address, ifconfig. Okay, what am I typing? ifconfig, ipconfig, not ifconfig, ipconfig, and you could see the IP address of this machine is the same which we have just hooked here. So let's go back to our Kali machine and see this browser. So in order to interact with this browser, you have to simply press on this IP address, and now it will just give you information about that. So you could see what is the browser version and everything. So in your case, you would see that the host name, operating system it is running, and the CPU and everything, the information that you need to just know information about that browser, because it is only the exploitation tool for the browser, but we can just make some payload that can be injected from this hook so that we have the whole access to that client computer. So next thing what I want you to do is go to this command section right next to that of log, and these are all the list of command that you can execute now on that Windows machine. So basically it is on the Windows machine and it is for the browser. So this will only be executed on the browser because this beef is a browser exploitation framework. So let's see what are the browser exploitation tool over here. So you could see that is webcam can also be opened, and you can see everything over here. So one interesting thing I can do here is let's redirect now. So let's search for this redirect, and if I press enter, then you could see that we have this information of saying that redirect browser, or basically all of this information. And I have told you before that go through this get started manual, and this has shown some of the lights over here showing that this information or this command has some mode of operation. Basically if you see this green, then this command is likely to work against the target and it is having a high probability than these three. And if you see this orange one, this has more probability than of this white one, and this red one has less chance of working against the target. In our case it is Windows machine. So let's go again to the browser and let's go to the command again, and let's now use this redirect, which is one command. So you could see we have this redirect browser. Let's press this, and now you can just see that redirect URL over here. So I'll just make sure that we'll just pass here maybe facebook.com. So let's say facebook.com, and now this will be executed on the window if I just press here at the execute. So you could say at the right hand side corner you have this execute button. So let me just press that execute. Now let's go back to our window machine. Then you could see now Facebook page has been rendered. So this is the one way, or basically you can just hook that script now on this web page, and anyone who visits this web page will be hooked in your browser. So this is the one way which we normally do, and the next way is very important. We'll be covering that in the next lecture, which is done by the ARP spoofing, which we normally call as a man in the middle attack. So that would be interesting lecture, but for now let's try some of these attacks. So let's go back and let's see what we can do. So you can see here that we have this persistence. Let's go for the social engineering. Let's search for this pretty theft attack. This is my favorite one because this is going to show us information that the Facebook or any pages, or you can go here and see any of these LinkedIn, Windows, YouTube, and Yammer and iOS session has been out. So it will just prompt you a tab asking that you need to enter that is the username and password because session has out, and in order to connect you have to just give the username and password. So let's execute it and let's show what I'm talking about. So let's execute here and let's go back to the window machine, and this was the same information I was talking about. So you can now enter that is your name over here, and let me say the password will be 787878. Let's log in. And let's go back to our Kali Linux machine. You could see command 1 and 2 over here. So I'll just say command 2, and you could see this was the answer, which was username and a password right here. So you could get any information from this pretty theft if you want, maybe of the LinkedIn. Let's execute it. And let's go back to our window machine, and it has shown that the session has timed out due to inactivity and something like that. You can type email, you can type your password. Let's sign in again, and you will just get that information right in here. So this was your information about the username and a password. So you could clearly see we can now have control access to this client browser. You can also give maybe some of the update information, like maybe this flash update information. Let's execute it. So here you have this option of custom payload. So you can just inject your payload over here, and this will run on the browser. So let's go over here and let's see. And it is not giving any information because it has this custom created this update message. So you can just make your own over here and show that message to the user. So you can do that, and you can also see the Google phishing and everything. So this is one type in order to just hook your browser to the client browsers. So in the next lecture we'll also hook the client to this machine, but in the next way of man in the middle. So let's get into the next lecture. Welcome to this lecture. Now let's learn another method to hook this client browser to our Kali Linux, and this is done by the ARP spoofing. We have already learned about the man-in-the-middle attack in the previous lecture, where we used to be in the same network and we can execute, that is ARP spoofing, by getting the target, and basically we can just get any information that is inside that man-in-the-middle framework. So we'll just make use of that, because now we are as an intersection between the client and the router. So we are just acting as a router here for the client, and for the router we are acting as a client. That means any packet will go through us. So that is the usage of a man in the middle, because we are in the intersection part. We are just intercepting every packet flow from the client to the router, so that any request that is done by the client is through us, and any response that is sent from the router is from us. So what you need to do is, first of all, open the B framework. In this case I have opened it, and we have now the offline browser over here. So what you need to do is, now instead of just making that page which is used to inject the code, that is this hook code, in the previous lecture we just saw we can just inject this script on that browser and we can run it. But now we are going to use that man in the middle framework. So let's write that code. We have already seen this code. So first of all, you have to use this man in the middle framework, and after that you have to just use this argument like ARP spoof, because this is the technique of ARP spoofing. And let's say gateway. So if you see, the gateway is the first network that is connected to this browser, or basically that is connected over here. So if I just say ifconfig, then this will be the IP address of the Kali machine, and if you see, the gateway is the first IP of this inet, or basically of this interface. So that means it will be 192.168.1.1. so this is the first subnet which is going to be the gateway, and the next is to add the targets. It should be targets. So the targets we want to hack is the machine, that is our client machine, 192.168.1. it is 14. So you could check the IP addresses. So let me check it. So you could see something that is IEP config to check it, and you could clearly see this is the IP address over here. And now, and this is the gateway. You can see the default gateway right here. So the first subnets is your gateway, which is default gateway. So after the targets, you need to just specify the interface. In this case we are using the WLAN 0. And now let's inject our payload. So in this case the payload is going to be our JS URL. So let's make that JS URL. So JS and URL. So this JS URL is same as here. So let's go over here. So this is example saying this is the HTTP, and this is the URL that we want to inject to that website or any pages that user is going to visit. So I'll just say HTTP, and we have to now give the IP address. You could see here, this is the IP address of the Kali over here, and the port that it is going to listen, and this is the hook.js file. So the IP address of my machine is right here, which is 192.168.1.11. so let's write that. So after that we have to specify the port, and now hook.js is the file that we want to inject. So this is our complete payload, and you could see we're using man in the middle framework for this ARP spoofing, because we want this target to inject this code in every of the website that it visits. So let's hit enter and let's run this man in the middle framework. Let's go over here. So it is giving us some error. So it is saying it has already been used, and the error may be because, so it is giving us some error. So let's reboot it. So yes, I want to terminate. Okay, let's open it one more time, and it is the Kali Linux. So okay, let's run it one more time. I've just rebooted. So let's open this B framework again, and let's open the terminal where we'll just write that code. So over here, so I'll just write it down here. So let it first open the browser first. So let's log in first, and we'll just write the code one more time. So here what we are going to do is basically we have to write the man in the middle framework again. So man in the middle framework, and this is going to be again the ARP spoofing. ARP spoof and the gateway, and the gateway will be 192.168.1.1, and again the targets is unchanged, which is 192.168.1.14, and now the interface will be WLAN 0, and I want to inject, that is the URL over here, and it is JS URL, and that is stored in this HTTP. And let's see over here, it is in the IP address. Obviously we are going to give the IP address. Let's confirm the IP address again. So okay, it is not connected over here. So first of all, let's go to the devices, USB, and connect that external USB, and maybe now it is connected. Let's check this here. It is not connected yet. Okay, now it is connected. Let's wait for the interface now after it connects. Okay, it is connected now. So let's type ifconfig one more time, and it is the same IP address 192.168.1.11, and I want to inject, that is hook.js file. Let me hit enter. Okay, we had error, that is this must be JS URL. So let's go again here and let's edit that, because it should be double dash over here. Let's hit enter. Again we had left in the spoof. So let's go one more time. Let's hit enter. Now our man in the middle is running, but now we have to go to the client side, and now in this case we don't have to open the URL that is basically the server of the Kali Linux. We can open any website. Let me say bing.com. I'll just open this bing.com, and let's go back to the Kali Linux, and let's see. So we have now this again the browser, and you could clearly see now this is the host, and we got back access to that is to the same machine. Now you can again run the same command like the social engineering command, which was the same command, and you could see now we have this complete browser access. So this can be also done by this method, which is this man in the middle attack. So what we just did was we just made use of this framework to inject this JavaScript code, and basically we saw how this can be done in the previous lectures too, but in this case we are only injecting this URL, which is this URL containing the hook.js in the website that we are visiting. So this will be wrap for this lecture. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture we'll see about the Python introduction and some of the fundamental aspects of the Python. So first of all, you can simply go to the search tab and search for ideally. Open that ideally, which is the IDE of a Python, which is the development package or development editor. So first of all, you can see this triangular bracket over here where you can just write your commands. So from here you can write any arithmetic or logical expression. So let me say 5 plus 7, and if I just hit enter, you'll get the output of 5 plus 7, which is your statements. So this is your statement, and you can see the output which is just printed inside this cell. So this is cell, and you can write your command over here. So first command in Python is a print command, which will just print anything you just pass inside this parenthesis. So let me say hello world, and if I just hit enter, you'll see hello world has been printed in this terminal with this print command. So print is the command which will just print the value that is just passed to this print method. So print is inbuilt method in the Python. So next thing is you have to just open this file and press on this new file. You'll get this new window, and this is your script. So script is going to be those file where you can just write multiple line of code. So you can say that hello is one command, and you can say something like print 34 45 the next command. So in the case of shell, you can only execute one command at a time, but in the case of a script, you can execute multiple commands. So you can see over here we have the print hello and the addition in the same file over here, which cannot be in the case of the shell. So next thing is to save this file. So I'll say that this is demo file, and just make sure you have to just pass py extension, which refers to the Python extension. So next thing is to go to the folder where you want to save. I want to save in the desktop, and let me just save over here. In order to execute this Python file, you have to simply press F5, and you will see the result that is printed in this cell, which is saying hello and 79. So this was the output of this Python script. So in this lecture, we saw how we can just execute our command in this Python shell, and if you have multiple line of command, you have to create the new file which is called the script, and you can just inject all of your code inside there, and you can save it and run pressing F5, or simply go to this run and run this module with F5. And you can see the same output over here saying hello and 79. So this was the quick introduction about this Python shell and Python script. So in the next lecture, we'll see all the fundamental concept of the Python. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to learn about keywords in Python. So what are the keywords? So first of all, keywords are those type of words that are reserved in the Python. So you cannot use this type of words in your function name or variable name or any other identifiers. So these are basically reserved for their purpose. So Python has the 33 keywords in the Python 3.7. So they are all the case sensitive. So I have here the file here saying that this is the list of keywords. So you can see the false, class, finally. So these are the reserved word that is going to be used for the specific purpose. So you cannot use this file or this identifiers for any other purpose. So this is really important. So you can see these are the keywords. If you want to make, let me say, variable with the def, which is the keyword, and assign something value to it, it is not valid because you cannot use these keywords as your variable name. We'll see about this in the upcoming lecture in the detail, but for now you can see that keywords are the reserved word that cannot be used for any other purpose. They are basically doing only one task that is just defined specifically for their purpose. So you can see this true can be used as a boolean type only. So you cannot make variable name as true or function name as true. So all of these are your reserved word, which are normally called as keywords. So next thing is to see the statement. So let's see the statement now. Statement are basically the what we call, that is the Python interpreter execution instruction. So instruction that the Python interpreter can execute is normally called the statements. So we see the assignment statement now in this lecture. So we'll see that how multi-line statement can be assigned. So first of all, I'll just do some addition over here. 1, 2, let me say 3. We say add more. I want to add more, but I want to go down to this line. So that means I have to make use of this backward slash and go down. After that, I can make use of 4 again, and I can make use of 5, add me 6. And if I just hit enter now, so this is your statement. So if I want to print the value of a, I'll just print a here, and it will show us a 21, which is the addition of all of this value. So if you want to make use of multi-line statement, you'll simply pass here backward slash and just complete your statement over here. So statement is simply an instruction that is going to be executed by your Python interpreter. So next thing is your Python comments. So let me say 5 add me, or let me say 5 multiply with 6. If I say this is going to give us a 30. But if I say hash first and 5 multiply with me 6, then it is going to give us nothing, because this is your comment. So comments are really important. We use this hash symbol for starting to write a comment. So comment are very important while writing a program. It will describe what's going on, so that a person looking at your source code does have the feeling that this code is about the task that is going to be executed. Or basically, if you just put any statement starting with this hash symbol, they are comment, they won't be executed with the Python interpreter. That means this will be ignored by the Python interpreter. So let me just open my new script, and if I save this again, let me say demo.py, and py extension is important, and it is right here. So let me just replace it, and now it is giving us, okay. So now if we have here the demo file, so we have 2 demo file. Let me just close one. So now if I say that let me just print hello first, and let's go down here, and after that I have to just comment this out. This is print statement. If I save this and execute, then it is going to give us a hello but not the error of this is print statement. If I just remove this hash and if I save this and if I just execute this, it is going to show us invalid syntax, because this is a bunch of a string over here which is created which doesn't have any meaning. So if you want to give any information about the code, or if you want to just ignore that code to be executed by the Python interpreter, you simply put here hash to represent that this is your comment, and this won't be executed by the Python interpreter. And comments are for programmer, and it is to understand about the program. It is not for the Python interpreter. It will be executed only if you just remove hash. And if you want to give information about the code, you simply put hash and put the comment about what this code is going to do. In this case, this is the print statement that is going to be printed hello in the console. So this is your single line comment. We have a multi-line comment too, so let's see about that. So multi-line is basically, if you type here, this is my comment, it is in a multi-line. That means if you just put here single hash, it is going to only comment this single line. Everything you write over here will be commented, but if you just go down here, it won't be commented. So if you want to just make a multi-line comment, all you have to do is put here multiple quotes and just close with these multiple quotes. And now if I save this and execute, this is not going to have any effect because this is a multi-line comment. And if you just remove this one and remove this, if you save this, then it is bunch of a gibberish that will show us invalid syntax. So in this lecture we saw how we can just work with the statements and how to work with the Python comments. So see you in the next one. In this lecture, we'll see how to create variables in the Python. So first of all, open your shell and give the variable name. So let me say name is my variable name, and let me say I want to give the name Sachin, which is my name, inside this double quote. So you can see inside this double quote we have passed something text inside here. That means this is a string. Like in many languages, it may be in the C, C# or Java, we don't pass here semicolon to end the statement. In the case of Python, you'll simply pass nothing over here. In order to see the output, or basically the content of that variable, you simply give the name and it will show us a content. If you want to give or make a integer variable, let me say I want to make the math variable which will contain 8. And if I want to see the content of a math variable, simply pass the name as a math and you will see the content as 8. If you want to give the math variable the same variable but with the different value 8.9, then it will be changed directly to 8.9. So this is the dynamic programming in the Python. That means we can assign any value in the Python and it will be valid, which is not in the case of Java or any other high level languages. And Python being a dynamic type language, it will be just valid in the Python. So you can make different variable over here. So you can make a boolean type. So let me say honest variable, and if I say true, so make sure that T is capital over here, because we have seen in the case of keywords. So this is basically a keywords, and keywords are case sensitive, so that means this T has to be capital. If you make something like true, this won't be valid. And if you make something like, let me say again, honest is true, this is the boolean type. If you want to see the class or what is this type of honest, and it will show us a bool, which means this is a boolean. If you want to see this type of the math, which is obviously the float, and if I say math type, it will show us a float. So float is basically a decimal, which is basically, you can see the content of the math over here, which is 8.9, which is the decimal. So float is for the decimal. If you want to see the type of the name, you will see it will show us a string. So if I say type of the name, it will give us a class as a string. So type is another function or a method that is going to show us a data type. So we have now studied about the string, which is inside this double quote. Anything that is inside this double quote is a string. If you type something like, let me say, hey, I am, then this is also a string. So anything that is inside this double quote, or it can be also the single quote, hey, hello, everything that is inside this single quote or double quote is your string. Another is your number. So anything that is 5 or 6 or any number, so that is your number. And next thing is your basically this boolean would be true or false. So you can see we have seen a bunch of fundamental data types over here. So let me save this first. So we have a bunch of fundamental data types. So we have seen about the integer, string and boolean in this lecture. We have to explore further data structures in the upcoming lecture, but for now you can see we can also do multiple assignments to the variable. So we have seen how to create the variable. It won't be something like starting with var or starting with integer or starting with string. It won't be in the case of the Python. In order to create the variable in Python, it is really easy. You have to simply give the name of the variable, and let me say I want to create the integer variable having the health of the character to be 90. So this is your variable. So if you want to check the health, the content of the health, you simply pass the name and you will see the content is 90. So this is the way to create the Python variable. If you want the multiple assignment to the variable, that means if you want to create variable a, b and c, if you want to create variable a, b or c, so it should be here a, b and c, and if you want to have the multiple assignment to this variable, instead of just creating one, you can just pass here something like 5, 7, or if you want to just pass a string here saying hey, then you can do this. And now if you want to just check the value a, b, c, you can see it is 5, 7 and hey. If you want to see a variable, it is 5, b is 7, and if you see c, it will contain hey. So this is the multiple assignment to the variable, or basically the multiple variable. So we have a rule or naming convention to create the variable in the constants in all programming language, and that is the camel case. So if you want to create the variable name, make sure it makes a sense, because if you want to give the player character name and if you just create the variable a, and if you say the player name this, so this doesn't make any sense. If you just see a, so it would make sense for you, but if you see that other programmers are using the same code of yours, they won't think that this variable a represents the player name. So make sure that every variable makes a sense. So if you say that name like this, or name of player, and give the player name, this will make really sense. So anyone will see your code will just think like, okay, this is the name of a player, and that will get the more sense to the other coder too, or maybe for yourself too, if you just go to the code back after a long time. So next one is to use the camel case. So camel case is really important notation to declare the variable, and it starts with the lowercase. So if you want to say create the name with the my age, so I'll say 89, and if I just print my age, then it is saying 89 over here. So this is your camel case that starts with the small or lowercase, and after basically one symbol or letter, you'll just make with a capital letter. So as to specify, these are the two words. So if you just end with, let me say, my and address, so after this one word, you start with the uppercase for the first letter, and you go with all the lowercase, and you just give your address. So this is the way or convention which will make much more sense, or basically will be more attractive when you just make your variable name. So next thing is to just use the capital letter whenever possible to declare a constant. So if you want to create the pi variable, which will be 3.14, it should be all in uppercase. This is the way to create the constants. So you can also see the gravity. If you see this gravity 9.8, this is your constant, which is in the uppercase, all in uppercase. And never make use of a special symbol in the case of making the variable. So making like my has is and 90, this is not valid. This is not valid in the case of Python. Never make use of a special symbol while creating the variable. So a special symbol can be like this exclamation mark, @ hash sign, or basically the $sign. All of these special characters are not valid, or the percentage, modulo sign, this won't be valid in the case of the Python, because all of these have the special meaning in Python. So this modulo is for the division, and this $sign and this hash for the comment, this all have the special meanings, so you can't make use of this in the variable name. So next thing is that you do not have to start your variable with the digit. So if I say 9, my name, and if I say hey, this is not valid because you can't have the variable that is started with the digit. Next one is that we have to put the constants in the separate module, and we'll learn about that in the upcoming lecture. But for now, just remember, for the constants, it better is to make a simple Python file where you can have all of the constant sorted in that file, and we'll make use of that file as a constant file, and we'll import and use in the different file. So these are the type of basics and the naming convention that we have to follow while creating the variable name, and that is to make much more sense while creating the variable and working with the logic in the upcoming lecture. But for now, we'll see about the type conversion. So I'll just open this demo file, and or basically we'll just go with the cell, and I'll show you here. So let me clear this first, or let me just close out and open the new terminal or new cell. And now here, all you need to do is, first of all, let me say input command. So input is going to input you something. So I'll say enter your age. So I'll just say this, enter your age, and let me say that it should be inserted in the variable name age. I've created the variable age, and with this input command, so same as print command, this input command is going to input, because this is also a method that is going to input. So print is basically consoling out, and print input is basically inputting out. Your commands are basically what you just pass here. So if I say enter your age, and if I say 56 is my age, and if I hit enter, and if I say this age, you could see that we have entered here that is integer, but it has reflected out as a string. So I have already told you in the before lecture that anything is inside this double quote is a string, and if you see that is this 56 is the integer. So if I say type, which is the method to check that, if I say 56, then it will get you a string, which is a string. So if I say type only 56, now it will show us a string, basically integer, because this is an integer. But if you just input here, that is 56, the age that was integer, which was inputted as an integer, has been converted into the string, which is done by this input method. So now all you need to do is type conversion, or typecast this integer to our string to the integer, because we want 56 not as a string but integer. So in order to do that, we have the couple of method for the type conversion. If I say is, and now you can see that this is, which was integer, which was a string, has passed into this int method to be converted from string to the integer. If I hit enter, now this is, which was a string, has been converted to the integer. If you want that back, that is basically, I will say is integer and age. So let's go back, and now if I say is now integer, but if you want to roll back to the string now again, you can do something like is str, which is another method to convert integer to the string or anything other to the string. So if I say enter again and see the age, it has been now typecasted to the string again, which was integer before, has been type converted or typecasted to the string. So these are the type conversion method which is done implicitly over here, which is converting integer to the string, string to the integer. We can also do boolean to string in this same manner, and this is the way to just perform some of the operations. In the next lecture, we'll see output formatting, and we'll see how format method can be used in the next lecture. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we'll see about the formatting techniques of the string and some other operator operands concept in this lecture. So about the formatting, Python uses a C style formatting to create the new formatted string, and that can be done by using the modular sign. So the modular sign, that is this operator over here in the screen, is used to format a set of variables that is enclosed by the tuple, which is basically a fixed size list. We'll learn about the tuple in the upcoming lecture, but just remember it is a type of a list which is attached together with a formal string, which contains a normal text together with argument specifiers. So let's learn about this, and let's see how this %s and %d works together. So let's see, and let's make a real quick script over here to learn about the formatting. So let me just press Ctrl N to create the new file, which is our script. You can also simply go to the file and create the new file to create the script. And let me just save this file as test.py, which is the extension of a Python file. let's go to this desktop and save it here. So we want to just create the folder first, which will be the string, and I'll say John is inside this name folder. And now we have to make use of this print method, which is going to print us whatever inside the value is. So here I want to just pass hello, and I'll say hello is, and after that I'll say the exclamation mark or comma maybe, and after that I want to give this percentage yes, which is a specifier over here, which is basically your argument specifier, which is the special symbol which will just replace our name now. So I'll just say that after this, let me just put here again the percentage and the name of a folder over here, which will be name. And now let me just close this print method. So what we have done here is we have just called this specifier, argument specifier percentage yes, which is for the string. If it was case for the number, it would be percentage d. For now it is percentage yes, which is for this zone. So let me just save this and press F5. Then you will see hello it's and zone. So instead of this percentage yes place, so let's go again back to this script now, and if you see the output over here, in the place of this percentage yes, we have just included the name, which is zone. So this is the formatting technique. We have made use of this formatting technique in this lecture by using this argument specifier, which is percentage yes. So let's make another program using this same specifier, but now I'll just say name is re again, and now let me just add another, which is the integer. Here the age is 23, and let me just print again by formatting this. So I'll say percentage yes, which is for this name Hari, and is percentage d for the age, and I'll say years old. So I'm just formatting over here, and now let me just close this with percentage, and now there is a two thing that need to be passed. So we'll just pass inside this parenthesis, that is name and the age. And let me just close first this parenthesis, and let's close this print statement too. So we have now created another program here using the same argument specifier, but now we have included both the string and the integer inside the same print statement. So let's save this now and press F5. Then you could see Hari is 23 years old, which has been replaced in here argument specifier. So instead of this yes, it will be Hari, and instead of this d, it will be 23. So this is basically your specifier for this argument, or basically for this value, name and age. So this is the one way to format the sentence. So there is another way to format this using the format statement. So we are going to do that in this lecture. So let's start this. So first of all, let me just create the script over here. So instead of just creating script, let's go to the cell and let's make a program right here. So I'll say x should be, let me say 89, and y should be, let me say 3. So if I just hit enter, now I have created x value and the y value. So let's print this in by formatting, basically using the string formatting technique. So we have learned by using the argument specifier percentage yes and percentage d for the string and the number respectively, but now we'll make use of a format method in this section. So I'll say the value of x is, so now if you are using the format method, you have to give these curly braces, and y is curly braces. So instead of this curly braces, now we'll just add this format method, and x comma y will be passed over here. So now what we have done here is we have just print this string now, and it is saying the value of x is, and we have given the empty space over here where this x will be injected, and y is where y will be injected. But if you just change this value, so let me just pass here first y, then x, then the y value, which is 3, will be inserted in this x, and y has the value of x. So this format has to be in the order which you want to just pass your value. So in this case, I want to pass the x value, which is 89 in here, and y value is 3 in this specifier or in this placeholder. So we have to make use of this format method. So this format method is called upon this string. So whenever you are calling the method, which is the method of that class, which is this string, you are putting this dot or a period to call upon that string. So if I just hit enter over here, then you will see the value of x is 89 and y is 3, which is the value we just assigned over here. So we can do same of this by this format method. So let me create another program. So let me say like is Python. Now let's print saying I like and placeholder, which is basically the curly braces, and this is a string and we have to call format method. So just give dot and format method should be called, and instead of this placeholder you have to pass here like. So let's close this and hit enter, then you'll see I like Python. So this is the way to format your string, and it is the best way to do that. So let's do something like, first of all, input something from the user and let's format that. So first of all, I'll say info, and I'll just call this method, which is input method, which is going to take a string from the user. So I'll just prompt a message saying enter your name, and now after they just enter their name, I'm going to strip all the curly braces. So here I'll say enter your name and it would be Sachin, and if you just say this, then now if you see the info, it would be only Sachin. So it has stripped all the spaces that we just passed here by this strip method. So this strip method is going to strip all the spaces that you passed right here. So if you see any spaces has been just turned down or basically has been erased in this info, and only Sachin has been entered. So let's format it. So I'll say print your name is placeholder and call that format method. Pass your name that user has just inputted, which is the info, and let's close this. Then you'll see your name is Sachin, which is the user just entered over here from the input method. So this is the way to format your output, which is the string. So basically we just made use of the placeholders and the format method and the argument specifier, that is %s and %d in this lecture to just format the output. So in the next lecture we'll import some of the classes and we'll see the documentation how to do that. In the next lecture will be interesting lecture. See you in the next one. Let's learn about some operators that is available in the Python in this lecture. So first of all, as in always, we start with the addition. So we have the addition operator. So you can add any numbers. So this is to add two operands or a unary plus. That can be addition of a single operands. So the next one is a subtraction. So you can do this subtraction. And the next one is a multiplication operator, which is going to multiply the two operands. And next one is a divide left operand by the right one. So you can say something like 6 division of 3. It is going to give us the number in the float. So if you do something like 7 divided by 3, you are going to get the decimal 2. So this is the division. And the next one is a modulus, which is going to give us the remainder of the division. So if I say 78 divided by 9, and okay, 78, and it is modulus to get the remainder, and you are going to get the remainder is a 6 because 9 8 is with the remainder of 6. You can just see over here. So the next one is a float division. This is important. So when I just say 5 and divide this with, let me say 4, you are getting only 1, and this float division is the division that results into the whole number adjusted to the left in the number line. So if I say that let me divide with 9, you'll get the gist over here. So it is giving us the whole number, that is the result. If you see 78, that is modulus of 9 was 6. So it is just erasing that remainder and giving us the whole number that is adjusted to the left in the number line. That means this 8 is given over here in the float division, and we normally call this as a float division. And the next one is our exponent. So when I say 9, and in order to do exponent, you have to just give this double asterisk. Okay, this is double asterisk and 2, and it is giving us 91 because 9 of power of 2 is 81, which is 9 multiplied by 9, which is 81. And this is the sum arithmetic operation that is given in a Python. And we have now the comparison operator. So comparison operator starts from the greater than sign. So if I say 4 is greater than 5, false, because it is not true. So this is the comparison. So you get the value as a boolean when you do the comparison. So next thing is if 5 is greater than 4, yes, that is true. So next thing is you can see the smaller. So 4 is smaller than 9, which is true. So this is another. So let me just clear this. So the next one is equal to, so if I say 5 is equal 9, which is false. If 6 is equal to 6, which is true. This is the double equal, which means that if this 2 is equal, so if you do something like 6 equal 6, this is not valid because you are just assigning here. So single equal means the assigning, you are just trying to assign 6 to the 6, which is invalid. So if you want to check 6 is equal to 6, that means it should be 6 equals 6. If I say something like A and B is 6 and 6, and if I check A is equal to B, it is giving us true because we have a multiple assignment of 6 and 6 to the A and B, and we are checking this condition, which is obviously the true. So next one is not true. So if I say A is not equal to B, which is false because A is equal B, it's same saying that 6 is not equal to, okay, 6 is not equal to 7, which is true because 6 is not equal to 7. So next one is greater than equal or less than equal, so it will just be something like 5 is greater or equal to 6, which is false because 5 is smaller than 6. So both of these condition is false. If I say something like 9 is greater or equal to 9, it is true because 9 is equal to 9. So either of these conditions should be true if this has to be true. So this is your comparison operator, and it is really easy and important, the comparison operator. So the next one is logical operator, and we have and, or, and not as a logical operators. So let's see how this logical operator work. So first of all, let me say something like A should be let me say 7 and B should be 8. So I'm just saying that A is equal, which is basically A equal or greater than 90, and B equal 8. So it is false. Here it is false. If you see here, we have given the two condition over here, which is saying, so first of all, let's see this one. It is saying B is equal 8. Here the B value is 8 and 8 is equal 8, which is equal. That means you can see this condition over here. When the two number are equal, it is going to give us a true. So this part is true. But here you can see that A value is 7 and 7 is greater or equal to 90, which is obviously false. So if any of this condition in the either side of AND is false, then it is going to give us a false. So if it has to be true, both of these conditions should be true in the case of AND. So if you say something like A is equal to 7 and B is equal to 8, then it is true because each of these condition, each of this statement is true. That means it will give us true. But if it is the case for the OR, I'll say 90 OR now, not AND, and B is equal 8, it is giving us true. So you can see here, if one of the condition is true, that means this OR will just make us happen that is true. It should not need that each of these conditions should be true. Either of these condition is true. It is saying something like this should be true or this should be true. If any one of these true, then it is going to give us the true condition. That is for the OR. And in the case of a NOT, you can simply do that something like NOT of true is false or NOT of false is true. So this is basically the inverse of whatever you just pass with the NOT. So this is the case when you just see we have the logical operators. So we have checked here the arithmetic operators, we have checked the comparison operator, we have also learned about the logical operators and or and not operators. They are really important operators. So next thing is to learn about the import statement, which is really easy to use. So in order to do that, let me just create the new file, and over here let me just close this first one. Okay, we have here. So I'll just go to the help and Python docs, which is the document section. In the left hand side you have the module section. So get to the module section. Let's go to the module section and just press R over here. So we have this R random module. So let's see this random module. So a random is basically a module. That means it is the class containing all of these methods. So everything you see here is inside this random. So if you want to make use of this random, or if you want to use this random inside your file, you have to first make use of this import statement. So if you say import and random, you are saying something like random is inbuilt. So this has been created by the Python itself. Computer scientists have created this random module for us. So as a computer programmer, what we need to do is simply use them. So in order to use them, you have to make use of import statement and the module that you want to use. So if you want to use another module, so let's go back, or if you want to just make use of, let me say any of this module, so you can say, okay, I'm just going over here, and if you want to make use of ABC module, then you'll see simply ABC, and now you can use the methods or all the functions of this ABC module. But for now I'll just say random. And now let's go back to the documentation, and let's go again for this R and random, and let's go down here and see this rand range method. So I'll just say print me random, and if you want to use the method of this module, you have to give the dot operator, because it has shown us here that functions for the integer, and if you want to make use of that rand range, it should be random first, that is the module, give the period, and rand range. We'll learn about this in the detail when we just touch the classes and object in the Python, but for now just remember we have to make use of this random module that we just use here, and dot and the rand range, which is the method inside this random module. So we are not creating any rand range method, we are just using that rand range from the random function or random module. So now we have to give certain things inside this rand range. So we have a start, we have a stop, and the step is optional. So anything you see inside this square bracket is optional. So we'll see start and stop. So I'll just say start should be 1, stop should be 6. So let me just print this, and let me save first, and let me just say 5, then we'll see 2. So what we are doing here is we are just creating, every time we run this program, it is generating the number from 1 to 5. Here it should be from 1 to 6, not 5, it should be from 1 to 6. So every time you just run this, new number arises. So every time you run this, okay, new number, and this new number again. So every time you run, it will be 1 to 6. So random is generating us a random number from 1 to 6. So this is the way to make use of this random. So if you just feel that random is too big to just write again over here, you can just give this random as R with this aliasing technique, which is just renaming your module with the name or use custom name, and now you can make use of R. Let's see, let's save this and run again, and it is going to give us a new number over here. So this is the way to import any module. So you can also import your math module. So what if I say import math, which is over here? So let's go to the documentation, and let's see for this random module, or basically math module. So it should be over here, math module, and you can now make use of all of these functions. So what if I just say math.self method, this method over here, then we have to make use of print method and math.ceiling, and let's give some decimal values, and let's save this, press F5, then you would see the ceiling value over here printed as a 6. So you can see right here, which is getting us the value of 6. If you see here, the value is 6. So you can say the floor, if you want the 5 value to be printed, it should be math.floor. If you save this and press F5, 5 will be printed, which is the mathematical operation over here, which is saying here math floor, and it will return the floor of x, the largest integer less than or equal to x, which in this case is 5. So this is the way to import your module and call the method of that module using this period. And if you want to just rename this math as yum, you can do that. Now if you just say math.floor, it is not going to work because math has not been defined. You have just renamed this math as yum, so it should be yum now. Let's save this again and press F5, then you will see 5 again. You can also do something like from math module import me. If you want only some function, you can do something like this, from math module import me floor. So if you do this, now you do not need to just type here yum dot, because we have just included the floor method. Now you can simply call that floor method. Let's save this again, press F5, you will see 5 will be printed. But if you do something like yum dot or math dot floor again, it is not going to work because math is not defined and you have just imported the floor from that math module instead of this math. So you should directly call the floor over here. So this is the way to import the other module from this inbuilt Python prepackaged library, which is from this Python documents, and you can make use of all of the functions that is given over there in your Python file. So in the next lecture, we'll see more concept of Python. See you in the next one. Hello and welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to learn about if-else statement. So decision making is really important concept if you want to just navigate to the certain portion of a code and if you want to execute that based on the condition that is to be satisfied. So let's see how this if-else work. So the basic condition over here is if certain condition is performed, or basically if the certain condition is true, then certain portion of the work or certain code will be executed, otherwise it won't work. So the flow will be going or navigated from one side to another based on that decision. So we have already learned how to make the logic, which is basically by the comparison operator. We have made the logic like 3 is greater than 5 if this is true, which is obviously false. This is false. That means we are making the condition over here. So if it is true, then certain portion will work. So something like if 3 is greater than 5, certain portion will be this portion, or this code will be executed, or this code will be executed, that is inside here, or this code will be executed. So something like this is the condition. If this is true, this portion of code will work. If 9 is greater than 0, if this is the condition, then this part of code will work, or this part of code will work. So this is basically your condition or decision making. So let's create one program to see if this if else work in the Python or not. So first of all, let's see the syntax. So first of all, you see if, which is all in lowercase. So this is to start with the if condition, and you pass the condition inside this parenthesis. So I'll just say condition, and you give this colon here, and after that you pass the code that is to be executed inside here. Else, which is basically if this condition is false, else part will work. That means the code inside this else will work. So let's see the condition now, or basically let's create one program to see. So let's create a program to check if the number is positive or negative. So let's see that. So first of all, instead of just giving the number, let's see number and input that number from the user. So I'll say enter your number for the user, and this is the message for the user, and I'll just say enter this. And the next thing is to check. So I'll just say if number is, so if you see here in this input, you should get some idea that I have already told in the previous lecture, but I'll just put here unnoticed for you, because we'll see how this error will be executed, or basically how we'll get error from here in the minute. But let's make a condition right now. So okay, what I just did. So I'll just say number is greater than 0, which is basically the positive sense. We just get the condition that is positive. So I'll just say print number, or you can also format it. So I'll just say format is positive, and we know how to format using this format method, and I'll just pass here the number that is entered from the user. So let's close this print statement. Else, if it is the case which is the negative case, so I'll just say is negative, and let's format this string using the same number that is entered from the user. Let's see if this works or not. So you just get the basic idea. We are just making the condition here, taking the number from the user, and we are checking with this condition, which is the comparison operator, saying that if it is greater than 0, which is basically the positive number, we are formatting here that number is positive. Basically number is here value is positive, else value will be negative. A simple logic over here. Let's save this, but this is not going to work. So let's see how this is not going to work. So first of all, enter your number 76. If I say 76, press enter, it is saying this comparison operator is not supported between instances of string and integer. So what does that mean? Because you are seeing here that this part is getting error. Why that is getting the error? Because we are just comparing here the number, which is a string, with this 0. So I have already told you before that if you go over here, and if you just input anything from the user, let me say the name or basically the age, okay, and if I say input, and if I input something like 67, and if you see the type of this is, it is not going to be the integer, it is going to be the string. So what we just did here was we just compared the string, that is the number entered from the user, with the 0, which is the integer. So we cannot compare string with the integer, so we have to convert this string which is entered, but it will be entered as a number, but that will be converted to the string by this input method. So let's convert this first into the integer, which is by this int method. Let's convert it first, and let's see if this works or not. So let's save this first, press F5. Now let's enter the number. Let's say negative of 2. Let's hit enter, and -2 is negative. Obviously it is negative. So let's do one more time. Let's save this, press F5. Let's see 6, which is positive. So 6 is positive. Let's save this again, press F5, and if I hit 0 again, it is saying 0 is negative. So 0 is not negative. Okay, 0 is basically 0. It is the neutral number, but it is giving us 0 is negative. We have to have another condition now. So what we are doing here is we are just checking for the 0 if it is greater than 0 or if it is not, but we are not checking if it is equal to 0 or not. That means we have to put another condition over here, which can be done with this elif. It is different from other programming language, so normally we put here else if, but in the case of Python it should be elif, otherwise it is not going to be run. So let's pass elif, and now I'll say number that is entered from the user is equal 0. If it is the case, what you are going to do, it will print simply number is 0. No need to format. Let's save this, press F5. Let's see if this works. 8 is positive. Let's see, let's press F5, press 0 again, and number is 0 now. So we are just adding another condition to make the decisions. So if else statement is a conditional statement that is going to execute the part of a code based on the decisions or based on the conditions that it has met or not. If this part is true, this code will be executed. You can do different thing over here. You can print hey, you can print everything, anything will be executed over here. Anything you pass here will be executed. If I save this, press F5, if I just give the positive number, you can see the code inside that field has been executed. 6 is positive, cool, and everything has been printed. That means if this condition is met, this part of code will be executed, and all the part which is after this won't be executed, because it is just giving us the flow control based on these conditions. So this is the important conditional statement. In the next lecture, we'll learn about the looping, which is the another flow control method. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to learn about the looping concept. So first of all, what is loops? So loops is going to be iterate over a given sequence. So we provide the data set, and looping is basically, it is going to loop until and unless the condition is met. If the condition is not met, if it is at the end of the data set, then looping will be ended. So let's see the loop in the action. So first of all, let's make use of the range function. So let's save this and press F5, and let me show you. If I say range method, so this is the inbuilt Python method, so it should be range. And if I say 5, okay, so stop point would be 5, then it is going to give us a tuple from 0 to 5. So just remember that range is going to give us a tuple from the starting point to the end point. So if you just provide a single letter or a single argument, then it would be the stop point. If you provide the 2 argument, let me say it's range and 4 to 8, it is going to give us from starting 4 to end 8. So this is the range method. We'll make use of this range method now. So first of all, let me show you something like, okay, so first of all, if you want to print your name, we'll just start from the basics. So if you want to print your name, and this is the way to print, so let's save this and execute. So you can see the search engine printer over here. But if you want to print this multiple times, so let me show you that if you want to print this maybe 10 times, so all you need to do is simply copy paste, although it would be overhead, but all you need to do is copy and paste. But if I told you to 20 times or 30 times or 1,000 times, so this would be tedious tasks. You have to simply copy everything and paste it over again and again, although this is quite boring tasks, but you need to do this. If you save this, press, you will be getting your output, but it will take some time. So this can be done by the loops. So let's see. So loop will be executed from this for. This is the keyword basically. So for all in lowercase. So I'll say I. For I is basically any variable. In keyword is needed, and the range. So range is going to give us a tuple or a list, and let me say 10 over here, and give the colon. So colon is important, and after that it will get some indentation. If you just press enter from here, all you need to do is just press enter. It will just give a certain portion as indentation, and you will just print your name over here. If I just save this and press F5, it is going to give us 10 times such in here. So what we just did here was we just loop in this range. So what this range 10 is going to give us is, let me show you over here. So range 10 is going to give us a sometime like as a tuple, and it starts from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9, as the last one would be omitted over here. If you just type here 11, it would be till 10. That means 11 times the loop will be executed, but for now we have 10. That means it will be executed 10 times from 0 to 9. So first of all, this I value will be 0, and the next time it will be 1, and it will just loop until we reach over here. And after this we don't have anything. That means the loop will be ended and Sachin will be printed only the 10 times. If you want 100 times, that should be 100 over here. Let's comment this out by this hash. Let's save this, press F5. You will see the 100 times Sachin will be just printed over here. So instead of just printing your name 100 times, you will simply make use of this loop, and loop will do the tasks repeatedly for you. So this is the importance of the loops. Let's see something interesting program now. So let's say I want to check basically the numbers. So let's make the number, and we haven't studied the list yet. We'll study in the next lecture, but just remember, list is basically the number. So collection of a number, we have, instead of just making the variable, we have the numbers in the list. So we have the collection of a number in this number. So I want to just loop now for num. I'll say number. In num, I'll just check if that number is modulus of 2 is equal 0. That means if it is even, then I want to print that number by formatting is even. Let's format this with our number. Let's close this. Let's save this first, press F5. It is going to give us 2 is even, 4 is even, 6 and 8 is even. And if you want other, then you can simply say else, and you'll just print whatever is over here. So let's go over here and print this is odd. Let's save this, press F5. You are going to see 1 is odd, 2 is even, 3 is odd, and everything over here. So what we did here was we make use of the conditionals with our for loop. So every time this for loop is executed, it is going to get us a single number from this num. So num is a list. In the first loop, this number will be 1. In the second loop, this number will be 2. In the third, it will be 3. And in the fourth, it will be 4. Only one number at a time. And we are going inside this loop with only that one number, with this 1 at first. So this, at the first loop, this number will be 1. And we are checking if 1 of modulus of 2. So this expression will return that is 1, because it is not even, it is not divisible. So it will be false over here. That means this won't be executed. It will go to the else part, and it will just print that this is odd. In the second loop, this number will be 2, and we'll just check again. 2 modulus of 2 is 0. Obviously this will be executed. In the third loop, this will be 3, because in this number list the third element is 3, so it is going to get us 3. And this is again the false. It will go to the else part. So this is the way for loop work, and we have now a program that will simply get us a value to check for the number that is even or odd. You can also check for the that the alphabet that is vowel or not. So you can do the program for yourselves. So if you do something like num is modulus of 2 is equal 0, let's press F5, then it is going to give us the error saying this num is unsupported operands type, because this num is not what we just required. This num is basically, it is taking whole of this list. So we want to check only with the single number. That means for loop will just take every element from this data sequence, and we can just execute our logic to just check for that data, single data from the list. It can be from the tuple or any other data sequence. So this is the importance of the for loop. So for loop can iterate over a sequence of number we have seen over here, and we can just make use of the range method or any other method, and we can just perform an operation over here. So if you have to do something like check for the prime number or check for the range, printing some numbers, you can do something like by the range method. Let me show you. For x in range, so I have shown you that range method will just give a sequence of numbers. So I'll say I want the number from 3 to 5, because this 6 is not included. So range 3, 6 will print the tuple number of 3, 4 5 because the 6 won't be included over here. Just remember that. And after we just do this, we want to print the text. Let's save this, press F5, you are going to get 3 4 5. This is the way. So we have something that is, let me show you here real quick. So if I say print and do this, you are getting this int attribute over here and shape attribute over here. So if I say x and comma int attribute to be only this but not /n, then if I say save this and print, you are going to get 3 4 5 because this int is attribute that is going to give us, if I say something like, okay, I want this much space between each of this number while printing, let me save this, then you are getting these spaces in each of these number like we just passed in this int. So if you want in the middle of each number, let me say $. If I save this, you'll see in each number you will have the $sign. So we are just formatting with this new attribute over here with the int. So we have now completed about the for loop. So next one is while loop. So it is similar to the for loop. Let's see about the while loop. So all in lowercase, start with while, typing the while, and you will say some variable over here. Let's make first variable. Let me do the same tasks as we have done in the before, like printing the name. So I'll say count equals 0. So I'll just check with the condition if this count is less than 5, that means this will be executed 5 times. I want to print that name which is 5 times. If you just do this and if you just print now, it will be executed infinite times because this count 0 value in here is less than 5. It is always true, it is never false. That means this for while loop will be executed infinite times, and you will have the console that will be hanged after some moment because this is never going to be terminated because this count value is never going to be greater than 5, which is always 0. So if you want to just terminate after 5th loop, you have to change the value of the count every time you execute the first or second loop. So if I say save this, press F5, it is going to give us 5 times such in, which is obviously the condition. When this condition is true, until and unless this count becomes greater than 5, it will terminate your loop. But if you just remove this, if I just press hash and if I save this, press F5, it is going to execute infinite times. It is not going to just terminate in any time. So you have to just close this now, you have to kill it because this is never going to be terminated. The count 0, this condition is true every time. That means the code inside this while will be executed infinite times. So this can be done something like with this statement, while true, print such in. So if you want your program to have the infinite loop, you can do something like this. It will be executed for the infinite loop. We can do this in some programs, making the loop that won't be terminated at any time. This is the infinite loop. Now let's learn about the break and continue statement. So break, as the name suggests, is used to exit from the loop, and continue is used to skip the current block. So let's see how this break and continue statement works with the function or with the program over here. So let me say count 0 and let me make while true, which is our infinite loop, and here I'm going to print my count, which is basically your count. And now I'm going to say count add every time this loop work, add count, and if count is greater or equal to 5, you have to break. So let's see first the break statement. So what we are doing here is, I've already shown you in the couple of minutes before that while true is going to execute in infinite loop. So this is going to do infinite, but this break statement is used to break your loop. Whenever this count is greater than equal to 5, break is going to just terminate this loop and it will just get out of this loop. Let's see if this works or not. So let's save this first, press F5, then it is going to give us the 5 values, because if this condition is true, then it will be break. Let's see if I just remove this break, or if I save this, press F5. Okay, we haven't had anything over here. Let's say print hey. Let's save this, press, then it is going to execute infinite times again, because we don't have any condition that will just terminate this loop. That is going to be done by our break statement. If this is the condition, if this condition becomes true, then break statement will be executed. So this is the way to just terminate out of this infinite loop using the break. So let's see about the continue statement now. So continue is very easy and very important. So let's make the program with the for loop. So for x in range, so I have already shown you about the range. It will just create us a tuple from 0 to 9. So let's check if this x is even or not. We have done this program again before. So if it is the case, then I just want to continue. Else I want to print my x. So what do you think this program is all about? Is it going to print us a even number or an odd number? So let's save this and see. And obviously this is going to print us a odd number, because in the case of even, if we get the even number, we are just saying continue. Don't print that number, just continue, just skip that number. And if it is the false, then print x. That means it will just print odd. If for case, let me just quickly make here the range. So range over here would be from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and the 9. So this will be the printed value. So at first it will be 0. So we are just checking 0 modulus of 2 is 0, which is obviously this part is true. That means it will just enter in this if loop. And here it is saying continue. That means nothing to do with this 0. Second, it is saying 1. And this condition is false. That means it will go out here and it will print 1. For the next, it will say 2. Don't do anything for the 2. Just go in the another loop. So that is saying with this continue. Continue is basically going to skip that certain block or a current block, and break is going to exit from the loop if the condition is met, which we just saw in the previous example. So this is our flow control part 2, where we just learned our looping concept and break and continue statement, and we'll learn about the functions and more interesting part of Python in the upcoming lectures. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to learn about the functions. So we are going to make our own function in this lecture, but just remember, we have made use of the functions, inbuilt functions of the Python couple of times in the earlier lectures too. So if you just remember about the modules, that is random module. Let's go to the documentation again. Let's press F1 or just go to the help and just press this Python docs. Go to the modules part, random, R for random, and see the random. So all of these is your methods or the functions. So if you made use of this rand range, this is your functions. If you see rand int, this is also your functions. So we are making use of these inbuilt functions of this Python. You are making use of input method, which is the inbuilt function. You have made use of print. We have made use of so many times the print. It is also inbuilt function. We have made use of range method in the previous lecture, which is going to return us a range object. This is also the inbuilt function. So let's create our own function now. So first of all, before creating our own functions, let's think why this function is essential. So that would be because we don't want to repeat yourselves, which is your dry principles. So what dry principle says is don't repeat yourself. If you want to do the same tasks, why you are creating the same code again and again? Just make a code in a way that you can call that whenever you need the same code to be executed. So let me say something like, before creating any function, so let me say I want to add 3 and 4. So I'm just giving us logic over here why this function is important. So I'm saying I want to create a program that will just add 3 and 4 every time. So in the function, in very much we are just making a program. Okay, we're just making a program where we'll see that whenever we just want to launch or just make a product, we have to call, that is the addition of 3 and 4. So instead of just writing 3 plus 4 every time, so we have to just say something like print me 3 and 4 first time. And if you want to do again in the next module, you have to say something like 3 and 4 again. The same code has to be repeated again and again if you want to do same tasks, which is addition of 3 and 4 multiple times. So instead of doing this, what if we just create a method or a function which will do the same tasks, and instead of just writing this code again and again, we can just call that function to do the same tasks whenever we need it. So let's see. So first of all, I'll say add. This is going to just do sum. Okay, sum. Okay, I think sum add, or basically add 2 to 4, 2, 3, add num. Okay, so I'm getting the idea over here that it is the function, and give the colon, and over here I'm going to add 3 and 4. So now we have created a function which is going to do only one thing, that is adding a 3 and 4 every time we call this function. So calling is with the name only. We'll just pass the name, we pass the parenthesis, and just give this add norm. If I save this, run F5 with F5, it is going to give us 7. So every time it is going to give us 7. So instead of just writing again this print, now we can simply do is add num. We can simply call this add num and it will just execute the same code again. So it is showing us 7 and 7 again. So if you want to use this again the 4 times or 5 times, no problem, just call this. You don't need to write code again and again. So it should seem something like for you that is okay, this is only 1 line code. So what if we have 1000 lines of code over here? So instead of writing 10,000 line of code again and again, you can simply call that method which will be executing that 1000 line of code. So this will just implement our dry principle from these Python implementations of the functions. So now what you need to do is simply create a function which will just do something for us. So to do that, we'll say def. Def is the defined keyword which is usually used in the case of Python. So we'll say the info. Info is my function, and you just give this parenthesis denoting that this is the function. So over here, what you need to do is just print I like, okay, and you know this is the way to format, and I hate, okay, I don't hate, but I normally type hate over here, and I'll just format using this format keyword. And let's see, we don't have anything to format with. Let's go down and call the info, and in this info I want to pass the string name is Python and Java. Okay, so you are seeing here that we have passed in this info. So info has been called, this function has been called, and we are just passing to string over here. Python and Java is a string. But if you see in this info, we don't have anything that is placeholder for this Python and Java. So this is where we just pass a parameter over here. So if I say a comma b, Python will be in this a, Java will be in this b. So now we can format with this a and b. So let's close this, save this, press F5. You'll see I like Python and I hate Java, which is not the case. I like Java too, but I'm just saying I hate Java over here. So what we just did here was we just passed the argument as a parameter in this function in here. What if I want to just remove this Java, and if I save this and press F5, it is going to give us an error saying missing one required positional argument b. So what we need to know over here is this a and b over here is a positional argument. So if you just pass anything in this field, you have to pass as a position. So if you don't pass, it is going to show us an error. So if I say Java first, and if I say Python, you'll see the complete opposite meaning of what we just expect. So save this, press, then it is saying I like Java and I hate Python, which is obviously not the case. But this Java will be not in B now, it will be in A. So it is a positional argument. So the order matters over here. Whatever you pass first will be in this positional argument, which is the first positional argument. Second will be goes to the second. If you just pass any third over here, it will go to the C. If you just pass something as argument over here, so the order matters over here. But what if I say something like Python, and if I remove this, it is still going to show us error. That is, it is required to have the one position argument b. But instead of this passing from here, I want to pass as a default argument. I'll say Java over here. Now you have the excuse, and if I just print with the F5, it is going to give us that I like Python and I hate Java, because we have now default argument. We have passed this default argument. If we don't pass over here, it will work as a default. So this is the work of default argument. But if you pass Java over here, and if you just leave this b, it is not going to work. So just remember that the argument will be default. So default argument should always be over here at the last. So it has given us error showing that non-default argument follows default argument. That means not default should be at first, and that should follow by the default argument. So default argument should be always at the last. So this should be default argument, and non-default argument should be at the beginning. So this is the way to execute our method. So next thing is to return. So let's see. Instead of print, what I want to do is I'll say return me this string by formatting, and now because it is returning something, I'll just catch over here. So I'll say info has been cached, and let's print this info. If I save this, press F5, it is going to give us I like Python and I hate Java, because we are just returning something from the function. Because we have returned something, it should be catch over here where we just call our function, and we have just printed that message which is returned from the function. So this is the return keyword which is going to return us the value. So if I just say something like return me 4 and addition of 6, and I'll just say print info, save this, it is going to give us 10 because it is returning the addition, and it is just saving over here, that is 10, and we are just printing this value as a 10. So this is our functions. So we can just create these functions, give the def keyword, function name, and inside the parentheses, if you want to have any argument which is the default argument or non-default argument, just pass over here and make use of the code inside this function. And calling the function is the another part with these parameters you want to pass to that argument which is used while defining the functions. So next thing is to see the lambda functions, and they are also called the anonymous functions in the Python. So lambda functions can have any number of argument but only one expressions. So in Python we have seen now to create the user defined function with the def keyword and giving the name, but the anonymous function doesn't have any name. That is the beauty of the anonymous function. Let's see how this anonymous function can be created. So anonymous function have return type, so something like double. So I'm just saying double will be returned, and if you want to make use of the anonymous function, it should be with this keyword lambda functions. So it is also called sometimes the lambda functions because we make use of this lambda keyword. So after that lambda, make use of the argument that you want to pass and the value. So let me say x multiplied by 2, and I want to print the double of 5. Let me say double of 5. It is going to give us obviously 10 value. So this is also a function. So what we just did here was, let me just define our normal functions. So I'm just doing something like x and printing me x multiplied by 2 and calling that function with 5 value in it. So if you do same, it will just give us 10 and 10. So this is done by the lambda functions or the anonymous functions, and this is our normal user defined function. So here we can see this lambda keyword contains an expression, which is this expression, and the argument. So this argument can be any number of argument. It can be 1 argument, 2 argument. You can simply pass y over here, z over here, but this expression, which is x multiplied by 2, it should be only single. So you can't simply pass here something like y multiplied by 8 again. This is not valid. It should be only one time. You can do something like the x multiplied by y multiplied by z. This is valid. So you can simply pass here in the double 5, 8 and 9. You can save this, press F5, you will get the value, but the expression should be only 1. This is only valid if you pass here something, the expression 2, 3 expression, it won't be valid. So this is the lambda functions. We have to explore more of this in the upcoming lecture. We'll see the packing and unpacking the arguments, keyword arguments in the upcoming lecture. But for now, we have seen how to work with the functions, how to create our own functions. We have been using the couple of functions in the earlier lectures like print function, range function and input function. But for now, we have seen how to create our own functions and just execute it by our own way. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. This lecture will be fun lecture because we are going to cover a whole lot of things in this lecture about the variable scope and packing and unpacking the arguments. So let's start defining some function. So I'll say info function, and the normal function, I'll just create the variable with v as, let me say 45, and let's print this v value. So v is, okay, what am I doing? So let's format it first. V is, and you can simply pass with the format method, and let's say v. So this is inside the info method. So when you just call info, it is going to give us the straightforward v value. V is 45, but again if you see that v value would be, okay, v value, I'll just say v is 56. Okay, so v is 56 over here, and now I'm just calling this same right here. So if I save this, then you will see v is 45 and 56. So that means the value or the variable has the local scope inside this function only. So if you see, this v is not visible over here. So if I just remove this v, if I save this, press F5, it is going to give us an error, v is not defined, because this is because of this error. If I just comment this out, then it is not going to give us any error. It is showing that v is 45. Because of this statement where we have to get the value of v, this v was defined inside the function, but this v is not visible outside of this function. So if I want to print any value that is v, or if I want to say y 89, okay, if I want to say again y, it is also not visible, because this y is visible inside this function only. Outside this function, this is not visible, because this has the local scope inside this function, and outside this function, this is not visible. But what if I just say v is 45, and I'll just omit out this statement. Now if I save this and just remove this one too, again save this and press F5, then it will show us v is 45 again, because this v which is declared outside of this function has the global scope. That means this is visible inside this function, outside this function, everywhere. But if you create any variable, any data structure that is inside this function, it has the local scope. It won't be visible outside that function. Just remember that. This is the important thing that you need to take care, because whole lot of error can arise because of this concept that beginner don't understand about this variable scope that is inside the function will be visible inside the function only. Outside that function, it will be invisible, because it has the local scope, not the global scope. Now let's see about the concept which is unpacking the arguments. First of all, let's see the unpacking the argument. Let me save this, run my console. So first of all, if I say something like print me, okay, this should be print me the numbers. I'll say 3 4 5. If I print this, you can see that there's a space, there is unpacking. So print statement has something that is attribute. I have already shown you in the previous lectures that if you say something like print me 3 4 5, we have this scp and the end command here. So if I say sep, which is the separation between each of these numbers, would be, instead of just this space, I want to add dollar in between each of these elements that is passed in the print method. You'll see dollar will be added inside each of this element. So this is the packing, or basically unpacking. Let's see some example. I'll say number 4 5 6 and 7 are the numbers. Now let me just print this with unpacking. So unpacking of the argument can be done with the single asterisk, just remember that, and just pass here number. And if I just print this, you can see there is unpacking. If I just print the number, there is no unpacking. This is simply a list, but if you want to unpack, you should pass the asterisk and the variable. Okay, we have to print this first, and we have to pass over here, and you could see that there is unpacking of the number, which is not in the case when we just print the list. So this is the unpacking where we just unpack the list. So now let's see the packing the argument. So packing the argument will be implemented by the function. So let's create the function that will add the multiple number. So till now what we have learned is to add the numbers as the form of a parameter. So if I say print a addition of b, this is completely valid. I'll just call 5 6 or 3 5. If I print f5, the f5, this is going to give us a number. If I say 8 9 8 5, this is also going to give us a number. What if I say I want to add 6 7 8 6 7 again 6, I want to add this number. So Ctrl S and press F5. It is not going to give us any result, because I have already shown you before that it takes 2 positional argument, but 8 were given. Here this argument was 8 were given, but this 8 will be gone to the A, this 5 will go to the B, but we don't have any further parameter which can hold this bunch of numbers. So if you want to do, you can do something like C, you can do D, you can do E, F and G and something like that, but it is not a practical way. So let's pack this argument so as to define the new function. I'll say add, and now if you want to pass multiple argument, you simply put here a string, and let's call this args. You can call any number or any variable name, but I'll simply say args. So now what you need to do is simply call the total, because we want to add these numbers. So for I in args, So args here is a tuple. So in the tuple we can just loop. So I'll just say total and add with the I, and at the last return that total for me. And now you can add multiple numbers. So I'll say all bunch of these numbers. So let's save this, press F5. It is not going to give us any result because we haven't print over here. So let's print this, save this first, press F5. It is going to give us a result straight away because we are just finished with packing our argument. So all of these numbers here will be converted as a tuple. So in this tuple we can loop. Every time it will take a number. So I will be 3 at first. It will add with the total, which is 0 plus 3, which will be 3. Now the total is 3. So in the next loop it will be 4. 4 plus 3. It will just add continually all of this, and it will just return the total, which is just printed over here. So this is the concept of packing the argument and looping through it and doing the operation inside this loop. So this is the important way to pack the arguments, and we'll learn the bunch of concepts in the upcoming lectures about the Python. See you in the next. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture we are going to see the reading and writing files in the Python. So when you are working with the Python files, you don't need to import a library in order to read or write the file. So it is very easy to read and write the file object in the Python. So all you need to do is call some of the inbuilt function and just manipulate and just get that file object and close the file that you just opened. So all you need to do is simply first of all use the with statement to do that. So before that, I want to make a quick program over here which will just get input from the user and show you how to write to that file users opened and read from that file. So first of all, I'll say the input variable is going to input us, that is enter what you love about Python. So this will be input. I want to strip if there is any empty space or blank space. So after that we need to just write it to the file. So we have to make use of this with statement. So you can work with this file object using this with statement, and it is basically designed to provide much cleaner syntax and exception handling technique when you are working with the code. And this is the best practice to work with this with statement, because the bonus of using this method is that any file open will be closed automatically after you are done. So this is really important feature of a with. So we'll start using this with if you work in the file handling or a file input output. So as a with and open, we have to first open that file in order to read or write. So you can see the intelligence is giving us a suggestion about the file and the mode you want to open, and other are optional over here. So first of all, I want to give the name to the file. So I'll say fun about Python, and I'll just say txt, which is fun.txt, and I want to open it in the mode. So this mode should be either read or write. So I want to open to the write mode. So I'll say write and as f. So we are analyzing this file as f from now, and I want to write to this file with the input that we just got from the user. So this is as simple as here. So if you are opening any file in the write mode, and if that file doesn't exist, it is going to create a new file and it is going to write your input to that file. So what we are doing here is we are opening the file, we are analyzing that file with the name as f again, and we are calling that write method with this input that is entered from the user. So let's save this first, press F5, and it is saying what you love about the Python. So I'll say it's easy to learn. Okay, it is easy to learn. So when I just hit enter, I think it should create us a text file, and you can see here it is saying fun. Let me open this, and it is giving us it is easy to learn. Okay, so we have write to that file. Let's go back to our IDE, and now we want to give another value. So now if I save this again, if I press F5 again, it is saying what you love about the Python. It is powerful. So when I just hit enter, let's go back again to the fun. Now we had given that value it is easy to learn has been replaced with it is powerful. So we don't need that. We have to do something like appending technique. So instead of write, if I just pass here append, it is going to append the basically what value you have passed in the previous, and it is going to just concatenate it. So let me go again back here. Let me save this first. Let me just close this file, and now let me save this. Press F5 again, and I'm going to say it is dynamically typed language. Press enter, and let me go again to the fun. Let me just open this fun. You'll see it is powerful was given in the previous execution, and it is appended with now it is dynamically typed language. You can simply pass that is over here. So every time this is called, you can simply go here and put some separations or something like end with double slash or single slash n over here, which is obviously default, but you can do this in order to give some spaces over there. So this is the way to just create the file. So let's remove this now, and let's see how to read from the file. We have already created the file. Now let's see how to read that file. With open, we have to open the file. So it should be the same name which we have just created. It should be fun.txt, and now the mode will be read mode, and I want to alias it as f. And now I have to read with this read command. So it is pretty much easy, but you have to print it. So I'll just say print f.read command, and let me say save this first. Press F5. It is going to give us the result, which is the text inside that file, which is it is powerful, it is dynamically typed language, which was the file text or content. So this is the file handling technique. First of all, you have to open that file. If you don't use this with, you have to close that file, but it is handled dynamically by this with command. So we are opening that file in the read, write or append mode. We're aliasing that, and we're just calling this read and write method to write to that file or read from the file. So this is the simple file handling technique in the Python. We'll learn more about this in the upcoming lecture. We'll see some of this technique and how this can be used for the hacking purpose in the upcoming lecture. See you in the next one. Hello and welcome to this lecture. This will be the first lecture on the data structures. So in this lecture, we are going to cover about the list, the most used data structure in the Python. So first of all, what is list? So first of all, let's come with the variable. So when I just say variable, you have to store only one element to the variable. So you cannot store something like var saying 3, store me 4, 5, 6, 6. This should not be valid in the variable. You can store only one data item to the variable. But if you want to store multiple items to the same variable, it is to be done with the data structures. It can be the dictionary, it can be the list, it can be the tuple. So let's see about the list in this lecture. So let me just say my list, and I'll say this empty square brackets. So when I just save this, and if you want to print, it will just print you the my list, and it is your empty list. So let me just press F5 to show you over here. And if I say my list and just assign as empty square bracket over there, then you'll see that you'll just have the my list as empty. So you are just creating here the empty list. So let's assign some of the integers over here. So I'll just say my list, and let's see 1, 2, 3. So now you can see we have assigned multiple data item to the same variable name, which is basically the data structures, which is the list. So we have created the list of numbers from 1 to 3. You can also make a list with the mixed data types. So we have learned from the previous couple of lectures, we have the couple of types, the basic fundamental data types in a Python. That is, first is integer, obviously the one integer, and next one is decimal, and the next one is string, and next one is your boolean. So let's close this first, and after this let's add the boolean, and it is also valid. If you just print your list, you'll see this is going to create us a simple list containing all of the mixed data types over here, having an integer, float, string, and the boolean. So we have created the list over here, the first list, which is going to get all of the data items stored in it. So you can also have the nested list. So let me just take example, my list, and let me say it is going to have here first, and after that the another list, after that the more another list, okay, after that the another list again. So you can see we have created a list which contains the nested list, which have more than one list. So it have one list over here, then another list over here. So this is the nested list. So let's see how we can access the element from the list. You can see we have created our list over here, which is the mixed list, and over here we have created our my list. So let me just copy this and paste it here. And now we have the my list containing a mixed data type. So let's access some of these items from this list. So in order to access the element, you have to go through the index. So what is index here? So index can be assigned with this square bracket again. So in the list, the first item is at index 0. So this is the position which we call 0. Next one will be 1, 2 and 3, incremented each time by 1. So if you just call this as 1, this should be 2 and this should be 3. And always remember, the list index start from 0, not the 1. This is not 1, it starts from O. So if I say my list O, then it is going to give us 1. And if I say my list and this time 1, okay, 1, then it is going to give us the second element of the list, but the index having 1. So this is the way to just access the list. If you want to have this to be printed, you can do in the two ways. I'll say my list. First way is to count from 0, 1, 2, 3. It should be as 3. And another way is to have the negative indexing. So this is important. Negative indexing is from the -1. If you want to print this true, it should be at -1, and you have to just decrement again. It should be -1, it should be -2, it should be -3 and -4. If I want this 1, it should be -4, which is called the negative indexing over here. So we have got 1, which is at the position of -4, which is our negative indexing. So next thing is to slice the list. Now slice is to get part of the list. We want to get the multiple element of a list as a slice. So same as the pizza slice, we want to get some part of the list. So in order to get some part of list, let me create big list for now. So instead of this list, let me just clear and open the new console, and now let me just create now big list over here. So this will contain the basically, okay, I'll just say 1, 2, 3. So the random elements over here. So let's close this list. We have created the list. So now what if we want to do is we want to have the element from this, maybe from 3 to maybe 66. We want every element from this 3 to 66. So let's see how we can just get that. And this technique is called slicing technique. So first of all, we have to go through the index again. So 1 is at 0, 1, 2 is at 1, and 3 is at position 2, but position 3, but index is 2. So we'll just go from 2 because we want to include 3, and we have to give the colon, and we want to reach at 66. So this is as 2, 3, 4, and 66 is 5. So if you just pass 5 here, this is the explicit position. So this is not included. If you want to include this 5th position, you have to pass 6, because this position is going to be ignored. So 6th position here, or the 6th index, is at 7, and this is not included. Only up to here is to be included. So if I hit enter, it will show us 3, 4, 5, 66. 7 is not included, though it has the index of 6, but this is the ignorable position, or this is not an included position. If you just pass my list and from 2 to 5 again, which is the position of 66 index, it will just give us 3, 4, 5, but not 66. This is the ignorable position. And now you can also do something from the beginning to maybe from here beginning to 5. If you want from beginning to 5, we can do something like leave the first position. If you leave first position, it will just defaultly start from the first index and just count from there. 0th, 1, 2, 3, 4. We want to 5. That means we have to include this 5th. And let's close this. So it is giving us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the next thing is the step position. So let's see the step position. So I'll just say my list, and the first one is default. Let's say second one is also default. If you pass third one, so this third one is basically this step. So step is the loop, or basically what is to be included. If I pass 2 over here, it is going to leave one step in each of the elements. So you can see, if you just pass 2 over here, this 1 was printed, but instead of printing 2, it has directly jumped to 3. It has left out 4. It has left out 66. So one step has been not included in the output list. If I say something like my list, again, go from beginning. If you don't pass anything, it will go from beginning. And again, if you don't pass anything over here, it will just go till the end. And if I say 3 over here, and if I print, now again, it is going to remove the 2 element. So step has been 3 here. That means it is going to remove the 2 element from each of these part. So you can see 1472 has been printed with this slicing technique. Now let's see some of the important methods of the list. So first of all, I'll make the odd element over here, 1357. So now if I want to append or add another element, we can make use of this append method of the list, and I'll say the next would be 9. And now if I print odd, you would see now 13579, 9 has been appended to this odd list. So you can do similarly. Let me say if you want to add multiple elements, so in the case of append you can add only one element, but if you want to add multiple element, you can simply do extend 11, 13, 15. And now, okay, what we have just done here was we have to extend with the list. So we have just made a small mistake over here, because this should be iterable. It has shown right over here and we haven't passed in the list. So I'll say 11, 13 and again 15. Close the list, close the method, and if you just print odd, now it has been extended. So 13579 was the initial odd. Now 11, 13, 15 was added from this extend method of this Python list. So you can also do something like insert. Let's go back again, print this, and if I just say odd is 1 and 9, and now if you want to insert the element, you can simply do insert, and now if I say 1 and 3, okay, what we just did over here was we wanted to add this third element in the first position. So this insert method will take the position where you want to insert, or basically the index. So index is basically the 1. That means we want to insert in the middle of the 1 and 9, because 1 is at 0th, 9 is at 1 position, but now in this position we want to add 3. So when I just insert this, print odd, you'll see 3 has been inserted now in middle of 1 and 9. So this is the way to just insert the element using this insert method. Next is to see our remove method, delete method. So let's see about that. So first of all, let's see our list. So let's create the new list, and I'll say 1, 2. This is our list. So next thing is to just delete the list. So I'll say I want to delete some part of the list, some element of the list. You can do that by using this my list and the slicing technique that we have studied. I want to just delete from 2 to 3. So if I do that, and if you say my list again, you'll see that it has now 1, 3, 4, 5, 5, 2 and 3 has been deleted. So next thing you can also do is simply call delete, and if you say delete my list, whole list will be deleted, and you'll see this my list is not defined because we have just deleted our my list completely from here. So next thing is you can also make use of the remove method in order to delete some element of the list. So let me create my list again, and here I'll say A, B, C and D are the element of the list. And if you want to remove, you have to call my list again and just add the remove method. So when I just remove, let me say I want to remove C from here, and if I just print again my list, you'll see C has been removed from your list. You can also do same tasks using the pop method. So you can see that my list and dot pop method is of the list, and you have to pass the index in this pop method. So when I just say 1 is the position for this B. So B has been popped out. That means element has been popped out from this list. So if you just do something like my list dot pop, it is going to give us as a default the last element of the my list, which is in this case the pop. That means it is going to get the last index, which is -1 index, if default value is passed or nothing value is passed in the pop method, it is going to get us the last element of the list. So these are the couple of functions which are important functions of the Python list. So we have couple of lectures to learn about the data structures in the upcoming lecture. We have seen bunch of the method like insert, like pop method, and remove, insert, append, every method which is important in the list. You can also take a look on this length method, which is going to give us the length of the list, and this is the one because we have just popped out every element. Only my list has the one element, which is a, so it is going to give us the length of the list as a 1. So these are the couple of functions we have learned in this lecture. In the next couple of lectures, we'll also see about the more advanced data structure. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we're going to learn about the string, which is very important part of the Python programming. So first of all, what is a string? So a string is a sequence of characters, and you know the characters are simply a symbol. That is, we have the 26 characters in the English language. So these are the characters, which is ABCD. All of these are the characters, and the combination of that characters is a string. So when I say ABCD, this is the string, but normally we put string inside this quotation. So if I say ABC inside this double quote, this is your string, which is your first string. So a string is only the sequence of characters which will give you some meaning. So if you say your name, then that is also your string because it is also the combination of characters. So we normally call the combination or sequence of characters as a string. So let's see how to create the string and store them into the variables. So if I say my string, because we don't need to just specify the types in this Python programming, it is done dynamically by the Python interpreter. So if I say hello, and if I just create this string, and if I just want to print this, which is your my string, it is going to give us the same string over here. So a string can be created with the double quote, and it can be also created with the single quote. And if you see here, let me create a new string with the same name, but in this case I'll use triple but a single quote over here. And if I just close this with the same quote, if you do it in this way, then this is going to work. But if you just remove one quote, and if you see over here, we have 3 opening quotes and only the 2 closing quotes, it is not going to work. So it is not going to work in this case. You have to put 3 closing quote, and then you have now created your string, which is hello string. You can also give the triple quotes if you have to make a multi-line statements or multi-line string. So if I say my string, and if I want to create the multi-line string, then I can say that hello, and I can say welcome to, let's make this multi-line by going down, and if I say welcome to the programming world, and if I just close with these triple quotes, then if I just hit enter, you'll see that we have just extended our string. So it should be capital S, and now you can see we have the /n, which means we are in the new line, and this is our string. The whole lot of string was created by these triple quotes, which is used to extend the multiple lines. In this case, you can just go down and do multiple lines. So this is also one type of commenting, which we just did in the previous lectures, how to comment with the multiple line, because the single line commenting is with this hash. If you want the multi-line comment, it should be done with these triple quotes. So next is we'll see how to assess the characters in the string. So let's make a string, and let's see how we can just assess each of these characters from the string. So let me say str is my string. So instead of str, I'll just make a new let me say name, and if I say Python is the name, and if I hit enter, and now if you want to just see or fetch the item from this string, you can do from the index. So you can see here in the Python, p is at position 0, y is at index 1, t is at 2, and similarly 1 increment at a time. So if I want the character that is y, then I have to give name first and give the square bracket, and inside that square bracket you have to put the index. So p is at index 0, that means if you want y, you should put 1 over here, and if I hit enter, you are going to get y. So you have to just assess through this indexing technique, and just remember that in the string and in the list, the index starts always from 0. It is not from 1. Just remember that. If you want to get this n, you can do simply something from 0, count from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if I just say name, okay, if I say here name, and 5, you are going to get the n. But you can also do in the another wise, that is the negative indexing, which is -1. So -1 is at n, so n is at index -1 and the 5. If I hit enter, you are going to get n. If you want this negative indexing from maybe t, if you want t with the negative indexing, you have to count from -1 and decrement in the each of these characters. So n is at -1, o is at -2, -3, -4. So if you just pass -4, you are going to get t. So this is the way to just get or fetch the characters from the string. You can also slice the string. So if I say something like name, and if you want to just fetch the element from y to t, then you have to count the index first, because p is at 0th index, y is at 1, 2, 3. So if I say 1, 2, 4, because this position which is at there is exclusion position. So if I hit enter, you are going to get yth. But if I say name and 1, 2, 3, so if I say 1, 2, 3, you are not going to get h, because although t or h is at position 3, but this is exclusion position. That means it will count from 1 and go till 3, or basically till 2. So it will print from 1 to 2, but not, it will just include only 2 but not 3. It will just exclude this position. So this position is exclusion position. So you have to include the index that is bigger than that the character you want to include. So if you want to include from y to t, that means you have to include the index of 0th or o here. If you want to index to be included of o, then include the index of the n over here. So if you want to do something like from s to n, then you have to do something like, first of all, count. So p is at 0th, 1, 2, 3. So inclusion position will be 3 and exclusion will be till the last. So last, if it is till the last, you don't need to give any index. If I hit enter, you will get HON. So just remember that we can just slice this string, and we'll learn about this in the more detail in the list lectures, which is very important to learn about, because in the list also we can just get this idea of slicing and taking part of the list. So string can also offer the same idea of slicing the string, that is getting some part of the string. So the next thing what you can do here in the string is to delete the string. So first of all, before deleting, let me just close this one and open the new terminal. And here, first of all, let's see how we can just assign something to the string or not. So if I say my string, and now if I say that it is a string, and if I want to assign something to the string, so if I do something like in the position, 5th position, I want to assign value a. So if you count the position, that is 5th, 0th, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that means it should include over here before G, but it is not valid in the case of string. So string object does not support item assignment. So just remember that strings are immutable. That means the element of a string cannot be assigned. So you cannot do this in the case of a string, but you can do this in the case of the list or any other data structures. But in the case of a string, this is not valid. So next thing is we can also delete the string. So let's see how we can delete the string or not. So if I say delete with this del command, and my string, okay, it should be my string, and if I want to delete only first character, which is basically the t, because the index start from 0th, then this is also not valid. If I hit enter, string object does not support item deletion. So item deletion or a character deletion of the string is not valid, but it will be valid in the case of any other data structure like list or a dictionary. But in the case of the string, this is not valid. All you need to do is completely delete all the string. So that should be done like this. My string, if I hit enter, now if you just check the my string, it is not there. It is not defined because it has been deleted completely. So next thing in the list is the concatenation technique in the list. So let's see how we can just concatenate the string. So if I make two string, hello first string, let me make a string 2, that is Python. And if you want to concatenate this, you have to do something like, first of all, take this string, what is str1, and add this with str2. If you do this, you are going to concatenate this string. You can also do something like a multiplication of a string. So if you want to get the multiple hello, you can do something like str1 multiplied by 3 times. So this arithmetic operation is valid in the case of a string. You can multiply your element. You can also do addition, which is basically a concatenation between the string, and you can do this type of operation in the string. So let's see some of the operations or some of the inbuilt method of a string now. Let me close one more time, and here let's see some of the inbuilt function of the string. So first of all, I'll just make a simple string, and in this string I'll say happy birthday. So let's change this string or manipulate this string by inbuilt function of the Python. So first of all, we'll see the capitalize function. So let's see how this works. So I'll say capitalize. Just make sure you just enter this function. So when I just hit enter, you can see that with this function only the first letter will be capitalized and all the letter will be in the lowercase. So this is the capitalize function. And if I check again, that is the my string, it will be unchanged. You can see this is the same string which is just created, but we change with the capitalize, but it is not happening anything over here. This changes has not been reflected to the original string because strings are immutable. They cannot be changed. Basically this function, if you want to make change, you have to assign it like this. If I say my string, and now I have to call inbuilt method in this string with capitalize. If you do this, now you can see that your string will be changed to this capitalize. Just remember that. So next function we can see is the lower function. If I say lower, this is going to convert all of these characters into the lowercase. Next one, it would be obviously the upper one. If we say the upper, this is going to change whole lot of characters into the uppercase, and this is the way to just see if we can just convert to the uppercase and lowercase. Let's see some other function. So let's say that abc is a string, and let's call is lower method over here. And if you do this, then obviously this character are in the lowercase, that means it will just return us a true. You can also do similar to this, is this upper, and it is also going to give us a true because that is in the uppercase. So next thing is to strip. So if you want to strip the spaces, so if I do space some spaces and abc and some spaces, and if you want to strip these blank spaces, you can simply call this strip method, and you will get that that is the characters of the string without the blank spaces. So this is the handy method, which is the split strip method, not split. So this is important method. You can also see the find method. You can also check for the count method. So if I say something like okay, a b c d e f, and if I just find some characters, maybe c, and if I hit enter, it is going to give us a 2, the position. You can also see the index method. So these are some of the methods. You can also see the len method, which is going to take any object. So if I do this, then you are going to get the length of the string object over here, which is passed with the 3 characters. So these are some methods which are quite handy in the case of the string. We have covered a lot of things in the string part. So in the upcoming lecture, we'll learn about more complex data structures, and we'll just see some of the examples, real world examples. So see you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. This lecture will be all about the dictionaries. So we have learned about the list now, and now it's time to see more complex data structures, which is a dictionary. So it is important lecture of the Python programming. So first of all, if you see the dictionary, it is quite similar to that the dictionary, English dictionary, which we used to look up for the words and we get the meaning. So there is a key, which is basically your words, and there is a meaning, which is your values. So this is the combination of key and values, and we make use of this key and value to create the dictionary, to assess the dictionary. So just remember that. So this is the main reason we call this as a dictionary. So dictionary is an unordered collection of items. So what does that means is, in the case of a list, it is ordered. So if I make any dictionary, and if you want to just assess the element, it won't be ordered, it will be unordered, and we'll see about that in the next minute. But for now, just remember it is quite similar to the list, but it is unordered and it has the key and value pair. So next thing is we just combine the element in the form of a key and value. We have already said this, and now let's see how to create the dictionary and how to do some manipulations in the dictionary. So first of all, we have to give name to the dictionary. So I'll say my dict is my dictionary, and to create the dictionary, if you remember, to create the list it was square bracket. For now it is dictionary, so it should be curly braces. So if you hit enter, and if you just say the my dict, then it is the empty dictionary. If you check the type of this my dict, if you want to do this, then you could see the class is the dictionary type. So the next thing is to just input some of the characters to this dictionary. So let's make our dictionary. So first of all, I've said there is a key, and you give the colon, and there is a value. So this is the way to create the dictionary. So next one is also the key, value. So you can enter any number of key value over here. So key would be something, let me say 1, and the first, let me say, is orange. So the first value is orange, and the second, let me say it is apple. Now if you just print this my dict, then it is your dictionary. A complete dictionary is been just created over here. So you can also do something like, okay, let me make a dictionary with a multiple mixed keys. So if you see, we have now key as a string, and let me say John, which is also the string. Key and value both as a string, but for now I have to just create the mixed key value pair. That means I'll just insert some of the list over here. So this is completely valid. Until and unless you open with the curly braces and close it, it is going to be your dictionary. So just remember that we can make any data type over here as a key and the value. It can be list, it can be string, it can be integer, it can be boolean, anything. So this is also completely valid. If I print this my dict, then you can see that is a dictionary. So you can do this completely. So next way is to create the my dictionary with the method, which is inbuilt method, dict method. So if I do this, and in the dict method you have to pass in the forms of mapping. Mapping is in the form of your tuple. So let's see how can we make this. So I'll say 1 will be apple, and this apple is your string. So that means you have to put in the quote, and let's close this one. And next element will be also in the tuple. So this is the tuple. And if I just close this one, close first your list and close your dict method, then we have now just created my dictionary. So you can see this is the same dictionary that we just created with this curly braces. Now it is created with this dict method. So this is the way to create your dictionary. So let's see how we can assess now this dictionary. So first of all, so let me just make a simple dictionary, and I'll just make with these curly braces. It is easier to do. So I'll say name is my first key, and I'll say John is the name, and next would be age. Age is integer, so I'll say 23 is the age. Now let's see how we can just get the element which is John from this dictionary. If you want to do that, then first of all you just take that name of the dictionary and put your this square bracket. Normally we do in the case of a list and in the case of string too. If you want to access any element from the list and from the string, we make use of this square bracket, and that is same for the case of a dictionary. So if you want the element from the dictionary, it is not through the indexing technique. So if you just remember, in the case of a list, we used to access the element from the index. We used to normally pass 0 here to get the first element, 1 to get the second element, but in the case of dictionary we have to give the keys. So if you want the values, just give the key inside over here. If you want the age, just give the keys over here. So if I hit enter, you will get 23. If you want the name, that is John, then you have to pass the key as a name, and you are going to get the John. So this is the way to get, or the next way you can also do is something that is get method of the dictionary. So you can now give the age over here and close your get method. You are going to get 23 over here. So get is also the one way to assess the element of the dictionary. So you can do this way, or you can do just by passing these key value pair, or basically keys, to just get the values out from the dictionary. So let's see now how can we change or add element to this dictionary. So first of all, let's see how we can update the values. So what if I want to change this age from 23 to 27? First of all, you have to assess that element, and that is done by this way. And now you have to assess the age, and in this age I want to assign something like 27 values. Then if you just print now my dict, then you are going to see that age has been changed from 23 to 27. So this is the way to just assess the element, change the element of your dictionary. If you want the addition of the item, which is completely new, then you can do something like add address to this dictionary and change it to maybe your country name. Now if you just see this dictionary, you can see the address has been added as Nepal over here in this dictionary. So this is the way to change or to add element to your dictionary. So let's see now how we can just remove this dictionary, or basically how we can just change the element of this dictionary. So first of all, let me just copy this and let me just clear all of this. So now let me create the same dictionary over here, and okay, If I just hit enter, your dictionary is created. So if I see the dictionary, then this is your dictionary. So let's see some of the operations we can do on this dictionary. So first of all, let's see how we can just pop out the element from this dictionary. So first of all, you have to just get that dictionary, and after that you will see the method that is saying pop. Pop method is same as that of list. Now if you want to pop up the element, you have to pass the keys to it. So what you want to have to pop is basically I want to pop the age, and if you do this, and it is going to give us 27. Now if you just see the dictionary, then 27, or basically this whole key value pair was been removed from this pop method. Now we have changed our dictionary. So you can do this, or you can simply do something like pop item methods, and that does the same as before. So this is the way to just delete or access the item. You can also search on the Google for the inbuilt method of the dictionary. So these are the common method to see that is a pop, how to access them, how to delete them, and basically how to just access the element of the dictionary. We'll see much more advanced programming in the upcoming lectures about the list comprehensions, object-oriented programming, and that will be the wrap for this lecture. See you in the next one. Hello and welcome to this lecture. In this lecture we are going to learn about the tuple. So if you just remember, we have done much of the data structures now. So if you just remember, we have done the first fundamental data type, that is string, which is the collection of numbers or characters basically. So this was the sequence of characters which we call the string, and the next one was the list, which was created by this square bracket, and the next one was the dictionary, which was created with this curly braces. Now if you remember, the next thing was left with only the parenthesis. So set or tuple is only those things that is created with this brackets or parentheses. So if you see what is the type of that bracket, or if you just assign something, maybe this empty parenthesis, and if you check the type of this A, it is going to show us the type is tuple, because we have created a empty tuple over here. So this tuple is similar to that of list, but the difference between the list and the tuple is that it is very important. Just remember that we cannot change the element of the tuple once it is assigned, but in the list element can be changed. So that is the main difference between the list and the tuple. So if you just assign some element to the tuple, it cannot be changed, but in the case of list, we have already seen we can just manipulate the list whatever or whichever way we want. So first of all, let's see how we can just create the tuple, how to manipulate the tuple first. And so let me create my tuple, and in this tuple I want to assign. So I've already shown you that the tuple is created with this parenthesis, so you can just assign the element like this. So now you have created your own tuple. So this is the way to create the tuple. So tuple can be created with the mixed data type too. So if you say that I want to assign maybe the integer, maybe the string, or maybe the decimal float, which we call, or maybe the boolean, this is all valid. So if you check the tuple, if it is created or not, so you can see how tuple has been created with the mixed data types. You can also have the nested tuple. So you can see I will create now nested tuple. So first of all, let me say cat is the first element, and now I want to just have the multiple data structures over here. First one is list, and the next one is simply the another tuple. So you can do this. So if you check your tuple again, then you could see that we have created successfully the new tuple with a nested tuple in it, which is the one single tuple inside our main tuple. So let's see now how we can just access the element from the tuple. So if you just remember, in the case of the list and the string, we used to do it with the index. So same is in the case of the tuple. So if you want maybe the element cat, then you will simply pass here 0th, and you'll see that cat has been popped out as the first element of that tuple. And if you want to get maybe this 6th element of the list, then first of all you have to get this whole list, which is obviously at the index 1, and the next index would be again 1, because this inside this list, this is the 0th position, this is first position. So that means if I just hit enter, you are getting the 6, which is basically this middle element of that first index list. If you want this third element, what you can do is simply you can say my tuple, and you can simply pass first, that is the 2, and now the second index can be either the -1, because if you just remember, the last element can be always indexed with the -1, or it can be something like you can count from here, and this is at 0th, this is at 1, and this is at 2. So if you just pass here again the 2, it is also valid. So tuple also have the negative indexing. So you can see here that if you just do something like my tuple, and if you want the whole tuple of this whole tuple, then you can simply get the -1, which is the negative indexing, and you will see whole tuple will pop out over here as output. That means it will support the negative indexing too. So let me just clear this real quick and let me show you some more about the tuple. So let's create that same tuple again. And now what we need to learn is about the slicing, and we have learned about the slicing in previous couple of lectures in the case of a list and in the case of a string too. But for now, let's see how we can just assess or slice the part of the tuple. If I want maybe from this cat, okay, let's make another tuple which will be more meaningful. So you know how to create the tuple. I'll say A, B, C. Okay, the next one would be D, E, and F. Last one would be J. So let's make this tuple. So let's see how slicing works in the tuple. It is similar to that of list, as I've already shown you in the previous lectures. So first of all, let me say I want to slice this part from B to maybe from B to E. So let's count for the index first. So A is at 0, so we want from B, that means we have to just include from 1, and just remember this is the inclusion position. If you do something like 2, that means from C it will include, and if I just do 1, it will include from position this, which is I want from B to maybe D. Okay, from, let me just do something like from B to D. So that means this is the inclusion position. I want the D also. That means we have to put here the position of E, or the index of the E. So that means index of E is 8, 2, 3, 4. If I put 4 over here, that means I'm going to get, okay, I'm going to get B, C, D. But if I do something like my tuple, and if I just want the BCD, if I want BCD, but I just made 1, 2, 3. If I just put the position of only D, then you are going to get BC only. So this is the exclusion position. So just remember that it is same for the list, and it is also similar for the case of a string, and similar for the case of this tuple. If you want everything from beginning to end, you can do simply do this, and you will get whole of tuple. If you don't pass anything over here, it is going to loop from beginning to the end with a step of 1. So this is the way to slice your tuple, which is the interesting part of the any data structures. So next thing what I want you to show is, let me make some program over here. So let's go in our script and let's make some program over here. So let's see if I just make dictionary. This is our dictionary, and I'll say name is Python and work is for, let me say, programmer. So if this is our dictionary, and if I say for I in, or basically for key value in this, and if I just want to print this maybe by formatting is or this way, if I want to format maybe with key and value, let's see how this works. And we are printing over here. So let's see how this works. Let's save this first, and let's print this pressing F5. It is going to show us error, too many values to unpack. So if you just remember, we have learned dictionary in the previous lectures, but I haven't told you one thing, that is this dictionary is not iterable, so you cannot loop. So this for loop is not going to work in the case of dictionary. But if you convert this dictionary into the tuple with this items method, let's see this items method, and let's save this and press F5, then this is going to work. So what is happening over here is, let me show you. So at first we are creating the dictionary, which is obviously you can see in here, which is this dictionary with the key and value pair. And now we want to loop, this is dictionary, and we are looping with this for loop with the key and value. That means this name will be key, this Python will be value for the first loop, in the second loop this key will be work, value will be programmer. That was our intention. But this is the dictionary, and dictionary cannot be iterables. So just remember that we cannot loop in the dictionary. But if you convert this dictionary into the tuple or into the list, then it is iterable. So normally in the case of real world programming, we normally convert this dictionary into the tuple so as to loop in the tuple. So if you want to loop in this dictionary, you will simply call this items method in the dictionary, which is going to just convert this dictionary into the tuple, and in the tuple you can just loop. And if you see the result over here, we can see that we have now the result. So if I show you over here, let's copy this dictionary, go back, paste it over here, and if I say dot items, then you will see the dictionary has been converted into the tuple now, which is having this tuple. So you can see clearly over here, it is although the dictionary object, but it has converted into this tuple. So this is first tuple, this is second tuple. So now we can just loop in this tuple from this for loop, and we're just formatting with key and value over here. So this is the way to convert the dictionary from the dictionary to the tuples, so as to work with the for loop or to make it iterables. So this way the part of the tuples or data structures is ended over here. We'll learn about the object-oriented programming in the next lecture. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. This lecture is about the object-oriented programming. So Python supports multiple programming paradigms. So we have already seen about the functional programming, that is defining the function to do tasks, that is following the dry principle, that is don't repeat yourself technique, and we have learned about packing and unpacking the arguments through the functional programming. So now in this lecture we are going to learn about the objects. So we'll simply perform the same functional programming but with the creation of the object, that is making the instances and creating the class and object, and seeing the most basic advantage and basically the paradigm of the object-oriented programming. So let's get started. So before that, let me tell you about the object. So what is basically object? Let me open my document over here. So you could see we have the object over here, bird. So this is object. So just think bird is an object, and we have the attribute and methods to this object. So first of all, this object has its attribute, it has its own properties. So you can see this bird can have the name, so this bird can have its age. So these are the properties or the attribute to this bird. So if you make another object, they can have their different name or their different age. So this is basically unique. So attributes will be unique to each of these objects. So this is bird, or basically if you make something like, let me say, penguin. So if you make the penguin object, it will have different name, it will have different age. And if you make something, let me say, parrot or sparrow, then it will have different name and different age. You can say same case for the sparrow. So each of these objects will have unique name and the age, but their method will be common. They can sing, they can dance. So bird object having that, let me say, we'll make the class as a bird in this lecture, and we'll see how this object oriented programming works under the hood. So first of all, let me just open my script over here, and I have just saved this script. So first of all, in order to create the class, you have to call with this keyword saying class, so all in the lowercase. And now let me say bird is my class. So let's give the colon to represent that we are creating this bird class. So now we are inside this class. So first of all, in the class we'll have the attributes. So you can simply say something like species, so that will be bird. So this is your parameters, or what we call the attributes. So you can see these are the attribute to this bird. So species will be bird, and the next one is your method to the class. So let me just define one real quick function over here. So if you just remember, we have to define the method in the class, that is with this def keyword. So if you just remember, in the previous couple of lectures we have defined the function with the same def keyword. So that means this is also a function, but this is bound to particular class. So if any function is bound to any particular class, we normally call it as a method, but it is same as function, we will define it with a def keyword. Now let's do something like double underscore init and double underscore. So this is the first main method of any class. So just remember that this is the first method, which is init method, and we normally call it as a constructor in other programming language like Java. So if you just see over here, what we're doing is we're just making a constructor, and let me just type here real quick and show you what is going over here. So if you just remember, in the document over here, I've said you that this is the object, it will have its own attribute, name and the age. So we are just defining a constructor that is the first method to this class bird with this init method, and this method has this self. So this self is bound to particular object. So just remember, the first argument to any method of the class is going to be self. If you make any other method, let me say the new method, and that will be sing, then the any method, the first argument should be self. So just remember that. If you just remove the self, it is not going to work. So you have to put every time the self as a first parameter in the method of the classes. So if you see here, after the self we have the name and the age. So these are the attribute to the particular object. So let me say self this, and the next one would be song. Okay, we'll just pass as a song, which is going to be sing by the bird, and we'll just say return by formatting something. and I'll just say sings, and let's format with format keyword. We know how to format, that is by the format function. And now if you say something like name and the song that you just pass, this is not going to work. So let me show you why this is not going to work. So before that, I have to make the object. So first of all, just remember, in the object oriented programming, first part is creating a class that we just create here with the class keyword, giving the name of the class. And just remember that the naming convention over here, class name always starts with the uppercase, that is B over here is capital. If you make any other class like bike, then B will be capital over here. So this is a bird class, so the first letter of the class will be in upper cases, and after that the first method of any class is the init method, which is the constructor, and this method is going to be called when you instantiate the class's object. So if you make the instances of the class, then this method is going to be called automatically. So let me show you how to just make instances of the classes. So in order to make the instances, you have to give the name to that object. So first of all, let me say the bird will be penguin. So penguin is my bird, so this is the name, so this is the name of the object. So after that you have to type the class's name, so that is bird. Okay, we are just making a class name here, bird, so this is a bird, and give the parenthesis. So I have told you before that to make the object of the class, the first method that is going to be invoked is this constructor. So when you just pass this as a bird, when you just create this penguin as an object of this bird class, this method is going to be called automatically. And if you see here, we have different argument to this function or the method. So first is self. So self is particularly just denoting that this is the current object. So self should not be assigned, but this name and age should be assigned. So let's give the name and the age to this bird. So the penguin bird will be he. Okay, I'll just giving the name randomly, and the age is, let me say, 4. So if you do this, then you have created the penguin object of this bird class, and this method is going to be invoked. And if you see here self, so if you see here, this self is pointing to this particular object. That means you need not have to explicitly assign this self value over here. You need not have to be passed, but except self, all of these arguments should have the positional argument right here. So we are just giving he to this name, we are giving 4 to this age. Now if you see here, this self is pointing to this particular penguin. That means we are making this name and age of this bird class pointing to this penguin, and we are just denoting that this name should be he and this age should be 4. That means we are assigning this he and 4 to the object class attribute. So if I talk here about this attribute or the properties of the object, that is name and age, that means we are just saying something like, okay, assign this bird name and age as the class attribute. So we are just doing that. So let me just roll it back again, and now if you just see here, we are creating this penguin class. So that means we have now name and we have now age. But let's go over here, and we have to now call the sing method. Let me just call this sing method. So sing method is not the init method or the constructor. So in order to call any other method that is beyond that normal method or basically constructor, that is going to be called with the object. So first of all, just give the object name which we just created over here, that is penguin dot sing. So dot is to be given period, and this method is to be called. So if I say penguin dot sing, and now we have to pass song, because I have already told self is not to be assigned by anything, but the song has to be assigned. So if I say hello is the song that the penguin is singing, so if I just call this, then let's see if this is going to work or not. So obviously this is not going to work, and I'll show you why. So it is saying that name is not defined. So let's go and see why it is not defined. So the interpreter is not showing any error while creating the object. That means we have successfully created the penguin object, but while defining or while calling this sing method over here from this object, we are getting error. So hello has been passed as a song. If you see here, this song is not the attribute of the class. If it has to be attribute of the class, it should be assigned over here, and it should be given with the name of self dot song to be the song, because we have to assign it with the self, because we are just denoting to this class attribute, but it is not the song which is the attribute. That means you don't need to just do something like self dot song, because it is not your class attribute. But if you see this name is class attribute, which is this attribute. We are not passing anything from here, so that means it should have self dot name, which is just denoting to this penguin object and this song. So if I save this again and let's press F5, and okay, it is not doing anything because We're just returning, but we're not printing. Let's go over here and print this. Let's save this, press F5. It is saying he sings hello. He was the bird name. Obviously, let's give something name here. Green is bird name, and it is saying hello. Hello is singing. So let's save this and press F5. Then it is saying green sings hello hello. That means we have now successfully called this sing method of this bird class from this object, which is penguin object. So you can see we're making the instances here. So this is instance, which is obviously the object penguin, and it is called from this bird class. And if you just make the instances, the class, or basically the method that is going to be invoked automatically is this init method, which is obviously your constructor, and this self is just denoting to this object. That means we don't need to pass anything to the self. And after that, this is all the positional argument which should be passed while calling this bird class, and that is with the green is the name, 4 is the age. If you want to reference the age, you can just go here and let's see, sings and his age is, you can format now. But now we're just passing self.name at this position, song is passed at this position, and age should be passed at this placeholder. But now again, if you say something like only age, let's save this and press F5, then it is not going to run again, because age is not defined, because age is the class attribute. So if you want to access the class attribute, it should be from this self. So if you just remember, or if you are from any other programming language like Java, it should be something like this in the case of Java. So this is in the case of Java, we are just pointing to the particular object, and in the case of Python, it is done with self keyword. Let's save this and press F5, and it will show us green sings hello hello and his age is 4. So we have successfully created the bird class over here, penguin, and we have seen how to just define a method. So next thing is we have seen here the methods is sing and the dance. So let's create this dance method also. So you know how to create the method now. So it is done inside the class, and we'll say dance. And now the first argument to this method will be self, and we don't want anything to be passed, only self. That means we'll just make the function over here. We'll just return something from this function, and that is just is now dancing. So let's format this, and this should be formatted with, let me say, name. So if you again do only name, then this is not going to work, because this name is your class object. So it should be just referenced with this self keyword, because it is the class attribute, just remember that. And now if you just go down here, and in order to call this dance object, you have to call from your penguin. So before that, let me print again, and it should be penguin, which is your object. And in order to invoke any method of the class, you have to just give the period, and the dance is the method you want to invoke. And if you just pass here nothing, that means, if you see, I've already told that self need not to be assigned, and after self there is nothing. That means you'll just simply call this dance. If I save this now and press F5, you will see green is now dancing. That means we have just created the penguin here class. And now you can also create any other object. So let me say parrot is my next object. So it is also a bird. It is also created from the bird class. And now blue is the parrot, which is obviously not true. Green will be the parrot, but let me say it is blue, and 5 is the age. And you can now just call this. Okay, it should be printed first. And let me again now call this sing method. Let's see how this works. So if you see in this sing, you have to call with the song. So we have to pass the song again. Hey hey is the song. Let's save this again, press F5. You will see now blue sings hey hey, and his age is 5, which you just pass here, which is basically the parrot object, and we're just calling this, which will be assigned to this age and name. And now parrot is also singing. So you can see we can make the instances of the class multiple times, or many times. You can also make another bird. Now if you make sparrow, and okay, sparrow, and it is also created from the bird class, and it will have the different name. Let me say or is the name, and it will be 45 A's. And let's print this again with sparrow now, and it is also singing something. Haha is singing. Let's close this, save this, press F5. We'll see or sings haha, and his age is 45. So one thing you can see over here is, every object will have different attributes, which is name and age. So you can see penguin has different name, different age, parrot has different name, different age, sparrow has different name, different age. So each of these objects will be different in terms of its properties or the attributes. But if you see here, the method sing and dance is common for all of these instances. So that is common for penguin, that is common for parrot, because we are just calling the sing and dance for each of this. So that is the important thing of the object-oriented paradigm. Will make our object to perform different tasks that is from this bird class, or basically we'll make a class which will be a prototype from which object can do something. So this will be common for many objects, but just remember each of these objects is independent of each other. They can work independent of each other. This penguin can do something else than the parrot, but they will be inherited or they will be derived from this prototype as a class. So in the next lesson we'll learn about the inheritance, the most important programming paradigm of the object oriented. So let's see in the next chapter, which is going to be really interesting chapter. So this will be wrap for this lecture. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture we are going to learn about important characteristics of object-oriented programming, that is inheritance. So first of all, what is inheritance? So inheritance is a way of creating the new class. We'll make a new class for using details of an existing class. So we'll have the two classes and they will interact in a way that one class will be parent and another is the class that will inherit some characteristics from the prior parent class. So let's see how this new formed classes will be the derived classes or the child from the parent class, and the first class, that is the existing class, will be our base class or the parent class. So let's see. So we have done a couple of coding in the previous lecture. We have just made a class, a bird class, that will have the constructor that will be called automatically when you just instantiate the object of the class, and the next one is creating the method of the instance, that is sing and dance. We have created a bunch of instances here saying the penguin, parrot, sparrow. So let's make a new class over here, and this will be also the bird class. We'll just go with the bird here. And now the first method, I have already told you that the first method is going to be the init method, that is going to just instantiate or basically going to get us idea of the constructor. And here I'm going to say that instead of just assigning some of the attributes or properties of the classes, I'll say bird is the class. So this is going to just give us information when just instantiating, that is this is the bird class. And the next method I'm going to create is info, and I have told you before that the first argument will be only the self here. So next is I'll just say print, and this is going to be bird. So we're doing is we're just creating some of the methods over here. And now let me say swim method, and in this swim only I'll tell is go bird swim. So this is the masses. So this is our parent class. So let me say this is our parent class, which is the bird class. Let's make another class now, and let's say this is your child class. So let's make this child class. So it is also created by the same class keywords, and now I'll say parrot is my class. And if you want to get information that is inherited from this bird class, the class should be inserted inside this parenthesis. So this is the inheritance. So let's see what we just did here. We just created the child class, and if you want to inherit something from this bird class, it should be inside this parenthesis. If this wasn't the bird, if it was, let me say, penguin, then it should be inside this parenthesis. If you want to make use of that code, it should be inside this parenthesis. But in this case we are making bird, so I'll just stick with this bird. And now after the bird, we have to define the init method again, because it is also the new class, and the first method to any class will be init. I've already told you before. So I'll just say self again. And now here what we're going to do is we are going to print something. So we are going to print parrot is the class. Let's see, this is the class. The next thing what we're going to do is we are going to define info for this class too, and this is going to print us that this is penguin, not penguin, it is parrot. And the next thing is parrot will just, let me say, run, and I'll say self again, and just give some information here, run boy faster. Okay, we're just creating a bunch of method to this parrot class now. So I've told before that while you create the class, the next thing you need to do is instantiate the object of that class, that is to make the instance of the class. So first of all, let me say that is parrot is the name of the parrot, and let me just instantiate this parrot. And we don't need to pass anything to this while instantiating, because this init method is going to be called and there is nothing except the self. So self is not to be instantiated or given any parameter to that. That means it will just call this parrot. So let's say this is parrot, but if I say parrot, and if you just remember from the previous lecture, if you want to call any method of that class, it should be done from the object dot and just say, I'll just call info. Okay, and the next is parrot dot, and let's see, I want to call swim. Let's save this and press F5. So let's see what we have just done here is we're not getting any error. So if you just remember, we are just creating the instances, we are just calling the info method, which is the method inside here. But if you see swim, can you see swim anywhere over here? We are just making the instances, we are not making instances of this bird class. If it was the bird, then we don't have any problem, because info is also inside the bird, swim is also inside the bird. In this case, we'll see that, okay, go bird swim, bird is the class, so that is perfectly fine. But here we're not dealing with the bird, but we're dealing with the parrot, and still we're not getting any error. We're getting go bird swim, although this method, this swim method, is not inside this parrot. So this is the one part of inheritance. So what we just did was we just had the inheritance. That means everything that is inside this bird class should be also inside this parrot class. So what we just did was we just copied everything from this and we just copied over here. So init method is not going to be copied, but except init method, everything is going to be copied. So this swim method, info method will be copied from the bird class to this parrot class. So that means we can call this swim method as if it is inside this parrot class, although it is not in the parrot class, but we just did inheritance. That means we can call this swim method. So that is the importance of this inheritance in the object-oriented programming. So next thing I want to show you here is the super method. So if I say super, and if I just call this init, let's see what is happening over here. Let's save this first and press F5. Then it is saying bird is the class, parrot is the class, parrot go bird swim. So let's see, let's put it right here and let's show you what is happening here. So first of all, what we did was we just created the parrot object. So no problem over here. We are getting this init method to be called now because we are just instantiating this. So if you just call or invoke this init method, which is the constructor of this parrot class, we have this super method. So super is just pointing to this super class, that is the parent class. So we are referring from this super that this super should call this bird class and this init method is invoked. That means this print bird is class is going to be invoked first. That means if you see over here, bird is the class was the first thing that is going to be printed because this is the first method that is invoked by this statement. After that, it will go here and it will print parrot is the class in the next statement, which is over here, parrot is the class. And after that it is invoked, it will just call the info method of this parrot, which is this, and it will just print parrot, which you can see over here. And last is swim, which is obviously not in the parrot class, but we have the inheritance. That means we can also call the swim method of the parent class and it is giving us information of go bird swim. It's right over here, go bird swim. So if you see here, this super method is going to just deal with the super or a parent class, which in this case is bird. And the one way to just find child class and parent class is if you just make this class and inside the parenthesis, if you have any other class, this is going to be your super class or a parent class, and this class which is going to inherit that parent class is going to be the child class. So this is the inheritance which we just learned over here. So this is very important paradigms of the object-oriented programming, and this is the important things to learn. So we'll see how to work with these and work with the networking interface while we hack and we just do some of the bunch stops in the Python programming section. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to learn about list comprehensions, which is the important concept of the Python. So let's get into it. So first of all, what is the list comprehension and how it differs from the for loop? So if I make any example over here, so let me say for x in range, when we know the range function and how it works. So let me say range 20. And here I'll make the condition here, if x is modulus of 2 is equal 0, then let me just print my x, which obviously you should see from this code we're going to get only the even number from 0 to 19, and let me just print this and it is going to get us 0 to 18. Basically 19 is odd number, so it is going to print 0 and 2, 3 and all of this, which is obviously the even number. But if you want to do this with the list comprehension, it will be more readable because it will be executed in a single line. So instead of making all of these line, it will be only the single line. So let's make the list comprehension in action. So let's see how this works. So first of all, I'll say number, and I'll say it is even number. So all you need to see here is list comprehension operation will just result us that is list. So everything you do here will result the list. That means we have to have the list over here. So let's do the operations. So first of all, here will be the expression, so what you want to return, and after that you will have the loop, and after that you will have the condition. So this is your list comprehension. So let me just comment it out again. Let me just catch this one, and let's go over here and let's paste it. Okay, it should be down here. Let's paste this. So first of all, it should be expression. Okay, so expression here is obviously the x. We want to just return the x, which is expression. After that it should be loop, which will be for x in range 20, which is our loop, and the condition. Now condition here is if x modulus of 2 is equal 0. So this is your condition. Just close your this list, because this is going to return us a list, so you have to close your list. And now let's print my number even. Let's save this. Let's remove all of this, and let's save this again. Let's press F5. It is going to give us the number, but this time it is in the form of list, because list comprehension will always result the list, and we are just returning or printing that list, which is the result of the list comprehension. So you can see, instead of this whole 3 line, this single line is more readable, because if you just know about the list comprehension, you'll see, okay, this is expression, and this one is loop, and this one is the condition. So you can do multiple things with this list comprehension. So if you see here, this expression is a single expression, and the loop can be multiple loop, and the conditions here can be also the multiple condition. If you say something like, if, okay, I want to add another condition, if x is not equal to maybe 0, I want to have 0. So let's save this, and you can see now again we have omitted the 0. So this part was because of the for loop. So let me just remove again the for loop, and let's save this, press F5. Now it will just omit 0 from our list comprehension's result, because we have added the new condition saying that omit that 0. If x is not equal to 0, we'll just say x. If x is equal to 0, we'll just continue with the loop again, doing nothing with the expression. So this is the list comprehension. It is pretty much easy to do. All you need to see is it is going to return us a list having the expression, loop, and the condition. It is really easy to do, and the conditions can be the multiple. You can also add here the new expressions, the new loop, and you can do all of these things in the single line, which is the important factor of the list comprehension, making the code more readable for the programmer. So this will be wrap for this lecture. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. So this lecture will be about the regular expression. So this lecture will be important when we just make our own web crawler in the next lecture. But for now, we'll see how to use the regular expression with the Python. We haven't learned about the regular expression in the basic section. So let's see the hands-on example in this lecture, and we'll see how to make use of this regular expression techniques that we learned in this lecture in the upcoming lecture, and make our own web crawler. So first of all, we have to import the libraries in order to make work with this regular expression. So the library is going to be regular expression, so you don't need to just download this regular expression. It is inbuilt library over here. So next thing, what is normally a regular expression is you will have the sentence. So there will be the string, which will be the sequence of characters, and if you want to match or search some patterns in that string, that is basically the regular expression. So you make an expression which is the pattern, and you search that pattern on that string or the sentence. That is the work of the regular expression. So let's see how this works. So first of all, let me just make a sentence or the string that we want to just search upon, or basically this will be the strings character sequence. So I'll just say Python was developed in 1990s. So this will be our sentence. So let's see now what is the use of regular expression. So first of all, regular expression has these two methods to work with. First one is source method, and the next one is your match method. So first of all, we'll learn about this match method, which is normal method over here. So in order to work with this match method, you have to first use your RE, that is module, give a dot operator, and just type your match, because this match is the method of the regular expression. And now if you see here that it is giving us a suggestion that the first argument to this match method should be pattern. So let's learn about the pattern now. So what is the pattern? So pattern is anything that you want to search in this sentence. So let's see what the patterns can be. So pattern always starts with this R, which is regular expression R, and you should give this double quote. So inside this double quote you will have pattern. So let's include this first at this match method, that is the R in lowercase and the double quote. So inside this double quote you will include your pattern. So let me just put simple pattern over here, dot, and let me say asterisk over here. So if you see here that we just made one simple pattern for the regular expression. So any pattern you have to make starts with this R, and you give double quote, and the pattern should be included inside this double quote. So if you see here, I have included this dot and this star. So this dot means any character. So it can be maybe a digit, it can be the alphabetical character over here, which is this letter from A to Z. It can be digits, it can be anything. So this dot represents anything that is the character, and this asterisk sign represents it can be 0 character or more character. So that can be 0 or more. It can be 1 character, 2 character, 3 character, or any character including 0, that is non-character. So the next argument to this match would be your sentence, or where you want to just search this or match this pattern. Obviously we want in this sentence to be match this pattern. So let's see if this works or not. So first of all, let me say that let me run this module, and this module is demo module, and if I just run this, and okay, we haven't print anything over here, so we have to print here first, and that should print us the object. So first of all, let me say print. Let's close down here. Let me just run it one more time and see if this works or not. So we are here, and it has written us the match object saying there is a match with all of these sentence. So you can see we have printed everything that is in the sentence. So I was talking about this pattern over here, which is saying print everything that can be the character, that can be digit, and you can see in the sentence we have character and the digit. We have also that is this asterisk, that means it can be the 0 or it can be 1. So if I just put nothing over here, and if I again run this code again, run demo again, then you could see there will be also the match. You could see there is also match, because I'm saying that it can be character that can be 0 or not. So this asterisk sign represents that there can be 0 character or more. So this is very important wildcard character, which is saying that there can be the 0 or more, and this dot represents that it can be any characters. So if I say that I want this Python was developed in 1990s, and if I just say @has, let's see what this happens. Let me just run demo again. You will see everything, because this is also one character. So we're matching everything with this pattern. So this is normal pattern, which will match everything that you pass in this string or the sentence. So let's see the next pattern over here. So I'll just print the rematch, which is obviously the match method. So let's make another pattern with this regular expression. So pattern should be inside this double quote. So let me now add this dot, which is obviously saying that any character. Now instead of asterisk, I want to add this plus sign. So let me now pass sentence again. So if you see here, now instead of asterisk we have passed this plus sign. So this plus sign represents that there should be 1 or more character, 1 or more. It won't be 0. If it was the asterisk, it will be 0. For now it should be 1 or more. So in this case it will give same result. If I just run this demo again, then you will see it is also giving same result as before, that is using the asterisk and using the plus. But now if I change something like, okay, let me just remove everything, and let me say this is empty sentence, and now let's run. What happens? Let's see if this returns our object or not. So it is saying none. That means there was no match. So you could see this plus sign has direct effect on our module or in our sentence. So what I mean is this plus shows that it should match with 1 or more character, but here we don't have any character. If it has 1 A, then there will be obviously match. If I just run the demo again, you will see there is a match saying A. But if it is empty, in that case there won't be match, it will return just none. That means there is no match. So there is basically this pattern working. So this is the next pattern. You can see we have already studied the 2 wildcard characters. So first would be dot, and the next was your asterisk, which represents 0 or more, and now we have studied the plus, which represents 1 or more character. So let's see the one more. So let me just put my sentence back over there, which is obviously Python was developed in 1990s. Let me just comment this out. And now let's learn another pattern. So I want to print the next pattern over here. So it should be called with this match object method. And now As always, the first argument to this match method will be your pattern, which starts with this R and the double quote. So now if I have to make the sequence, then I have to make use of this square bracket. If I want to use this sequence, same thing like A to Z and A to Z. So if you see here, I'm just making a pattern saying that there can be lowercase, there can be uppercase. So if you do that, that should be included inside this square bracket. You can also include something like 0 to 9, that is saying digits. So if you see here, it is saying 0 to 9, everything is included in this sequence, but I don't want to include this digit. I want to include only these characters. If you see here in the sentence, we have digits too, but I will just search or match basically this object with the pattern having only the alphabetical character, no digits. And next thing I want to add is this plus. So if you just remember from this plus sign, that means it is one or more, so there cannot be empty string. So next thing I want to hold here is the sentence that we want to search for. So let's see if this works or not. So first of all, I'll just say that is run our demo, and obviously it is giving us the Python. So in this case, it is giving us the Python but nothing more, because it is doing a local search. So what if I say something like let me just change this sentence, and I'll say 1990 was Python year. Let me say something like this. So if I just run this demo again, then you will see none again. There was no match. So what we can see over here is this match, which is the method of the regular expression, does a local search. That means it will only search the first part of the sentence. It won't search, because if you see here, it was searching for these characters, or basically alphabetical character, but not digit. We have to match for this alphabetical character. If it had something like 0 to 9, then you could see the different type here. It is saying 1990s was there, because we now included digits too. But we don't want to include digit, we want only these alphabetical characters. That means there was no match, because at first it came as a digit. So when the match starts as a digit, it is not going to go beyond that. It will just stop it here and it will just return none. That is due to the local search. So it doesn't go searching or matching everything throughout this sentence. It will just search at the beginning part. If it finds, then it will just return it. If it doesn't, then it will just return none. There was no match. So that is the main importance. If I just do something like 0 to 9, it will be true, because it has found already the 1990s at the first, which does local search, and it will have this one. So you can do this way, that is matching the object. But just remember that this match is going to do the local search, that is at the beginning of your sentence or the string. So if you see here, that was the main disadvantage of this match function. So if you want to rectify this, there is another method to do that, and that is done by the search. So if I say search method instead of match, let's remove this 0 to 9, and if I just run this module, you will see was is matched. So now this search method has done the global search. That means it hasn't stopped at the beginning. It will just search until it get over here. So if I get again this 1989, it will just return us now that is Python. That means it has done the global search. It hasn't stopped at the beginning or at any position. It will just scan entirely this string and match this pattern. So it is very important about this search method. So let's see another wildcard character. We have already seen about maybe the 3 wildcard characters. So let's see now one more wildcard character. So let me print this first, and I'll work with the match. And now I have to just give this regular expression as always. So here I want to match maybe with this new wildcard character, that is with this question mark. So let's see what this question mark is about. So first of all, we have already learned about this asterisk. We have learned about this plus sign. Now it's time for this question mark. So let me just change this sentence first. So I have to also comment this out, which is the search. And in the match, I've already told this match is going to just match is the local search, or local scanning will be performed in the match. But all we want to know in this part is about this question mark or this wildcard character. So if I just paste here something like A, and if I just run this, then you will see there is match of A. So what this really mean? So what this pattern signifies is, what this pattern tell us is about, you have to have one that is compulsory. A is compulsory. So let me just type here first A, B and question mark. And what this pattern says is A is compulsory. There should be A. But for this B, it can be 0B, it can be 0B, or it can be 1B. So that is this question mark is telling us about. If you do something like ABB, then it will be something like, okay, let me say ABB and question mark is telling us that AB is compulsory, there should be AB. If you just pass here A, that is not going to be matched. Let's see that first. So if I just comment this out, and in the sentence if I only type A but not AB, let it run, then there won't be match, it will just give none. So what this saying is AB is compulsory, and the another B that is left with this, that is basically tied with this question mark, is 0B or 1B. That is important. So if I just pass here AB, then there is going to be match because AB was compulsory, there is AB match. If I also pass 1B more, that is also going to be match because that is the case when we just pass 1B. But again I just pass B. Let's see if this works or not. Obviously this is going to work because there is obviously ABB, and if you just add another B, that is going to do nothing with this pattern. Basically that includes with this pattern. So that means this A, or if you just do something like A and question mark, that means you will have 1A or 0A. So this is the wildcard character of this question mark. So that is pretty much about this regular expression. We'll see more in the web crawling chapter, where we'll just make use of this match method and seeing the pattern to just crawl our page and just modify or manipulate that page according to this regular expression. So see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to this lecture. So in this journey of remaining the anonymous in the network, we'll start off just changing the MAC addresses of our machine. So first of all, we'll see what is this IP addresses and MAC addresses and what are the components of the network first. So let me open this picture here real quick, and you'll see that these pictures have these IP addresses and MAC addresses over here. So these MAC addresses are the components of a hardware. Basically it will identify each of these hardware uniquely. That means if you have any computer on the network, each of these devices will have different MAC address and different IP address. So if you want to send packets, basically the information packet is the collection or basically a part of the information, and if you want to send the packet from one PC to another PC, in this case it can be from source PC to the destination PC, it should be first based on this MAC address. So this packet will have the header, and that will contain the source MAC address and destination MAC address. So this MAC address is very important because this is the way in which the network will be sure that the packet will reach to the destination. So it is very important MAC address. And the next one is IP address, and we all know about the IP address. It is the way to remain connected in the network, and the IP address within the network continuously changes, but the MAC address remain unique because it comes with the hardware manufacturer. So each of these hardware manufacturer will give different IP addresses, or basically the MAC addresses, not the different IP address. It will be different MAC addresses will be assigned to each of these components, or basically to the PC, so that they will be identified uniquely. So you can say each of these components, maybe the router or the PC, you can also connect the mobile devices. Each of these will have different MAC address or unique MAC address so as to identify them in the network. So that is very important. Now you can see that this MAC address will just track you back because this will be unique, and that means it can track you back if you do any illegal activities through that machine. So let's see how to change this MAC addresses temporarily, or basically if you want to get into the system that has block listed, or basically that has just filters which will just filter all of the unnecessary devices from that system. That means you can change to this new MAC addresses so as to get into that system and just pen test that system. So there is very much advantage of just using this MAC changer. So first of all, we'll see the services that is provided by the Kali Linux, which is a MAC changer application, and in the next upcoming lecture we'll make our new MAC changer, which is our own application with the help of Python. So first of all, let me just go over here, and now let me just show you by opening the terminal. So I'll just create a new window, and this window will be the new terminal over here. So what I want to do is, first of all, let me just zoom in over here, and now we have to make use of this ifconfig. So it is ifconfig. So if I just hit enter, you will see these network interfaces over here. So what this network interface represents is your network card. So if you see here, you will have Ethio0 and yellow and WLAN 0. So this WLAN 0 is a wireless USB adapter which I have connected externally. You can also connect it externally, and you will also see this WLAN 0 will have these IP addresses and these MAC addresses. So let me just clear this out first, and you can see it has eth0. So this is your virtual interface that comes with this virtual box. So you can just have this internet connection through this connected wire. So if you see here, it has a wired connected, so this interface represents that wired connection, and this WLAN 0 is for the wireless connection, and this is not the case that is given by the virtual box. It should be just connected from the external USB adapter, and basically this is wireless connection. You can see I have both of these wired and wireless, so you can see this is wireless over here, so that I have this WLAN 0 over here. So let's see how we can just change this MAC address of WLAN 0, which is our external USB adapter, to new one. So let's see how we can do that. So first of all, if you want to do that, we have to first of all make this interface go down. That means we have to just terminate this action of this WLAN 0, or basically we have to stop this network interface for now. So in order to do that, we have this command over here, that is ifconfig WLAN 0, which is your interface, and down is the method in order to stop this interface. So when I just hit enter, it will just do its work, and now our interface is down. So after you make your interface down, you have to use this max changer method, and if I say help here as an attribute, or if I just give the argument as a help to this max changer, it will just give us some of the options that is available with the max changer. So you can see the help option, obviously we get this help and the version, and the next one is the show method is going to print us the MAC address, and if you just see here, it has the ending, it has another, and the main important part over here is this random one and list one and the MAC. So you can also assign your own MAC addresses by using this MAC changer. You can also get the random MAC addresses by this R argument. You can also make this permanent MAC addresses, that is reset to original permanent hardware MAC. So let's make use of this one of this option that is available over here using the MAC changer. So just remember, if you want to use this MAC changer, you have to first stop your interface. So let's see how we can do that. So first of all, let me just clear this one, and we'll just now make use of random method, which will just generate the random MAC changer. And now I'll just say that after using this MAC changer, I'll just say R argument, which will just assign the random MAC to our machine, and after that I have to give the interface, which is WLAN 0. So if I hit enter, now you can see the current MAC address was this, and the permanent was obviously the current one, but the new MAC was assigned over here. Now after you change that MAC address, you have to roll back that interface up. That means you have to just start your interface again. So in order to do that, you have to pass that ipconfig or ifconfig. ipconfig is for the Windows and ifconfig is for this Kali, and after that I have to just say WLAN 0 and up. So if you say down, it is going to just stop that. If you just type up, now our interface is up and running. So now if I say ifconfig again, then you will see the new change in the Ethernet over here, which is our MAC address. So this was assigned, which is the new MAC address here. You can clearly see in this WLAN 0, the new MAC address was assigned. So this is randomly assigned. You can also make use of that set method in order to set your own MAC addresses to this interface. So now we'll make our Python code in order to perform this. So we'll just see how we can just change or basically make this MAC changer application with our own code. So before doing that, we have to have some logic. So we'll say that instead of this MAC changer, so MAC changer is basically the application or the package that comes pre-installed with the Kali Linux, and this is bunch of our Python code that we don't want to have clone on our application. So we'll just make a logic now, our own logic, in order to just perform this MAC changer. So if you see here, first of all, in order to just change the MAC of any machine, we have to first of all down that interface. That means again we'll just say down, and after that the new method that I'm going to call, let me just clear first, the new method I'm going to call is ifconfig. Okay, ifconfig, and now I have to say again the interface, which is WLAN 0 and hardware interface, that is for SW and ether. So ether was the argument that was associated with our interface MAC addresses. So after you just assign that ether, now it's time to assign our new MAC addresses. So in this case, I'll just say 00112233, okay, 33, 44 and 55. So these will be our MAC addresses. Now if I just hit enter, and if I again roll back our WLAN 0 to the up and running position, and if I just enter okay over here, if I say again if config, then you will see we have now again changed this ether, which is obviously the MAC address of this interface, again to this value. So we are not going to use the idea of the MAC changer, but we'll just make use of this idea in our Python code to change the MAC addresses from the original one to this one, or basically that is entered by the user. So let's see how we can just implement it, and we'll do that in the next lecture. See you in the next one. So in the previous lecture, we just saw how we can just change the MAC addresses from the two techniques. So one was using the application that comes prepackaged with this Kali Linux, that is the MAC changer, and the next one was our own idea, that is this if config. So what we just did here was we just made our WLAN 0, which was the interface, to change its MAC addresses by changing its argument to that field what we want to just include. So you can see completely over here, we just changed from that original MAC addresses to this MAC addresses what we just assigned over here. So let's make use of this technique in this and upcoming lecture to make our complete MAC changer application. So before that, first of all, we have to just talk about some of the module that we are going to use in this lecture. So before that, we have to install the PyCharm. So in order to install the PyCharm on your machine, open your Firefox. Let me just remove this one, and you can simply say something like download PyCharm, and you will get this link. I have already downloaded. Okay, I'll just go to this link, which is JetBrains link. You will see that it has the platforms here, that is Windows, Mac OS X or Linux. Based on your platform, just click on Linux, and you have to download this community version. Press on this download, it will just give you this link, and you have to first unzip it. So basically this will be zip file, and you have to first extract this. So after extracting, you will get the folder that should look like something maybe this. So that should be this folder. So let me go to the desktop, and after extracting, I got this PyCharm community folder. I get into it, and basically after going into the bin, so there is a bin, and I just open the terminal right over here because I want to just navigate to this directory. After that, you have to just press yes and this PyCharm folder. So you have to open this PyCharm application, which should be done with this PyCharm. You can also use the tab in order for the auto completion. Just press enter now, and after just pressing enter, you will just open this PyCharm application. So after you just open that PyCharm, you will have to first create the new project. Just create the new project, press on that new project, and you'll just get this Python file, or basically you'll just get this project at first. And in order to create the Python file, you have to go to the new and on this Python file. We have done this in the Windows in the previous couple of lectures before, so that shouldn't be any problem for you. So now first of all, what I'm gonna do is, first of all, I'll just say regular expression, import me a regular expression. We need that. So you know what is the use of the regular expression, that is finding, searching or matching the patterns from the string or the sequence of characters. So next module will be very important module. So if you just remember in the previous lecture, what we did was we just run this command. We just run this couple of command, that is making down, or basically just making the interface down, and running this command, and again running this command. So that you can see here, we are running 3 commands in this lecture, basically in order to change the MAC address. So we did first this command, and again this command, and again this command. So what you can see here is we are just running a bunch of a command in the terminal. So what we can normally do now is we have to run this command, or basically we have to make this command from any module so that it will be executed at once. So that is our main purpose. So in order to just run this type of command in this command line interface, which we normally call the terminal, so there is module, and I want you to show that module. That is very important module in Python, that is sub process module. It is very much important module, and this is platform independent. That means you can run this in the Linux or Windows, or in Linux, or basically in the Mac also. So this is sub process module. So we have to import this sub process module real quick. So let me just go back to the PyCharm again, and I'll just say import me sub process. So this is the way to import any module to your project, and this is in build process. So that means you don't need to just install these packages manually. So get back here again. Let me just go again here, and let me just open the Firefox, and you can see that we have this sub process module, and there are bunch of a method. We are not going to directly show you what this method is in a minute, but we'll see one by one if we just get that method used in our lecture. So before that, I want to show you this method, or basically not this method, I want to show you this method, check output method, because now we are going to use this check output method. So you can see the documentation right over here saying that this command basically run with the arguments. So arguments here can be your network interface, which is bunch of a network interface, which is basically Eth0, yellow, or WLAN 0. So this will be your argument. So which one you want to change? So if you want to change the MAC addresses of Eth0, you have to enter this one. If you want WLAN 0, you have to change this one. So that is your arguments. So basically what it is saying is it will run the command with argument and return its output as a byte string. That means it will just return as a string. Okay, that is useful. So let's go back to our PyCharm. and let's do some coding. So first of all, in this lecture we are not going to directly change the MAC addresses of the machine, but before that I want to show you how we can execute the command like this command. So if I just go again here, and what if I want to do something like ifconfig, and if I hit enter, this will just get us. So if I say something like ifconfig and only the wlan 0, this is the information that we get, because we are just running this command in the terminal. So we want to do same as this but with the PyCharm now. So we want to run this whole command and get the MAC addresses from this Python code in this lecture, and in the next lecture we'll just change this MAC addresses to something that is entered by the user, or maybe custom, or maybe we can also assign the random numbers to that MAC addresses. So first of all, we have imported the two modules which are important modules. So next is I'll just make output. So now we have to make use of this sub process module. Just give a period in order to make the method use of that process, which is the module. And I have already shown you before that I am going to use this check output method, which is right here. And let's go back to the PyCharm again, and I'll just say check output. So this is the method I'm going to use, and basically this will run with the arguments. So I'm not going to use arguments yet, but I'll just make a list. So in this list I'm going to run, or basically I'm going to type a command. So if you just remember, the command was ifconfig, and after that I'll just give space, and I want to, okay, basically I have to just put this addition operator after this double quote, and I have to just join this with wlan 0 because I want the MAC addresses of this wlan 0. So after that I want this cell be true. So this cell is basically your command line interface. So we have created this check output method to uses. So that means we have run this command now in the cell, and now we are getting the output. So from this output I want to only search the MAC address. So because if you see here, if you just run this output, you are going to get this bunch of information, but we don't want this, because in this lecture, in the upcoming lecture, we are only interested in this ether part, which is the MAC addresses. So we are going to extract this, and you know what is the way to get the information from that string. It is obviously with the regular expression, because we are going to search, we are going to match. So we have to now say that current MAC address. So the current MAC address should be searched from this regular expression, and I'm going to use the search method, and you know why, because this is going to give a global search. If I just say match, it is not going to work, because that will do the local search. I want the global search. So now you know how to just write the pattern. So you know how to write the pattern, that is with this R and double quote. After that I want any word that is, okay, let me show you this pattern now. I haven't talked about this pattern before. So this is saying that /w can be any character. So this is for any character. That can be digit, that can be number. So MAC address also can be the number and can be the digit. So that means we'll have this, okay, let me just really type faster. So /w and again colon. I'll just give you the example and you'll just understand what I'm doing here. So again colon, let me say /w, maybe we are typing the 5 times, so the last time now. So you could see we have now this 6 times. So this 1 2 3 4 5 6. If I go back, let me just copy our MAC addresses and I'll show you what is happening here. So let's go back to the PyCharm. Let me just go down and let me just paste it here. So let me just comment this out again. So you could see what we are doing here is this WW means any character. So this WW represents this 2 digit. There is colon in between them, in this colon. So we are just searching for the MAC addresses in that whole line of this output of this command. So after we just pass the pattern, and you know the next argument to this search is going to be the string where you want to search. So in this case we don't have any sentence, rather we have the output, because we want to search in the output of this command. So I'm just searching that in this output and just closing here. So this output can be in the form of any of these integer or maybe the boolean. So instead of just having the error, let's make this typecasted to the string for removing any error if we just came to any. So we just did something like we just get the MAC addresses now from that command. We just ran the command and we just got the MAC addresses. So let's print that MAC address now. So you can clearly see now what we just did. We just ran this command in the cell. We just get that MAC addresses with this pattern. We just printed that MAC addresses. So let me just run real quick now. Run this MAC changer. You'll get output right here. So this is your MAC addresses. So you can also see if this is true or not by just going over here, and you could clearly see these were the MAC addresses that we just changed back here. So we just managed to make a Python code which will just get the current MAC addresses by running this command on this cell and getting the output, and we search for the MAC addresses and get the MAC address. So in the next lecture we'll see how these MAC addresses can be manipulated and how we can just change with the help of some of the techniques and some of the modules. So in the next lecture we'll see how to just change these MAC addresses. So that will be interesting lecture. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. Now let's see how we can just change the MAC addresses. So first of all, what you need to do is again open that PyCharm that we did in the previous lecture. So you could see we just see how we can get the current MAC address of this machine from this code. But now what we need to do is change the MAC address. So before that, you could see this code looks like basically in the singular line, and basically this doesn't define the perfect code because it is not inside a certain block. That means this look a bunch of very dirty coding. So first of all, we will make the function that is going to do this for us. So I'll just make this current MAC function, and this function is going to just return us these MAC addresses. So let me just copy again everything, and let me just paste it down here in this current MAC, and instead of just printing over here, you can also print. Okay, we'll just print here. So this is basically our current MAC that we did in the previous lecture, but for now we have to now see how we can change the MAC addresses, and this is very important. So first of all, let me just go back to the documentation, and I've already shown you before that if you want to execute any command on this terminal or a shell, you have to use this shop process module. So we have already seen the action, that is check output method, already seen that how this executes the command and return the output, which was our MAC address. Now we are going to use another method, and this is very important method, which is this call method. So let's see what this tells us about. So first of all, it is saying it will run the command, okay, described by the arguments. Okay, we are just passing the arguments, and it will just run that command based on that argument, and it will wait for command to complete and then return the return code attribute. That means if you just see and go back what we did before, so we are just out of this terminal, so let me just go again. So if you see what we did in the previous lecture was, first of all, we just did something like ifconfig and wlan 0 down. So basically this was the command in order to get our interface down before actually changing the MAC addresses. So if you see and if you just analyze this command used to be the first command in our list of commands that was used to change the MAC addresses. So if you see here, if you just do something like before actually just writing this down statement, if you just started just actually using this MAC changer or any other maybe this command ifconfig, and if I want to just change the wlan 0 and maybe the ether part, what I'm doing, so ether part and your MAC addresses maybe 00, if you do this before actually just making your interface down, then this is not going to work. So that means the sequence of this operation is very important in order to work with the MAC changer. So first of all, you have to always down your network card. After that, you will just change your MAC address, and after that you will just make your network interface again running. So that is the sequence of the operation that should be executed, and this call method is just saying us that. So before actually just jumping on the another argument or another command, it will wait for that command to complete, and after that is executed, if we just get the return code, that means the first command is executed, it will just go to the second command and it will just run that command. So let's see how this works and how this is basically going to give us the new MAC addresses. So first of all, I'll just define the method to do that, and I'll just say change MAC. So I'll just give interface over here, and next thing I want to give is new MAC. So what we just did here is before that I have to just input something from the user, that is your interface and your new MAC. So I'll just say input, and I have to give the message to the user, enter your interface or network interface. So this will be the information. They will just give the information. Let me just strip this because we don't want any blank spaces, and basically this will just give us the perfect interface option or input from the user. And I also want the new MAC addresses that is inputted by the user. So I want enter the new MAC address you want to change. Okay, this will be also in the string, because we know anything that is from this input method will be in the string. I want to strip this too. So we have now interface and new Mac. While calling this change Mac, we'll just pass this interface and new Mac in the positional argument of this interface and new Mac. So let's go over here and let's run our Linux command to change the Mac. So you know how to just run this command. Now we're not going to use this method, which is check output. Now we are going to run the next command, which will be call command. So in this call command, you have to just give this list of arguments that is in the form of list. So I'll just say ifconfig, and the next part will be your interface. So let me just convert to the string, and I'll just say interface, that is passed in this Mac. And after you just pass the interface, let me run the first command we are going to get. So that command will be down command. So first of all, you have to just run this down command, and that should run in the cell. That means I'll just say the cell should be true. So this will be the first command that will be executed, and you can clearly see over here, if you see the combination, this is going to give us, let me just comment this out real quick here. So this is going to give us ifconfig, okay, what I'm writing here, ifconfig, and basically this space is to denote this space. So next will be your interface, because this is not going to give any spaces. That means we have to just assign explicitly the spaces between these commands. And the next one after that is going to the interface. So interface will be wlan 0 if I just enter from here. And after that interface, this is also given the explicitly spaces, because we want the spaces between this wlan 0 and down command. And after that we just enter the down. So this is the command that is from the sub process, and after this is executed, we have to just call another process again, and that is your ether process, or basically changing the main MAC addresses of this current Mac. So I'll also say ifconfig, and give the space again as usual, and add the interface, which will be typecasted to this string. I'll just say interface. And after that, you know what to do. We have done this many times before. So now I have to give space again, because I want this ether attribute or the argument to be changed to the MAC address. So I'll just say again, this should be changed to the MAC addresses that we just input. So I'll just say str, and here I'll just pass new MAC, and let me just give one space again over here. So this will be end of this statement again, and after you just pass this command, you have to say that this is cell and it should be true. So we have command here that is executed in order to change our MAC address basically. So next one would be to make your basically interface up and running. So in order to do that, you know what to call, that is this up method. So instead of just writing again, let me just copy this, because the change between this statement and the statement we are writing is only the up to down, or basically down to up. So I'll just say up. So you can see we have now changed the MAC addresses, and now we have got this new MAC addresses entered from the user. We'll just send this to change MAC, and we'll see change in the MAC address. So what I'm going to do is now I have to call this change MAC, and that should be done over here. I'll just pass the interface in the place of interface. I'll just pass the new MAC in the place of new MAC. So we have done this. So let's see if this works or not. So before that, let me say current MAC. So I'll just pass the current MAC over here, and we'll just input that, and we'll just say current MAC and change this. So before current MAC, let me just say that first of all, this will be old Mac is, and let me just format this with this current Mac. Let me just close this. So now we have this old Mac address. Okay, I'm just saying address. Old Mac address is formatted over here. We'll just see that current Mac, and after that we'll just change that current Mac. So before that, I have to just see the way it is called. Okay, it is first current Mac is called, and after that we have called the change Mac. Okay, that is fine. So let's run this Mac changer, and let's see what is. So network interface I want to change is wlan 0. So into the new MAC address you want to change. Okay, I want to change to this MAC address. Let's go with another MAC addresses to change, and let me just run this one more time. So let me just press to run again, And let me say the interface will be again WLAN 0, which is my wireless card. Enter the new MAC address. Let me say 1233, let me say 45, let me say 929322. Let me see, okay, it is 6 part, it is having the 6 part. Let me just hit enter, and let's see if this is working or not. So it is perfectly working now. Let's go, and now let's only check for the current MAC. So let's remove calling this one, and let's see if this works or not. So let's see if we have changed from this MAC addresses, which was this current old MAC, to this. So obviously we have done this, but let me just show. So okay, it is again asking, but it doesn't matter, we don't need that. Run this again. Now it will show you the MAC addresses, that is the new MAC addresses we just assigned from this current, or basically from this change MAC. So we just found that we just execute this command on this cell, and we just change the current MAC to the MAC addresses that we just entered from here. So this is the perfect example how to change the MAC addresses. But you can see here, this MAC addresses was entered from the user. What if we want the random MAC addresses? So we will just implement that random MAC addresses assignment in the next lecture, which will be also the interesting lecture. So see you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. So in the previous lecture we just implemented this method, change MAC method. So this was basically by entered from the user. So user will input the MAC addresses to change, and based on that we'll just change the MAC addresses, and we also saw the current MAC addresses. But now what we want is, instead of just input from the user, we want to include both of these. So there can be also random MAC change. So user do not need to do anything, they will simply choose the option either to change manually or randomly. So let's see how this can be done. So first of all, let me just define a process which will just generate the random MAC address. So this will just generate the random MAC address, this method. So I have an idea that we can just generate the random MAC addresses by just combining two type over here. So generally the MAC addresses is assigned by the Cisco and a Dell. So first of all, we'll just make a list of a number that our MAC addresses are basically started with, or basically the device's MAC address start with. So it normally starts with these 3 characters. So let me show you here, and the next one would be 96, and these are legit, so you cannot change this number. This is the Cisco legitimate or genuine numbers which starts our MAC addresses. So next one would be Dell. So I'll also make these Dell starting addresses, and first one is obviously 00. Again the next one will be 14, and the next one would be, let me say, 22. So this will be the starting MAC address. So next thing what we want is, we'll just take anything from this Cisco or Dell, and this will be 3 characters. So first 3 pairs, so no, not only the characters. So if you see here, this first 3 will be the pairs of either Cisco or a Dell, and after this we'll just make these 3 numbers, or basically these 3 pairs, 3 last pairs, on a random selection. So let's go down here, and let's say that MAC address will be the choice. So this is inbuilt method which is going to give us the choice between either Cisco or either Dell. So we have made a choice over here, which will just see that the first pair, or basically the first pair, will be from Cisco and a Dell defined hardware, this Cisco or a Dell, and the last 3 pair will be generated randomly. So let's generate that random last 3 pairs. So I'll just say for I in range, and it is 3, because we want basically the loop to execute 3 times, because we just want the 3 pairs, last 3 pairs. So let's go over here again. So in this range, what we're going to do is, we are going to make 1 pair at a time. So I'll just say choice, and again here I want to convert with the string. So basically we want rand int. So if you have heard about this rand int, we haven't imported that module first. So I have to import, and I'm just not interested in importing only random module. I just don't do something like random, because if you do that random, you have to call from random again. So instead of doing that, I'll just say from random import me choice, and I also want to import the next thing, and that is your rand int. So now we have imported both of this method from this random module, and you can check the documentation of working of this. So rand int basically gives you 1 integer at a time based on this number that you inserted in between here. So it should be the range inside this parenthesis. So I want the number from 0 to 9, so it can be any one number from 0 to 9. It will be random, obviously. Choice will basically this rand int will generate us a random number. So next pair I want is going to be again from this choice. Let's see, we have to again do the same thing, that is again one. Okay, what I'm doing, so it should be rand int, and here I want again 0 to 9 again, and the next statement will be very important statement because I want to add both of these over here. So I'll just say 1 plus 2, and here I have to first of all make this string. So let me just add this first, and let's convert this to a string. So let me just typecast over here. Now we have added this 1 and 2, which will be just getting us a 3 pair. So you can see what we just did. For each pair, this loop will run, and it will generate this first number from this 1 and the second number from this 2, and we just added over here to make one complete pair. And this loop will run 3 times. That means we'll just get three pairs of the number, which will be random basically because this is rand int. So the next thing is very important, and now the next thing will be to append to this MAC addresses that we just created over here. So you could see this will be MAC address, and I want this MAC address, basically I have to append because this is a list, and I want to append, let me say this 3. So this should be 3, that should be appended to MAC addresses. But if you remember, till now we are also making these all of the numbers but without this colon in between them. So we made successfully this number which will be random, but they don't have this MAC address, or basically this colon in between this number. So now we have to make this colon in between them. So in order to make that, you have to remember about the join method. It was very important method. I have just told you that before, and that is going to be here returned. And let me just concatenate it with join method, and let me add MAC address. So what we just did here, basically, let me just open my IDL and let me show you what is happening over here. So if I just say something like, let me just join, and let me just call this join method. Okay, join method in maybe the iterables. So let me say A, B, C, D is my iterable. If I hit enter, you could see that this colon was inserted in between them. So it was not inserted at the beginning, it was not inserted in the middle. This is what we just need, because we want this join, or basically this colon, to be inserted in between this number. So we just inserted in between this number inside this MAC addresses, and we just return that MAC addresses from this random MAC. So we just now call this MAC addresses. So instead of just making here that is to call manually, let's make one conditional flow right here. So what I'm going to do here is I'll just check if maybe print some messages first. Print messages like enter 1 for manual changing of MAC address, and 2 for random MAC address. So this will be message that will be just printed over here, but we now need the input because we want to have this 1 or 2 inputted by the user. So that can be done. Let me say input, and I'll just say imp, and I'll just input now that is the number. So we'll have the number, but just remember this will be a string because input will just get the string. So after we just get the imp, I'll just check if imp is equal 1. So you could see I'm not writing this 1 because this will be the integer, and the input that is given by this input method will be in the form of a string. That means I'll just put 1. Now we'll make the flow control in order to just see if the user want the random MAC address or the MAC address that is inputted by the user. So if the input is 1, what we're gonna do is we'll simply see the manual changing for this. So that means we have to now call this MAC change or change MAC with this interface and the new MAC. So I'll just say change MAC for me with this interface, and basically we have to pass the new MAC. So next thing is okay, if they input 1, then only we'll just get the input. So that makes sense. So let me just grab this and let me just go over here, and now we'll just change the MAC, and it is showing error. Just go over here. So the next thing what we want is to check the input for 2, or basically I'll just say elif imp is again the next digit, that will be 2 in this case. And if it is that case, then we have to first call that mac random, and I'll say random will be the mac, and I'll just call this mac random. And after I just call this mac random, so we just made this file over here saying that if input is 1, then we'll just change the mac. If input is 2, then that means there should be the random. So before that, let me just print that random mac 2, because I want to see what the random is, basically what the mac was set, and we'll see the mac that is set from this random basically the random mac method. So now next thing what you need to do is, you can see we have an error over here, that is because we have to set this inside the method. So I'll just make this inside the method because we have called the method over here, if you see. So I'll just put this inside the main method, that is our main method. Let me just paste it down here. You could see we have resolved the error now. So it's time to now call this main method. So you could see I have kept this interface outside of this main, because we have to also get this interface inputted from the user, so as to just get the interface. And because in both of the case, you can see in the change mac basically with the random and basically the mac address that is inputted from the user manually, they both need the interface. So I've just decided to just input the interface before, and that will be with this option that is input by the user. So next thing what you need to do is, you have to now call this main method which has this program. So main program our is in this main method. So let's call this main method over here. So now what I'm going to do is, we are going to use this convention over here, if name equal main. And if you see what this does is, inside here I'm going to call this main method. So in this is very important statement right here. What this does is, basically it will set this special variable which is name first, and second thing, it is going to execute every code that is over here, and it has the main method. That means it is going to call this main method, and this main method will call some of these method, which is change mac again with this random mac method. So this is our complete program. So let's see how this works. So okay, we are getting some error. Let's see what is the error about. So let me just remove this one. Let's run this real quick and see what is the error about. So it is saying change mac is having the problem. So okay, why it is having a problem? Okay, what we just did, there is 2 defined main. So let's remove this main. Okay, so now we have rectified this problem. Let's see how this goes. So let me just run our mac changer. It is saying what you need. So I'll just say enter 1 for the manual changing of the mac address, or 2 for the random mac address. So I want the random mac address option, so I'll just say 2. So I just need the random mac address. So let me just press 2 over here. Let me hit enter. Then it will say enter your network interface. My network interface is WLAN 0. I want to change this one, and you could see now we have changed to this new mac address. You can check it by going over here, and let's create the new window or new terminal. Open the new terminal, ifconfig to see over here, and this is our new mac address. You could clearly see over here, and this is done by using this program. So we completed our mac changer program. In this lecture we saw how to make our random mac address, and the mac address that can be also used from the input which is given by the user. So we saw how to make use of this swap process. So this was the important module to work with, because this will just execute your code in the shell with this call method. And the difference between this call method, and you could see in this check output, this is going to run in a line basically. So this is the important, because this will care about the sequence and this does not care about the sequence. This both will just run the arguments based on what is just passed inside this parenthesis, and it will execute in this shell which we have just given as true. So we made use of this swap process, which was important module to learn about here. We just made this random module to just remake the random mac address over here. So this will be wrap for this lecture. We just made a complete mac changer in this lecture. So this was interesting section. So see you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture we'll talk about Tor browser. So first of all you need to do is simply go to the Google and search for this Tor download. I'll just click on this link, and it will just redirect us to this page. I'll just install VMS Windows, or basically for this MS Windows. So if you see here, it will just give the Tor browser and your bit version, and I'll just go to this 64-bit and it will give us the link. I'll just save this file and it will be downloaded over here. So after you just download, it is a quick installation procedure. You should get this folder and it will say that it has the start Tor browser. So it should appear after you just install to that on your system. So let me just close this because I have already installed, and you will see this start Tor browser icon over here. So let me just open this. Then you should get this Tor browser establishing a connection tab. Let it give a time to load and it will just give us this Tor browser. So this is the Tor browser that is going to just open us the hidden websites that is in the dark web. So it is completely normal to use those onion website, but if you just use something for the bad intention, or basically if you do something that harms other, and basically if you do illegal stuffs on this store, it is completely illegal and you will just get involved into the action that will just take by the police. So I'll just suggest you, so basically you can just get ideas of these store websites, or basically the onion route link. We'll also see how to make our own onion route link, or basically our own website on the dark web in the next lecture. But for now, let me just go to the interface of this Tor browser. So you could see that it is showing us DuckDuckGo, same as Google search engine. So this is the Google search engine in the Tor browser. So you could see this DuckDuckGo is very much reliable than the browser, that is Google browser, because this doesn't track you. So it is a very important feature of this DuckDuckGo. So you can search anything over here. So just you need to remember that any website that is visible in the normal server is also available in this Tor browser. So if you go here in our normal Firefox, you will search for the Facebook. It is also available in the case of the Tor. That means it will be available, that is this .com website, or basically if I just search for this facebook.com, then you will see that it will also load this facebook.com over here. So that means we can search the normal websites, or basically deep websites that starts, or basically that ends with the onion route or onion link. Like let me say this is the onion route. So this website can be also served in the case of the Tor browser. So just remember that. So this website will be also available over here. So just remember that is basically normal websites, and the deep link websites will be available to serve in the case of the Tor browser. So let me just open some of these websites. So before that, let me see what is over here. So at the corner, the left hand side, you'll see that we have this onion sign over here. So let's click on that symbol. You'll just see the options that will pop out over here, saying new identity, security settings, Tor network settings, and check for the Tor browser update. So if I just press on this new identity, that means it is going to give us another identity for us, that is a new network connection. We'll see about the connection in a minute, how this Tor onion route works. We'll see all of this mechanism in a minute, but before that, you can do that is click on this new identity. You will just get the new identity, new connection, or a new circuit for your connection. And if I just go to this security setting, you will just get this browser setting over here. It is in the standard, that means all the Tor browser and website features are enabled. If I just go to the safer mode, you will see that is it is just lacking some of the features, like JavaScript is disabled on the non-HTTPS site. That means it will be the safer than this standard, but it is likely be more safer. That means it is more secure system than before, because it will have these settings that is enabled or basically disabled, so that it won't be tracked by any officials. So that means you will have the JavaScript that is disabled, some fonts and math symbol are disabled. So if I just go to the safest mode, you will see the features will be just disabled over here. So HTML5 medias are clicked to play. So if I just press on this safest mode, and now if I just go to the maybe YouTube, so if I just play the YouTube, you'll see the drastic changes. So if I just go to the YouTube, let me just close this tab, and it is going to load us in a minute, because it has to go through different servers. So it is usually taking time than what we normally search in the case of a Firefox. So let it give a time to load. So it is taking the time than I estimated. So let me just play it again, or basically maybe okay. So you could see we are in this safer mode. So basically if I just go to the standard mode, and if I just press enter again, you'll see that we will get now the normal website, that is YouTube website, which will have all the features like this. So it has the JavaScript enabled and everything. But if I just go to maybe, let me just go to the safer mode, not the safest mode. So let me just press OK, and now if I just play it again, then you'll see the lots of feature will be disabled over here. So I think I haven't saved that. Okay, so something like if I just play this video, you'll see that, okay, Let me just go back and play this video maybe. Now you will see that it has lagged some of the features. So it has lagged these features, so let me show you. So these were the security settings that were just lagged. So JavaScript is disabled on this non-HTTPS website. So that means some of the features like the gesturing and everything, that is DOM manipulation, has been disabled in this website. So that means this is more safer website than before, because this cannot be traced easily than that which was before. So next setting over here, so let me just close this one, and the next setting over here is a Tor network setting. I have to open that, and you could see I use a proxy to connect to the internet. This setting over here, let me open that, and it is giving us some options. So if I just type the proxy, maybe SOC 5 or SOC 4, if I just open this website, which is maybe SOC proxy website, this free socproxy.net website, you can get this proxy from here. So these are the SOC 4 proxy. So you can just get those, and simply what you need to do is simply take these IP addresses, and these are free. If you want to buy the proxy, it will be faster than this, but if I just want to just give you the example over here, you can simply add the IP address. You can get the port of that IP address from here, and the username and the password over here must be optional. So after that, you will just click OK over here to run your SOCs, and basically now we have successfully added that proxy to this store. But I won't be adding it. So you could see how to add the proxy, how easy it is to add the proxy to the Tor browser. So next thing in this Tor browser is this extensions, which is freely downloaded while we just download this Firefox. So let me just go to maybe here add-ons, and you will see it has the HTTPS everywhere, no script, Tor button, and Tor launcher. So these comes pre-packed while we just install the Tor browser. That is saying no script. That means it will just have the extra protection for this Firefox or for this Tor browser. So this is the extra feature that we get is pre-downloaded with the Tor. So we can source many websites, that is onion link in this Tor browser. So before that, let's see how this onion route work in the Tor browser. What is the mechanism of just making so secured system? So how is these systems can be so secure that it is very hard to just trace by the officials. So let's see how this works. So basically, let's see how Tor browser works under the hood. So let me open my document over here. Let me grab my pen. So let me just grab this pen over here. Now you could see that, let me just grab it here. So you could see this is our internet over here, and it is the man, or it is the client who is basically surfing that internet. Maybe I want to get google.com. So you could see the server over here saying that this is DNS. That means it is a domain name server. So anything you type over here is going to be, so let me say give a quick example what is happening over here. So if I say something like www.google.com, so I will just type z as google.com, and if I just surf this internet, then it will just go first to this domain name server. It will just check that google.com, and it has associated IP with it. So this IP is basically the way to just determine that it is related to google.com. So this is the IP that is particular to google.com. So that can be done. So something like if I just go over here and ping my google.com, you will get the IP of the Google. If I see here that this is the IP of the Google, you can clearly see over here. So this is the way where we can just get the IP address. So that is done by this domain name server, because internet only gets idea of this number. So they don't know anything about this. So google.com for this internet is just a gibberish. So first of all, we have to convert this google.com, which is basically the name that is given by the humans, because just remembering these characters, this number for the human is very tedious. So they have just given the name so that the remembering this name would be easier just than remembering these IP addresses. So basically DNS server will convert our domain name to the IP addresses, and after that domain name, or basically after that IP addresses is given back to the client, it will just give it to the ISP, which is your internet service provider, and through this internet service provider, they will just make a request to the internet to fetch the website of the google.com, and this is the website server which has the address of 111. That means it is the website of Google. So it will just give you the page of the Google. So this is the way how the internet works. But you can see there is no security at all. So what if we just came as a man in the middle over here, and we just grab that pages or anything, or basically your location or the data. So anything you have searched here can be just vulnerable. So you can clearly see over here that the data is not encrypted. It is not through the encryption. It is just sending the request through the ARP protocol, which is very vulnerable. So there comes the handy technique, which is this onion route. So let's see how this works. So you could see that it is the same picture that we just see, but now we have the different servers. So you can see these A, D, G are the servers. So they are located just normally or located remotely in the all of the locations that is throughout the world. So basically what happens now is, if you just give the address, that is your IP address, and now instead of just let me show you the example that we are just going to search for maybe Toyota car in google.com, which has the IP address of this 1.1.1.1. so you can see that the only thing that this server can track is your IP address and the things that is your data. So you can see that this server, which is the google.com, can just trace you back or get every information that you just do in the internet. That means this is not secure. So let's see how now onion routes makes this data encrypted. That means our connection or the network will be more secure than before. So first of all, you will have the information that is saying, hey, I want this data. So this will be gone through this server. So data will be encrypted first to this. So first of all, what happens is, so first of all, let me say you that this sends data from here, that is 1.1.1.1, and first of all it should go through this. So basically this is the first server that this will just get communicate to. So this will send that data to this server, and basically after that you can clearly see there is a layer of encryption over here, because if you just see every layer has its encrypted key, that means it will just get a time to just encrypt one layer of encryption. That means only one part of the messages will have to be only encrypted or basically decrypted by each of the server, so that the encryption will be much more efficient than before. So let me show you what is I'm just talking about over here. So let me just go to the documentation of Tor project over here, and you'll see that how this Tor works basically. So let me show that Alice is the one that is going to be giving the source, and you can see this dev is another client that there will be the message encryption in between them. So first of all, what happens is Alice is just asking for the Tor nodes. So we have the Tor nodes, that is basically the server that is associated on different location. So they have the Tor nodes. So they are basically the Tor nodes or the directory server, and after that they will just get that Tor nodes list of the Tor node for the Alice, and basically now encryption happens in the next step. So you can see that over here that these circuits are so encrypted that every encryption have its encrypted and decrypted key over here. So you can see this is the encrypted circuit over here, and this part, which is this part, is your Tor node. So this is your Tor node, or basically this is your encrypted link again, but this link is your unencrypted link, and this part, which is this part, these three are your Tor nodes. So you can clearly see the message or the request is sent from Alice, but when it reaches to Bob, it will think that it is from this Tor node but not from the Alice. But instead it was sent from the Alice, so it was so encrypted that this Bob has no idea which of these node has sent these messages. So you can just now get information that this Alice is searching something on the Google. Maybe this Bob is Google now, and Google has no information that who is sending that information or who is sending that request. So this is the work of the Tor. You can see clearly over here how this is encrypted. And if you just make one request, let me say something like, okay, at first we just made the request to google.com, and in second, if I just make a request again to facebook.com, new circuit will be created now, and this circuit will be random than before. At first this was this circuit associated to make a link between Alice and Bob. Now for the second request, maybe facebook.com, now there will be another circuit created, so that this new server will not have any longer information about this Alice again anymore. So this is a very important encrypted technique in the case of this Tor, and we have to see that how these circuits are created in the case of the Tor, and how we can just see that green link here is an encrypted one and the red link is the clear one or unencrypted link. That means this will have the information of this node, but this node is of the Tor nodes. So Alice will be having the encrypted communications with this Jane, or basically with this person or with this server, and that is the only way to protect the transportation of data, which is basically staying anonymous in the network. So it is very important features of the Tor, that is it will just make us anonymous in the network. so that if you do any stops, and I won't encourage to do any illegal stops in the Tor, but if you do again, then there will be something that is encrypted link, so that the person who is going to track, so basically I'm not saying they cannot track you, but there will be hard for them to just track if you just use the Tor for the attacking or for any stops that is not legal. So you can see that we have now talked about the Tor. So an analogy, I'll just give you an analogy of the Tor here. So you can just think this Tor is a mailing system where this mail, basically we are mailing a letter that is received and forwarded by the different people. So here people is a clients, and there can be the connection between the Tor network to or a Tor node. So let's say there is one person who is Mary, and she wants to just send the letter to the Johnny. So what we are just talking about here is a person or a client is making request to another server, maybe google.com. So here we are just making an analogy that Mary is sending a mail to Johnny. So we'll see now how encryption works in the Tor. But the main thing is that she doesn't want to let Johnny that the letter is originated. So basically what we want is Johnny won't have any idea that the letter was originated from the Mary. That means the Google or any other server don't have any information of this Mary. So that is our main priority. So next step to remain the anonymous will be as follows. Let's see how this works. So first of all, Mary, who originates the letter, write a letter. Basically she writes a letter and places it in an envelope addressed to the Johnny in the Boston. So this is, just remember over here, what we just talking about is she places the letter and addressed to the Johnny in the Boston. That means Johnny stay in the Boston or to the server. Basically we'll just say that there is a server in the Boston. And again Mary places that envelope in the another and addresses it to Susan in the Seattle. So that means this is the new server, which is our Tor node. So that envelope, which is obviously the message, is also addressed to Susan in Seattle. And again this Mary places that envelope in another and addresses it to Barry in Dallas. And Mary also places that envelope in another and it addresses it to Bob in Denver. And then Mary places the letter in a mailbox from her home in San Francisco. So basically this is the place where this mailbox or basically this letter was originated from. So you can just see that this envelope over here represents a layer of encryption. So using the rule that each person in this analogy can only unwrap the first envelope. So just remember that he only can unwrap the first envelope that is sent. So the conclusion or basically the contents remain hidden, encrypted in the most inner envelope. That means if you see the letter or the envelope, which is the layer of encryption, has that letter which is encrypted or hidden in the most inner envelope. So that is your encryption. You can see the Bob is the entry point here, Barry will be middle point, and Susan will be middle point again. So it is exit point, not a middle point. So C will be the exit point. So each of these has basically your Tor nodes. So they are Tor nodes. That means this envelope which we are talking about over here represents a layer of encryption, and basically this content, which is inner content, will be encrypted in the envelope. And just remember that every party over here, which is obviously this Barry, Susan and Job, which is Bob, which is the metaphor for our Tor browser or for our Tor links or a Tor node, will just unwrap the first envelope. So they have the priority to just encrypt the first part of the messages and not the whole messages. So that is very important to think about this Tor browser. We saw how Tor browser works under the hood in this lecture. You can see these are your Tor browsers, and we saw these are your Tor links. They are voluntarily just kept across the world so that it will be faster than before. But you know that Tor, being so much safer than any other browser, has to go through many Tor links. That means it will be slower than any other browser, but maybe it is more safer. So we have the trade-off over here. We just have the slower browser that is more safer in order to do some pen testing. Now let's go to the sum of the quick onion link now. So first of all, I have this GitHub link over here. You can just check out from the resource section. So there are quite bunch of a link over here. You can just grab it out. So if I just open this onion link over here, so let me just copy, go to our Tor browser. Let me just paste and just press go. You'll see it will just have the little less internet connection. So basically we have just opened the Tor shops. So this is the way how this onion browser works. So you can just grab anything. It is same as the normal website. You can just make the Facebook. You can also go or surf the social websites, mailing websites. You can also host your websites, do many things. So you can see over here, this has the onion route. That means this is the website of the dark web. You can do many stops from this Tor browser, but let me just remind you of some incident that was happened back in 2013. So there was this Harvard student who was basically, I just remember his name, it may be Kim or something. So he used basically this Tor browser to email bomb. So what email bomb is, he is going to just he was basically threatening the Harvard staff to just avoid taking the exam. So that was very interesting facts that he was just threatening to the Harvard staff not to take the exam, and the IT staffs at the Harvard looked at their logs, so they can obviously look at their internet logs, and that IT staff just identified that Kim was accessing the Tor on the school network during the time of emails. So they just catched him, and just FBI asked that Kim if he did that action, and Kim admitted. So you can see that Tor has worked, but Kim has just broke, because you can clearly see that Tor is not for everyone. If you want to make use of a Tor, make it in a way that it will just be not harmful for other. You can just make your message encryption much more efficient in the Tor, but if you just do any illegal stuff, it will be just tracked by any official in any time. So it is very dangerous to work with the Tor for the illegal stuff. So I highly recommend just you can go through for the educational purpose, or basically you can surf it and you can see how is this Onion browser work or Onion route work under the hood in this lecture. So in the next lecture will be interesting lecture, because we are going to just launch our own website as an Onion route from the Kali Linux. We'll just make our own server, that is Apache server. We'll just make our own website and we'll just host that website in the Onion route. So we'll just see you in the next lecture. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture we are going to make our own deep web website. So we'll just make a link where we can just host our website, and basically we'll see that in the Tor browser in this lecture. So first of all, what I want to do is simply fire up my Kali machine over here, and the first thing I want to do is simply, let me just clear this first and open this terminal. So let me just resize this. So here, so first of all we have to see the link, or basically the web page that will be stored in this var, which is under the root, and it will be www.html. so this will be the website's page. So basically we'll see the index.html that is inside here. So this is the page that we are going to render on our deep web link, which is Onion router. So first thing what I need to do is simply I'll just remove this index.html. Let's make our own HTML. So just remove this. So I have just removed. Now let me just create the new one, so you know how to create it. So it is with the nano method, and I'll just say index.html. Let's create this. So here we have to make a simple website. Let me say HTML and body. So I'll just make a simple HTML command or website over here. I'll just put maybe the heading, just a heading. I'll just say welcome to hacker world, and let's close this tag, which is heading tag. Let's close our center first. After that let's close our body, and the next one would be HTML. So we have done here, that is creating the new our own index.html. So let me just save this. So in order to save this nano file, you have to press Ctrl O, and let's save this. Let me just exit out of here. Now you can see that we have created this index.html again with this nano command. So next thing is we'll see how this is rendered in our localhost. So let me run our service first, which is Apache server. So in order to just run that Apache server in Kali Linux or any Linux distros, it is very easy, because this service is pre-installed in the case of the Linux. So the command will be service apache 2 and start. So we have run our server now, and now if I just open my website over here, and if I just put here that is 127.0.0.1, which is obviously the localhost, you'll see the message saying welcome to hacker world. So this is the same website that we just created over here with this index.html. So you can see that this has been executed in the localhost. So let's run this same page in our Onion router, or basically in our Tor browser. So first of all I'll just open the new terminal to do that. So let me just say new window for the terminal, and now first thing you need to do is install the Tor service. So I'll just say apt-get install Tor. So remember, this is not Tor browser, this is only the Tor service. So if I just hit enter, I have already Tor installed, which is the newer version. You can install on your machine the similar way that I have done over here, that is installing the Tor with its command. So next thing what you have to do is we have to just change some settings for that Tor. So let me see that Tor RC configuration. So in order to get that Tor RC configuration, you have to first navigate to that directory. So it is inside this etc and inside this Tor. So if I say list over here, you will see Tor RC, which is this file. So let me just open that with this nano command again, that is Tor RC. So you could see that we have this file over here. So we have to search for something in this file, and that is the hidden services. So in order to search in this nano file, you have to press Ctrl W, and you'll see that search will appear at the bottom over here, and I'll just say hidden. If I hit enter, it will just get us this local hidden services navigation over here. So here what you need to do is just go down here saying hidden services dir and hidden services port. So just see here, and it should be commented out for you. So it should be something like, let me just go over here, and it will be okay commented out like this for you. So what happened here? So it will be commented out like this. So all you need to do is simply uncomment these two lines, that is the directory for the hidden services, and the next one is hidden service port. So you could see now we have run this port. So you can also change this port, you can also change this server IP address. So all you need to do is simply go over here and change if you want to change the port. Let me say if you want to run in 8080, you can do that, but for now I'll just say 80, and simply uncomment only these two lines. So just remember, you have to uncomment only these two lines. Let me save this again by pressing Ctrl O. Let me save this, exit out of here. Now we have run the store RC configuration. So next thing what you need to do is you have to now just run your tor command. So what this tor command will do is basically it will just execute that for us. So we haven't installed the tor RC configuration properly. So let's see what happened over there. So I'll just say nano again and tor RC, and let's see again for the hidden services, it will be hidden. Let's try one more time. Let's see, it is also saying that the address is already used. Let's reboot then. So let's see if we just reboot, and that should help, I think. So I'll just pause for a minute and I'll just get to the interesting part. So let's log in again. So in the previous lecture, what we just did was we just made some website that was hosted locally. Now let's see if this store works or not. So I'll just say tor again, and now it is running. Okay, so tor is activated, and you could see that we have done, because so let me just go back again, and let me just stop this for a moment. So what we just did was we just gone through this var library. So what we just did was we just entered into this tor file, and we just list that, and we just open that tor RC, and here we just search for this hidden services. And in this hidden services, you have to uncomment only these two lines. In my case, it was already used by another program, so I had to just reboot again, and now we have successfully just run this. So instead of 8080, let me just go back here, and let me just comment this out, uncomment this, and basically instead of 8080, I want 80 port to run. And let me save this first. Let me just exit out again. If I save this and exit out here, now you can also execute your tor command to see if this tor is running or not. So tor is establishing a connection, that means it has successfully executed. And if you just remember, we had this page, and I have shown you before that this page was inside this root folder. And let me just go real quick, it was in this var file www HTML. So this was the index page that we just want to execute. So if I just run this in the Firefox, you'll see this page, but now we have to execute this in the tor machine or the tor browser. So let's see how we can do that. So we have already started this tor network, that is this. So let's run another terminal and start our Apache server, because we want to start that Apache server first. So I'll just say start service Apache 2. Start is the command. If I just execute it, so our Apache service is also running. Now let's see where this tor service is running, because if you just remember, we have to get that onion link, which is with the extension .onion. So we have to now see what is our host name. So let's see what is our host name that is given by this tor network. So in order to see that, you have to first go to this directory that is inside this root variable library and tor. So after you go to that, let me just list out. You'll see other hidden services over there. So I'll just go to that other hidden services. You can also simply press tab for the auto completion, and if I just hit enter, now if I just list it again, then you'll see that we have this host name over here. So if you want to see the content of this host name file, you'll simply type cat, which is to just get the content of that host name. If I just hit enter, you'll see this onion link, which is link for your website. So let me just copy this. If I just copy this, and now we have successfully run our Tor network Apache server, that means our website should be up and running. So if I just go to this directory where I have installed the Tor browser, you can simply install Tor browser for the Linux by downloading from here. If you are in Kali Linux, we have already seen how to download Tor in the Windows in the previous lecture, but if you are in the Linux, you can simply download Tor and simply go to over here and just search for the Linux version and just download this for your machine. So basically it is a simple process, but there will come one problem that will show that the root, or basically this Tor machine cannot be work with the root. So if you just get that problem saying that exiting, or basically some error message Tor, so let me show you what the error message will be. So if I just go to the program, and now if I just press this start Tor browser over here, if I hit enter, you'll get this page, and now the problem will be for you that is saying Tor bundle browser should not be run as a root, exiting. This will be your message. Instead of just running that Tor browser, this error will come. So basically what you need to do is simply open here. So what we just did was, so this was your browser. So if you just download from that website, from here you have to extract that package and you will get this folder after extracting. So after you go to here and go to this browser, and you will get one link over here, or basically a file saying start Tor browser. So you have to just copy that and simply paste in this terminal. If I hit enter, you will just open that file, and if you are getting this same problem saying the Tor browser bundle should not be run as root, simply go over here, and if you see that in your case it should be something like 0. So you have to change it from 0 to 1, and let me save this and let's go again. Then after that you should be good for running your network. If I just hit enter, you'll just get this established connection and the Tor browser over here. So you'll just get this one. So now what you can do is simply paste our onion link. So I'll just go over here. Let me see where we have that onion link. Was right here from the hidden services. Let me just grab this, copy this first. Let me just copy again, and let's go to our Tor browser, and let me just paste it down here. Let me just hit enter, and you can see this is the same website that we just executed on our local machine saying welcome to hackers world. So that was the same website that we made with our own HTML code. So you can see this website is running in this onion link. So you can just copy this link, and you can also run this in any machine. You can run on your Windows, you can run on your Mac, and it will be live on any machine. That means our onion link is routing basically on this machine. So we can see that our web page is rendered perfectly. So this is the way to create any of these onion link, or basically the website in the deep web with the onion routing. So basically this is the way to create any websites on this Kali machine, or basically it is to create any website on this Tor link or onion routing case. So this will be there for this lecture. We saw how to create the Tor services network, and we saw how to just make our own website that will be hosted locally, and basically we saw how our web page was rendered perfectly on this onion router. So see you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. So this lecture will be about the VPN. We'll see how to install the VPN, free VPN in this lecture in the Kali Linux machine. It is very easy tasks to do in the Kali Linux, but we'll see how this can be just performed with the help of these Kali Linux tools. So first of all, the VPN is virtual private network. So what happens is when you surf the internet, there is a chance that you leak some information to the authorities. So if you just do that, or if you want to just pen test in complete anonymity, then the VPN will be one option, but this is not the best options, because there will be obviously some leaks. In the case of the VPN 2, there can be the DNS leak. So what this server, so any servers, like if you just have the paid version like NordVPN, ExpressVPN, what they tell us is about they have complete anonymity, but that is not the case. So if any authority asks them to just leak some information about the illegal things that is happened in their server, they are going to give the information to the authority. That means you don't have the complete anonymity while using the VPN. But this is also a good option to to remain quite anonymous, because expressing everything to the authority is very much bad than expressing something, or basically to just get some information is not that bad. So what I really mean is VPN is also the one option, but VPN does not guarantee the complete anonymity. So the next thing what we can see is we have the paid and free version. So what the free version is, basically why the free version, so they are completely slower than the paid version. And the next thing is they just guarantee us that they don't have the IP leak, which is obviously the true, because what we do normally with the VPN is we change our public IP so that the internet access or access of any information will be completely anonymous. But there can be the DNS leak. So DNS leak is a very important part if you want to just complete anonymous. So DNS leak is always there in the case of this VPN book or any of the VPN servers, because the VPN cannot guarantee complete DNS leak. So if there is only certain portion of the DNS leak, then the authorities or the officials or the FBI agents, they will track you in any way, because they can just get the location from that DNS leak, and basically they can trace you and they can just completely knock on your door. So VPN is the one option but not the complete option. But we'll see in this lecture how to install the VPN, will be the free version of the VPN. So first of all, what you need to do is simply open your Firefox, and we'll just search for the best option that we have on the market for the free version, and that is your VPN book. So there is a VPN book. So let me just open this website, which is saying vpnbook.com, and we'll just get this website. What we want is this free VPN. So let me just go to the free VPN part, and you will see this tab over here. So you can see the username and a password over here, which will be important while we just install this VPN on your machine. And the next thing is you can see the couple of bundle over here. So bundle is basically based on the Canada or the US. You can see the VFR free open certificate bundles. So these are the bundle that will just provide some of these UDP or TCP connections. So you can simply see here that it has provided some of these bundles with the networks layer. So we can see UDP over here, TCP/IP, TCP/443. But just remember that if you are using this VPN to download anything from the torrent, that is not available. So you cannot download anything from the torrent using this VPN. So just remember that. Now let me just download one of these bundle, and let me say I want to download this US1 Open VPN certificate bundle. Let me just save this over here, and now we have downloaded. Let me just go here and open this folder. You'll see I have downloaded, that is this VPN. So what you need to do is simply extract here. So I'll say extract here. So this is basically this is store. So I'll just have here, that is VPN book. You can see this is the folder that is extracted. So when I just open it, so you can see there are 4 layers which we have been told over here, which is saying that UDP 25000, TCP/IP and TCP/443. These are the ports and these are the network layers that is available for this VPN. So next thing what you can do is you can simply open one of these VPN that you want to install on your machine. So let's go for one of these. So I want to just go for maybe this 2500. Let me just rename this. That means I want to copy everything. So I'll just copy this name. You can simply copy over here. Let me just open the terminal right here. So in the terminal we have to install it. So now first of all we have to just give the privilege, that is with the sudo, that is super admin privilege. After that we have to use open VPN as a command, and let me just paste what we have just written over here, which is this VPN, and let me just hit enter. It will just ask the auth name. So you can see that the auth name is given right here in the website, which is saying VPN book. Let me just go over here and let me just type this VPN book. So the next is the password. So you cannot just copy this from here. So I have tried before. So yes, this is not valid to copy. You can copy the username, but they haven't given to copy the password. So let's see. We have to now type the password, which is 9VTW8E, and then next is 7. So let me just hit enter. Now it will take a time, and now it will give that the information, that is sequence completed. That means we have completed the sequence. We have now the new route, that is the new IP. So let's see we can have the US IP or not. So in order to check the IP, the website, let me just go with this what is mypublicip.com website. You can also search for any website. So now it is showing that the region is Virginia and the country is United States. Obviously we have changed the VPN to the VPN server of the United States. That means we are now with unique public IP addresses. So this is the way to change your IP addresses so that they won't trace your IP addresses and get your information about the internet access or the network access. So next thing is we want to check is DNS leak. So let's see how we can see that DNS is leaked or not. From this website, there is DNS leak test. So they have said hello from Manassas, United States. So they are just getting this IP addresses, which is not our original IP addresses. You can see my original is from Nepal, but they have shown me that it is from United States. That means our IP is obviously changed. But let's see if there is a DNS leak or not. So let me say extended test now. So let it give a time to just test, and let's see if this works or not. So it is querying, it will search for the servers. And also let's do the same DNS leak test, but this time maybe the standardized one. So you can see it has found some of the servers over here. So now let's see if I want to just have the standard test. So it will also have changed, and you can see it has successfully got the location Nepal. That means there is a DNS leak. So the standardized test shows us that there is a leak, and this server also shown us that there is a leak. So VPN is not a perfect way to check or basically to remain the anonymous in the network. So there can be another ways, and we'll see about that in upcoming lecture, but you can clearly see that VPN is not the best way to remain anonymous. If you want to change your IP addresses to some another IP addresses, or if you want to just assess something that is blocked in your country, or if you want to just get as a whitelisted on any network that is been blocked for you, then you can change your IP addresses and get into that system. That is perfect option to work with the VPN. But if you want complete anonymity in order to do some big pen testing, then VPN is not the good option for you. So this will be wrap for this lecture. We saw about the VPN, how to configure the VPN, or that is a free VPN using the VPN book. In this lecture, see you in the next one. So in the previous lecture, we have configured the VPN in our machine. So you could see that when we just search for our public IP, it was perfectly working. It just shows us the information about the country where I am not currently in. But in the case of a DNS, you could see there was a leak, and this is very dangerous. This can be very dangerous. If you do any illegal stuff, then authority can just track you and get down to your service provider, from where they can just get your information, everything about you, or basically your internet access and everything. So this is very dangerous. So anything that the hackers want is anonymity. So hackers would be so hard to be detected, so they want to remain at least anonymous, so that there is no chance that there will be 100% anonymous, but we have to try to remain at most the case where we are not being exposed completely. So we have seen the virtual private network way, but this was not effective because there was a DNS leak. So next one would be your proxy server, and we have the next one is RDP, which is also remote desktop protocol. But now we'll see about the proxy chains, the very relative and very reliable. So it is much secure, much faster than the VPN. So let's see how we can just see the proxy chains setup and work in this lecture. So first of all, what you need to do is open your Kali Linux. So before just jumping into the configuration, I have to tell you that this Kali Linux comes with pre-installed packages of proxy chains. That means we don't need to install the packages separately for the proxy chains. So it is very easier to configure the proxy chains in the Kali Linux and some other Linux distros too. So just keep in that mind. So next thing what you need to do is, basically we have seen in the VPN too that we get the intermediary machine IP. So instead of our own IP, this has given us some other IP, so that the tracing IP addresses or leak of the IP addresses is not possible. But in this lecture, we'll see about the proxy chains. So if you have heard about the proxy, so if I just open here in this Mozilla Firefox, and if I just go to maybe the settings, so it is right here, preference. And now if I just go down, then you will see that it has the network proxy. Let me open the settings. Then you will see that it has the configuration for our manual proxy configuration right over here. So you can see we have the SOX version 4, SOX version 5. So SOX version 4 is quite relatively older than this SOX version 5. So this is newer, and this is faster than version 4. So we have also the HTTP proxy that is used by the Tor browser. So we have here the bunch of stuff that we need to set up, but this is for the proxy. So we are going to use the proxy chains in this lecture. So you might wonder what is the difference, or what is the basically usage of this proxy and the proxy chains. So first of all, this proxy will be going to work only on this browser. So if you just configure this proxy, and if I just run maybe here, if I want to run, let me just say nmap. If this is the tool to configure the client that is connected to your network. So if I just open this nmap, you will see that, okay, instead of nmap, let me say genmap. If I say open the genmap, And if I just run this Zenmap, then you will see this is the tool that will just target some of the clients, and basically will just make complete Nmap or a Zenmap or a port scanner in the next upcoming lecture using the Python. But for now, you can just see that we can just target some of the client to get its MAC addresses and IP addresses from this application. But if you just use this Zenmap from this proxy, then it is not going to work, because this can be traced. So someone can just trace this activity in your machine, but they cannot trace only these internet access that you have with this proxy. So just remember that proxy is going to work inside this browser only. Outside that browser, it is not going to work. This every pen testing you do on this machine will be transparent if you use this proxy. But in the case of proxy chains, so this is important. In the case of a proxy chains, everything you do on this machine will remain anonymous. So that is very important part of the proxy chain. We could even see that in this browser. If I see in the VPN case, it was this the VPN, or basically the DNS was leaked in the case of VPN. But we'll now see in a minute that how this is rectified using the proxy chains. So let me just configure that proxy chains, and I've already told you before that proxy chains comes as prepackaged in the case of the Kali Linux, so that we don't have to install it manually. So let me just remove this Zenmap too. So now, first of all, what you need to do is simply you will open your terminal as always. So let me just open this terminal, and let me just go to this etc folder. And now we have to configure the proxy chain. So in order to configure proxy chains, I'll use this nano, which is obviously the editor. And now I'll say that it is proxy chains, which we want to just change, and we want this configuration to be changed. So let me just make this view much more bigger. So you could see this is our proxy chains configuration file over here. So this is very important file. So you can see a lot of stuff over here. You can see the dynamic chain, strict chain, random chain. If you just go down, you could see the random chain, the proxy format list, the proxy, everything over here. So I'll just go one by one over here. So first of all, you can see that we have this bunch of tunneling proxy here. So we have seen something like this in the case of this Firefox 2. There was a proxy named HTTP SOCKS 4, SOCKS 5. So basically these are the connection proxy server. So you could see these are all the server, and it supports the tunneling procedure. That means you will just get different IP address with each of these tunneling proxifiers or these proxy servers. So just remember that every will have its own benefit, and the faster one over here is SOCK 5, which we will be used in this lecture. We will be using this in the lecture. So the next thing what this proxy chain is capable about is it can be mixed up with a different proxy type in this list, that is with the HTTP, with the SOCKS 4, with the SOCKS 5, or basically with the version. And it also supports any kind of chaining option methods like random. You can take here, there's a random or basically a dynamic chain you can see here, or the strict chain. So this is the important part. We'll see about this in a minute. But here you can see that proxy chain can also be used with different server like a sendmail server or a squid server, and it can be also used to handle the client application. I have already told you before that anything you do in this machine will remain anonymous if you use these proxy chains. That means if you just use Zenmap, or if you use Burpsuit, or if you use any Multigo or any application in this Kali Linux will remain anonymous, so no one can trace you with these proxy chains. So first of all, let's see about here that what we have just given the information. So first of all, I have told already that these are these proxifiers, or basically the proxy servers that we are going to connect with this Tor configuration. So first of all, we have to make use of these proxy chains to connect with the Tor network using this tunneling proxifier with the DNS. So next thing you can see down here is this dynamic chain. So it is very important. So you can see that the tunneling proxifier is one type of a chaining process. So what is chaining is basically you are just making VPN server. So if you just remember what we just learned in the Tor section was the Tor node. So there was a Tor node which was going to encrypt the message that is sent from one server to the client, or basically the transmission of the message was encrypted using that Tor node. Same is with the case of dynamic chain. It will give the different proxies or different server between the message transmission. That means each connection will be encrypted, or it will be encrypted in a way that there will be the chained proxy. There will be the multiple proxy that this application or this working of this application will go through. It might be slower than the original or this maybe with this random chain, but it is much more secure than any other chain. So if I just go over here, and we are going to use this dynamic chain in this lecture, so you have to only uncomment it right here. So in order to use dynamic chain, just simply on-chain that, or basically on-comment that, and the strict chain is going to give you only one proxy. So you can see in the dynamic chain, I have just forgot to mention you one thing over here. It has just given us that information saying at least one proxy must be online to play in a chain. That means it is a faster chain than ever, because the dead proxies are skipped. So it will just make a list of these proxies, and it will just see if these proxies are active or not. And if these proxies are not active, then it is not going to route through that proxies. That means it will just see which one are active and which one are dead, and based on that it will just route our information through the active chain, and basically it is faster than other. And you can see the strict chain. Now we are not using strict chain. That means we have to comment this out, strict chain, and the strict chain will just get through the chained proxy, and in this case it will have only one proxy, and this is what we are normally going to use in the normal action. And the next one, and the most transparent one, is here the random chain. This is not going to make any encryption. This is normal. This will have the transparency. Anyone can see your IP address, can get your location trace, so anyone can do check on your system information, everything with this random chain. That means there is no security whatsoever in the case of the random chain. So you can see that chain length and quiet mode, so they are not the important information. But the next one over here saying that proxy DNS request, no leak for DNS data. This is very important. If you want that there should not be any DNS leak, then this should be uncommented out. So if you just remember from the VPN section, our DNS was completely leaked. We saw how our information, how our router information, routing information, and the DNS server information, ISP information was completely leaked. That means authority can just get back on us and knock on the door if you do any illegal action. That means we have to now uncomment this out, which is proxy DNS. So that is the main important of these proxy chains, that will just give us the power to remain anonymous in any cases. So the next one you can see over here is a proxy list format. So you can see this format over here: SOX version 5, HTTP, SOX version 4, and the HTTP again. So the first one over here is obviously the IP address. The next one is your port where this SOX 5 is running, and the next one information over here is your username and the password. So this is the format for this connection proxy servers. So next one you can see here is a proxy list. So we are going to change something in this proxy list. So what we're going to do here is we have to now change something in this proxy. So let's go right here and let's add our service in this tunnel. So first of all, what you need to do is you have to add SOC 5, and after that just give one tab, so that it will just go under this routing services, or basically your local IP addresses. I'll just give the local host, and the port will be same as before, 9050. Let me just save this. So in order to save, you have to simply press Ctrl O and just press enter, Ctrl X to exit. Now we have successfully saved our proxy chains, and the configuration was successfully done. So if you want to see that what we have to do now, then this proxy chain should simultaneously work with our Tor network. That means we have already learned about the Tor in the previous lecture. We saw how to start our Tor in the case where we just made our onion routing, our own website that is hosted locally in our machine. Then we saw how to just activate the Tor status in our machine. So we'll do the same for here, but before that let me see if this Tor service is active or not. So in order to see if this Tor is active or not, we'll make use of this syntax, which will just show the status, and it is saying inactive. That means this Tor is dead. So we have to start the Tor network right now. So if it was running for you, then first of all you have to stop that, and stopping the Tor is with the service Tor and stop method. But instead of stop, I have to start, because I haven't started the Tor over here. My Tor was dead. So I'll just start the Tor services with this command saying service Tor start. Let me just hit enter, then it is running. So our Tor is running. Now next thing what you need to do is use the proxy chains. So let's see how we can use the proxy chains. So in order to use the proxy chains, we have the command that is saying proxy chains Firefox. Let me just have an internet access with this proxy chains. So before doing that, let me just close this Firefox running over here. So I want to just surf some website with this proxy chains from the Tor network. So I have to now give some information. Let me say I want to just go to the google.com, and if I hit enter, it is going to work, and it is going to give us the information about this So only the tor command will not start this tor command using any service command. So simply write tor all in lowercase, simply hit enter, and it has done its job. It has now installed, or basically the service tor has been started. So what I want to do is now open the next terminal, and now we'll do same thing that we just did before. So now I'll just say proxy change, and I'll just run in this Firefox, and now let's see if this works or not. So I'll just say doc.go.com, and if I just hit enter, then let it give a time, and okay, this is working. So now it is working, and if you see in here, then there is a change. So this is what we call the dynamic chain. So you could see it has linked our services, or basically our browser has been linked to many of these services, many of these chains. So we have a tunneling process over here. We have done the DNS request, some were denied, some were passed, and basically this is the way to configure your dynamic chain on the proxy chains. So let's see how we can just make use of these proxy chains now. So let me just go over here, and let's see our IP address. So I'll just say what is my IP address. You have seen now the IP address has been changed. So it has been changed to United States. So this was done obviously by the VPN book. Also we have done the same change in the IP address with the case of VPN book. Now I want to change, or I want to see the DNS leak. So let's see if this proxy chains work with the DNS leak or not. So now it has given us again with the another IP address, that is Netherlands, and basically you can go to that proxy chains and basically to that terminal to see we have now so much of chaining process going on over here. Let me go back to the Firefox and let me see the standard test. So this was going to give us the DNS transparency, or basically this was going to give us the information about the actual server before in the case of that VPN. But now you can clearly see in the case of a proxy chains, there is no leak of a DNS. It has shown that the server is from Germany, not the actual server, nothing about the internet service provider information. It has given this bunch of IP addresses, level of communication, and you could see that I have the 5 server that is found in within a minute, maybe within 10 seconds. So let me just resend this again, and you will see again the change, and basically it is done by the proxy chains. So you could see the importance of this proxy chains. You could clearly see now it has been again changed to Frankfurt, which is basically the place where you can see that this is the new IP addresses that it has been hooked up, or basically it has been chained, and you could see within a minute there is a responses going on over here in the terminal. So this is very important of the proxy chains. It will just give us the powerful tool in order to just make sure that there is no DNS leak and there is no IP transparency going on. So next thing what you can do is, let me just remove this again, and let me just close this out, and instead of the store, let me also close the store, and now let me just run again this service with maybe start command. And now let me do something like opening the nmap with this proxy chain. So I've already said you before that this proxy chain is going to just make you anonymity in any of the applications that work with this system. It is not going to give us the anonymity only with the Firefox. It is going to give us with any application that is inside this Kali Linux. So I'll just say I want the nmap to run, and it has to scan the port. So it should be 192.168.1.1, and the subnet will be 24, which would denotes that I want from 1 to 254 subnets of this network. So let me just hit enter, and let's see if this works or not. So let me just go over here, and let's see the working of the nmap. So it has again shown us the timeout, but we'll just wait for a moment, and let's see if this works or not. So you could clearly see I have gone now the IP addresses. I have also gone basically the MAC addresses, IP addresses of the client that is connected to this network. You can also see some of the ports that is open to that system. So you can do simply something like, okay, nmap, and if you just know the IP addresses of that system, maybe if I want to just get this technology's IP addresses or any information about this technology, you can simply type that technology and see what the ports are opened and what ports are vulnerable. So if I just hit enter, then it will just give some of the ports and the information about the MAC address. So maybe there is no port that is open. So this is the information that we can gather from the nmap, and we use the proxy chains as a service that will just bound with the Tor network to remain anonymous while hacking. So this is important lecture. So we saw how we can make use of the proxy chains. We made the configuration with the help of dynamic chains, and we just made that there is no DNS leak now from our system, and the IP was changed accordingly. So this will be wrap for this lecture. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to make our own nmap module with the help of these libraries. So first of all, you have to go to this website, that is nmap.org and /download.html, or simply you can search for nmap for your machine. And after that, I'm on Windows, that means I'll just download this Windows binary. You can simply click on this installer, you will save this by downloading, and after that you just download that. You should open it and you should install on this drive, C drive, and you'll see that it is installed in program files, and here is nmap. So next thing is to just copy the installation, the file location, and after that you have to go to your PC and go to the properties. After that, advanced system setting, environmental variables. Inside this path you have to just edit here, and in my case I've already put this nmap location, but now you can simply click on new and you can just paste it over there. So now after this you apply all of this, you'll just go back here, and now we have successfully installed the nmap. Next thing is to install this Python nmap module. So you have to open your terminal and simply just copy from here, and I'll just go back to the terminal, paste it right here. After that you have to just install this Python nmap. I've already installed, and now after closing this you are good to go with the coding. So before that, I'll just open my IDE and show you what we are just doing here. So in this lecture we have to make this nmap module, and we'll just make a port scanner with the help of this Python nmap module. So first of all you have to import that nmap, that is nmap, and now let's instantiate this nmap, and let me say the scan is the object, and after that I'll say nmap dot port scanner. So this is the important class, so it is a port scanner. If I just click OK, there is single pop-up screen, that means our port scanner is up and running now. So you can now scan the any IP field over here. So you have to first type the scan, and the method over here is the scan method. So in this scan method you have to give the host name. Here is IP address, so I'll simply give the localhost to give you a real quick example. After that you have to give the port number, so I'll just say 222443. let's check this port number, and here the arguments is optional, so I'll just left it here and I'll just hit enter. It is going to scan us and it will just come after a minute, so let's wait and let's see its result. It will take some time and give you result like this. So you can see you have the dictionary over here. The result is in the form of dictionary containing some of this information. You could see the host over here, you could see the version, you could see the name, you could see everything over here. You can see the services, you can see the method, which is obviously the syncing method. We'll see all of these in the next minute, but for now you can see this scan info, which is TCP protocol over here, and now you can just reference each of these keys and values of this dictionary. So if you want, let me say command line, you can simply do something like this scan dot end command line. So if you see this, and if I hit enter, you are going to get the command line over here. And the next thing you can also do is you can also get the protocols, all of these protocols of this scan. So you can have something like the IP over here. So first of all it should be IP, which is obviously our local host, and if we scan and get all the protocols with this all protocol method, and if you just hit enter, you'll just get TCP over here, which is our protocol. If it has more protocol than TCP, it will just print out in the form of list. So next thing what you can also do is you can also see the state, if it is running or not. So we'll just say scan again, and localhost, which is obviously this host we are just scanning, and now I have to just see the state, if it is up and running or not. If I hit enter, it is saying up because it is running. So you can just check all of these states and all of these key and value pair from this dictionary. So you can also check something like the host name. If you let me just grab all of this, which is obviously our host, and if I just check for the host name with this hostname method, you will see it is localhost. So you can do multiple things from this nmap port scanner, which is going to scan us with this host name, and this is the port to be just searched. And next one here will be the argument. So argument will be in the form of the characters, and you can just search in the Google, so something like this will appear. So these are all your arguments. So if you see yes v over here, it is the probe. It is basically searching for the open port to determine the service version info. That means if we just go back to our ideally, this ESB argument refers to the open port because it is searching for the open port to determine the service and version info. So these are some arguments to be searched. So we'll make now our own nmap scanner, and we'll see how we can just scan the IP addresses with the UDP, TCP, and the comprehensive scan. So let's open our PyCharm over here. Let's do real state coding now. So first of all, we'll show something like the 3 type of scan we are going to just encounter over here. So first over here will be sync scan. Let me write the type of scanning first, and the next one would be your UDP scan, and the last one would be the comprehensive. So first of all, let's see about the sync scan, which is also known as the TCP scan. So this sync scan is the tactics. Basically, it is a way that the malicious hacker or a cracker will use to communicate with the victim's port without establishing a full connection. That means this scanning will just scan the port number, but it won't have any connection with the victim computer. This approach is the oldest approach basically which the crackers use, and it is also used to perform the denial of service attack. And the sync scanning is also known as the half open scanning, because in this case we are not connecting fully with the client computer. Instead we are just having a half open scanning attack over here. So next one would be your UDP scan. So it is also quite similar of that of sync scan, but in this case UDP is a connectionless protocol. That means there is no equivalent to this TCP sync packet. However, if the UDP packet is sent to the victim computer or open port, the system will respond with a port that is the unreachable message, and in that way the response will indicate that the port is open. And we have seen about this sync and UDP in the previous lecture, so that won't be problem for you. So it is basically a 2 type of scan. We'll see in the argument section how these can differ from each other. So let's start coding here. So first of all, as always, we have to import the nmap module. So this is the nmap module. So let's make a scanner now. So first of all, we have to just instantiate this nmap module. That means with this help of port scanner, we have seen about this port scanner in a minute before. So first of all, let me just give the message to the user saying welcome to our nmap port scanner. So this will be the message to the user. So next thing is, let me just make quite some spaces over here. And now after this, what you need to do is you need to have IP address. So IP address should be input from the user. So you know how to input. It is going to give us the message to the user saying please enter the IP address you want to scan. Okay, this will be the message to the user. It will just input that IP address, and let's print this IP address again to the user saying the IP address is, you can simply format this with your IP address. So now what we done was we just see the IP address. So let's see the type of the IP address. So you know what this type method does. This is going to just return us the class. So next thing is to get the response. So what this response does is it will just take the input from the user to see what the user want. So if the user want to have the sync scanning, then it will just get to the sync scanning. So what this response does is it will have the flow control. That means we'll use the conditional statement to have the flow control between this scan. So if a user presses 1, then it will redirect to the sync scan. If he presses 2, it will redirect to the UDP scan. If he presses 3, then it will just redirect to the comprehensive scan. So that means there will be flow control. So in order to get that number entered, we'll just use input again. And if you remember, we have this triple quote to have the multiple line. So I'll just make a multiple line and a single line, new line over here, that is with the slash n, and I'll just say please enter the type of scan. Type of scan you want to perform. So we can just go down because this is a multi-line comment. So first of all, I'll just give 1 here saying if you want the sync acknowledge scan, and the second one will be UDP scan, and the third one here will be comprehensive. So this will be 3 scans, and if I just put a new line again, so this will be the response from the user, or basically to the user. So after that they will just get that number. I'll just print you have selected option, and that will be res, which is basically the number. So they will just get that number. Let's check now. So if res is, so if you just do 1, this is not going to work, because if you see this res is from this input method, and we have talked about this in a multiple times before in the basic Python lecture, that this input method is going to give us the string, and this 1 is basically an integer. So we cannot compare this input, which is in the form of a string, with this 1. So we have to just pass this as a string. So first of all, we just compare with the 1, and if it is the case, we have to now do something, that is your sync scanning. So let's do sync scanning. So first of all, let's check for the version of the nmap. So I'll say nmap version. Let's print this nmap version first, and it will be done with this scanner, which you can see here, which is the object of this nmap, and we'll make use of map version method over here. So it is nmap version. So this method will be called to check the version of the nmap that is installed on our machine. So next thing is to see that what this scan does. So we have seen this scan was going to give us the dictionary. So let's see how we can just get the dictionary. So first of all, first parameter that is to be sent in this scan is IP address, which is entered by the user here. So the next thing was the port range. So I want to check from 1 to 1224. The number of port to be scanned is till here, and the next one is the argument. So let's talk about this argument. So first of all, I'll see v, and the next one is yes. So what we did here was we just gave the argument to this scan, saying that it has to just scan with the verbosity, and yes is to scan for the sync, connect, acknowledge, windows or minimum scans. If you want to know for further, then you can just check this documentation online in this book reference page. So if I just search for v, which is obviously our verbosity, so that should be right here. It is saying increase verbosity level, and you can also use vv for more greater effect. So this is your argument, which is we just pass right here, and this yes means that we want to just see the TCP sync scanning. So this is the way to put the argument to our scan method. So next thing what you need to do is to print that. So basically what we get from here is the dictionary. So I want to get the scan info from that dictionary. So I'll just say scanner.scaninfo. So this will be the method. So what this scan info does is it will just give the dictionary for the method like sync and services. So next thing what I want is the IP status. So let's print if that IP status is up or down. So for that we have to first of all type the scanner, and we have seen this in a minute before, because in that case if I just go to the ideally, I'll show you over here. What we just did was in the case of this state, so we just pass here the localhost. We saw the state which was up, running or not. So we'll do same over here. So instead of localhost we have to pass IP address that is entered from the user, and now we have to see the state. So before that, let me just print some messages over here. So I'll say IP status, and after that I'll just put here the status, which will be done with this state method. So we have now the state method, which is going to give us the status either up or down. And the next thing I want to give here is our protocols, which will be TCP protocol. So if you just see in the ideal again, which was right over here, so let's make use of this method too. So I'll just say scanner, and let's put again that IP address inside that scanner, and let's check for all protocols. So this will be message, or basically calling the functions to get the TCP. And the next thing is to check for the open port, and this is important. We haven't done this before, so we will check for the open ports. So to do that, we have again this scanner, and we'll just pass IP address that is entered from the user. Now in this case we have to make use of the TCP keys, because this is the TCP scanning. So we'll just pass TCP, and now we'll just get the keys, which is for the values. So what this result is, basically this will give, this last statement will give us the dictionary, and dictionary will be in the form of the port number. So we'll get number of ports that is open. So that can be something like the dictionary, which will be in the form of 123 or 55. Any port that is opened will be result from this statement. So this is our pretty much the first scanning, which is our TCP scan. So we have completed our TCP scan over here. Let's go to the elif part and type something like, if the response is greater than maybe 20, then print invalid, something message like this. Now let's check for our first scan. So first of all, I'll just go to the run the main. So it is showing errors saying that resp is what we just did here. We have to check if it is 1 or not. So let's run this again, run the main. It is saying enter the IP address to scan. Let me make some spaces over here. So I'll make spaces. Let's stop it again. Let's go and run this main. So it is going to give us the IP address to scan. So let's see our IP address from here, ipconfig, then you'll just get the IP address 192.168.1.14. so I'll just type here 168.1.14, and it is the message that we just get here, which is saying input, which scan we have. So in this case we have only the one, which is obviously the ACK scan, which is sync ACK scan. So that means I'll just put here 1. So I'll just enter 1 now, and it is giving us the selected option. So first thing that we just get was nmap version, because if you see here we are just printing the nmap version. So first thing we just get is nmap version, and the next we get is this TCP. So this is in the form of the dictionary, which was the result of this scan info method, and it is giving us the method, which is obviously sync method, which we just did here. It was a syn say method, and the next was the services. So services was basically to scan the port from 1 to 1024, and next was to see the state, if it is up and running or not. So IP status is up, and the next one was the protocol. So protocol is TCP protocol, and the last one was the open port. So these are the open ports, or basically these are the ports that are open on this machine. So you just get open port from this scanner. So in the next lecture we'll complete with this UDP scan and the comprehensive scan. So see you in the next one. So in the first lecture we just completed our sync ACK scan, which was result right here, which was giving the version, and the important thing over here was the open ports. So we just get the open port from our Python code. So let's do for our UDP scan now. So that will be in elif part. So I'll just say elif, this response that is given from the user is 2, and you know that it should be 2, which should be the string, because we get the response is the input, which is obviously in the form of a string. So next thing I want to scan or basically print is the version again. So I'll just copy it, paste it right here, and the next thing is to scan as always. So I'll just say scanner.scan. So if you just remember, this is the UDP scan. So first of all I'll just say IP address, and the next thing is to port. So port will be 12124, and the next one here would be the argument. So if you just remember, in the case of this syn, we just did the verbose and we did something like this, which was the case for this TCP scan, but this is now UDP scan. So first of all we'll do the verbose scan, and the next one is SU. So if you see, SU is for the UDP scan. So now next thing is to print again the scan info. So I'll just say scanner.scaninfo is the method that is going to give us a dictionary again about the methods, and the next one is to print the IP status. So I'll just gather everything of it. So it will be same for protocols and for the IP state, if it is up and down. So I've got the TCP protocols. So in this case it will be the protocols, and the next thing I want to check is the open port. So now let me print again the open ports, and in this case I want to just use the scanner method again, and in this case it will be IP address. If you see, in the case of this SY scan we have done the same, but this was TCP. Now this second option is for UDP, so we have to put the UDP here and just get the keys, that is the number that we want to get from this port. That means we just get the open port from this UDP. So if I just run this again, so if I just run from here, then let me just grab this. So it is saying the IP address, so it would be same 192.168.1.14, and now if I just press 2, then it is also going to have the UDP scan. Let it wait for a moment, it will do its tasks. It is only giving the nmap version, so it is more bulkier, or it will take more time than the SYN, which is sync attack. So let it give a time to have this scanning process. So now we have successfully found the open port for this syncing or scanning process. So you can see the IP is up and running, and the method over here is UDP now. So this was the next step, which was basically for our UDP scan. So the next one is the comprehensive scan. So let's do this, the last one, which is obviously our comprehensive, and the response would be, let me say, if the user press 3, then I'm going to get this comprehensive scan. So let's do something for this comprehensive scan, same as before, that is getting this print, which is saying that this is the nmap version, which will be obviously the 7.70. and next thing is I want the scanner to scan in that IP address that is entered by the user, and now it has to just scan every port from 1 to 1204. So basically this is the range. So every here we type here, the second argument is the range of the port to be scanned, and the next one is the argument. So if you get any confusion about this port, you can simply Google saying that the argument for the nmap scan. So you will get this document getting all of these detections argument. So you can see we have the host discovery arguments over here, we have the script scan arguments over here, OS detection scan over here. So we are going to use this OS detection now in this comprehensive scan. So let's do this. So first of all, as always, we'll just do the verbose scan. So next one would be yes attack, which is obviously to see for the TCP attack, or basically TCP SYN scanning process. And the next one I want is yes v, and it is yes and v. So this one is to check the port to determine the services and the version info of the machine. And the next one I want is yes C, and what this does is, let me just type real quick, yes C. Yes, C is the capital, and SC is equivalent to the script being the default. And let me type the another one, which is very important, this A in the capital. This enables the OS detection, version detection, and script scanning. So basically we'll get the version and OS with this argument. And the next one I want is O for the OS detection. So if you want to just gain the more knowledge about this argument, you can simply search here. So if I see O, we have just added O over here, which is right here. So this O argument is saying that this is to enable the OS detection. So you can see nmap has bunch of these arguments, but just remember, if you add more and more of these argument to your programming, it will be more time consuming. This time scanning, or basically scanning process, will be more time consuming if you add more and more option. If you add something like, let me say, if you want to do this debugging level, or you increase the debugging level, then you can see simply add this small d, but I'm not going to do that because this will be perfectly for this comprehensive scan. So next thing I want to do here is same as before, to check the scan info. So first of all, I'll use this scanner object again, and I want to get the scan info, which will give the dictionary about the methods. And the next one is to check for the IP status, same as before, and to check for the protocols. Let me just copy this and paste it over here. So this IP status is going to show us if the IP or if the machine is up or down, and this will give us the TCP protocol. And the next one is I want to check for the open ports. So let's do that. So here in this comprehensive scan, I want to do this TCP open port scan. So let me just copy this, paste it over here. So we have completed our lecture. So if user presses above 3, let me say if it is greater or equal to 4, then what we need to do is simply print invalid, please enter valid option. So this will be the result, or basically message to the user. Now we have completed our code here. So first of all, let me just run this real quick, and you'll just get this message saying enter the IP address you want to scan. Same as before, you can simply check your IP address by just going to the command terminal and just typing ipconfig, and you will see this is wireless LAN adapter having this IP address. So I've just copied over here, and now I want this comprehensive scan, which is at number 3. Let me just hit enter, and it will just do now the comprehensive scan. Let's give a time. It will take more time than these two scanning process. So SYN attack was so simple that it gave the result within the minute or less. UDP scan took about 1 minute. Now comprehensive will take maybe more than 1 minute. Let it give a time. I'll just pause and give you the result. So we get all of these open port now, and you can see we get the same result over here, which was done in the case of sync, but it is more comprehensive than that of sync scanning. So we made our nmap scanner over here, which will get us the open port, the IP status, the scanner result, and all of this information that we just see over here. So you can also see the command line over there. So you can do this by your own way. So we just made our complete nmap port scanner using this nmap module. So this will be wrap for this lecture. In the upcoming lecture, we'll see more interesting part of the Python and how Python can be used for more hacking purposes. Welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to make our own port scanner with the help of our escape module. So before that, let me just open my terminal in the Kali Linux and show you about the net discover. So if I say net discover is the program, and let me just give the interface, which is obviously my interface WLAN 0, which is wireless network. If I hit enter, it is going to scan us, and it is going to give us all of the IP addresses and MAC addresses of that devices that is connected to our network. So you can say these are the three devices that is connected, one being a router, which is obviously the gateway over here, and next one is the devices, that is the hardware that is connected to this network. So we're just making this program with the help of Python in our PyCharm module. So before that, just remember what we are just going to do. So first of all, you can see that we have this machine. So just remember this is our machine, and maybe this is the client. So you can see this is the mobile and this is the PC, that are the clients over here, and this is the server obviously, and the internet, maybe we have the router here, and this is maybe router, and this has its own IP and MAC address, because we have said here that every devices has its unique MAC address. So if I just go over here and show you that this devices, being the router, has its own MAC address, and this has its own, so every devices has its own MAC addresses which is unique from each other. So they are unique because every packet has to send to some of the devices, so as to recognize that device. So if I say that I want to distinguish this device from this device, then it is not from IP address, this is done from the MAC address. So whenever the packet is sent from the router, then that time it is helped by this MAC addresses. So packet is sent in this MAC addresses rather than just showing the IP. That means MAC address is very important information together, because the packet is sent with the MAC addresses. So there is two information that is related to the packet. So let me say this is the packet that is sent, then there will be the header and some of the information over here. So there will be source MAC address, that is the MAC address of the source which is going to send that packet, and another is a destination MAC address which is going to receive this packet. So this too is a very important information. So first of all, there is one protocol which is going to be our ARP protocol, which stands for address resolution protocol. So just remember that we have the ARP protocol to deal with in this lecture. So before that, let me show you how this packet routing works in the internet. So first of all, what happens is this is the client, and if this client wants the information of other client that is connected in the internet, and if this wants to get the information of the client or the MAC address of the client, so let me say it is done by first the ARP request. So this client, being this client which is connected to the same internet that other client are connected, this will first give the ARP request. So it will just say ARP request sent to the router saying who has this IP address. So first of all, it will just send this IP address that is unique. Maybe this client will just give the ARP request in the form of the IP saying that who has this IP address, and this is sent over all of the client that is connected in the internet through the broadcast MAC address. So after that, if it broadcasts all of these ARP requests, then the client will have its own IP address. So this has own IP address and this client has its own IP address. So this IP address, or basically this request which is sent from this client, will be ignored by those client who doesn't have this IP address. So if this says something like, okay, who has this IP address 10.2.1.maybe 4, and if this is the IP address of this client, which is the computer, but not of this mobile, that means that this message, which is ARP request, will be ignored by this client, and this client will just get the ARP response. saying that I am this client which have this IP address back to this broadcast manager, and this will see that okay, this client has the MAC address and this is the address resolution protocol. And the next thing is very important information over here is a MAC address, and MAC address is very important because this is not obviously the MAC that we are going to use, which is obviously the computer. So MAC address is a media SS control address. So it is basically the hardware identification number that is uniquely identifying the each devices on the network. So I have shown you in our Kali Linux over here that each of these devices will have the unique MAC address, which is to identify between these devices. So if you send any packet from these devices, from one devices to another, this MAC address is going to be unique so that that packet can be traced, or that packet will be identified, or the packet will be delivered to the right devices. So this is the important information, MAC address. So we'll just code this net discover with the help of PyCharm now. So before that, let me just make you real quick what we are going to do. So first of all, we have to make the ARP request, and then we have to make a broadcaster. So in the broadcaster, what happens is we'll just send this ARP request saying that okay, you need to send that ARP request to the broadcast MAC address, which will just determine which clients are connected to network, and we'll just get this information of the client that are connected to the network from this port scanner module. So in this lecture, we are going to make a escapee module. So let's get our PyCharm ready and let's see how we can just make our escapee module on port scanner. So first of all, let me just delete all of this. Let's go back to our PyCharm. So here, the first thing what you need to do is you have to just go to your project, create a new Python file. I have already created, named is main.py. So next thing, if you see here, we want to go to the settings, and under this your project keylog, which is the name of your project, go to the project interpreter and just add the escapee module over here. So I'll just say escapee and install that escapee module, and I have already done over here. You can see right here we have the version of the escapee over here. If I press OK, now we can get that escapee module to work for us. So first of all, I'll just import that escapee module all. So all is basically to implement every module of the escapee. That means we can use everything that is declared inside that escapee module over here, and I want to alias it with escapee. So every time when I want to use that escapee module, I don't need to write escapee.all. Instead, I can just refer it with escapee. So now next thing I want to do is I want to make a function that is going to the scanner function. I'll just pass here IP address that is to be scanned. So this is our function. So next thing is to use this escapee, and I'll say arping. So this is the method that is going to spoof for us. So next thing what you need to do is we need to just make this scanner work with the IP address. So if we just go to the command prompt over here, and if I search for our IP, then it is connected over here. So the IP address is 192.168.1. So if I just go here and I'll just pass here 192.168.1. So first subnet in this IP is going to be the gateway. So first of all, we want to have the gateway, and to include every subnet from 1, which is obviously this digit, to 254, we need to just put this #24. That is to include every subnet on this network, or basically on this IP address. So just pass this /24 to include every subnet of this IP address. So next thing what you need to do is simply go to the run this main, and give it a time to run, and it has begun the emission. Let's see how this works. So it has received the 3 packets and got 3 answers. So these answers are responses, and it has shown that remaining 253 packets were unanswered. That means we just got 3 answers. That means 3 devices are connected to this network. So you can see we got the same, that is MAC address and IP address that we just got from the Kali Linux over here, which was the net discover. So what we just did in this lecture was we made our escapee module to work for the scanner. We didn't do anything good over here because it was just a one-line code. We'll see under the hood how this works in the upcoming lecture, but for now what we just did was we just passed the IP address, or every subnet of that IP address that is connected over here, and we just get this arping to work for us. So what we just did over here, so let me show you real quick. So first of all, we just did something like this was the client. So basically this is us, and we want to give the ARP request. So it is giving us the ARP request. So it is just giving us the ARP request of maybe 10. So it has the IP address over here. So let me go real quick. So if I show you here, then this is your IP address, that is 192.168. so it is just showing us over there. So if I just go back, and it is just giving a ARP request with that IP, which is 192.168, and that is 1, which is obviously the gateway, the first IP. And after that, it is just giving this everything as a ARP request to just broadcast manager or broadcast. So after that, it is giving this to the broadcast MAC address, and it is just referring to every client. That means this every client will be included inside this IP address. So they will also give the ARP response back to the devices. That means it will just capture the MAC addresses of each of these devices, which is just done in this lecture, which is right over here. So if you see in the PyCharm, you will see that we just captured every MAC address and got the IP. Obviously IP is inside this subnet. So after that, we just get every MAC addresses, which is just sending us the ARP responses. So you can see we got 3 answers. So this is very important, just remember here we got 3 answers. So these are the responses, and other are unanswered. So there is 253 packet that is unanswered. So that is very important. We just received 3 packets. That means we have just 3 connected devices to the network. So now in the next lecture, we'll make our own scanner with the help of the algorithm that we just learned here. So instead of just using this ARPing, we can see how broadcast work, how to just make the ARP request, how to just combine those broadcast and the ARP request and send to the network, so that they will just give us the answer responses back to us, so that we can just modify it and make our complete again this net discover, but in more robust way. So see you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. So in the previous lecture, we just tried to make this net discover. So basically what we just did was we just made use of this escapee module to do that. So in the escapee module, we just made use of this simple method, which is ARPing method, which will just pretty much scan all of these clients and get the MAC addresses. But in this lecture, we are going to do this manually. So first of all, we have to just create the ARP request. We'll send it to the broadcast MAC addresses, and we'll just combine those packets and see the responses of the packet. So one thing what I want you to see here is this message over here showing that it has received two packets and got 2 answers. So that means there will be the responses like answers and unanswered. That means we can make use of these responses to list out these MAC addresses. So in this lecture, we are going to do pretty much that. So if you just see here, in this figure, what we have is this client. So this is us basically. So what we are going to do in this lecture is we are going to make a ARP request saying that who has this bunch of IP address, which is inside this subnet list, which is obviously you can see what we just have over here. So this will be the IP that will be sent as a ARP request by this client. After that, we are going to give this to the broadcast MAC address. So instead of just giving this ARP request to clients directly, we are going to give this ARP request to MAC broadcast or a broadcast MAC address, because this is going to give this ARP request to everyone, and this ARP request will have the IP addresses of each of these clients, and that will just give us responses in the form of MAC address back to us. That means we'll just achieve IP addresses and MAC addresses of each of the client that is connected to this network. So let's do that. So first of all, as I already said, so first task will be to create the ARP request. So you can see now we have to modify this code over here. So first of all, let's see how we can just modify it and we can just make use of this code. So first of all, we have to make use of the scanner class, or basically scanner function. So next is to create the request. So I'll say it is request. Obviously it is ARP request. So in order to create this ARP request, it is done by this ARP class. So let's make use of this ARP class, and now this is all to create the request in the Python. So it is very much easy. So you just make use of this ARP class to create the request. So next thing you can see is I'll just print the summary first. So let's see the summary. So summary will give the brief information about this request. So let's run this main module and let's see what this works. So let it give a time. It will take some time. So it has shown that ARP who has none says that this IP address. So if I just open the CMD, which is going to be my command prompt to see my gateway. So you can see here, this is a wireless LAN adapter, and this is my IP address. So that means this ARP request was done from this IP address. So we have successfully created the ARP request. Now next thing what you need to see here is the broadcast. So broadcast is to send to the broadcast MAC address. So I've already shown you before the steps. So first of all, we'll just create the ARP request, which we just created. So next is to send, or basically to get that broadcast MAC address, because that broadcast MAC address is going to send this ARP request to every client. So let's make that broadcast now. So first of all, let's go again to our editor, and here I'll just say broadcast. So in this broadcast, you have to create the broadcast from escape, and we have the ether framework to do that. So this ether framework will create the broadcast for us. So now next thing what you need to see here is to give the destination MAC address. So what we just learned from here in this figure is, first of all, as always, we'll create the ARP request and send that ARP request to broadcast MAC address. So here, in order to assign that broadcast MAC address, we have to learn about the arguments first. So let's see what are the arguments that is given by the escape module. So in order to see those lists of argument, we have to make use of this ls function, and I'll just say escape. We want the argument or the attribute of this ether module. So that should be ether. And now if I just run this, you'll see the list of attribute printed right over here. So let it give a time to run. So you can see we have here that is DST, SRC, and a type argument. So you can see this DST is the destination MAC field, which is what we just need, because I've already said you that this ARP request which we just created over here should be sent to this destination MAC field, which is obviously the MAC address of the broadcast. So this is the MAC address of the broadcast. So first of all, we have to make use of this DST. So the way to do that is, first of all, you have to just use this broadcast and give that attribute that is DST. And in that DST, you have to pass this MAC address, which is obviously your virtual MAC address. So it is given right here. That is the FF, that is 6 times. So let me just copy this and go back here, and let me just paste it. So this is the way to just assign this broadcast MAC address. That means now we have created our request, which is the first part. So I'll just say here ARP request is created. So next one was broadcast MAC. So the next thing what you need to learn is to send this packet and this broadcast to the broadcast MAC address. So let's see how we can do that. So first of all, let me just remove this, because this is going to show us the sum of the attribute that we just need, and we only need this DST MAC address because the source is us. So this is MAC address of my PC. That means we don't need this. We just want this broadcast MAC. So let me just remove this line of code right from here, or you can also comment this out. And after that, we'll just see some of the information that is given by the broadcast. So let's see first. So how we can do that is we can just print the summary first. So if I say broadcast dot summary, so let's see the summary of the broadcast first. If I just run this main, and let me just make here, and it has given the information saying that this is the source MAC address, that is our MAC address, which has this IP address, and it is just sending the packet to this MAC address, which is obviously the broadcast MAC address. This MAC address is going to send this ARP request to every client that is connected to this network. So this is the one step that we just did here. We just made use of this ARP request, ARP class to create the request, and we just now made the broadcast MAC address to be just working on this situation. That means we have to now combine this request with this broadcast, and we have to send this over the network, which will be done in the next lecture. So before that, I want to make you clear about the sum of these requests. So first, let me show, instead of the summary, I'll just clear this out. And I want to just make use of this show method to show you these layers. So I'll just say broadcast dot show again, and I'll just remove this. And if I just run this main again, then you will see that it will just give us some information, and these are the some information that we have here. And this is the ARP layer, and we have here Ethernet layer, which was done by this escape module. So this is the Ethernet layer. You can see the destination MAC address, which is the broadcast MAC address. This is source MAC address, and we have see this ARP packet over here. So you has seen here who has this, which is basically the way to show who has that IP addresses in the network. So next thing what you need to do is we have to combine this request and the broadcast, and we have to send this over the network. So to do that, we have to first combine these requests. So I'll just say request broadcast. I'll just give the name again, that is a combination of both this request and broadcast. So in order to just combine this, first of all we have to pass the broadcast, and we have the special this forward slash, which is basically to combine this request and the broadcast. So if you wonder what this is about, so if you see, this is not the division sign in the escapee, because we are using this escapee module, and in the escapee this is the way to just combine these two packets. So we have created now whole single packet over here. So this is the way. So next thing what you can do here is we'll just again show this layer. So I'll just say show method again. So let me just run this, and you'll see the 3 layer now. It will have our REST request first. So this is the ARP request that we saw in the previous lecture. This was the Ethernet that we just made for the broadcast MAC address, and the next one here is Ethernet ARP combined, which is for this request broadcast packet. So now we have to do something like we have to send this broadcast packet over the network. So that is the way to just send this packet over the network is by using the SRP method, which will be covered in the next lecture. We'll see how we can just get these MAC addresses to be printed and see the network that is connected to our internet or to the connection. So see you in the next one. So in the previous lecture, what we just did was we just made this ARP request. We made this broadcast map just to get this from this Ether framework, that is just denoting this is a virtual MAC address that will just get every packet to launch, or basically it will deliver every packet to the clients on that network. And we just combine those broadcast and request packet with this escapee one function, which is this forward slash, which is going to just combine this packet, and we are just going to show over here, that is this layer. So if I just run this main, you will see each of these layer printed out here. So let me just wait a moment, and it is going to give us this Ethernet, everything about here. So it is ARP, and it is combination of Ethernet and ARP, which is this broadcast, which is combination of this broadcast and the request packet. So next thing, if you just remember what I have told before was in this demo, if I just make a quick revision, that we just made use of this ARPing to see that MAC address and the IP of the clients that is connected to the network. So let me just run this one more time, that is this demo, and you will see now that it will just get every of these clients that is connected to this network quite easily, which is basically using this ARPing method. So you can see here it has received the 3 packet, got 3 answer. That means we have this answered package and unanswered packets. So these are the 2 responses that we get while using this escapee module. So that means you can also see here we have to now send this packet. So basically we have already created now the packet. Now we have to send this packet to the broadcast MAC address so that it will just get every ARP response from the client. So as to do that, we have to first use some method of the escapee. So that means we'll just say response 1. So I'll say response 1 and response 2. So this response 1 is the answered, and the response 2 is unanswered part. So we have this method, important method of this escapee module, that is SRP module or SRP method. So this SRP method is a class that is going to just get every information transferred or packet that is transferred to the client. So this is important method. So I have to now pass here this request broadcast, which is our packet that need to be sent. And next thing what we can do over here is the timeout. So we can just add this timeout attribute over here to just indicate that there should be timeout, maybe after maybe 1 second or maybe after 2 seconds. So it can be about 1 second. So for now I'll just put here 1 second. So what we just did over here was we just made use of this SRP method to send our request broadcast that we just made over here at the timeout of 1. So now let me just close this down. So we just get now answered and unanswered. So this first one is answered packet and second response is unanswered packet. So let's see now what we can do with this answered packet. So before that, you can see this was our ARP protocol. So let me just give the message right over here. So let me say this is our request, which is ARP request. And now if I just say something like summary, if I want the summary to be printed, so let me just print this first and let me show you what this summary looks like. So if I just run this, and it is main, So if I just run this, then you will see that it will just take more time now, and now it will say that ARP who has none says that this is your source. So this is your source IP, which is going to just send that ARP request to the destination MAC, or basically to the broadcast MAC address, which is your this MAC address, which is virtual MAC address. And if I have to check this machine, that is the IP address, then you could see this is our source and its MAC address is right printed over here. So next thing is who has none. So this none is basically your these IP addresses that you just pass here. We haven't stored anything to here. So if you just remember from the previous couple of lectures before, this DST was the destination MAC address. So we just saw how we can just get these references. So that was the process to list every argument, that was with this ls method. And now we have to make use of this ARP class to just list all of these arguments that we have here. So let me just comment this out, because we don't want this summary, we want this escape ARP here. Let me run this main. You will see the list of an argument that is available for the ARP now. So you could see these are the list that is available. So if you see here, if you just get the printed this summary too, let me just run this one more time. You will see summary will be told over here, that is saying ARP, that is obviously this ARP request, who has none. So if you see here, this field is none, which is PDST field. So this is none, and this SRC field is for the MAC address, PSRC is for this IP address of the client. So for now we have to make use of this PDST, because this is none, that means we can now include as an IP to this field. So same as we have done in the case of broadcast. We just saw how this was the field for the destination MAC address, and we just assigned this virtual MAC address to this destination MAC address. Now it's time to do that for this ARP request. So to do that, we have the request, which is obviously this request, and if you see here, that argument of that field was a PDST field. So this was the field which has this none. So I have to now include that this is PDST, and that should be IP. So you can do this way, or there is also the another way to do this, and let me show you. So the another way to do is inside this parenthesis. So simply type PDST, which is the field, and now just pass the IP that you just passed over here while calling this scanner method. So we have now completed this ARP request. Let me just comment this out, which is to print the summary, and let me just remove this, or basically let me also comment this out. So now we have created our own escape request, that is ARP request over here. We have now created this broadcast MAC address, which is for this virtual MAC address. Next was we just combine those packets. We send that packet with this SRP function with the timeout assigned as 1 seconds, and we get this response. So this first one response is answered response, and the next one is unanswered response. So now let's see how we can just navigate to this answered and unanswered request. So first of all, before doing that, let me tell you this response, which is answered and unanswered, that we saw in the case of the demo. If I show you the output when we just run this demo. So okay, we haven't run this, so let me just run this real quick. And this was the demo, and this was going to give us, that is the answered package and unanswered. So this remaining 253 packets were unanswered. That means we have to now see what these responses are. So basically these responses are stored in the form of list. So you can check the documentation of escape to see that in the documentation it has written that these responses, that is answered and unanswered, are in the form of list. So if you just remember what we learned in the list section, that lists are iterable. That means we can loop over the list. So let me loop now. So for element in this response 1, so we are going for the response 1, which is for the answered packets. So for every answered packet, let me just print this first, which is this element, and let's see how this works. So first of all, so the thing we want to run is main, obviously, and let's see if this works or not. So okay, the next time it works. So there was no any problem. Got 3 answers. It is saying that 3 is connected. So there is 3 machines or client that is connected to this network. So you could see the clear code over here, that is we are getting the response from this SRP, and that is on the timeout 1. We are just sending this packet of request broadcast. Just remember that PDST was to show the IP address. This is important. And basically we made this ARP request packed with this broadcast map, and that is sent over the client, which is in fact in the form of the responses. So this is response 1, this is response 2, and based on that response we just loop, because these responses are answered and unanswered. So if you just go in the demo, you could clearly see it has shown that with the AR ping there is the two packets, that is answered and unanswered. So first one is answered, so we just loop on this answered, we just print this one, and we get the result. So you could see result right over here. It is giving us the result in the form of this list containing two parts. So let me show you here. This contains two parts. So this is one part, and the next part here is this part. So you can clearly see the next part is this long part. So if you check the documentation of Escapee, they have written that the first part, which we have seen right here, so you can see there is a two part that is containing one part over here. So you can just distinguish this with the comma. So there is comma in between them. So first part here is the input part, or basically this is the request part, and the next part over here is the response part. So this has the three clients that is connected to the network. So first one is obviously the gateway, second one is this client, and the third one having this IP address, and you can go over here to see the MAC address. So you can see this is the source that is having the MAC address. You can get this MAC address with this SWDST, that is for the MAC address. We have already seen this while we just make use of this escaping. So let me show you right over here. When we just see this ARP, so let me just list out again. So with the escapee, and it should be ls, and let's go for this ARP. Let me just list out the things that is going to show us the argument that is denoting us about the MAC address and the IP address. So you could clearly see over here, this SWDST was okay, this SWSRC was for the MAC address, and PCRC was for this IP address, which can be also seen right here. So this is your MAC address. We have another, this is the IP address. So we just get some of this client that has just connected to us, or basically they have sent us the packet in the form of ARP response. We just get this response. So you can also see the unanswered part with this response 2. If you see, this is the response 2 which is unanswered. So let me just run this unanswered part over here. It will just take some time because it is much more than that of answered one. So there was a small answered one, they were quite of 3, but this you can clearly see there is 253 packets that is unanswered. Only 3 were answered, that means 3 clients were connected. 253 packets was dismissed, or basically this was not doing anything. This means this packet was not giving any ARP response, but these 3 clients gave ARP response. That means there are 3 clients, we got their MAC addresses, we got their IP addresses. So now let's see only the IP addresses and the MAC addresses from this response 1, because this is all the unnecessary information that we get from here. So let me just comment this out first, and if I just run this main again, you will see we have these responses in the form of this list. You can see this is the list, and this, or basically you can also see the tuple. So this is the tuple, and this tuple contains the request part and the response part. So we don't need this request part because this is unnecessary information. We just want this ARP response part because this has the critical information about the MAC addresses and IP addresses. So let's get this part of the list or a tuple. So you know the list or a tuple indexes start from 0th index. So here in, let me just, okay, where is this run? So this part, or basically before comma, is at 0th index, and after comma is at 1 index or first index. That means we can now get the first part of this element. So let's do that first. So we can do something like, okay, here I'll just say that in the element I want only the first part, not the 0th part, because 0th was the request. We don't want the request, and we have now only the response part. You can also do something like here, because this response, I have already told you, these responses are also in the form of the tuple. That means we can also get only the request part from this 0th, because the 0th is the answered part. If you want the unanswered part, that will be at 1, but we want the answered part, that will be at 0, and we get the response, which is the answered response. We just loop on that and we get the answer, that is answered responses. If I just run this now, we'll just get the information that is much more available, or basically much more valuable than before. So you can see we have now information that is in the form of gibberish. So we have to now filter this. So in order to filter, what you can do is use the arguments. So we have learned how to take the use of p, that is src, and the next one would be to print the MAC address. So it will be element 1, which is showing us that this is the response, and SRC is for the MAC address. So this PSRC is for the IP address and this is for MAC address. We'll just get this information. Let me just print this one more time. You'll see now it will just run its code and it will get us the IP address, it will get us the MAC addresses. IP address, MAC address. So let me format it here. After every print, or basically after every client, I want to print some spaces. So this much spaces will be enough. Let me just run this again. You will see now it will format, it will just give us the information that is much more efficient. So let us go over here. You can see there is 3 clients. This is the gateway, this is the MAC address, this is the gateway, this is the MAC address, this is the gateway, and this is the MAC address that we just catch from these responses. So in this lecture we just made a complete scanner using this escapee. So first of all we just made the ARP request, we bind it with the broadcast over here by using the escapee /. We just send that to the broadcast MAC address, which is done by this SRP, which will send this packet to all of the client. We just get the response from the client, which is answered part. If you want to see the unanswered part, it will be at first index, and now we just loop around it. But in this case the information that is valuable will be at the 0th, because we want the answered part, because the answered part will be connected clients. So we'll just get the answered part response, we'll just loop on that, we just get these IP addresses and MAC addresses, we just format it, and we'll just print this in the way that normal scanner will do. So this is the same scanner that will be something like we do in the case of a native discover, which is the Kali Linux tools. We can also do the Nmap scanner, which is the case which we just get the MAC addresses and IP addresses of the clients that is connected in the network using this program. So we just made a complete program which can work as a scanner. So this will be wrap for this lecture. See you in the next one. We are going to study about the keylogger and how to make it with the Python in this lecture. So for that we have to make use of a Python package, that is PyInput. So PyInput is the Python package or the module that will allows us to control and monitor the keyboard and mouse action. So for that we have to first install that package on your machine. So first of all let me just open my command prompt and use this Python package manager, which is pip here, and I'll just say pip install PyInput. So this is the package that is going to just, it is input, and this is going to just be installed on our machine to control and monitor the keyboard as well as the mouse action. So let me just install it real quick, and I have already installed, so I don't need to install twice. So in your case you should install this PyInput, which is the module. So next thing what you need to do is open your browser, and let me just type PyInput documentation in this Google, and let me show you the documentation part over here. Let it give to load, and this is the small documentation for this package, and you could see this is the library that is going us to allow to control the and monitor basically input devices that can be the keyboard as well as the mouse. So you can see there is a 2 section over here saying the handling the mouse and handling the keyboard. So let's see for controlling the keyboard first. Let's go over there, and it is going to give us the reference code over here saying that you have to first import your PyInput, and there is key and a controller. So this is very important. Here we have the key and a controller. If you go to the monitoring section, you could see we'll have the listener. So this is very important. This is going to just collect event until release. So that means this is going to be used to make the keylogger in the case of our section or for this lecture. So first of all we have to make use of this listener as a controller of this PyInput to just check for this on press and on release attribute, and we'll just join that the listener part, or basically any keyboard, to our formatting key, or basically to our Python shell or console. So first of all what you need to do is simply use this PyInput and make some functions or the module, and basically based on that functions or the method we'll just have the listener which will just act like this way, that is it will just collect event until it is released. So let's see how we can just make this. So first of all, as always, I'll just create the new script. I'll save this script, and let me say this is bad program.py, and let me just say keylogger.py. Let me just save this in the desktop. Now we have our script ready over here. So let's make some basic program for our keylogger. So first of all, as always, we have to import the module, and we have already installed the PyInput. So we can now make this PyInput, and we want to import keyboard. So first of all we'll just see for the keyboard. So we are just importing the keyboard from this PyInput. That means we can just control and monitor the action of the keyboard now. So first of all let me just define one method over here which will be on press. So here I'll just pass key. So what you're gonna do here is we'll just see the action over here which will be printed. So I'll just say key, and let's format this key, and I'll just say pressed. So this will be the output to the user, and let's format this first. So, okay, let's format this with the key that is passed to the function. So let's close this onPress method now. Now next is onRelease method. So let's make this onRelease, and here we are going to pass again the key. So in this we are going to print something that is obviously the key that is to be released. So I'll just say key, and it is now released because this is onRelease method. So I'll just format this again with the key that has been released. So let's format this. Now here we have to check if we are quitting or not. So there should be some key to quit. So I'll just say key, and if that key is equal to key.esc, which is basically to quit that script. So if it is the key, what you're gonna do is we are just going to print that is exiting from the keylogger, and let's close this first, and after that we are going to return now false. So what we just did here was we just made this onRelease, so this should be here, and now we have just printed over here with the formatting that this key has been released. And if this is the case that we just press the key that is esc, then it is going to exit and it is going to return a false. But for some convention we have to first typecast to this to the string. So first of all we'll just convert this to the string, and we'll check that key with this key if that key is esc or not. So this is the keyboard key which is to exit. So let's put our listener now. So if you just remember in the documentation we have this listener right over here. So we have to make use of this listener, but if you see here it has imported the listener right over here. But what we're gonna do is we have just imported the keyboard, so we have to call this listener from the keyboard. So I'll just say keyboard.listener. So this is our listener. So in this listener I'm going to just add some of these attribute, which is onPress is going to call us the onPress method when keyboard is pressed, and when the keyboard is released then we are going to call again onRelease method, which is done by this controller, and we are going to just alias it as listener, and let's join this listener now, which is basically the way. Okay, so what we just did over here, let's go to the documentation again, and you can see straight over here. Okay, so you can see straight here, this is the way to just collect the event when this is released, basically when this listener event is called. So when there is any event that is pressed on the keyboard or released from the keyboard, this listener is going to be active, and this is going to call onPress and onRelease method, what we just did in this script, and this is going to join us a key, and this is going to return if there is any exit condition. So what we just did here was we just made this PyInput to have the listener injected on this keyboard. So you can do similar in the case of the mouse. So you can see for the mouse documentation right here, and if I just go in the mouse, you can go over here, and you can now put some of this code in the listener, on move, on click, on scroll. So now I'm just going to go with the keyboard for. So let's check this first. So let me just save this, and if you see, we are going to run this from the command prompt. So it is in here. So let me just run this command prompt. I'm just going to go first in the desktop because it is in the desktop, and now I have to run this keylogger. So this is keylogger.py, and it is saying there is no keylogger. So what we just did here, okay, we just said keylogger py.py. Let me just go again. So the name was py.py. If I hit enter, now it is saying key.interRelease. So our keylogger is active now. So if I just go to any website, let me say bing.com, and if I just go to the Bing, you should see that it is active right over here. If I press any key, let me just search here with the Google, then you will see that this keylogger will have the Google right here. So we have pressed the G and we have released the G, we have pressed L and again the L. So that means it is going to give us over here, that is the Google. So G has been pressed and released, and again pressed and released. So there is a 2 action which is going to be handled by this script, on press and on release. When we just press, this is going to be called. When we release the button of the keyboard, this is going to be called. And if you just see that if I just press ESC, this is going to be called, that is key.esc, and we just exit out of this script. So this is the way to work with this keylogger. So next thing what you can do over here is some modifications. So next thing what you can do over here is some modification. So let me show you one thing that can be annoying over here is when you just run this script again. So let me just run this again, and we have to go again to the desktop, and it is obviously the way to just execute it. So if you see anything you write, you could see that key is pressed, but we want something that is this E or this letter should be outside of this particular quote. What if we want that changes or modification in the keylogger? Let's see how we can just do that, and let me show you what am I talking about over here. So first of all, if I want to just print the key code, so you can do right over here. When you just press that key, you can also print that key. So let's see that if I want key type to be printed, then let's format it first, and it is done with this format function. And now I want the class name, so that means the type. So if you want the type, we have some inbuilt method, the special method, which is going to be class dot and name. So if you do this, this is the special method. So this is going to give us the type of the key. So when I just save this again, and you have to just exit it first, and now again if I just run the same keylogger, now if you it is saying that it is not defined, obviously. So it was because this should be dot over here, not the comma. So let's save this again, and let's go back to our command prompt, and here again let's navigate to that desktop. Let's run our Python keylogger, and now if I just enter any key, you could see what is the key code type here. So everything here is key code. So if I say that if I enter the CTRL, then it is not going to active. If I say X, then you could see that when there is CTRL pressed, it is going to show us the key type is key. But if you press any code from the keyboard, that is showing us that it is key code. So that is one manipulation or modification you can do on your keylogger to check if that key is either a key, that pressed is either a key or key code. If it is the key code, that means it is alphabetical, or if it is a key, that means it is some of these control statements that is pressed in the keyboard. So there can be the one modification. So next thing what we can do here in our keylogger is to get the key name. So let's define another method to get that key name. So I'll just go with this get key name method, and over here let me just pass the key. And now first of all I want to check is instance. So this is important method, and it is going to get us the object and about the key code. So first of all we'll just get the object. We have now keyboard, which is obviously the module of this Py input, and we are going to get the key code. And let's check this first. If they are equal, then we are going to return the key dot character, only the character, else we are going to return our key. Let's see what we are doing over here. So we are just checking first if that key code, so if you just remember from that manipulation that we just did, this key code was the code that is going to be something like ABCD. So if it is the instance, then we are just returning with that character, else we are getting only the keyboard. So let me just show you what is happening over here. So if I just go again, and let me navigate again, let's run our keylogger. So now maybe something happened over here, so we haven't saved this. And next thing was we didn't even call over here. Let's format this. Before on release we have to call this get key name method. So first of all we'll just say key name, because we have added this get key name method but we haven't called this, so we have to have first. Okay, let me just close this first. Now here I have to just add the key name first. So in this key name I'll just call our get key name, and I'll just pass the key that is pressed, or basically that is when on we release. So next is also to get the key name. So I'll just get the key name again in the onPress method, and that is also going to get the key. And after we get the key name, we are going to format this with the key name. And let's remove this, or you can simply comment this out. So again here you have to just format it with key name that we just get from here, and it is also going to be if the string key name. So it's ESC, then we are exiting from here and we are done over here. So this is the way to get the key name. Let's save this again and let's see if this works or not. So we're going to just execute it again. So it is showing that we have entered something over here. So now if I enter any key, you could see now we have formatted our result. So instead of just quotation in this character, we have now the simple logic. So you could see if the key has been released or key has been typed and everything. So you can simply go to the Hotmail and okay, let me see Twitter. If I just go to the Twitter login and get some value over here and password, and if I just say login and everything, you could see you will get everything over here. So it is repeated twice, and if you want only the one key to be seen, you can simply remove that on release code and you could get all of here. So you could see the username over here and the password was typed right here. So this is the simple keylogger that we just built from the PyInput. We just made use of this listener, that is the controller that is going to be handled by this PyInput module, and this is going to call this onPress onRelease method, and based on that we have just formatted, we had to get the keys, and based on that keys we have formatted the key name, and we just saw how this output looks like. So this is the way to make a simple keylogger. We'll see advanced keylogger in the upcoming lecture. See you in the next one. Now in this lecture we'll make our own next keylogger. So let's first of all see what is the main disadvantage of the keylogger that we made in the previous lecture. So if I run this keylogger again, then it is going to just get the key that is going to be released or pressed. So this is effectively working in the case of a keyboard. So let's see one scenario. What if the user copy and paste to the respective field or the social media? So if I just go again and if I just copy this again and if I'm going to paste it over here, then if you go back to our keylogger, it is not going to show us anything about this username and the password. It is only showing us that it is Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V that is being pressed, nothing about this what we just copied over here. So that is the main disadvantage. So that is the main disadvantage of this keylogger. So let's see how we can make or just modify this keylogger. So there comes this paperclip. So this is very important module. So let me just copy this first, and you can simply do something like open your command terminal and you can simply paste it over here and just press enter. I've already installed, so I do not need to just install one more time. So you need to install this if you are installing this at the first time. So after that you can simply close this, and now you can also make use of ideally or any other module, but you can make use of any other IDE, that is the ideally, or you can also use Eagle or PyCharm. But in this case I really like this PyCharm, so I'm going to make use of this PyCharm. So here what you're going to do is we are going to make use of this paperclip. So is to just get this field that is just copied and pasted, which is this situation in where our keylogger that we just made in the previous lecture was ineffective. So you can also check the paperclip documentation over here, but I'll just take you through the coding of this paperclip in this lecture. So first of all, as always, we have to import this module, and in this case it should be paperclip. So this is been imported. Next I want to import the time, because I want to just give the time to this keylogger so as to just record the key. So next is I want to create the list. List is because it will store the keyboard content. So if we just copy this from this clipboard, so let's assume that this notepad is a clipboard, so it is going to just create a list which will going to store this clipboard content, which is basically this field or the name, password. This is going to be injected, or basically it will be stored in this list, which is empty for now. So now we have to now make a loop. So I have already shown you how to make a loop in the basic section of a Python, and this is going to be the infinite loop. So here we have to make use of now paperclip, and it is going to be paste. So what we just did here, so this is the method, basically paste is the method. So if the clipboard content is not empty, so what we're going to do is we are going to see first this clipboard content, if it is empty or not. In this case, this method is going to be called, and if it is not empty, so we have to make the condition for that, that is with this none. So if it is not empty, we are going to do something, and that is to paste to the value. So we are going to make the new field here with the value and paperclip dot paste. So what we just did here was we are just checking the clipboard content, and if it is not empty, then we'll just take its value and put it in this value field. So that is a important part over here. You can also print that, but in this case I'm not going to do that. So next thing is to check that value, if value not in the list. So I've already told you before that this list is going to contain your clipboard content. So it is clipboard content will be stored in this list, which is empty for now. So if the value is not in list, that means we are going to make sure that the list value is not replicated. If it is stored twice, then we are not going to just put that into the value, otherwise it is going to be append to the list, that is the value. So this is to just remove the duplication of the value in the list. So this is statement over here. So after that we have to now print that list. So I'm going to print this list over here. So next thing is to just make use of this time module, and I'll just say time dot sleep. So I want to just sleep this for 3 seconds. Every 3 seconds this keylogger will just generate this while true, or basically this loop. So we have now completed our code. So what we just did over here was a simple payload that is going to first check if the keyboard or a clipboard is empty or not. If it is not empty, it is going to paste that value, and if this is not the replication, that this value is not already added in the list, that means we are going to add this, because this is a unique value. We'll just add this to the list. We are going to print that list, and this is going to execute in every 3 seconds. So this is a pretty much a simple payload over here, and you could see that we just did here, that is paperclip and paste, and we're just checking for the none, and that is pretty much. So if I just go over here, and it's time to execute this payload. Let's see if this works or not. So I have to just save this first, and I have already saved in the main.py. You can also run this same code in the Eagle or the IDLE. You can do in any IDE. So now you could see I have executed, and it has executed now. So let's see if this works or not. So first of all, I'll just inject this John Doe. Let's copy this. Let's go over here. Let's paste it right here. Let's see in our PyCharm. Then you could see right here, johndoe@gmail.com. Let's see for this hey, which is password. Let's copy this. Let's paste this in password field. Let's see this hey has also been captured. So this is the email. This is the password which has been captured by this paperclip module, which is done over here. So this is pretty much a simple module, but it is going to do much more work. So it is going to capture the clipboard content, and it is going to just capture it and paste it in our list, and this is the output of the list. Let me show you. This is the output of the list. In every 3 seconds it is going to execute, and it is going to give us the result. So it is going to just loop around in every 3 seconds, and it is going to give us the result again and again after 3 seconds. If you want to just terminate from here, and this will be your field for the username, and this is for the password. So this is a simple payload that is going to just grab the content from the clipboard, and you can just do rest of the things with this payload. You can also make some modification to the content, just converting this py file to the bat file, and you can inject to the victim's machine. So see you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. So from this lecture onward, we'll just start making the malware, and basically we'll write in this Python shell, and in the upcoming lecture we'll just make more advanced, or basically we'll just update this simple payload which we just write in this case. So let's start. So first of all, I'm in this client side that you can see. This is the Windows 10 machine. So what we are going to do is import some of the modules as always, and we'll just make a command that will be executed on the command line or a shell or a terminal based on your platform. So first of all, I'll just say something that is import me sub process, which is the module that is going to execute our command on the terminal. So we have done this in many times in the previous lecture, where we just made the backdoor or a reverse shell and we just executed it on the terminal. So first thing what I want to make here is the command that we are going to run. So in this case, I want to just get all the directory of the current location. I'm not using the OS module to get the path or anything. We'll just execute this command on the current location. So now let's make use of this sub process module, and here the method that I'm going to use is popen method, and we have used this method also in the previous lectures many times. So here I want to just pass this command that we want to execute, and it should be executed on this shell. So I'm just saying that execute this command as a process on this shell. So basically this popen is going to execute your command as a process, and it will just return the result in the same terminal. So we can see that we have just created this command. So this command, which is dir, is going to just list out all the directories of the current location. But if you want to execute some commands in the Linux or in the Mac OS X, then you can do something like ls, ela. So this is going to list all of these files or a folder that is inside that current location. But now I am on this Windows, that means I have to do dir command. So you could see only based on this command it is going to execute on the shell. So this is the cross-platform code where you can execute multiple commands based on your platform. If I do something like, let me say the ls or a, or you can also start with the sudo, and if you do this, then it is going to be the payload for the Linux. If you want to do for the Mac, it is the same. And if I do, that is another command, let me say give the message, and I want to just give the message as you have been hacked. So this message will be prompt on this machine, which is the Windows. So this is the payload that is not going to work on the Linux or Mac OS X, because this is the platform specific, this command. But the whole code or the payload is cross-platform, but only the command which we just write here is your specific platform based. So if I just say directory, that is dir, this is not going to work on the Linux or Mac OS X, because we don't have any command that is dir in the Linux. You can also try it over there, but in the case of this command prompt, we can say if I just say dir, it is going to list all the directories in the current location. So now let me save this. We have executed, or we have basically wrote our command or the simple malware over here. So what I need to do is simply I'll say this is the malware and give the Python extension, go in the desktop, and I'll just save it here. If you are using the Mac OS X or Linux, then you can simply just change this command to your platform specific. So in order to execute this malware, all you need to do is again run your cmd. Let's navigate to the folder where this malware is stored, and in my case it is in the desktop. If I just list out the directory, you will see that it is over here with the name of malware. In order to execute that Python file, I'll just say malware.py, and now let me just hit enter. This is going to just list out all the directories over here, which is basically executing this popen command, and this will just execute that command and give us all the information of the current directories over here. So you could see how easy it is to execute the command on the shell. So you could wonder why this is the malware, or why it is called as a malware. Then we'll obviously modify this code in the upcoming lecture. Like we can just get this information or this result of the command, and we can just send this back to the hacker. So one way can be done by the socket. We have already seen how to connect back to the server basically in the previous lecture. That's just building the socket communication through the host and a port, and basically server will listen to the port, and when there is a connection, then the result will be just sent back to the server. So that can be the one way. And the second way is to send to the Gmail. Gmail. So in the upcoming lecture, what we are going to do is we are going to get some important information of this client, and we are going to just get that information and send that information to the Gmail. So we have to just configure the email, and we have to just get all this information or the critical information of this client, and we'll just send that to the hacker's Gmail. So that will be covered in the next lecture. So see you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. So we have done this command, or we just made this payload in the previous lecture, where we are going to just give all the directories of the current location, and we just show in that particular cell. But in this lecture, you can see that this is not the perfect payload. So what we are just doing is we just basically get the information back to the client. So we don't get SS this information as a hacker, because this client machine is not in the SS of the server. So this is basically out of the SS of the hacker. So now in order to get back to this information communicated to the server or communicated to the hacker, you have to send this information to somewhere. So in this case, we are not going to just connect to the server. Instead, we are just going to make a Gmail communication, or basically communication with the Gmail server. So let's do that. So before that, you can see this is the command that is going to just list out all the directory, and this is not effective command because we don't have any critical information that can be gathered with this dir command. So next thing what you need to do is let's test some other command that is going to give us more information than this dir command. So I'm going to use this netsh command, and what this does is it will just get you all the information of the profiles that your communication is happening based. So in this case, you can see I'm just communicating with this network, that is this with this name. So it will just give all the profile that this client computer has ever connected to. So basically we are just getting the interfaces of the Wi-Fi connection from this command. So what I'm going to do is show, and I'll just so before that, so we have to get WLAN, because this is going to be the Wi-Fi network, and we are just targeting to the Wi-Fi network. So I'm just saying that so all the profile of that Wi-Fi network that this client is connected to. So it will give you the information that is saying that this is the user profile that has been connected. So this client machine has connected to at least these two profiles. So now let's copy this one, and let's see the output, or basically let's see the key of this profile, or basically we want to see the password of this Wi-Fi network. So in order to do that, the command will be the same as before, but now we have to add the profile. In this case, the profile will be Kafle family, which is you can see over here, and we'll just say key should be clear in order to see the key of this profile. So let's hit enter, and let's see the password over here, which is just seen here, that is the key content, saying it is the key content. Now we can just get this critical information, and now with this information you can send this information to the server, or in this case we are going to send this to the Gmail. So let's configure that before. So all you need to do is simply write that command over here. So instead of dir, now we want to execute this command, which is netsh wlan show and profile, which is referring to maybe, so this is my command, and the key should be clear. So now we have just executed it. So let's go back again, and let's see if this payload works again or not. So I'll just go over here, let's navigate to the machine that is the payload location, and in this way we can just run the Python code that is with this Python keyword and malware.py. You could see our payload is working perfectly. It has shown us all the information of the SSDs it is connected with, and the information about the password over here. So now what you need to do is we'll just copy all of this information, and we'll just send this information to the server, and in this case it is going to be Gmail server. So we'll just go back to our code. Now this payload is going to just execute this command perfectly. So now after the sub process, we have to now import another module, and that is going to be SMTP library. So this SMTP library is going to send us the email. So this SMTP library is going to send us the email. So in this case, the server will be Gmail, not Yahoo. So we want to send the email to the server, which is Gmail. So let's make the function to do that. So I'm just saying send mail, and here I want to just get the email and the password where it want to send, and the message that will be displayed or that will be sent to the Gmail account. So we'll just get this information, and over here we are just going to just take every information of the Gmail server. So let's make this server object first. So in order to make that, you have to first use this SMTP library, which is responsible for sending the mail, and here we have this interface, or you can also say the class, that is going to be SMTP class, and here you have to send the SMTP protocol and your port number where this Gmail is listening to. So this will be specific to the Gmail. So now I'm just going to give the Gmail port here, which is this Gmail server resides. So it is in this 587 port. So after that we have to just start this server. So in order to start, we have this command which is start and TLS. We are just starting this server now. So after that we'll just log into the server, and we have this login method that is of this SMTP library. So here we have to send the email and the password because we have to log in first. So after login, we want to send the email. We have this send mail method in order to send the mail in that email. And I'll just say email first and a password, and it should be message. So it will just send mail to that email, password, and the message with the message that is just given with calling of this send mail. So this message will be the result of this execution of the command over here. So let's go down. Now we have to just quit the server, and I'll just say server.quit to quit the server. Now we have completed our send mail method. So you could closely see over here, we need the email and password in order to log into that Gmail server. We send this message as a result of this execution of this command. We have seen that this command is going to give us the information about the password of this profile, which is our Wi-Fi network, and we're just going to execute that command over here. And after that we just get the message, we'll just send here, and it will just send that message back to this Gmail, or this Gmail will be the Gmail of the hacker. So let's go down, and now what you need to do is we need to send the email. So now instead of just running this process in the same file, I will just say check output, because we don't want to run that in the cell. So this check output is going to just give us the result, but it is not going to give us the information in the same cell. So why we don't want that this execution of the command will be in the same cell is because we don't want any suspicious activity to be carried out in the client, so that our payload will be more robust and less suspicious for the client. So what we are just doing here is we are just checking the output. That means this command will not get the output to the client. Instead it will just get the result, and this result will be in this result variable. So we'll just store that result, that is just the execution of this command. We'll just send that result in this result folder, and you know next what to do, that is to send this result as a message to this send mail method. So we'll just call this send mail method now, and in this send mail you have to first give the email, and next should be the password, and the next is this result. So now this mail should be correct email and a password, because this is not going to work if you just write here that is the wrong mail and wrong password, because you can clearly see that we have just log in with that email and password, and whatever the result will be is sent to that same mail and a password. That means you have to make now new test email that should be Gmail and a password, and you will just put it over here. So in my case I have just created one Gmail for this testing purpose, so I'll just put here. Now after you just put that email, you have to put the password. So this is my password in an email, and just make sure this is correct, because this is going to be your server where this result will be sent. So make sure this email and the password is correct, because you could see first of all it should log into our email and password, and then it will just send this email. So before sending email it will just log in. That means this password and this Gmail account should be correct. So we have now completed our program. So let's save this first, and let's make sure there is no any typos and everything is correct over here. So let's save this, and you could see this is the port which is 587, and this is the SMTP port for the Gmail server. So let's save this first, and let's go to our CMD where we are executing this Python file. Let's navigate again to the desktop, and let me say that is Python, and it should be malware.py. And so before executing that, one thing you have to remember is you have to first go to your Gmail account and go to the settings, and you'll see that there will be some link, something like this, which is in this Google account, that is in this myaccount.google.com, and you have to make sure that this less secure app SS is turned on. So if you just turn this off, this is not going to work. So you have to turn on in order to use this payload. So after you just turn that on, let's go back over here. You'll just hit enter, and now our malware is ready, and this has executed some command, and you could see that it has raised some error. But let's see, because maybe due to the connections error. So let's go back here and let's refresh, and let's see if this is working or not. So this is not working. Let's go back, and the error here was when we just log in, it was just refusing this connection. So let's see what is happening over here. So let's go again and check. Let's refresh this. It is not working obviously. So we are just getting error. Let's run it one more time and let's see what the error is. So I'll just navigate again and let's run this malware. So it will just wait for a moment and let's see if this is working. So yes, we just get the information. Maybe it was not working for the first time, but now we're getting the information. So what you can do is basically, let's go and you can just run that one more time. So you can do that and you could see that now in this case we have this email and a password. So instead of password, you can also send with this email. So you can do that. Let me save this one more time and let's go back here and let's execute this one more time. So let's hit Python malware and let's go back and let me just delete this, and you can see the another information is popped out. So let me just open it, the new one, and you could see this is the information with this, that is your Python malware that is going to execute that command, give you information back to this account which you have just sent over here. So this is cool, isn't it? So what we just did was we just made use of this command what we just write in this malware, which is this command. So you can also use this command. You can just copy this and you can see here that this will give this information, and this information has to send to the hacker. So in this case we are not using the socket programming that we used in the previous section, which was making the backdoor, but in this case we just made use of this send email, that is the Gmail server, which is this protocol, and this is the port that Gmail server will be running. We just use this login method and the send mail method, which is going to take this email, and you can see this is the email, but you can also see the password that is going to work in the both case, and you can see the command that is going to execute with this check output. So now we don't want this popen method to be executed, because if you just execute this popen, then it is going to execute in the cell. So we don't want that this should be executed on the cell. Instead we just want to grab the result, and this should not be executed on the cell, because that can be suspicious for the user and they can just get information. So basically we just want to check the output, that is by this method, which is check output. Basically this will just execute on the cell and give you the result, and we just stored over here, and then we just mail that to this email and the password we just sent here. So let's save this one more time. Let's see again the working, and let's do something like, instead now what I want is not this information. I want maybe, okay, not this information now. So let's see dir information, or basically dir command. So let's execute this again. So let me say cmd, let's go back to the desktop and let's run again that malware. And if I just hit enter, then let's go back and let it give a time. Okay, we have this information now again, and let's check this out. Then you could see that this is the information that is sent, and it is saying that this volume has no label and all the information over here, and this is the directory, and you could see this is the current directory we are on, because you could see this is the desktop, and if I say directory, then this is all the information that we have, and it is sent back to our Gmail. So this is a way in which you can execute the command on the client and get the information back to the Gmail. So we'll just see some of the keyloggers and the blogger and some of the other application that we'll execute in the upcoming lecture, and we'll just make the communication between the client and server through this Gmail. So see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to this lecture. So in the previous lecture we just made this payload or the script where you can send the mail of the input, or basically the command that is inputted on the cell and executed over here, and we just get the result and we send that result through this send mail method. But you can see that this payload or a script is not quite practical, because in this execution of this script you have to get access to the client machine. But in the practical you will never have that, because if you have access to the client machine, so that means you don't need to hack anything. You can simply go to the client and basically execute any command like dir command, everything. But in the real life we don't have access to the client machine. That means we cannot execute this file on the client machine directly. So we have to do some social engineering trick in order to get this file downloaded in the Kali machine. So first of all, in this lecture we'll see how to make a download process and just execute it through that, and basically we'll see in the upcoming lecture how to just make the payload much more advanced, and we'll also see the packaging technique so that client won't get suspicious and execute the command successfully on the client side. So in this lecture we are just going to execute a download process. So how we can just see the download process, and basically we'll also see see how to just get the grab the file, and we'll see all of that in this lecture. So let's begin. So we have this completed file, but now we'll make use of this Kali Linux because we have these two machines on the virtual machine, which is this window machine, which will be our client, and here is the Kali machine, which is this machine, and this will be our server side. So I have just opened my PyCharm over here. So let me just open my new file, and here I want to just create a new Python file, and I'll just say this is download. So first of all, as always, you have to import some of the modules. So in this case it will be request module, and we haven't downloaded this request module. So first of all, go to the settings, and here on your project and the project folder you will have this project interpreter. Go to this plus sign and let's search for this request. So this will be your package. Let me just press install this package and let it give a time to install the package. Make sure your internet connection is up and running. So we have successfully installed the package on our interpreter. Let's go back and let's press this OK button. Now you could see it will not show any error now because the request package has been successfully downloaded. So let's define some method. So we'll just say download method because this is going to just download. So it is not yes download, it is download. So in this download you have to pass something. So in this case I want to pass URL that is to be downloaded. So URL can be contain, or basically URL contain any of the URL. That can be something like the URL of the payload that you want to execute on the client, or a command, or anything. This URL can be anything, but just remember that this should be not the relative URL. Basically this URL should just reach out to the particular files. So if I say something like, let me say that if this URL is maybe say, let's take the example. So let me say hackerzone.com / maybe files.php. so this cannot be your URL. So if you want that URL, that should be the perfect URL that will send you, or that will just give you some files to be downloaded. Something like, let me say the bird.jpg. So if you see, this is going to give us a link that is going to just download that JPG file, or it can be .apk, or it can be, let me say, backdoor.apk, anything like that, or backdoor maybe exe file. So this could just download some files. So this is not your page or something. That should be exactly the files that is to be downloaded over here. So this URL cannot be the relative URL. So let's take the result now. So in this result I want first the request package, and here in order to download from the URL we have this important method that is get method. Just remember this method. This is very powerful method, and this is going to take only the URL. It is going to download that URL and get information in this result. So now we are going to do that is simply print that result. We are not going to do something over here, and you could see we have done something like that in the previous lecture also, and this will be carried out in the upcoming lecture where we just make important web scraping tool with the help of a Python. So this will be important module over there too. So for now we are just printing now. So you could see now it's time to call this download method. So download method, and I have shown you that this should be perfect URL. So this cannot be something that is HTML page. This should just lead you to somewhere. That can be the image, that can be the virus, or that can be the any file that you want to download to the client. So let's open here, that is in the Kali. I'll just open my browser. Let's search for some file because we haven't made any keylogger or any backdoor in this case. So I want to just download some files. So I'll just say something like bird. I want to download the bird. So let's go to the images, and here, okay, let me just take this bird. So you could see now if I just copy this link and if I just paste it here, so okay, copy the link again, or maybe copy image location, and if I paste it here and if I just press go, this is going to give us one image file. So this is your perfect URL. It cannot be something like, let me say, this cannot be, if I just go to the widget, so this is not your URL. So if I see here, this is not going to lead us somewhere, or basically this is going to lead us only to the page, not to a specific file. So this cannot be your perfect URL. But if you see in this image, it has indented with the extension. Let me just go over here and show you that this has indented with the extension that is saying .jpg. So this is a perfect URL because this will just lead to some images. So in the upcoming lecture 2, we'll just make our own reverse shell, or we'll also make our keylogger. So that should be also the absolute path. So that cannot be the relative path. So let's copy that first. Let's go back to our PyCharm, and here the URL I want to send should be in this code because this will be the string. So I'll just paste it over here. So this is a long link, but we'll just stick to this link now. So you could see we have just get this file now. So let's run this here. So I want to run, that is download.py file, and let's go. Then it is showing us that is a response of a status code 200. So this is a very important object of this response. So you could see that this is the request object, and basically we see here that is a 200 status code. That means there is a link that is named with this. So that means we have successfully shown that there will be the link request, or there is basically the request to that file. Now you could see that this link exists. That means it is showing us 200 status code. That means this link exists, and this request has successfully grabbed the content from that URL. So now in order to see the content, we have this content attribute over here. So let's run this and show you that pages. So this is your content of that file, which is a JPG file in the form of binary code. So this is your binary code. This is not the actual content. It has converted, and you can see this starts with B. That means it is a binary file, and basically it has converted that file which we just see in here. That is, this image has been converted into that binary file, and you could see we have successfully grabbed the content of that request that is done with this request package. So now in the upcoming lecture, what we can do is simply, instead of this JPG, we'll just make our own keylogger, and we'll just send this keylogger. Or you can also see this same file. Instead of that keylogger, we can also make this file that is in the form of .exe. We can make use of a PyInstaller package in order to convert this Python file into the exe, and we'll just send this exe file over here, and we'll just make another payload that is with this download. And basically when this is run, it will automatically download that file onto that file, or basically it will automatically download that file onto the client, and it will execute that, and we'll just get complete access. And basically instead of just directly accessing the client computer, we can now access the client computer from this download method. And first of all, we have to make this package. We'll just send this, we'll just deliver it in a way that this won't be suspicious, and client will execute that, and basically we'll just get now from this download. So basically what happens is the user need not have to download again manually. They will just do this with this method. So this will be covered in the upcoming lecture, how to make our payload much more advanced than before. So see you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. So from the previous couple of lectures, we saw how we can execute this command, that is any command in our shell of the command prompt. And next we saw how we can just send that report back to the server, which is our Gmail server, or basically sending back to our Gmail account. And we also saw how we can just download some of these from the URL, some of the content. And now basically if we see what we can do next is, after we download anything, so instead of this link, so let me just remove this link and show you. Instead of this link, okay, this is very long link. Let me just remove everything. Let me just remove this part and this too. So let me say, instead of this link, let me do something like www dot some link and .com, and here I'm just taking an example. So let me say if this is keylogger that is sent for the user to download, and let me see that now this is the process to download. So basically what happens is, at the result, this has downloaded successfully at here. So after this, it has downloaded to the client because of this result. And next thing we can do now is to just execute that. So what you can do is just take the SOP process. So first of all, you can just use that SOP process, and here all you need to do is SOP process dot open check output, and after that you can simply put the result over here, because in this case we want to execute the result. So result will be this file, which is keylogger. It is simply saying that after you get that result, it is just run that keylogger, which is basically this keylogger.exe. So we get the result. You can also print the result after you just download it, and you can simply run that keylogger because now it is inside the client. So you can get that, and now after that, because we have the keylogger, you can simply get again, maybe over here, that can be, let me say, result of keylogs, because we are just executing this keylogger. Now we'll just get the keylogs, and that can be sent to the email. And we have seen that sending an email is so easier using this method which we have saw before, that is this same method, which is send mail method. So now we'll just execute it, all of these which we have just shown here. And first of all, the first step is to use the keylogger. So instead of just making your own keylogger, you can also use the application that is provided online, which is blogger. So let me just go through the tour of that blogger. So first of all, open your Firefox. Let me close everything, and here I want to just search for the blogger, and this is the link you want to go, which is the blogger official website, thanks to this man. And now you have to just press this green button over here saying clone or download. Let me just copy it first, this link, and let's go back to this terminal. Let me just open the new terminal over here, new window. And what you need to do over here is you have to first type git clone and paste that link, which is the link of a git. So let me just paste it. Let me just hit enter. It is going to clone the blogger. It will just download that blogger, and it will just give us the blogger that is installed on our machine within a minute. So it has been successfully downloaded. Let me just navigate. So first of all, let me list all of this, and you can see there is a blogger folder. So let's go over there. Let me just list everything, and now first of all we have to install that. So we'll just use this install command, or you can simply do something like sh and install.sh. So let me just hit enter, and now it is going to install everything that is needed. So it has fetched everything, so let it give some time to just read all the packages. And first of all, it will just sync everything. So first of all, it should give us some information about this wine configuration. So basically what happens is we're going to install all of the packages that is needed for this blogger in this wine. So basically this is also the environment for this Windows version. So here we'll just say Windows 10. So this blogger is not going to act on this Kali Linux. Instead it is going to configure on this wine machine. So every packages that you install is going to be installed in this wine. So what happens, basically some of the packages like PyInstaller, PyHook, or the PyWin32, they are going to be installed in this wine. So let's just press OK. So next thing is it will just see all of the package, and I have already installed 2.7 version in my machine. In your case it should not have been installed. So first of all you can simply install it, and I'll just press finish, and it is going to be installed over here, and let it give a time to install. And after that, let me just press finish. So next is going to be PyWin32. It is going to install this package again. So let me press next. It is going to search for this Python directory where this Python is downloaded, and it is obviously downloaded in my case, that is in the C drive, and basically this is in the wine configuration. So let me just press here, that is next, and next again, in order to install this PyWin32. And this is the package that is required to make the keylogger. So in the Python version 2.7, it is no longer required, that is PyInput. We have already seen how to make the keylogger with the help of PyInput module in the previous lecture. But in the case of Python version 2.7, which is installed in this wine, it is going to use this PyWin and a PyHook. So let's create finish again, and now it's time to install the PyHook. So let me press next, and it is going to search again the same directory. Let me just press finish, and it will now check for the PyInstaller. So I have already installed the PyInstaller in this Kali machine, so it has shown us that requirement had already satisfied. But in your case it will just download that file, which is this PyInstaller from here. So we have now installed this blogger successfully. Let me list all of this file, and now we have again this b.py file to run. So in order to run any Python file, it is done with the Python command, and let's press this b.py. So now we have successfully configured the b in our Kali machine. So let me hit enter, and the keylogger is to generate the keylogger over here. So it has given some of the information like a flash update or a fake Word document. So these all are the keylogger, but with a different file. So if you download this, or basically if you just made this Adobe Flash update, it will be in the form of Flash update, but it will eventually be your keylogger. And you can also have this blank executables, which I normally prefer. And let me just press 6 because I want this blank executables. You can also download this fake PDF file or the PowerPoint file, Word file. Everything is available over here, and these all are keyloggers. So let me just press 6, and now it will give you the information of Gmail. So in this case, we don't have to manually create this send mail method, because this blogger has this information to send that keylogs that it has recorded in this Python file back to the Gmail account. So let me just type here randomly. You can just make your test email over here, And you can also see some information that is showing that don't use your personal email, make a dedicated one. That means you can just make a new email in order to test this blogger. And the next is to type your password. And now you can see here is a link that is shown over here, which is saying enable access to less secure app on the Gmail account. And I have told you before, while making the malware in the first lecture, you have to first of all go to this link and make sure that this allow less secure app on your Gmail account is on, because this is required in order to just make access to our backdoor, or basically this has to send some keylogs back to our Gmail account, and that means we have to just get this access to our less secure app, which is this payload. So if I just hit enter again, then it is going to show us this information. If this information is correct or not, I'll just say yes, and it is going to just create the file, or basically the keylogger, in this dist folder. So let me just go in the desktop, and it will be okay. I have that installed in the home, so it is in the home blogger, and it will be installed, or it will just make that in the dist folder, which will be just this keylogger. But we are just covering the Python lecture, that means I'm not going to use this keylogger, and I have already shown you how we can just make keylogger with the help of this blogger. But this is the lectures of the Python where you want to learn all from the Python instead of making use of this application or a simple application. So we'll just make use of now our own keylogger. We'll just make our own keylogger instead of using this blogger, but I have already shown you how to make this. So next thing what you can do is simply you can just copy, or basically get that application that is created by this blogger, and let's go to the Python, and here you can replace this keylogger with the blogger that is created with this blogger application. That will be with the extension .exe, because that has pre-installed PyInstaller. And basically what PyInstaller does is it will just convert the Python file into the .exe file, which is the executable that is required for the Windows. And after you just download it, it will execute on the machine, and basically this is not needed, which is the send email in the case of your blogger. So this will be just your program in order to send to the blogger or the keylogger, which is named as blogger, to the client. But now I want to make everything from the beginning, so let me just create the new file. So instead of this, I'll just create the new file, and our file name will be keylogger. So we're not going to use the, okay, I have already made the keylogger, so I'll just say main keylogger. So this will be my main keylogger. So now what you need to do is create the keylogger for our own. We have also done this in the previous lectures, so this will be also a quick revision. So let me go to the settings, and as before we have to install some package, and in order to work with this keylogger, we'll just say download this PyInput package. Let me install this, and it will just install all of the packages. So for that I'll just execute this, or basically we'll just remove this keylogger because we are not going to use that. Let me go back to the PyCharm, and it has already downloaded a package for us. So let's import that package we have downloaded, and I want this PyInput and the keyboard, which is the interface that is going to be used. And here I want to import threading, which will support us threading. And I have already shown you how to use the threading in the previous lecture. Make reference to that lecture if you get any confusion here. So I'll just make a class which is named as keylogger. And in the object-oriented programming, I have already said you before, the first method in this keylogger can be the init method, which will act as a constructor that is going to just initialize the variables of this class or the attribute of this class. So I want to just make keylogs method over here. So this is the attribute, not the method. So this keylogs is going to capture all the keylog that is just pressed on the client. So let's define another method, and this is going to be append to keylogs. This is the second method. I want to just append the string to that log. So in order to just access to the class variable, I have already told you before in the object oriented section, you have to make use of this self, which is pointing to the current object. So I'll just say that keylogs should have now, that is the log, which is basically that is same keylogs, and we'll just add it to the string that is passed here, because this is the work of the append. So we just append. So next function is to process the key, or basically listen, key listen. So I'll just say key listen or something like this. So what we did here is we'll just make some function which will just determine which key is pressed in the client side. And now what you're gonna do is we'll just say try, because there will be the certain cases in the case of this py input where it won't capture some of the characters like spaces, or the character like maybe which has the attribute error, maybe something like esc command or the control command won't be captured. So py input keyboard will only capture this key like the alphabetical key A to Z, but this won't capture like the special key which can be the control shift or esc. So let's do that first. So first of all, we want to capture the current key. So this will be the current key, and that current key can be first of all key, and we want that character from here. So except is to catch the exception that can be occur while you're executing this code. So exception here will be attribute error, and if there is attribute error, that means we are not able to capture some of the special key. And if that special key is your space key, which is the space, and if that is a space key, we are going to just say something that is current key now should be space, because that is the space. Else there can be other key, something like maybe control key, esc key. In that case, we are going to get that current key, and now in this case we'll just add that to the key because that is the key now. And we'll just make some spaces here in order to just make something like, if I just press maybe esc, it will just print me something that is space first, and it will just say esc and space. So this will be result, or this will be just space to the current key. So after that, we have to now just append to the log. So in order to append the log, we have append to keylog method over here. Let's go over here, and I'll just say append to keylogs, and that should be with this current key. So what we just did, we just saw which is the key that is pressed in that client side. We just get that key and we just append over here, and we just get that keylogs, which is obviously the class attribute. So we have defined here the two method that is going to append, and that is going to just get that key which is pressed on the client side. So next thing what I want to do is basically, let me just go over here and let's now start the some of the methods. So before that, let me say something that is, I want to report the key. What if I want to say something with this key? So let's see how we can just report, or basically giving message to the information. In this case, I'm not going to send information to the Gmail. That will be covered in the next lecture. We have to also cover that is just converting this to the exe files and download. Basically, we have seen before that is how we can just make the download procedure over here. That is this URL, and basically we'll also cover that in the next lecture. So before that, what I need to do is go back to the keylogger, and in this keylogger, I'll just say print, that is the key. And in this case, it will be self.keylogs, because this is the keylogs, which is the list of a key that is pressed in the client computer. So now next thing what I want is, after you just print everything, in the next case, or basically in the next loop, it should be empty, because we don't want the repetition of that same keylogs. And the next one is, let me use the threading. So let's make the timer to execute this keylog. So I'll just say threading.timer, which is the module that is going to take first the time in the second that this is going to execute. So I want to execute this whole code in the thread in 5 seconds. So every 5 seconds this is going to execute, and after executing we have to call this same method, that is self.report. It is the method of the same class. So let me just remove this, and now we are just saying that in every 5 seconds you have to call this report, because we want to print that keylogs that is printed in the client in every 5 seconds. And let's now use this timer, and this timer is basically the method to start this thread. So we have just start the thread, but now we have to create that thread. So if you just remember from the previous lecture, what we told in the previous lecture, that there was going to be this start method that is going to execute the threads, or that is going to run the threads. So this start method is basically the method of this threading module. So if you go to this threading module documentation, you'll see that this start method is going to run or basically execute that thread. But in this case, we have now an option to override this start method. So instead of using the start method that is defined in this threading module, we are going to make our own start method. So that is basically your overriding. So what we are going to do here is we are going to set a listener. So we have now seen here, that is, we have seen how what key is pressed, but we haven't set the listener. So first of all, and if you just remember from the previous lecture of a threading, the first method that is going to be execute is this start method. So in this start method, I want to have the listener. So I'll just say keyboard and listener. This is the basically listener for our py input module. So we have used this py input, and the listener will be keyboard, and I want to make use of this listener module. And here let me just go to the documentation, and let's see, I think I forgot here, that is maybe on press or on click, but if that was on click it would be for the mouse module. I think it is on press. So let's go over here and let's see the py input documentation. Let's check this documentation. Here is this py input, and let's open this, and I want to just handle the keyboard and I want to monitor the keyboard. So you could see it is the listener and it has this on press module. So here let's go back to our PyCharm, and in this listener we have now on press, and on this on press I want to process that key press. So what we are doing is, if any key is pressed on the keyboard, we want to call this process key listen method. So let's call that method on every key pressed on the keyboard. So that is process key listen method. So we just should remove this. So we just calling this on press argument is this on press key listener, or basically process key listener. So we just set the listener using this py input module over here. You can check the documentation for further reference. So next thing what I want to do is, we have to use this key listener or a keyboard listener, and with this keyboard listener I want to call some of the method. If there is a key listener, I want to call first the report, which is basically giving every information about that key. And next is, I want to just make this join, because you could see this join method is in the documentation of the py input. Let's check that again. So we are just setting this listener. So this is to collect event until released, or basically it will just see, or basically it will just continue to listen on the on press, and we are just not using this on release because this is not important, but we'll just see on press because this is the main importance of the keylogger. And now let's go over here again and let's see the PyCharm. So we have completed now our keylogger, and you can see that if I now print this, which is run here, it is not going to do anything for us. So if I just say main keylogger, and if I just go over here, and it is not going to do or not going to print anything for us. And even if I just type anything on my keyboard, so let me just open the terminal, and in this terminal let me say I just press some letter, it is not going to show us anything in this output console, because if you just remember from the object oriented section, one part is to create a class and another part is to create the object of this template or a prototype or a class, whatever you need to call. So next thing is to create the object. So let's see how we can just create the object of this keylogger. So first of all, I'll just say my keylogger, which is the object, and here first of all you have to make the object from this keylogger. That means, let me just say K with a capital, because you know the class starts with a capital letter, class name. So I'll just say keylogger, and after that if you just see that I want the keylogger interface, so basically you can simply say keylogger. And if you just go to this init method, because I have already told you before that if you create the object, the first method that is going to be invoked or the automatically calling of this init method or the constructor will happen. So basically when we just create this object of this class, the first method that is going to be called or invoked automatically is this constructor. So now we have just automatically called that constructor. Let me just run that start method, because that is the method that is going to do everything for us. So if you just see, this is going to have the listener, it is going to call this process key listen method, this method on every key pressed, which is with this argument, and with every key press it is going to send that back to us with this report method. And basically this is the way to just create the keylogger. So let's see now if this works or not. So let me just run this first, and you can also say something like in this report you can just say something that is the message giving that keylogger is started or something like that, but it is not necessary for now. So let me just run this main keylogger. Let's run this, and let's go over here and open this maybe here, and let's see if this works or not. So you could clearly see if I just press backspaces, because I was just opening or basically I was closing that whatever is written in this, so it has shown us that it has pressed key dot backspace. So let's type something over here. So let me say this is our keylogger. Let it give a time, and you could see in every 5 seconds, because we have just given the time period over here from the threading. If you just see, here was the time, maybe where was that time? Over here. So we had given this 5 seconds, so it is going to capture in every 5 seconds. So we have seen here that is I have written this is our keylogger, and if I just type backspace again, that is going to just print us every that is written over here. So I'll just type this is a test for keylogger, use So it is going to just grab everything over here, and we have made our keylogger now. So next step is, now I have told you before that we can also do this by using the blogger, but I just made a decision in order to just learn this pylogger, or basically the way to learn is simply creating our own. So instead of just making by some application, we just created the keylogger by our own Python skill. So let me just close this keylogger first. So next thing what you can do now, and what we'll be doing in the next lecture, is to just convert this keylogger into the executables. We'll just made something that is this download in order to make download of this keylogger directly to the client. And the next thing what we also can do is use the Gmail in order to send that keylogger pressed back to our server. So that will be covered in the next lecture. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. So we have already made the simple keylogger in the previous lecture, which was able to just track every keyboard that was pressed on the system. So next thing what you can do is, instead of just reporting over here, so when you run this, it was going to just print that keylogs that was pressed on the same client. So instead of just doing that, what you can do here is we can just send every key that is just pressed into the Gmail account. So we'll just do that over here. So before that, we can see that we haven't made that send mail method. So let's make that send mail method over here. Let me just make over here. So I'll just say send this to Gmail, and that is send Gmail method. And if you know that the first method, that is going to be the self method, which is denoting, or which is just pointing to the current object. We want to send email to this Gmail. And the next one I want to send is password, because we need this email and password to connect, and the message that is to be sent to that Gmail account. So the message here will be our keylogs that is placed on the client machine. So let's make the server first. As always, we have seen how to send the Gmail in the previous lecture, so this should not be any problem for you. Before that, we have to import some of the library, and that should be SMTP library, which is going to make us call to the server of a Gmail or any mail basically. So in this case, we are only using the Gmail, which is only one example. You can just get any of the email server over here with its port known. And I'm just going to use this SMTP module, or basically the SMTP class. And the first argument that this SMTP constructor is going to take is your SMTP host. And this SMTP host is obviously our Gmail. So I'll just say gmail.com, smtp.gmail.com. So make sure it is correctly written. And the next is the port which it is listening to. You can also see that it is giving us some information about this argument. And the first one here was a host, and the second one will be the port, and the port here is 587. And this is the server of the Gmail. So next thing is to just start this server, and we have this method that is start TLS. So let's start this first, and let's log in now. And login should be done with this email and the password. So I'll just say email and a password is the login, and let's send this mail that is with this send message or send mail method. We'll just use send mail method, and here that is saying that the information here is not the email and a password, it is from address. And basically here we'll just say email. So we don't know anything about the client, that means we'll just give the email that is from address to address. So this is important because this is the to address, and to address here is email, because we want to send this to the email, and email is our legit or genuine email, and this can be anything. So I have only written the email. You can send something like, okay, you can just give information of maybe the client, so this is sent from the client or something, and this should be legit or genuine because this is the email which is going to receive these keylogs. So instead of client, I'll just press here email. And the third one over here will be your password or message, not a password, it will be message that is about the keylog, or it is generally sent to the send Gmail method. So next thing after you send, we have to quit this. So let's quit. So we have made this send Gmail method now. So next thing is to call this send Gmail. So instead of just printing over here, which we did in the previous lecture, we want to send this to here. So it is send Gmail. So before that, if you just remember, this is the method of this class. So if you want to call the method of the class, it is done by this self keyword first and the send Gmail method. If you do something like send Gmail, only the send Gmail, then this is not going to work because this is not the function. This is the method of this class. So that should be called with this self keyword over here. So after you just pass the Gmail, you should see that this send Gmail is going to take some arguments over here saying that it is email, password and message. So I'm just going to send that is self.email and that should be the password. And the next thing is self.keylogs. So in this case, it should be keylogs, that is we going to send over here. So let's send that. It would be self.keylogs. keylogs, because instead of message it should be keylogs. And if you see here that we are getting error saying that email is not defined, or basically there is no reference, it is showing null type exception, it is basically null, it has not been defined or given any value over here. So that is true, because if you go to the init method, here is all the attribute that is of the class. So just remember that this self determines that this is the attribute, this is the method of this class. So we were just referencing this email, and a password is that of the class. But if you see, we haven't defined anything over here. So let's define that. So I'll just say self.email first, and this email should be something, and self.password should be also something over here. Let me say empty for now. So you could see down now, it has just removed us the error, that is the self.email, and self.password is obviously there over here. But if you see here, we haven't initialized with anything email and password. So what you can do here is, while just making this keylogger, I have told you before that while making the object, the first method that is going to be called is this init method. So this is also called the initializer. That means you can initialize any variable over here. So I want to initialize, that is the email, and next thing I want to initialize is the password. So whatever you passed while making this object of the keylogger will be over here. So I'll just initialize with this email that is sent to this constructor, and the password sent over here. So you could go down again, and it is also showing error that this parameter, that is email, and parameter password is unfilled, which is obviously true because we haven't sent anything. And I have told you before and couple of times before also, and in the object oriented lectures too, the first method that is going to be called is this constructor, and this self method or this self is first keyword that is going to be the first argument, and after that there is other positional argument that should be initialized. So self should not be initialized because this is obviously just denoting to this object, but anything other than that should be given is the argument from here. So I want to just pass now email and password over here, and that should be same email that we just usually used a couple of minutes before. And let me just type that Gmail, make sure it is correct Gmail. You have to also give the correct password over here, and I have told you a couple of times before that it should be legit. So make sure that you make separate account for this testing purpose. So I have just created a Gmail and a password in order to test this keylogger. And what we have done here was basically we just completed in order to just run this keylogger, and it will send this keylogger logs back to our Gmail. And the next thing what you want to do is, let me show you that this less secure apps, or basically let's see, that is maybe okay, it has no any links. So let me say less secure, it is less secure apps, SS or apps. So let's go over here. So this should be open or on, otherwise it is not going to work. So let me just open my Gmail account again, because there is going to be the message over there. So this is my Gmail account, and now let's run this Python code. So we have just executed here, that is the send Gmail, and let's see if you are just making the call to this send Gmail over here with the email and with the password and the logs, and we have sent that to this email, and basically we have sent here, and the password and Gmail is right here. So this should work fine. So let's test this now. So first of all, let me just say run, which is this main keylogger, and I want to run this main keylogger, and let me just stop and rerun, and it has been now working. And let's open here, that is Gmail. So we have told that in every 5 seconds that has to send. So let's make it 5 seconds to maybe 1 second, or basically to the 1 minute, because we don't want every information to be printed continuously in that 5 seconds. So I'll just say it should be 60 seconds. So let's rerun it again and stop and rerun. Now it is running. So okay, let's rerun again, and it is running. So let's test this now. So here in the maybe in the same link, I'll just open a new window to type something. So here I'll just say this is a test, or I'll also open this and I'll just go over here and type the facebook.com, and over here let me just open this Facebook, and I'll just type some emails here, maybe Sachin, Inir, or some informations, and let's see if this is captured or not. Let's go back to our Gmail where we'll just get the information. So we have just set the time now to be the 1 minute, and it is going to give us all the information within that of 1 minute. It will just capture and it will just sleep for 1 minute, and in every 1 minute it is going to capture all the keylogs and send it over here. So let's see if this is sending or not. So let's go over here in the first one, and it is empty because this was for the maybe the one space. Let's go over here, it is also empty. Let's go over here, it is saying that it is a key dot backspace obviously, and it is also nothing over here. So what might have happened is maybe it is waiting for, let me just refresh it. Let's see if we just captured all of these keylogs or not. No, it has not sent us. It has sent some of these, that is the keylogs, which is saying key dot backspaces, maybe in the spam or something. No, it won't be in spam because this was the latest cell. So let's go back and run it again one more time. Let's see what was the problem over here. Let's stop and rerun. You can also simply, before just sending that to the Gmail, you can also print these keylogs first. I'll just say print the keylogs first, and then we will send. Let's rerun this main back keylogger again, and let's delete everything over here. Let's rerun. Now it is running. Let's type some backspaces. Okay, it is not giving any information. That means it may be not running properly, or it is waiting. Okay, it is waiting for 1 minute to give the information. So let's change this to maybe 10 seconds. Let's make this to 10 seconds. Let's rerun this, and let's go over here and let's type something. It's a test. Let's wait for some moment and let's see if we can just get this or not. Let's go to our Firefox, and let's see, we have got some of these messages again, and everything here is again the backspaces, everything that is just we got over here. So let's go back, and I think we might have some problem over here. So it is just capturing, that is the key, and let's make changes to the code. So let me just stop the execution, and there was obviously the keyboard interrupt. So here it is just giving us information within that 10 seconds. So this may be in the 10 seconds. So everything is perfect over here, but it is not capturing the keys that we just sent. So basically there might be some message error over here. So we send that keylogs, which is the key that we just get over here, and that is the current key. So instead of just sending to Gmail, let's try to first print the keylogs. It was working perfectly in the previous lecture, but now let's see. We just run it over here, and let's go over here and let's test this out. So this is a test. Let's wait for 10 seconds. Let's see if we can. Okay, this is a test. We can just see over here, and this was printed. Okay, that means we can just have to wait, and that will be sent to the Gmail. So we have to wait for the 10 seconds because we have just got here, that is every 10 seconds we'll just capture that key and we'll just send that to the Gmail. So let's stop this first, and now let me just rerun again. Let me just run this main keylogger. We'll just run this. Let's go over here. Let me just run one new terminal, and I'll just type here, this is a test, and we'll just wait for a moment. First of all, let's see if here we'll just capture or not. So first of all, we'll just wait over here. to see if it has, okay, it has captured. This is test. Let's go to our Firefox and let's see if, okay, we have here, this is a test. So you can also see we can capture everything over here. So let me just type in here, that is a facebook.com again, facebook.com, and let's go again to the facebook.com. Let's say something that is this gmail.com, and let's wait for some time. Let's see if this has been captured over the PyCharm or not. So obviously it has given this face, and obviously there was this key.shift, and obviously which was basically for this one, and we just get the gmail.com over here. Let's see if this was again sent to that Gmail or not. Let's go over here, and it has sent right here. So you can see we have the Gmail that we just captured. You can also capture the password. So this was the quick lecture on how to just send that keylogger and the keylogs back to the Gmail. So in the next lecture, we'll just modify some of this code because we have to now insert the download feature to our payload. So see you in the next one. Now we have our keylogger perfectly working, and we saw the examples in the previous lecture. Now let's see how we can just give this keylogger to our client so that it could interact to our Gmail and send us the keylogs. So we'll see the packaging technique in the next lecture, but for now we'll just see how we can just give this through the links, and we'll see about the download process in the next lecture. That will be the interesting lecture. So before that, it is the same main keylogger.py file, and let me just navigate where we have this project folder, and in my case it is in this home, and I have this PyCharm projects in this Mac changer because I haven't changed the name of the folder, and it has been the Mac changer from the beginning of this lecture. So now we have this main keylogger.py file, which is our keylogger. Let me copy this. And if you just remember from the Linux part that we have the server that is pre-installed in the case of Kali, and that is Apache server. That means we can just run the server from the Apache. So we'll just activate that service now, first of all, and that will be done by this service command. Apache 2 is the service that I want to start, and let's start this. So we have now started the Apache server, and the files or the folder or even the pages that is going to be rendered is inside this. Let me just navigate there real quick. So that could be inside this var folder, www.html. So our web server is hosted over here. You can see that it has the index page and it has this engine too, and I have created the new folder. In order to create the new folder, you will just simply press that is left click over here and just press this control or basically shift control N to create the new folder and create their file with the folder name file. And let's go to this file, and I want to just paste that our main keylogger over here, and this is our same Python file that we just created from here. So I have just copied that, and now we are in this file of our web server. So next thing what you need to do is simply type ifconfig because we want the IP address of this Kali machine. Then you could see I have this inet, which is basically the IP address of this WLAN 0 interface, which means I have added the external USB interfaces in order to support the wireless network. You can also make use of this Ethio0, which is virtual server machine network interfaces, in order to just have this internet connection. You can either use this network IP or you can use this WLAN 0 if you have any external USB connected. So I'll just go to the client part now. So I'm in this Windows now, and here what I want to do is just open the web server or web browser, not a server. So I'll just simply open the browser, and I want to just have this 127 that is not 127. I want that IP addresses of the Kali, which is 192.168 and 1.11. And if I just hit enter, it is saying welcome to the Hacker's World, which is the page that is rendered in this server, which is inside here HTML. It is just rendering us this index.html, but we want to navigate to this file folder. So in order to navigate, you have to go back to your Windows machine, and after that localhost, you have to give the name, which is the file in this case. So when I hit enter, it is going to navigate us to that file folder, and here I want to just get this main keylogger.py file. So let me just press here, and now let me just save this first, and let me just open here. Then you could see that we have this main keylogger, which is the same file. I'll just delete one file. It is the same file. If you just open this real quick, or let me simply rename this part, and let me just remove this main keylogger from here, and I'll just rename this because it seems like it is a shortcut. So let me just remove this one, and now this is the same main keylogger file. Let me just move this back here, and now we have to run this main keylogger in this client machine. So in order to run, we'll just open the command prompt. Let's navigate again to the desktop, and now again type Python and main keylogger dot, or man backdoor is not the file, it is main keylogger. And when I just press enter, it is going to run. And whenever I just type anything in this client machine, it is going to give us the information back to our Gmail. So let me say I want to open, maybe not Gmail, okay, I'll just search for something in the Google. So in Google, I'll just say I want a car, and I'll just search for the images of the car, and I'll just go down, and again I'll just search for cat, and this is the two searches. So let's go back to our Kali machine, and let's open that Gmail. So I'll just say Gmail, and I think this is the Gmail we want to open. Let's see, we have captured all of that keylogs or not, that is sent from the client. And you could see we have here, that is the car was just typed, and you could see we had hit the car, and key.enter was pressed in that Google. I had also searched for this Facebook. You could see I had typed the face and B, not every Facebook key, and I have just hit enter after just typing face and B, and Facebook was opened. You could see in here we had the another subject, and it is empty now because this is the new message that we sent. And let's wait for some moment, maybe we'll see maybe even a cat. So let's refresh, or basically let's wait for some moment. It will just come over here, because we have given the time to be the 10 seconds to send back to this Gmail account. That means we have to wait for 10 seconds to get the new messages every time. So let's go back again, and in this that is in the client, let's type something else. So I'll just say let me say chicken again, okay, or bird. Let's say parrot. Let's search for the parrot. Let's see if this has been captured or not in our Kali machine. So let's wait for a moment again, and let's waiting, or basically instead of waiting, let's okay, I think it has been captured. No, it is just showing us no subject. Let's go again back to the Google, and let's say something. Hey Google, how are you? I think this will be captured. Let's wait for some moment. Let's go back to our Kali machine, and let's wait for a moment. So this no subject is basically the time where we don't get anything. So you could see it doesn't have any key, that is spaces, and we got now that is saying Google. So first of all, I just type go, which is to just in the URL field, and I type that is hey Google, how are, and let's go over here. You should get the command that is you, how are you, or maybe I was just typing hey Google only. So let's see what we just get. So we successfully executed our keylogger, and we saw that it has been executed now in the client side. So in the next lecture, what we can do is basically we can just package, or basically we have seen that how to make this download over here. So we'll just execute, or we'll just make this method in order to execute this keylogger.exe. We have to also package that file, which is Python file, into the exe, and make this download method in order to execute this download method. And instead of just going to the URL, we'll just simply download this keylogger and execute on the client machine. So see you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. So let's get everything all together now in this lecture. So what we just did was, in the first couple of lectures before, we just made a keylogger which was named with this main keylogger. So you can simply just convert it to the basically in our exe file with this PyInstaller. So first of all, you have to just install this PyInstaller by pip package. So first of all, just type pip install PyInstaller, and let's get that all package. In my case, I have already installed that, so it will just say already installed. And now you will say something like PyInstaller, and in our case it is main keylogger.py file. So if you do this, it is going to convert. So before that, you have to navigate to the folder where you have this main keylogger. So in my case, it is in the desktop. So I'll just go over here, and if I just do dir, then you can see I have this main keylogger.py. So in order to convert that Python file into the exe file, it should be done with this PyInstaller. And I'll just say that is main keylogger.py. If I hit enter, it is going to grab all the file, and you will just build now, that is the backdoor or the keylogger. Basically in this case it is a keylogger, and it will be just do some tasks over here, that is converting. And now within a minute it is ready. So you can just go to the dist folder, and over here you will have this main keylogger, and this is your file which is with the extension of .exe. So it is very easy to convert. So we have now this file that is in the web server. So if I just go to the Kali Linux, and if I just go to the computer part var, and we have in this www html, and I have in this file. So this was our Python file, and this is my main keylogger.exe. Now this is executables. So we'll just get this executable to be downloaded in the Kali machine, or basically in the Windows machine, which is the client now. So let's go to the PyCharm, and you could see this was the download we just talked about in the previous lecture. We just saw how we can just download that images. We saw how we just respond with this request method, and we get that 200 status code, which determines that it was valid, or basically there was the request to that URL. And I have also told you that this path, which is your URL, should be the absolute path. It cannot be something that is leading to maybe HTML page or something like that. It should lead you the file. Either it can be the image file which contains the virus, or the APK file which contains the virus, or the executables which contains the virus. So in my case, it is inside here. So you could see it is inside this file folder in this main keylogger.exe. And now let's go over here in the Windows, and if I just solve here, that is the first thing we have to go in. This is in your network. So when I just open this, you can see it has shown the hackers world. So before that, you have to have that Apache server running in your Kali machine. So in order to check, you can see that is in my here I have run that is Apache server. So in order to run Apache server for yourselves, what you need to do is simply type service apache 2, and if you type status, it is going to show if it is running or not, but I want to just start it. So when I just type start, in my case I've already started. If you want to stop, you simply type here stop. So now you can see that your home page will be rendered in the client side. Okay, why I'm opening that, I have to open this Windows. So after that, we have that keylogger in the file. So file is basically folder where we have kept that keylogger.exe. So when I just press enter, it is going to give us the information of that file. And now we are not going to download this main keylogger.py. Now we have to download this main keylogger.exe. So if I hit enter, this is going to give us directly the main keylogger, which is what we just want in the URL. We don't want any page to be rendered. Instead, we want this exe file to be downloaded when we just pass that URL. That means we have now that is absolute path. Let's go to the PyCharm again, which is our Kali Linux. Let's open here. So now what I want to do is make use of this download method. So I'll just make use of this download method. We'll just pass here that is a URL of that keylogger, and let's make user to download it. So in this download method, let me just get that is the result first, and the result will be from this request.get method. We have already seen this get method. It is going to take a URL that is sent over here in this download method. And now what you want to do is you want to get the URL, and if you see, our URL is going to look something like this. So our URL will be 192.168.1.11, which is my IP of the Kali. After that, it is inside this file, and after that it should be main, and it should be keylogger.exe. So this will be our URL. Let's check one more time. So if I just see in these files, you can see it is the main keylogger.exe. And okay, why I'm opening this, so I just wanted to grab everything because I don't want any misspell over here, because this should lead you directly to the main keylogger. So let me just paste it down here, which is our main keylogger. Now if you just run this path in your client machine, this is going to download you the main keylogger. So we have to just get that over here. What I want to do is, first of all, we have to only gather the file name, because we want to just run this main keylogger. So first of all, let's extract only this main keylogger, or basically the file name of our evil file over here. So in order to extract, I want this URL to be split. So I want to split maybe from that is dash, which is basically the forward slash that determines we are just taking something that is out of this URL, which is with this slash. And I want from the last. If you do from the first, there is one thing that is a file folder. So basically if you do from the last, that is going to give only this part. So this is going to be our file name over here, which is done. So if you just remember in the indexing part, what we did was, this was the negative indexing that refers that we are just indexing from the last of the file name. So next thing what I want to do is open now, and I want to open that file name, which is the same file name. In our case, it is a main keylogger. And if you just remember, this statement is going to be executed, or this statement is going to just download the main keylogger in our Kali. So that means after you download, you can just execute it over here. So we'll just execute it with this write binary, and I'll just say is out file. We have learned the file handling in the previous lecture, so this should not be any problem for you. So the out file dot write. So now I want to write that is the response with this result. So I have shown you what this content does. We'll also see about this content in the upcoming lecture while we'll make our own web crawler with the Python. But now this content is going to get the content of the file name, which in this case will be the result. So now what you need to do is simply call this download method. So if you just remember what was the content of our main keylogger, if I just go in this main keylogger, we had this send Gmail. So this was inside our main keylogger itself. That means we don't have to just get the request basically from here. Or basically what I mean to say is, instead of just having the send mail in this download, which will be in the normal cases, because if you just made something that is a simple keylogger and it doesn't have the send Gmail, then you have to implement the send Gmail over here in the download.py. But in this case we have already the send Gmail method in the main keylogger. That means we won't be executing that SMTP server again in this download.py. But what we are going to do is we are going to just execute now this main keylogger file. And if you just remember what we just did in the previous section was this backdoor, and we use so many method in this backdoor to execute the command. And if you just remember, we had that is a sub process module in order to just call for that responses, or basically to execute our payload on the cell. So let's do something that is, first of all, I want maybe that download to be called, because first of all we want this download, and in here I want this URL to be sent because I want this main keylogger to be downloaded. Let's paste it over here. Now we have sent this to the download. Now we have already downloaded this, so this basically download method is going to download. Now we have to execute that main keylogger on the cell. So in order to execute that, I'll just say that is sub process. So we have already imported that sub process, and you know this sub process is going to execute the command on our cell. And we have so many methods in this sub process. One is check output, which we do normally if you want the result. If you want a result, so basically what happens is, if you want the result and if you want to send that to the Gmail, then you can use that check output. But in this case we have already that is the Gmail send Gmail method inside our main keylogger. That means we don't want a result in this case. We don't want anything like this, that is check output. We want to only run that as a popen. So I'll just say popen is the method that is going to run, which is our text, or in this case which is our main keylogger. So I'll just say main keylogger, make sure this is the same file .exe. This is going to execute, and I'll just say it should be executed in the cell. So we just did here, that is to execute this command, which in this case the downloaded keylogger in the client in the cell. So now we don't have to send mail because we don't want this method, because it is already in the keylogger. This is going to just send us over here. So we'll just remove this. If it was the case, like maybe you say something like you made the payload that is going to have a reverse shell, but it is not going to give us any information, in that case you have to first type here, instead of popen you have to use check output, because check output is the method that is going to give us a result, and that is the result of the command. And after that result, you get that result, you are going to send that result to the Gmail. But in this case it is not possible, because it is not possible, or you can also do it, but we have already done it over here, so it is useless to do again because we don't want to send Gmail multiple times. So let's go over here, remove this send mail. I think you are getting my point what I'm talking about. So we have already this send Gmail, which is in the case of this main keylogger. So we don't want this check output, because check output is going to give us a result of that command, and popen is going to execute that command. So basically we just did here, that is the execution of popen. Now what you can do is simply, I'll just run this. So in order to run, so we don't want to run this, basically we have to first make this file executable by again the client. So in order to do that, let me go back here in my Python projects, or PyCharm project, which is right here, and the name here will be download.py. So you can also convert this py file to the executables, and we'll show the packaging technique in the next lecture. But for now what I need to do is simply go to the var where our server is hosted. So it will be in the HTML. So inside file I'll just put this download.py. Let me just copy this and paste it over here inside this download.py file. Let's go back to our here, that is in the client side. So you can just refresh this page, you will see now the download.py. Let me just download this first. Let me save this, open the folder where we have this download.py, and okay, I just close the window machine. So here I want to close this, and let me just run the command prompt because I want to just run that file. So I'll say download should be executed. So let me hit enter, and it is showing that it hasn't imported the request module. Obviously it doesn't contain the request module. So first of all, you have to install that request package over here. So you can see that we have to make again the client to install that request package, which will obviously this client is not going to do that. So what you can do is we have to make this download Python file into the executable so that no module should be installed by this client. But in this case I'm going to do that because the packaging technique will be learned in the next lecture. So now I want to execute this download.py, and again it is showing the exception maybe about the file. Let's go back to our PyCharm and let's see what is happening. So it is main keylogger.exe. maybe the file name has the problem because this should be given with HTTP. So let's put everything over here with the HTTP and let's execute it again. And now let's go back and we have to again change the file. So it was the download file. Let's copy one more time. Let's go here and let me just replace. So I have replaced over here. So let's go back to our window machine. Here I'll just run again this Python download.py file. So before that, it is not the same file we just downloaded. We have to go again to the server of the Kali machine. So I'll just go here inside the file. We have to download again this download.file, and let's save this. View downloads. Okay, I just downloaded. Let's go back here. We should have this download, and let me just remove this first. Let's execute over here. So what I'm going to do is I'll just execute this download.py, and it is executing now. And it is saying that there is some module that is not opening, but if you could see here, we have this main keylogger. You could directly see that this main keylogger has been downloaded. So let me show you one more time. I'll just close this. I'll just maybe I won't close CMD because we have to navigate again. So instead of closing, I'll just remove this main keylogger and this spec file too. So let's see this download file, and let's see if I just run that Python file, which is download file, it is going to download us that main keylogger that we created in this Kali machine. So let's see. So I'll just say that is, let's go first in the Python, or basically in this window, and I'll say just see over here in this file which is in the download file. So if I just hit enter over here in this Python download.py command, if I just press enter, then let's go over here and let's see that it has now main keylogger, and this is the application. So you could clearly see now this is the application just running. So whatever I type now here, let me say I just type again the google.com, and here I'll say, hey, it is Google who is running. So let's see if we captured this or not. So in order to see it, let's go back to our Kali machine. Let's open my Gmail because keylogger is going to log out all the file over here. So let's wait for some time because it is going to give us information. So let's see if this will work or not. Let's see what is happening. So I think I didn't catch it. Yes, it has not been caught. So let's go back and run it one more time. Maybe I'll just run it one more time. Sometimes it happens, so you have to just run it one more time to check if this is working or not. So let me again, okay, I have to just type cmd. Let me say I want to run the Python download and tab in order to download it. So it has now again the main keylogger. So it has downloaded. That means if I go back to the Kali Linux, you will see that this process has been executed. It has executed and it has given us that main keylogger file. But now this process has to execute. So one thing you can also do over here is you can simply say check output and just print that output. So this can be also done in order to see that, and this will also work. So now we have this main keylogger.exe running. So let's check if this works or not. So let's go back to Kali, and you could see this is the main keylogger and this is working maybe. And now all I want to do is I want to go again to here. Let's write something, maybe let's see, hey Google, how are you doing, maybe some message like this. And let's see, I will just go to the Hotmail login. So we went somewhere here. So let's go back and see if this works or not. So let's go to the Kali machine. Let's work here. Okay, it is working. So it is taking time, and you could see that it has captured everything that we just typed, but it is taking time. So you could clearly see I had typed this, hey Google, how are you doing, key and enter. So it is working. Let it give a time, and it should give you information of the Hotmail too. So let's go back here in the Kali Linux, and I have, okay, we are in the Kali Linux obviously. So let's go over here, that is in this PyCharm, and let me show you that you can also do something like you just take the output with this check output, and you just type that is check output over here. So basically what this method is doing is, let me show you over here in the Kali machine. What this is doing is, after you just download it, which is the method, download method is called, you are just opening the CMD again, that is going to be the shell which is done by the soft process, and you are saying something like main keylogger which is downloaded .exe is been executed like this. But you could see that we don't have that python 37.dll file which is going to load the library. So you can use that is check output method in order to simply work with that. So basically what happens is you can send this through the mail instead of just having this send Gmail over here. You can just type that method over here that is defining the send mail, and you just capture that result like this result over here, and send that result to the Gmail. So we can do that. So let's see, we can just send mail. So before that you have to get the SMTP server and everything again. We have talked about the blogger in the previous lecture, so that is also doing the same task. So what you can do is simply grab that blogger and paste that file, that is the blogger exe file, in your here, which is in this var HTML, and here is the web server, and you can just type here that is the same code which is in this PyCharm, and you can just download that blogger on the client, and you can just execute that command with this. So this will be wrap for this lecture. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture we are going to talk about another tool. So that is important tool in the case of the Windows machine, where we can just get the credentials that has been forgotten by the user. So if you just forget that credentials, you can just use that application. But it is also useful for the hackers, because hacker can use that and get the information by running that application on the client, and you can send that result back to the Gmail or back to the server. So what you can do is, first of all, let me just check this our keylogger, that is main keylogger, and let's check if this is powerful enough or not. So first of all, I'll just go over here, which is, and I'll just search for virus total to check which of these viruses or antiviruses will just capture our application. And let's go first in this virus total. You have also another website which is no distribute, but I prefer virus total than the no distribute. So let's choose the file. So I have that file, so I have this in the downloads maybe. No, it was not in the downloads. So it is in here, which is our host. So I want that file which is main keylogger.exe. So okay, I want to scan this. Let's see which of these antiviruses, that is the top antiviruses, will capture our keylogger. And you can also modify this keylogger, because this antiviruses basically track for some of the keywords, and if that keyword is in your code, then they will just say that it has antiviruses database. In the antiviruses there is basically the way to track, which is if you just want that antivirus doesn't track your code as in viruses, then you can just make a changes in a such way that there won't be such keywords, something like a keylogger. So if you have a keylogger word in your programming, they can just track that, because that is a one type of keywords that determines that it is a viruses. So it is going on, so process is going on, analysis is carrying on. So you can clearly see we have this Bitdefender, which is the top antivirus application, said that this is a clean. We don't have, and you can see the McAfee has said this is also a clean. That means it is not a virus. So our top of these applications have shown us that this is clean, it is not the virus, but and you can see 8 out of 64 has shown that this is a virus, and these were some of these applications that shows that our application is a virus. So if you want to make the code that even this type of antiviruses doesn't track you, then you can simply change your code in a way that it doesn't be traced by this. So you can just check the documentation of these antiviruses, how they work, and you can make the changes on your code accordingly. So in this lecture we are going to talk about another important program, and that is Lasan. So we just call this Lasan, and basically this is the application that is going to give us information about the stored password that is in your machine. So it is also available in all of these platform, and it is a bit of world, so it has been there for quite a long time. You can see the version, so version has reached to 2.4.2, and credit goes to this developer over here. So let's see, our antiviruses has tracked some of these applications, but you can see the top applications or top antiviruses like McAfee and Kaspersky has given us a clean sheet that this is not the virus. So this will just let me just close this now. So in this lecture we're just going to give this a try to this Lasan, and we'll see how this works. So first of all, let's go to the client side and see how this Lasan is going to work over here. So first of all, open your browser and just search for this Lasan. So what you need to do is just search for this Lasan application, and you'll just get this GitHub link. Let's press that GitHub link and you'll just get here. And this is the window machine, so I am going to just run this machine. According to your platform, you can just download that file for your platform. So in my case it is lasan.exe, and you should remember this application is going to be deleted automatically if you download by the window defender. So make sure that you close that Windows defender. So if you just run this Lasan, or basically if you close this Windows defender in your actual machine, then that is going to give us more problems. So it is better to just test it in the virtual box. So here in the window defender, I want to just make off to all of these protections. So these are the check files and apps, and all of these has been off in my case. So let me just close it, and you can now download. So after downloading, I have just downloaded over here. You can clearly see Lasan is over here. So if I have to run this application, all you need to do is type the cmd over here. And if I say dir, this is going to give us all the directories on the current location. So I want this Lasan to be running, and it is Lasan, which is this application .exe. And if you check out the documentation part over here, then it will show that it is going to be executed by all functions. So let me just go in the next link and let me show you that in order to run this, okay, I was in the next, let's go in this first link. So it will show you that if you want to run this, you have to type lasan.exe and all command to just launch this module and show you how this works. So I'll just go over here and I'll just say all. So when I just hit enter, this is going to run our project, and it will give you the information of the password that is saved over here. I haven't saved any password in this virtual box. That means it will just type this message, but you can get the Facebook password, even Facebook password and Gmail password over here. So now what we are going to do in this lecture is we are going to make a project which will download this Lasan automatically to this client, and will get the information of every password that is saved on this machine back to our Gmail. So let's make that first. So I'll just go to the Kali, because Kali is the server that is going to get the information about downloading and sending mail to the server or the hacker. So let's go over here, which is our Kali machine. And so before that, you have to also download that Lasan in this Kali machine, because we want this to be inserted in our machine. So you can see that I have here, that is a downloaded over here, lasan.exe, and I want that to be stored in this var www html in a file, which is our collection of the files that should be downloaded. So now let's go back to our PyCharm, and over here we want to make some changes here. So first of all, you can clearly see this download is going to download that keylogger, but for now it is not going to be main keylogger, it is going to be Lasan. So it is lasan.exe. So make sure that it is all in lowercase. Let's go back. Okay, it is all in lowercase, lasan.exe, or you can simply grab, or let me just rename it so that we could just, okay, I'll just copy everything and I'll just go back here in the PyCharm and I'll just paste it right here, which will be over here. And you could see now we have to execute that is Lasan. So we'll just execute this lasan.exe, and now we'll just execute over here with the check output method. So before that, let me make another method to send the email. So I'll just say send mail, and you know, in order to send mail you have to import the SMTP library. So I'll just go over here and I'll just say import me SMTP lib, and over here in this send mail, I'll just say send mail, and the first here I want to send is the email while calling, and the password and the message will be the result. So message sent to the Gmail will be the result of the lasan, which will be collection of the password of that client machine. So let's make the server first. We have done this before, so it should be with this SMTP library. Let's call this SMTP, and here I have to pass the host of the Gmail, so it is SMTP gmail.com. so next argument here is a 587, which is the port of the Gmail. So I want to start this server with this start method. Let's log into our Gmail now with this login method with this email and password, and after that I want to just send the mail. So in order to send mail, you have this send mail method. So I want to send, so first it is from address, so I want the address also the email, and email is to address. That means we want to send this to this email address that we just passed to this send mail method, and the message we want to send. So after that we'll just quit that server. So I have just created this send mail method, and you can clearly see that it has also been created in the couple of lectures before. So after that we have this download, which is calling this download URL, and it basically gets that file, and after that we are here to just run that with this check output method. We just get that method. So if you just remember, it was not only this lasan.exe command, it has also been with the all. So if I just go back in our window machine and open that CMD, then you could clearly see that it was with this lasan.exe, and all command was just given with this file name so as to print all of these username. So let's go back and go back to our Kali, and here we are just executing this command in the shell, and I've said this a couple of times before too. So after that we'll just call this send mail method, and here I have to pass first the email. So let's pass the email here. Make sure that you make the new email for this, and I'll just say my email, and less password also should be given here, and after that I'll just say that I want to send the result. So we have completed that is here, and what we just did here was we just downloaded first what is the lasan's application. After that we just check the output, and check output is basically going to just run this command, and we just get the result. And because in this time it is not going to be the p open, this is not going to work because we want the result from this command. So that means we have to just pass the check output, and after we get the result we'll just send that result to the Gmail, which is basically with this method. So let's see if this works or not. So before just working, we have to send this again to our client. So let me go over here and let me just copy that download again, which is obviously in our PyCharm project. So let's go back and let me see where that was. It was maybe in the home. So it is in the home, PyCharm project, Mac Changer. It is download.py file that is going to be here, and I'll just copy this and store in our server. Let me just replace it now, and now let's go back to our client, and here I'll just navigate to file. Make sure that web server is up and running. Let's go to this download.py file. Let's save this first, and let me just open the folder too, and let me run this download one more time. So let me just remove this download first. Let me also remove this lasan because we are going to download this from the server. So let me just remove that. Let's see if we can just rename this, and now I'm going to run it here, and this is going to first download the lasan over here. Make sure that window defender is closed, and after that I'll just say something that is first python download.py. Let me just hit enter. It is going to download us first the lasan. Okay, it has now downloaded the lasan, so you can clearly see. So if you just go over here, lasan has been downloaded and it has been executed now. So let's go back to our Kali machine, and I think the result has been sent to our Firefox in our Gmail account. and you can clearly see it has been sent in here. Let me open this. So you could see it has the vault password and everything that has been executed now in the client, and you could see the user also. I haven't any password in that client because I have no account created in this window machine. But if you just create any account of the Facebook or Gmail, it will be captured by this lesson and sent back to you with the Gmail account. So this will be wrap for this lecture. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture we'll see how to package your Python file into the executables in the Linux. So if you just remember from the previous lecture, we have been doing this packaging with the help of Windows only. So it is not relatively harder, but it is assumed that it takes more time than basically converting with the Windows than in the Linux, because it has to have the wine configuration first in order to have that PyInstaller installed on the Linux, because PyInstaller is never made for the Linux. It is only for the Windows. So we have to have this wine configuration which will support the virtual box type, something like you may say that it will have some configuration which can execute your MSI files, or basically you can install the libraries over there. So what am I going to do is, first of all, let me show you the process of doing this in the Windows, and we have been doing this for many time now. So maybe this is the file, main keylogger is the file, and let me just remove everything from here because we have been building this before too. So first of all, you have to install that PyInstaller. So in order to install the PyInstaller, you'll simply say first that is a Python and yum in order to use that pip package, and I'll just say install, and that is your PyInstaller. And this is the way to install the PyInstaller on the Windows, which is very easy. But in the case of Linux, this is not possible. We have to first configure the wine in order to download the Python executables, and after that you have to only install the PyInstaller. So it is also quite easy after you install the PyInstaller, because the process is quite similar to that Windows and a Linux. So let's go back to the Linux and let's see. First of all, you have to have this Windows Python version in your Linux. So first of all, let's go over here in this python.org website, and let's search for this download and go to this window version, and you can see that it has this latest Python 3 version and 2 version, but we just want that 2 version. Let's click on that and go down over here, which will show you that this has this installer, MSI installer. Let's click on that. Let's save this MSI file, and it will just download now. Let's wait for a moment. Now it is downloaded. Let's open that file. Let's go to that download, and this has this MSI file. So first of all, you have to have this wine configuration in order to set up this MSI file. So let me take you through the procedure. So first of all, you have to type wine, and after that I have to execute this MSI file. You can clearly see this Python is MSI file. So we have this command that is MSI X, which is basically to execute this MSI file, and after that we'll just give this /i as argument, and now we have to just copy this MSI file, the name of a MSI file basically. So let me just copy everything, and I'll just paste it down here, and let's paste. Let me just hit enter, and it will show us this tab. Now it is saying that this is a Python version and something information. Let's click next, and now let's click again the next, because it will just replace my the previous version of Python. And let me just click next again, and it will now install on your machine. So first of all, it has started to remove my previous files. It will now copy the new file. Let me wait for a moment. It will just show us now the information saying that Python has been installed, and now let me just click finish. Now Python has been installed on the wine configuration. So if you want to see this Python file, if you see, this is the MSI file that is for the Windows machine. So this is not for the Kali machine. So we are doing just that is installing the Python version of the window in the Linux, because this is done by this wine configuration over here. And now if you just remember what I told you before, I have told you that PyInstaller is never made for the Linux. It is only for the window. So for that case, we are only installing this package. So now let's go to the folder where we have this Python installed. So it will be in the home. So let's go to the home, and if you see, we have this bunch of files that start with this dot. So this is the hidden files. If you didn't see these files or a folder, then you have to simply click over here and press that is show hidden files, and you'll also get this .wine folder over here which we just downloaded. If you want to see that version of a Python, then go to the drive C, and you will see here that is showing the Python 27, and this you can see that we are running this in this Kali Linux. You can see everything over here is same as we have done in the case of the Windows. You can see we have these libraries all installed over here. You can also see the program data, program files. This is not the folder of the Linux, this is the folder of the Windows. So this is same as saying that you will create the virtual machine of Windows inside the Linux. So that is inside this .wine. So now what you need to do is you have to now install that is PyInstaller in this machine. So let's do that. So in order to install that PyInstaller, you have to go through this wine installer. So let's start over here. Let me just open the terminal in this wine. So we are inside this .wine folder, and here I want, first of all, that is, let me just go inside here, because if you just remember what we just did in the case of the Windows packaging, we just use with the Python interpreter. So Python interpreter is inside this Python 27, and you can see it is right here, which is saying python.exe. So let me just open the terminal and let me just make it bigger. So in the case of Windows, what you normally do is you type Python and you type -m and pip install and the command that is PyInstaller, which we just did a minute before. But in this case, this is not valid in the Linux, because we are using this .wine. So first of all, you have to use that wine command in order to perform this operation. So first of all, use wine, and now it is python.exe. So only Python is also not valid, because we have to run the installer first, that is python.exe is the application. After that, you can use the same command that we normally do in the case of Windows, that is pip install, and the name of the package here is PyInstaller, that is going to convert our Python file into the executables. So let me hit enter, and I think I have already downloaded the PyInstaller. So let's do one more time, and let's see if this works or not again. So okay, it is not working. So I think the version is not compatible. So latest version is not compatible. So what I can do now is download the next version. Let's see if it has the problem with this version, or I think the newer version has some problem. So let's go for maybe 2.7. I'll just go with 14, because I have tested in there and it was working perfectly fine in that version, which was 2.7.14. So let's download this installer and let's install it. So let's see. Okay, so it is Python AMD 64, but I want that is this file, not the before file. I'll just use this file, which is the 32 version over here installer. Let's save this file, and let's open that download directory again, and let's copy again the name of the file. Now let's open the terminal again here. So we are doing the same process with the new file, which is the Python file again. So that is with the same command execute. So first of all, it should be msi execute, and after that I'm going to give this argument here, and the name of the file should be pasted, which is the Python file. Let me hit enter again. This should work now. So I'll just say install for all user, and it will just give you another information of the Python. I want to just install every package again. So what I found with the newer version was it was unable to just give us the library installed properly. So I just installed or roll back to the previous version which we have installed. So that is 2.7.14. So I'll just say I have finished, and I think it is working now. So let's go now to the home directory where we have that hidden folder with the name of wine. So let's go for the home, and it is right here. So we have to first install that PyInstaller package again. So let's go to the drive C, Python 27. So let's open the terminal over here. So now we have to install this package, which is PyInstaller. So same as we have done in the case of the Windows, we have to install with the p package. But for now, you just see here that PyInstaller is not the package that is available in the Linux. So first of all, we have to use this wine configuration, and after that we have this python.exe, which is inside this Python 27 folder. You can see we are in the Python 27, and this is the file that we need to execute, which is our application. And let's go here again. Where is my this? So after that, what you need to do is you have to use the same command that we used to do in the case of Windows. So I'll just say installer and PyInstaller. So I have already installed PyInstaller previously, so it will show me some message that is requirement is satisfied, but in your case it will just install. So I have already installed PyInstaller before, so this is the way to install the PyInstaller. So next thing is to now convert that file, Python file, into the executables. So we have to package now that Python file. So let's go to that file now. So I want to go in the computer, and in here I have this var www and html, where we have the list of the files. So in the file, let's say I want to just convert this download.py file, which was obviously the collection where we just made the keylogger and sent that to the client, but now I want to convert this Python file into the executables. So let's see how we can do that. So first of all, I'll just open the terminal right here. So this will be the terminal. So I have already told you before that if you want to use any of this PyInstaller, which is the package that is not available in Linux, we have to do it with the wine configuration. So first of all, as always, we'll just type that wine, and after that let's check for the Python PyInstaller package. So if you go over here in the folder, so let me just open new files and new window. Okay, not new window, let's go again, and here you could see it is the home, and one here would be your location where you have this file, which is var www and html, and we have this file which is download.py that should be converted into executables. But if you see, the PyInstaller is installed in this .wine package. If you see that this .wine is invisible for you, you have to first make it visible by just pressing this show hidden files, and after that go to this .wine, and it is inside here. So that should be inside drive C and inside this Python package, and you should go to this script folder, and inside here you should see the package that we just installed, which is pyinstaller.exe. So we have to use this package now, which is inside this .wine drive C Python 27 and a script. So let's type here now. So I'll just say first of all we have to just go to the root, and after that is the wine folder, and this is the hidden folder. After that we go to the drive C, and after that we have this Python 27 folder, which has this scripts with yes capital. Make sure this is the same folder that we have here, which is scripts. And after that I want this PyInstaller to be executed, and it has this extension .exe, which is obviously referring that this is your Windows file, and we are using this because of this wine configuration. So next thing what you want to do is we want to use this PyInstaller same as we did in the case of a Windows. So after you type PyInstaller, you usually just type the name of a file you want to convert to. So in this case we want to convert, that is download.py. So you can clearly see where in the same folder that this download.py is. So we can simply write here download.py file, because we're in here, that is in the same folder. So after that you want to give that is no or one file, basically one file, because we want to compress or we want to get the package into the one file, and no console. So this no console is because when this executables is running, we don't want the command prompt to be running with it. So we want only this download.py file convert to the download.exe, and when client run that download.exe, we don't want console to be running with it. So no console. So let's hit enter over here, because we have now successfully get this configuration to convert our Python file into the executable. Let's hit enter, and you will see now it will be packaged, and it will give you this packaging information. Right here we have this folder created, so let it do its task first, and now it will just package everything, and it has said that building exe completed successfully. Let's go to this dist folder. Over here you can see we have this download.exe. So now we have successfully completed in the execution of converting the Python file into the executables from the Linux. It was done with this wine configuration, and basically we have something like a virtual box that install the Python version of Windows, PyInstaller of the Windows, because PyInstaller is not available in the case of the Linux. So we have to make this wine configuration to do it. So I had taken you through the installation procedure of Python and also the PyInstaller. So this will be wrap for this lecture. We saw how we can convert the Python file into the exe file in the Linux in this lecture. So in the next lecture we'll learn more about the packaging of this payload. See you in the next one. Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture we are going to talk about new packaging technique. So we are going to learn about how to wrap our payload or the script with the help of PDF file. So any user that will open our payload or the script or the virus will think that they are only opening the PDF file, but in that same PDF file they will also open the keylogger or basically any viruses that you can wrap. So first of all, you can open the PyCharm and you can see this is the same file that we are going to wrap with. So you could see we have this Lazan over here, which is going to give us the information about the password of that client, and we are sending that result back to this Gmail. So now what we need to do here is we can just do something that is downloading some other file instead of just Lazan. So first of all, what I want to do is instead of just downloading to the current location, I want to change the current location to something that is temporary directory. So what this does is basically we'll just download now this file or the Lazan or any other file not in the current directory, because that can be suspicious for the user. So instead we'll just download that in the temporary directory where user won't have any suspicion, because this is the temporary, they can contain any files. So in order to do that, we have this temporary file dot, and we have this get temp directory. So first of all, we haven't imported, maybe yes, we haven't imported. So let's import this temp file. And in this temp file, so in this temporary file module, we have this get temp directory method. So this is going to get us the temporary directory. So next is we have to also import the OS module, because now we have to change the current directory to this temporary directory. So that can be done with this chdir command, and let me show you that this OS is not the platform specific, because this is the module of the Python. That means it is going to work either in a Mac OS X or Linux or even in the Windows. So we are going to just change the directory to now to this temporary directory. After we change, we just download this file and just make you sure that this is that file that we have in this var www and html. Let's go to that place. So it should be over here. So let's see, it should be in the var www and html. And inside this file we have this lasan.exe, which is basically going to download us that file. And after you just download, you are going to execute, and basically you can see we are just calling this check output, because we want the information of this lasan to be sent back to this information, which is the Gmail information. So next thing what I want to do is just before this, so you can see this is our payload, but before just downloading the payload, let me just download another file. And in this case, I want to download to the user, that is maybe the file. So it should be on the same, that is www var w. So let me just copy everything, because this should be same instead of the file name. So file name will be the different. So let me just copy here and paste it over here. So instead of lasan.exe, the first file I want to show is the PDF file. So first of all, let me open that in the file explorer. So this will be normal PDF file. You can download any other PDF file. So let me save this, and now let me just go over here, and our download is ready. Let me just grab that file, let me just cut it from there, and let's go and paste it in our web server. So this has lesson2.pdf. So all you need to do is copy that name, and let's go back to our PyCharm, and instead of that lasan.exe in here, or basically in the first, we have to pass that is the file name. So that should be lesson2.pdf. So first of all, we are going to download that PDF and we are execute that. So in order to execute, we have this sub process, and I'll just say popen, and here we have to just run that downloaded. So it is lesson2.pdf. So we are just running this, and we'll say cell is true. Okay, the T should be upper. Okay, so we have now this popen method, which is going to execute this in a different processes, which does not collide with this process, which is a check output, and basically we'll just assign that result and send it to this email. So we had made this payload now. So this payload is going to do something, that is first download this PDF, and user will think that it is just working with the PDF, but inside it is a payload that will just run the lasan, and it will just give the information that lasan can grab into this email. So first of all, what you need to do is simply go to this project folder. In this case, I have this home, and I have in this PyCharm project. So if you just remember, in the previous lecture we have seen how to convert this Python file into the executables from the Linux. So we can do now easily with the help of a Linux. So what I need to do is simply grab that file, so that is download.py file. Let me copy this and let me just paste it over here. But I don't want this Python file to be sent, I just want the file that is exe file. So let's convert this into the exe file. You know how to convert. So first of all, I want to use this wine, which is the configuration, and the path where we have this PyInstaller installed. So it is in the wine, and okay, it's in the wine, and it should be drive C. Inside this drive C we have this Python 27, which is the folder which has this script folder again, and inside this script we have installed this Python installer, which is PyInstaller, which is .exe file, and this is going to just convert our download.py, which is this Python file, into the executables with only one file. And I want no console, and let me just hit enter. It is going to work now, and let it give a time. It is going to bind and build everything, and you could see we have now this 2 folder and this spec file, which is basically going to just show us what is the modules or the library that it has used, or this Python file has used. So inside this dist we have this now download.exe file. Let me just grab that. Let's go back here and let me just paste it down here. So I'll just remove this dist folder and everything, because the folder that we are interested is this download.exe file. And now what you can do is you can simply go over here and search for VirusTotal in order to check if this is the file that will be detected by any antivirus or not. So let's go over here and I'll just choose a file, and in my case it is this download.exe. Let's see that. And I have to also, you can also check in the node distribute, and this is also a good website, so you can also check in this one, but I personally like this VirusTotal. So I'll just browse again, and it is in the var www html, and it is inside file, and the name is download.exe. it is right here, and let me just hit scan file again. And now you can see that most of this application has detected. So Bitdefender has detected. So out of 69, 23 has detected our files, but it has also got bypassed by the Kaspersky and some of these websites, that is like McAfee. But some of these, like you can see, Evira has detected. Obviously many applications or many programs or PC will have this Evira. That means we have to just customize our program so that this list of detection will be smaller. So you can do by just changing with the Python code. So for now you can also check for the node distribute, and it will also give the same information. So let's go back and let's see how we can just run this and see the information. So before that I have to go to the window machine, and in the window machine, first of all you have to go to this location, which is basically the host, and before that I have to make sure that Apache server is running. So let me just see if it is running. Okay, it is running. So now I want this download.exe. So what you can also do is simply you can type here download.exe, and you could see this is the URL that has this payload. So you can just send this URL in the form that no one will understand. So you can use the services like Bitly, and you can just convert your link into the less suspicious link. So you can just paste it that link and get that link, which is very much a shortened version, and after that you can use. So here what I need to do is I'll simply download.exe, and you could see it is same file. Let me save this, and let me just view the download. It is scanning, and it is just giving us information that it has been detected by the Windows Defender, and I want to just run it anyway. So let's see. So it has deleted this file. Okay, this has been detected now, but we can just change this file so as to run. So before that, because it has the lasan, so that means it will just detect. So let me just remove this from here, and it should be off. So I think it was off, but it just remove that. So you can also run it anyway. So I'll just run it. so it will just grab anyway. So we'll see how we can modify it, and we'll just get you in the next lecture. So see you in the next one.